Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 1033 to Chapter 1089. Lan Xiner waited for 4 whole months. On this day, the door to Yi Chen's room was finally opened. Gongzi Yi. Lan Xiner welcomed Yi Chen as soon as he appeared in the living room. This time, Uncle Lin did not follow behind him. Miss Xiner. Yi Chen nodded with a relaxed look on his face. Lan Xiner observed Yi Chen's expression and saw that he seemed to be in a good mood. She thought to herself, did his swordsmanship improve again? How terrifying. But this is great. Asking him for advice now should have a high chance of success. Lan Xiner gestured with her hand and said, Gongzi Yi, I've already arranged a seat for you. Sit here. Okay. Lan Xiner probably had a favor to ask of him, and it was most likely related to swordsmanship. Yi Chen did not reject her. Kindness must be repaid. She let him board the blue leaf, which was a favor, even though she had accepted a fee. After eating and drinking, Lan Xiner looked at Yi Chen with her big blue eyes. Gongzi Yi, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you'll agree to it. Say it. Yi Chen waited for her to continue. I want Gongzi Yi to teach me swordsmanship. Lan Xiner went straight to the point. Without changing his expression, Yi Chen said, everyone's swordsmanship has its own style. The profoundness it contains is also different. The fusion points are also very different. I don't dare to teach you, but I can give you some pointers. Before that, let's go to the training field. Show me your swordsmanship. Gongzi Yi agreed. Lan Xiner did not expect things to go so smoothly. Let's go. Yi Chen stood up. Okay. Lan Xiner quickly stood up and led the way. On the training field, Lan Xiner performed the illusion swordsmanship and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen asked, what's the name of this swordsmanship? Illusion swordsmanship. Illusion swordsmanship. Nice name. Yi Chen continued, your illusion sword art contains the water profound and the light profound. Using the effect of water, you can make light refract or deflect to cover up the true location of your attack. However, you've been pursuing perfection too much, and you've neglected the practicality. There are some areas that don't need to be changed. If you change too much, it will not only waste your Jin Yuan, but also waste opportunities and reduce your lethality. Yi Chen's eyesight was very sharp. Lan Xian's illusory sword art could easily make people intoxicated, as if they were in a dream. If an ordinary sword artist encountered this sword art, they wouldn't even know how they died. However, ordinary sword artists were still ordinary sword artists. It didn't mean that all sword artists would be bewitched. On the contrary, a truly powerful sword artist would easily defeat Lan Xian by exploiting the flaws of the sword art. In other words, Lan Xian's sword technique could only be used to bully the weak. Against the strong, she would lose very quickly. This was a sword technique that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Then how do we change it? Lan Xiner asked. Very easy. You and I just need to practice for a while. There were some things that couldn't be conveyed with words. Normally, when a master taught his disciple, there were 2 steps. One was to teach by example, which meant that the master would first speak, and then personally teach. Lan Xian nodded, be careful. Illusory sword art's first movement, illusory heart. Lan Xiner's great sword was a light blue, top-grade great sword. Its blade was extremely thin, like a blue stream of water. When it sliced through the air, it created circles of light blue ripples. Along with the appearance of the ripples, the position of the sword refracted, making it hard to tell which angle she was going to attack from. Yi Chen didn't use force to break the technique, since that would be meaningless. He took out the demon slaughtering sword and pointed it at the center of the ripples. Splash. It was like the sound of flowing water. The ripples were completely messed up, and so was Lan Xian. Sword art. In the next second, Yi Chen's sword pierced through the messy ripples, and the tip of the sword was only a hair away from Lan Xian's forehead. The flaw of this move is that it isn't focused enough, and it changes too early. Actually, you can deal with changes by not changing. The moment you exchange blows with your opponent, you can create many changes. That way, even if your opponent discovers your flaw, he won't have time to deal with it and will instantly fall into a disadvantageous position. Yi Chen's own sword arts usually turned complicated into simple. This was because of his high level of sword arts, but it didn't mean that Yi Chen didn't know sword arts with many changes. Any set of sword arts actually had many changes, and within the changes, there would be more changes. However, no matter how many changes there were, it was just a process, and the goal was the same, to defeat the opponent. Is that so? Lan Xian'er's ordinary sword pierced over. Yi Chen raised his sword to meet the attack. Ding! The moment the two swords clashed, Lan Xian'er's sword art produced countless changes. Ripples spread out, enveloping Yi Chen. Not bad. You seem to have learned it long ago? Yi Chen stretched out his left hand, and two of his fingers clamped the tip of his opponent's sword. Lan Xian'er was shocked. Even her sister had to take the changes of this sword seriously, but Yi Chen could easily clamp it? My sister taught me this, but she could only modify the first move. She couldn't modify the second move, because she couldn't connect it with the rest. The illusory sword art only had two moves. The first was Illusory Heart, and the second was Illusory Dream. If she performed only one move, it wouldn't be complete. This was because this illusory sword art was a powerful sword art that Lan Xian'er had obtained from a mysterious mystic realm. It was called Illusory Heart Illusory Dream. Due to the high cultivation difficulty of the Illusory Heart Illusory Dream, Lan Xian'er had separated it into two moves. Although each move only had 1/10 of the essence, at least she could perform it. Don't worry. Your sister couldn't modify the second move because her modification of the first move wasn't thorough enough. The moment she fought with her opponent, her sword art would produce many changes. If her opponent blocked it, she could continue to produce many changes, and she could perform it endlessly. In this way, she would have finished accumulating power. The first move, Illusory Heart, was actually used to accumulate power for the second move, Illusory Dream. If she didn't accumulate enough power, she wouldn't be able to perform the second move. This was also why Lan Xian'er didn't use the first move that her sister had taught her, and still used her own first move. After all, only by performing two moves in a row would she be able to display the greatest power to deal with a stronger opponent. It was very difficult to produce so many changes in a row. However, it wasn't a problem for Yi Chen. If he used 100% of his power for the first attack, he would use 90% for the second attack, 80% for the third attack, and so on. This way, he could accumulate power and make his opponent tired. Under Yi Chen's guidance, Lan Xian'er finally completed the modification of the first move, Illusory Heart. She could produce the Illusory Heart 3 times in a row, although it wasn't perfect. Ding! 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 On the martial arts field, Lan Xian'er stabbed at Yi Chen with her sword. After it was blocked by Yi Chen, ripples spread out, and the dreamy second sword stabbed at Yi Chen's right shoulder. Yi Chen's wrist shook, and the Devil Slayer sword easily blocked the second sword. The ripples continued to spread, and the third sword came, stabbing at the center of Yi Chen's eyebrows. Each sword was faster and more dreamy than the one before. If it was another swordsman whose strength was not as strong as Yi Chen, but who was stronger than Lan Xian'er, he would have already been defeated. In such a short period of time, it wasn't important whether he could see the flaw or not. Illusory Dream. The third sword was blocked. The light blue sword in Lan Xian'er's hand drew a circle. As this circle formed, the light blue ripples that had yet to dissipate silently collapsed, turning into a misty blue rain that completely enveloped Yi Chen. This misty rain was dreamy and illusory. Even if he closed his eyes, he could feel the beauty that didn't exist in this world. It was as if this blue misty rain not only enveloped his body, but also his soul. However, who knew that hidden behind the blue misty rain was a fatal blue sword light? It blended into the misty rain and quietly approached. Chi, the blue misty rain separated, and the sword light collapsed. At the same time, another extremely sharp sword light burst forth, heading straight for Lan Xian'er's face. Lan Xian'er was so scared that she took 3 steps back. Yi Chen smiled, put away the Devil Slayer sword, and said, "The first move is almost done. However, to perfect it is not something that can be done in a day. It requires time and effort. Now, let's start with the second move, Yi Chen suddenly felt the blue leaf pause for a moment. We've arrived at Firebird Planet. Lan Xian'er closed her eyes. When she opened them, she was a little annoyed. "We've arrived so quickly?" Yichen was a little surprised. He and Lan Xian'er had only stayed in the martial arts field for a dozen days. Adding the 3 months and 4 months before that, they had only been there for a total of 8 months. When the blue leaf began to travel through space, it was 600,000 light-years away from Firebird Planet. Lan Xian'er explained, "The speed of a heavenly monarch warship is 3 times that of a king warship. In 8 months, it is exactly 600,000 light-years. So that's how it is." "May I know the price of a king warship and a heavenly monarch warship?" If he had enough source stones, Yichen wanted to buy a heavenly monarch warship. Lan Xian'er said, "Warships are divided into different sizes. From small to large, they are small warships, medium warships, and large warships. A small king warship costs about 3,000 to 5,000 source stones. A medium king warship costs 10,000 to 15,000 source stones. A large king warship costs 30,000 to 50,000 source stones. As for a heavenly monarch warship, the price is about 50 times that of a king warship. For example, a small heavenly monarch warship costs 150,000 to 200,000 source stones. A medium king warship costs 500,000 to 700,000 source stones. A large king warship costs 1.5 million to 2 million source stones. So expensive." Yichen was a little shocked. He naturally knew the value of source stones. It was not an exaggeration to say that one source stone was equivalent to tens of thousands of top-quality spirit stones. In this way, a small king warship would cost more than 100 million top-quality spirit stones. A small heavenly monarch warship would cost more than 5 billion top-quality spirit stones. It was an astronomical figure. Moreover, this blue leaf was a medium heavenly monarch warship, and its price was much higher than a small heavenly monarch warship, costing more than 15 billion top-quality spirit stones. That's natural. Above heavenly monarch warship is the Emperor warship. The cheapest small Emperor warship costs more than 30 million source stones. The defensive cover of an Emperor warship can withstand continuous attacks from a 6th-layer heavenly monarch. A peak Emperor warship can even withstand continuous attacks from a 7th-layer Life and Death King. The Firebird star was a large, light red star with a diameter of 27 million kilometers. Such a large star could be clearly seen even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away. The distance between the blue leaf and the Firebird star was only tens of thousands of kilometers. At a glance, the gigantic Firebird star filled one's line of sight. It was boundless. Besides the blue leaf, there were thousands of puppet battleships around it. Most of them were King-class battleships. There were small, medium, and large ones. Of course, there were also many heavenly king battleships. There were at least 1 or 2 among the dozens of battleships. As for Emperor battleships, there was no need to think about them. The Firebird planet was just a small planet with life, so it was impossible for it to have an Emperor battleship. Begin decelerating. In the universe, there was very little resistance and friction. In the atmosphere, the resistance was very high. If they didn't decelerate, the entire blue leaf would burn up. After all, the Firebird planet was different from Elysium. In Elysium, once one's speed reached a certain level, they would directly enter the void. However, the space of the Firebird planet was the space of the universe. It was very stable. No matter how fast one was, it was impossible to enter the void. When one's speed reached a frightening level, the friction would be terrifying. In other words, regardless of whether it was a puppet battleship or a martial artist, they would not be able to increase their speed to the limit within the atmosphere of the Firebird planet. Even 1/10 of their speed would be enough. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, strong air currents assaulted the blue leaf, causing it to sway slightly. However, the blue leaf quickly adapted to the air currents of the Firebird planet and began to stabilize. Lan Xian'er explained to Yichen, the Firebird planet has very little ocean. 90% of the planet is made up of land, and most of the land is unsuitable for human habitation because earthquakes and volcanic eruptions often occur there. Only 30% of the land is suitable for human habitation. This 30% is divided into 3 continents. The largest is the Firebird continent, followed by the Flaming Wind continent, and then the Ironbone continent. My blue leaf family is located in the southeast of the Firebird continent. The Firebird planet seems to have a lot of metal mines. Through the hull of the blue leaf, Yichen's soul force radiated outwards. The ground below was filled with mines and miners. Every time a batch of ore was mined, a large puppet carriage would come forward to transport it. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Xianxia nodded. The Firebird star is a fire element star. Metal mines can be found on more than half of the continent. Every year, we have to transport a large amount of metal to other planets with life. Because of this, although the Firebird star is located at the edge, it is very lively. Tens of thousands of puppet battleships come and go. Most of them are here to buy metals. Of course, many of them are here to buy weapons. The weapon forging industry on the Firebird star is very prosperous. Every city has dozens of weapon forging shops. There are dozens of weapon forging shops in every city? Yichen could not help but be shocked. In Elysium, there were very few blacksmiths who could forge weapons. More than 99% of the weapons were passed down from ancient times. Yichen did not think that the weapons she was talking about were normal weapons. They were definitely weapons of the artifact level. Dozens of weapon forging shops in a city could not even be described as prosperous. Indeed, weapon forging is the main industry on the Firebird star, and weapon forging is only second to warriors. From low to high, they are low-rank blacksmiths, mid-rank blacksmiths, upper-rank blacksmiths, and the most noble extreme-rank blacksmiths. An extreme-rank blacksmith status is much higher than normal kings. Of course, to become an extreme-rank blacksmith, one has to be at least at the Sea of Souls realm. While the two were talking, the blue leaf began to land. This was a huge city in the southeastern part of the Firebird continent. The walls of the entire city were built with a special kind of stone. The surface of the walls gave off a faint glow, and it seemed to have a pretty good defensive power. In the center of the city was a huge square. Hundreds of puppet warships were parked neatly in the square. This is the battleship parking area of our Blue Leaf family. Since a lot of people use battleships for business, we park them here instead of putting them away. Of course, these are all King-class battleships. Sky King-class battleships would not be left outside casually. The cabin door opened, and a group of people walked down from the Blue Leaf. "Second young miss, you are finally back." In the plaza, a group of people with the Blue Leaf symbol on their clothes were already waiting. The leader seemed to be a housekeeper, but his cultivation was not low at all. He was at the first sky of life and death realm. Xianxia said, "Housekeeper Lu, how is my sister now?" "Still unconscious." Housekeeper Lu shook his head. Nodding, Xianxia said, "As long as it doesn't worsen, it's fine. I've already brought back the resurrection fruit. It can definitely cure sister." As she spoke, she turned around and looked at Yichen. "Mr. Yi? Why don't you stay in my Lan family for a few days? After I cure my sister, I can take you to tour the Firebird planet." "No need. I am used to being alone. In a strange place, it should be interesting to explore alone." "Alright then." Although she had not spent a lot of time with Yichen, Xianxia knew that once Yichen made up his mind, he would not change it. "Go on with your business. I will take a stroll in this city first." Waving his hand, Yichen walked toward the nearest street. "Second young miss, who is he?" Housekeeper Lu saw that Xianxia seemed to care a lot about Yichen, so he asked. Xianxia said, "A very powerful sword artist." "Let's not talk about this anymore. Take me to see my sister." "Alright." Before leaving, Housekeeper Lu sized up Yichen's back. "A very powerful sword artist? Young Master Firebird, are you letting him go just like that?" A young king beside young Master Firebird said. "Then what do you want?" Yichen did not say anything even though he had suffered a loss once. A swordsman like him would not be a nameless nobody. Maybe he was a genius from another planet. At that time, there would be others to entertain him. As for me, as long as I enter the fourth layer, I will have more or less confidence. There will be no need for me to cause trouble. Young Master Firebird did not want to immediately regain his dignity, nor did he want to rely on his family's power. This was the rule of a life star. In a battle between geniuses, relying on family's power would be a joke. Interesting. Although he had already left, young Master Firebird's voice still reached Yi Chen's ears. This city was called Blue Leaf City, which belonged to the Blue Leaf family. It occupied a vast area, spanning 1,000 li. Just as Lan Xian'er had said, the Firebird planet was indeed a star with a well-developed weapon forging industry. Basically, every main street had a weapon shop that specialized in selling all kinds of weapons. Blue Leaf City had more than 200 weapon shops. Of course, Blue Leaf City was a big city in the Firebird planet. Ordinary cities would have dozens of weapon shops. Arriving at a weapon shop with the Blue Leaf logo, Yi Chen entered. The weapon shop was very spacious, with 5 floors in total. The first floor had the most of the low-grade artifacts, with all kinds of them. Just the low-grade artifacts on the counter alone numbered in the thousands. The second floor had mid-grade artifacts, while the third floor had upper-grade artifacts. The fourth floor had semi-extreme grade artifacts, and according to the staff, the fifth floor had pseudo-extreme grade artifacts and extreme grade artifacts. However, extreme grade artifacts were extremely rare, and most of the time, they were out of stock. Arriving at the fourth floor, Yi Chen checked the prices. The lowest price for a semi-extreme grade artifact is 1,000 extreme grade spirit stones, and the highest is 5,000. It seems very cheap. The fourth floor and below all used extreme grade spirit stones as the unit of measurement. 1,000 extreme grade spirit stones would be equivalent to 5 million upper grade spirit stones. In Elysium, 5 million upper grade spirit stones would not be enough to buy a semi-extreme grade artifact. Compared to upper grade artifacts, the price of a semi-extreme grade artifact would be dozens or even 100 times higher. You're right. Although Elysium is huge, it is still not bigger than the universe. Some of the materials that are rarely seen in Elysium might be very common in the universe. Plus, the weapon forging industry here is too developed, which leads to the weapons being of high quality and low price. On the 5th floor, HM? The cheapest pseudo-extreme grade artifact costs 10 yuan stones. 10 yuan stones were equivalent to hundreds of thousands of extreme grade spirit stones. The most expensive one is 50. There were dozens of pseudo-extreme grade artifacts, which was not a small amount. Unfortunately, there were only a few extreme grade artifacts, not even one. They had probably all been sold. What is the price of an extreme grade artifact on the Firebird planet? Yi Chen asked the shop assistant on the 5th floor. The shop assistant was very observant. Hearing Yi Chen's question, he immediately knew that he was not from the Firebird planet, so he said, extreme grade artifacts are very rare no matter where you go. Low extreme grade artifacts cost around 200 to 300 yuan stones. Mid-extreme grade ones cost 500 to 700 yuan stones, and high extreme grade ones cost 1,000 to 1,500 yuan stones. Above that, there are Sky King grade artifacts that cost more than 2,000 yuan stones. In other words, I can buy a mid-extreme grade artifact with the money I paid on the Blue Leaf? Yi Chen already had a rough idea of the purchasing power of yuan stones. According to Lan Xian'er, a large King grade battleship would cost more than 30,000 yuan stones. 10 of them would be 300,000 yuan stones. Even a normal Sky King grade battleship would cost 150,000 yuan stones. If I want to survive here, this amount of yuan stones is not enough. I have to think of other ways to earn more. Do you buy artifacts here? Yi Chen asked again. Of course. Coming to the counter, Yi Chen took out a pseudo-extreme grade sword and handed it to the shopkeeper. Good sword. It actually contains such a powerful destruction sword intent. The shopkeeper was shocked. How much? Normally, a pseudo-extreme grade artifact's price is between 10 to 50 yuan stones. This sword, I can give you 60 yuan stones. The shopkeeper said with a smile. All right. Yi Chen nodded. He did not really want to sell the sword. He just wanted to see if the sword he had made would be popular here. It seemed like it was not bad at all. With 60 source stones in hand, Yi Chen did not leave immediately. After thinking for a while, he pulled out the demon slaughtering sword from his waist. What about this sword? This is a top-quality high-level sword. The shopkeeper's eyesight was very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that this was an extremely rare top-quality high-level sword. Generally speaking, low-level top-quality swords were often sold in weapon shops, and were considered expensive luxury goods. Middle-level top-quality swords would only be sold once every few months, and as for top-quality high-level swords, one might not even be seen in 3 to 5 years. Some weapon shops would open their entire lives without having a top-quality high-level sword for sale. But it's a pity, the shopkeeper suddenly shook his head. What's a pity? Yi Chen asked. The shopkeeper looked at Yi Chen. This sword's most precious material should be the crimson essence, but the person who forged it did not use the crimson essence's power to its limit, and it did not completely fuse with the other materials. I once saw a sword that contained the crimson essence, and that sword felt as if the spirit and flesh were one. This sword is still lacking a little, and correspondingly, that sword's grade was also higher than this one. It was a heavenly king grade sword. So that's how it is. Yi Chen nodded. In the entire Elysium, he was the only one who could forge top-quality swords, and it felt like he was building a car behind closed doors. On the other hand, on Firebird Planet, the weapon forging industry was unprecedentedly developed, and they naturally sought perfection. As if knowing that Yi Chen did not really want to sell this sword, the shopkeeper returned the demon slaughtering sword to Yi Chen and said, although the forging of this sword is lacking a little, the material is not bad, and it contains a powerful destruction sword intent. Its value far surpasses other top-quality high-level swords. I estimate it to be around 2,500 source stones. This was not a low price. Under normal circumstances, top-quality high-level treasures were worth between 1,000 to 1,500, so 2,500 source stones was equivalent to 2 top-quality high-level treasures. Leaving the weapon shop, Yi Chen walked towards the general store. He needed a map of Firebird Planet. Young master, our maps here are divided into many grades. The lowest is a paper map, and the highest is a star-shrinking device. The general store shopkeeper introduced. Star-shrinking device? Let me see. Yi Chen was a little curious. Wait a moment, young master. The shopkeeper walked into the room behind the counter. When he came out, he was holding a crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball was fixed on a black square block of wood, sparkling and translucent. This is the star-shrinking machine? Yi Chen sensed a mysterious fluctuation from it. That's right. Young master, you can inject a strand of your soul power into it. The shopkeeper said with a smile. All right. After nodding slightly, a strand of soul force emerged from between Yi Chen's eyebrows and silently entered the star-shrinking device. In the next moment, an image appeared in Yi Chen's mind. It was the miniature of a pale red star, exactly the same as the Firebird star. As he concentrated, he discovered that this Firebird star could be enlarged. First, it was the Firebird continent, then the southeast part of the Firebird continent, then Blue Leaf City. Finally, the entire structure of Blue Leaf City was displayed clearly. He could even see the location of the street he was on. What a marvelous technique. Yi Chen sighed. The shopkeeper asked curiously, what? Is this young master's first time seeing a star-shrinking device? That's right. My hometown is in a certain world, not a star with life. Yi Chen explained. Hee, indeed. Star-shrinking devices can only be found on stars with life. The shopkeeper smiled, indicating that he understood. How much is the star-shrinking device? Yi Chen decided to buy it. The star-shrinking devices of the Firebird star are all 10 yuan stones. It's the same everywhere. Young master can rest assured. It's not that expensive. 10 yuan stones were equivalent to hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. For life and death kings, it was still acceptable, but for Sea of Soul realm experts, it was too expensive. Here. Handing over 10 yuan stones, Yi Chen put away the star-shrinking device. Excuse me, do you have any supreme-grade sword forging books or books introducing supreme-grade metals? After solving the problem of the map, Yi Chen turned his attention to the sword forging art. His sword forging art had many flaws and was not perfect. In fact, the sword forging art he had obtained in Gemstone Islands only touched upon a trace of supreme-grade sword forging art. Being able to forge supreme-grade swords was entirely due to Yi Chen's comprehension of sword Dao and powerful perception. If it were another sword-forging genius, it would be difficult to forge a pseudo-supreme grade sword. Yes, but a lot. Moreover, the price is not cheap. The shopkeeper said. I'll take as many as you have. Yi Chen's expression became spirited. Soon, the shopkeeper took out a small chest and opened it, revealing jade strips inside. Young master, these are all top-grade sword-forging technique jade strips. After pouring your soul energy into them, the sword-forging technique knowledge in the jade strips will enter your mind. After using it once, the jade strips will become useless. The function of jade strips was to prevent knowledge from leaking, just like profound sense martial skills. How much is one strip? 1 yuan stone. Do you mind if I look through a few first? Don't worry, I'll pay for the ones I've looked through. No problem. Taking out a jade strip, Yi Chen poured his soul power inside. Supreme grade fire attribute sword forging art, he took out another one. Supreme grade earth attribute sword forging art. Supreme grade water attribute sword forging art. Supreme grade metal attribute sword forging art. Supreme grade Xianxia sword forging art. Supreme grade extreme yin sword forging art. After reading through 7 or 8 jade scrolls in one breath, Yi Chen had a feeling of being enlightened. The sword forging knowledge inside was not very detailed. It was just the basics, and some parts were even unclear. If it were a normal top-rank sword forger, they would be completely lost. However, Yi Chen's understanding of the sword Dao had already reached an unimaginable level. Even the tiniest bit of extreme rank sword forging knowledge would be able to gradually improve him. Therefore, this extreme rank sword forging knowledge was undoubtedly a priceless treasure for him. Alright, I'll take them all. A total of 24 yuan stones. The shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. To be honest, these top-grade sword forging technique jade strips weren't some kind of secret that couldn't be passed on to others. They were merely the most basic knowledge. If one thought that buying a top-grade sword forging technique jade strip would allow one to forge a top-grade treasured sword, that would be the ravings of a fool. It was like giving a peerless secret cultivation technique. Without the guidance of a master, one wouldn't know how to cultivate. Everything had to be supported by the details. True supreme grade sword forging art wasn't for sale. Those famous sword forging masters wouldn't pass down their secret sword forging art to others. Even when they taught their disciples, they would only pass down a bit of it from time to time. Unless the disciple was their direct disciple, the majority of the disciples wouldn't be able to learn it. Naturally, the shopkeeper was happy to sell a set of supreme grade sword forging art. Gongzi, you've taken care of quite a lot of my business this time. I'll give you this set of books introducing metal materials. The shopkeeper took out a huge box and placed it in front of Yi Chen. Supreme grade metal material introduction. Supreme grade metal material introduction. Supreme grade metal material introduction. Just like the supreme grade sword forging art, the books on supreme grade metal material introduction were categorized into different categories. Many thanks. Yi Chen accepted it without hesitation. Compared to the other items he had bought, these books weren't worth much. Otherwise, the shopkeeper wouldn't be so generous as to give him a set. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Yi Chen had not only digested the knowledge of 24 supreme grade sword forging art, but he had also finished reading all the books introducing metal materials. It's time to purchase some supreme grade sword forging art. Forging swords could strengthen Yi Chen's foundation. The reason why Yi Chen's sword Dao could advance by leaps and bounds was due to the countless swords he had forged. There were many things that one could comprehend by analogy, and the same went for sword forging. After all, it wasn't easy to comprehend martial arts and profoundness. By the end of the day, Yi Chen had purchased a large amount of supreme grade sword forging art. Just the most common star iron alone cost Yi Chen tens of millions of jin. Of course, although it looked heavy, it was only the size of a small fake mountain. Supreme grade sword forging art was extremely mysterious. Although it didn't look big, a piece of metal the size of a fist weighed thousands of jin. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to forge a supreme grade sword forging art that could change its size at will. It's a pity that I don't have enough primal stones. Yi Chen had spent more than half of the primal stones he had. Fortunately, the supreme grade sword forging art was enough for him to forge hundreds of supreme grade sword forging art. Even if they were all inferior supreme grade sword forging art, they would still be worth 2 to 300,000 primal stones. However, Yichen knew that this was only in theory. With Yichen's current experience of forging one supreme grade sword forging art, it would be good if he had a 10% success rate. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't even have a 1% success rate. No matter what they did, they would have to pay the tuition fee first. This was also the reason why there were very few solitary supreme grade sword forgers. Out of 100, there would only be 1 or 2. Most of the supreme grade sword forgers had the support of super families and sections. Normal families and sects wouldn't have so many primal stones to spend. The price of raising a supreme grade sword forger was very shocking. Without primal stones, even if you were a peerless genius, you would still have to stand aside. Correspondingly, on the Firebird planet, those with supreme grade sword forging art would have a very prestigious status, much higher than normal kings. Many powerful kings would fight to send gifts to them, begging them to forge supreme grade sword forging art. Looks like I should sell the 10 demons battleships. I can't use them anyway. The demons battleships were very valuable, and it would be too wasteful to keep them. Once they were used, the upper echelons of the demons might notice them. Maybe I can sell them to her. Yichen thought of Xianxia. In the center of Blue Leaf City, there was a manor that looked like a small city. The manor was divided into 5 parts, east, west, south, and center. 2 young women were sparring in the training field of the southern manor. Of these 2 women, one was Xianxia, and the other looked a bit like Xianxia. However, her face was more angular, and she looked very cold. This was Xianxia's older sister, Xianxia. She was ranked second among Planet Firebird's 10 heroes. Ding ding ding, the sound of swords clashing rang out incessantly. Sparks flew everywhere, and when the aftershock spread out, mysterious ripples appeared around the martial arts field. These ripples had the effect of absorbing the aftershocks, so although the fight between the 2 seemed to be extremely intense, the damage caused was rather limited. Sister, be careful. Illusion. A blue misty rain burst out and enveloped Xianxia. With a flick of her wrist, the light blue sword in Xianxia's hand was like a flowing spring. It merged with the blue misty rain and attacked Xianxia. Huh? Xianxia had a hard time dealing with the previous illusory heart. The only reason she was able to do so was because Xianxia's swordplay wasn't very proficient. She hadn't reached the stage where her heart and sword were connected. Even so, Xianxia was shocked. 5 years ago, in terms of swordplay, Xianxia was much weaker than her. She even helped her modify the illusory heart. Could it be that Xianxia had improved so much in the past 5 years that her swordplay was catching up to her? The illusory heart's suppression on her was too great. Once the illusory heart appeared, Xianxia could no longer reverse the situation. However, at that moment, a powerful sword force exploded from her body. She used force to break Xianxia's sword light. Hee, sister, the power you used just now was more than mine. Xianxia smiled. When they sparred, they always used the same amount of power. It was just swordsmanship. You win this time. Xianxia let out a breath of turbid air and smiled. Putting away her sword, Xianxia said, I'm satisfied to be able to beat you by 1 move. Next time, let's have a proper spar. The so-called sparring was to test each other's sword techniques. Xianxia didn't think that her sister would lose to her in a real fight. Her opponent could easily disrupt her sword techniques in the middle of the fight, instead of allowing her to use them freely. Okay. Xianxia nodded and asked curiously, is this the result of your 5 years? No, on the way back, a powerful swordsman taught me. Although we've only been together for a dozen days, I feel that my understanding of sword skills has deepened. Xianxia thought of Yichen. A powerful swordsman. Could he be an elder? Xianxia subconsciously thought that the person teaching her was a famous swordsman with a lot of seniority. This kind of thing happened often. Some seniors would occasionally teach young people they liked and even take them in as disciples. Prince Jinghong, who was ranked first among Planet Firebird's 10 heroes, was taken in as a disciple by an emperor-class swordsman. Big sister guessed wrong again. The one who taught me was a young swordsman. He looked even younger than me, probably only 36 or 37 years old. Lan Xiner seemed to enjoy seeing her sister being defeated. She blinked her eyes. A 36 or 37-year-old swordsman taught you? Lan Xiner was really shocked. 36 or 37 years old was indeed too young for their realm. Planet Firebird's 10 heroes were all over 40 years old. Don't underestimate this gap of 3 or 4 years. It was very likely that their strength had increased tenfold. It seemed that only those geniuses on the Heavenly King list could be this powerful at this age. Lan Xiner couldn't help but be extremely curious about the young swordsman her sister spoke of. Tell me about him, Yi Zichen said. Lan Xiner said. Okay. Lan Xiner didn't keep her in suspense. She told her everything that had happened to Yi Chen on the blue leaf. When she talked about how Yi Chen had defeated Yi Chen in one move, a strange light flashed in Lan Xiner's eyes. According to her sister's description, she guessed that Yi Chen had used the vibration sword art. However, being able to knock away Yi Chen's sword and shatter his arm without using true yuan meant that the other's research on the power of vibration had reached a terrifying level. You're saying that you only used the illusion sword art once, and he already pointed out the flaw and modified it? Lan Xiner couldn't help but blurt out. Lan Xiner nodded, that's right. At that time, his suggestion was the same as yours. But when I told him that the modified illusion heart and illusion dream couldn't be combined, he immediately raised his opinion. He said that your modification wasn't thorough enough and didn't get to the point. In the next 10 days, a new illusion heart appeared. Amazing. I really want to meet him. An intense battle intent surged in Lan Xiner's eyes. As a sword artist, there was no one who didn't want to fight against a powerful sword artist. She had fought against Graceful Prince dozens of times, but the latter had an emperor-grade sword artist guiding him. She was not his opponent at all. Moreover, Graceful Prince's cultivation base was also higher than hers, having reached the 5th layer of life and death realm. He occupied a spot on the Heavenly King list, although his ranking was quite low. I also want to meet him. The illusion heart has been modified, but the illusion dream has not. Only after these two moves are modified will I be able to see the true essence of this mysterious sword art. Lan Xiner sighed. Second lady, there's a young sword artist outside looking for you. He asked me to inform you. Suddenly, a guard ran in and said loudly. Young sword artist? Is it young Master Yi? Lan Xiner's eyes brightened as she said, is he wearing blue clothes? Yes. The guard nodded. Bring him here, quickly. Soon, Yi Chen arrived under the guard's lead. Young Master Yi. Lan Xiner went up to greet him. Lady Xiner, Yi Chen is here to visit. I hope I didn't disturb you. Yi Chen had a smile on his face. While speaking, he sized up the elegant lady beside Lan Xiner, and this is my sister Lan Xiner. Sister, he is the Yi Chen I mentioned. Lan Xiner introduced the two. I'm Yi Chen. Nice to meet you. Yi Chen nodded. Lan Xiner, I've heard about you from Xianxia. Thank you for helping her modify her sword art. Lan Xiner nodded and sized up Yi Chen. Yi Chen, dressed in blue and carrying a sword, gave people a quiet and slightly mysterious feeling. There was no sword aura on his body, but it was impossible to ignore. It seemed that he could cut the sky and earth with a wave of his sleeve and walk freely in the starry sky. Of course, this was purely Lan Xiner's subconscious feeling. Ordinary swordsmen couldn't sense this. Lady Xiner is talented and intelligent. I just gave her some pointers. Yi Chen could see that Lan Xiner was more than 10 times stronger than Lan Xiner. Whether it was sword aura, sword essence, or aura, they were all much stronger. Young Master Yi, this way please. I'll make you some tea. On the small lake next to the training field, there was a pavilion. Lan Xiner invited Yi Chen to the pavilion. Taking a sip of tea, Yi Chen said directly, Lady Xiner, I came here this time to ask you for a favor. If you think it's too troublesome, then don't force yourself. What is it? As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. Lan Xiner asked. Can you help me sell these demons' battleships? Yi Chen took out a demon's battleship from his storage ring. It was 700 to 800 meters long and floated above the lake. Large puppet battleships. They belonged to the demons. Xianxia couldn't help but say. Indeed, I took this demon's battleship from the demons. However, the aura on it is too obvious, and it could easily attract the attention of the demons. So, I want to sell it. Xianxia laughed. It's a piece of cake. We humans and the demons have always been enemies. Getting their demons' battleships is normal. These demons' battleships can be modified to remove the demonic aura on them, so the demons won't be able to recognize them. You said that there are more of them? 9 more. Yichen nodded. Hiss, Xianxia and Xianxia exchanged a look. Taking 10 large demons' battleships in one go was not an easy task. Usually, when the large demons' battleships appeared, the demon army would definitely appear. There would be a lot of demon kings inside. So, how did they get 10 demons' battleships? Of course, they wouldn't get to the bottom of this. This was someone else's secret. These demons' battleships are large king-class battleships. Their price is between 30 to 50,000, but not lower than 30,000. I can only give you 300,000 primeval stones for 10 of them. I'll give you the rest after I sell them. Xianxia said. No problem. He was already very satisfied that she was willing to help him with this. Where can I buy a heavenly king-class battleship? Yichen asked again. Xianxia answered for Xianxia. The Flaming Bird continent has 3 main cities. Only the main cities have heavenly king-class battleships for auction. As far as I know, in 3 months, Flaming City will hold a large-scale auction. At that time, there will definitely be a heavenly king-class battleship. Flaming City? Yichen had already memorized the names of all the cities on the Flaming Bird planet. Flaming City was more than 3 million miles away from Lanya City. Next, Yichen handed the 10 demons' battleships to Xianxia. Xianxia withdrew 300,000 primeval stones from the Lanya family and gave it to Yichen. Young Master Yi, I'm very interested in your sword skills. I wonder if I can spar with Xianxia? After the business was done, Xianxia asked Yichen for a spar. Alright. Yichen was very straightforward. After all, Xianxia had only helped him once. No matter what, he had to give her sister some face. This way, please. Xianxia didn't expect Yichen to be so straightforward. He gestured with his hand. When they arrived at the training field, Yichen and Xianxia stood dozens of meters apart. As for Xianxia, she stood far away, holding her breath. I wonder how intense the spar will be. Please. Xianxia pulled out her red sword. Her eyes sharpened. Even from a distance, Xianxia felt a prickling sensation on her skin. She had experienced her sister's strength more than once or twice. Go all out. Yichen did not pull out the demon-slaying sword. He merely stood there, and a faintly discernible sword aura locked onto Xianxia. It was different from other people's sword aura. Yichen's sword aura contained softness within hardness and hardness within softness. Under the lock of this sword aura, Xianxia felt a subtle sense of fear for the first time, and her hair stood on end. What level of sword aura is this? Xianxia knew that if she did not make a move now, she would not have the courage to do so. Yichen's strength was beyond her imagination. The Yichen that her sister Xianxia spoke of was not as strong as the Yichen in front of her. No, it was not even half as strong. Facing Yichen, she felt that she was full of flaws and was full of danger. Wind God leaves. Xianxia immediately used her ultimate move. Her figure flashed, and a blazing red light slashed out. This red light seemed overbearing, but in reality, it was extremely agile and ethereal. It was like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Any breeze could change its trajectory, making it difficult for the opponent to guard against it. Good move, but it's better to be more pure. With a ding sound, sparks flew everywhere. Yichen blocked the sword. Hurricane Divine Fire. Using the power of Yichen's sword, Xianxia's body shot up into the sky. In the next moment, she swooped down in an even more ferocious manner. Her red sword swept out, and a strong scarlet hurricane swept across the world. It was powerful, but if one really thought that this move was overbearing and rough, they would be wrong. Yichen clearly felt that the scorching hurricane sword aura contained countless vortexes. They grew and multiplied endlessly, advancing wave after wave. Once one fell into this hurricane sword aura, they could only passively take a beating, as if they were trapped in a swamp. Good move. Yichen didn't retreat, but advanced instead. His figure flickered, directly cutting into the hurricane sword chi. However, what made Lan Xian'er alarmed was that Yi Chen's figure was like a ghost that didn't seem like a human's body. There was no gap in between, and he forcibly passed through. As he passed through, the hurricane sword chi was like a wave that had been split apart, spraying to the sides. Ding! Metal and iron clashed, and the red sword in Lan Xian'er's hand flew out of her hand. Then, Yi Chen's sword was pointed at the space between her eyebrows. It was clean and efficient, without any hesitation. Lan Xian'er, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Her sister had been defeated without any suspense. Compared to her sister's sword technique, Yi Chen hadn't used any powerful sword technique at all. He seemed to have completely seen through her sister's sword technique's flaw and then magnified it to the limit. Lan Xian'er's expression changed several times as her treasured sword was knocked away. Clang, sheathing the Demon Slayer sword, Yi Chen said, "There are actually no flaws in your sword technique. However, in the end, everything has to be simplified. You should develop in the direction of simplicity and not rigidly adhere to the form. Once you achieve the goal of simplifying and returning to complexity, you will have new insights." There was no difference between complexity and simplicity. One was acquired, and the other was innate. They were used to verify each other. When your sword technique was incomparably simple, it could move towards complexity and change. When it reached the limit of complexity, it could become simple, and then continue to be complex. It was an endless cycle, with almost no end. Of course, the further you went, the more difficult it would be, and the more powerful it would be. Destroying the world and creating the world would only take a single thought. Please guide me on my sword technique. Out of the expectations of Yi Chen and Lan Xian'er, Lan Xian'er suddenly bent down and begged Yi Chen for guidance. She was not her sister, Lan Xian'er. After sparring with Yi Chen, she knew how terrifying Yi Chen was. Perhaps in the previous exchange, he had only revealed a trace of his ability. The killer move, Hurricane God Fire, was invulnerable in her eyes. Even Prince Jinghong had to rely on absolute strength and speed to break it. However, in the eyes of Yi Chen, it was so fragile that it could not withstand a single blow. The mysterious swordsman in front of her had completely conquered Lan Xian'er's heart. She knew that if she did not ask Yi Chen for guidance today, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Sister. Lan Xian'er had just recovered from the shock, and her expression immediately froze. In her impression, her sister was a person who looked tough on the outside but was soft on the inside. She was swift and decisive, sometimes very stubborn, and very opinionated. She had never thought that her sister would throw away her pride and ask Yi Chen for guidance. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. The other party's action had stunned him for a moment. Forget it. It doesn't matter if it's one less or one more. Does your Lanya family have a place for forging swords? Yi Chen did not reply directly. Yes. Our Lanya family is a family of swordsmiths. We have dozens of swordsmithing courtyards. I will arrange the best one for you, Lan Xian'er said. Thank you. During this period, if I have time, I will come here to give you some pointers. Yi Chen could not waste his time on the two of them. He could only occasionally give them pointers. You agree? Lan Xian'er's face lit up. The swordsmithing courtyard that Lan Xian'er arranged for Yi Chen was one of the three great courtyards of the Lanya family, the Earthfire courtyard. Of course, the courtyard was mainly used for resting. The place for forging swords was 1,000 meters below the courtyard. The Firebird star was a fire-attributed star. The temperature and purity of the earth fire were very high. After being processed by the flame gathering array, the flame amplification array, the flame purification array, and the flame condensation array, the flames produced were as red as blood. They could melt almost any top-grade metal without any effort. Ding ding dang dang, having found a suitable place, Yi Chen started to forge the great sword day and night, without sleeping or resting. However, Yi Chen did not just casually forge top-grade swords. He planned to start with top-grade swords of the metal and water elements. Because he had already perfected the metal and water profound, the success rate should be much higher. The higher the success rate, the more profit he would make after recovering his costs. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Yichen walked out of the scorching hot ground. What made him dumbfounded was that Lan Xian'er and Lan Xian'er were sitting on the grass in the courtyard. From their posture, it seemed like they had been sitting there for many days. "What are you doing?" Yichen said helplessly. Lan Xian'er said seriously, waiting for young Master Yi to come out. "When I come out, I will inform you." "There is no need to waste a lot of time here," Lan Xian'er said. "If we don't even have this little bit of patience, we are not worthy of young Master Yi's pointers. As for wasting time, I don't think so. Waiting will make our hearts more peaceful. It is not like we will not gain anything." "Then let's begin. Miss Xian'er, let's start with you." Yichen promised to help Lan Xian'er modify the dream. "Okay." Lan Xian'er nodded excitedly. This modification took 3 days. This was not because the modification of the dream was difficult, but because Lan Xian'er could not understand Yichen's modification. Fortunately, Lan Xian'er had been training with her. After 3 days, Lan Xian'er gradually mastered the new dream and improved significantly. When it came to Lan Xian'er, Yichen did not help her modify the sword moves. The other party's sword moves were self-created and could not compare to the ancient sword techniques that Lan Xian'er had obtained from the mysterious mystic realm. No matter how good the modification was, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. If the modification was too good, it would become Yichen's sword moves and not Lan Xian'er's. Therefore, Yichen only pointed at Lan Xian'er's weak points. For example, the most basic swordsmanship. Do not underestimate the basic swordsmanship. Any powerful swordsmanship was made up of the basic swordsmanship. It was just like the entire world was made up of energy particles. The better the basic swordsmanship, the better the foundation. It was like a skyscraper. If the foundation was not solid, the skyscraper would have safety problems. It could not be built higher or stronger. Before entering the sword world, Yichen's basic swordsmanship had already reached perfection. No one in Elysium could compare to him. After entering the sword world and seeing countless kinds of swordsmanship, Yichen's basic swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle. It was not an exaggeration to say that even the swordsmanship of the snow sword of Gojoseon and the star sword king was very immature in Yichen's eyes. At the beginning, Lan Xian'er did not think much of Yichen's pointers. She thought that he was looking down on her. But after one day, Lan Xian'er was completely convinced. The ordinary basic swordsmanship in Yichen's hands was like a god. It was to the point of turning something rotten into something magical. For example, when she did not use any true yuan, will, or sword power, a simple stab was 10 times stronger than hers. It was clearly the same amount of power. Basic swordsmanship can allow you to truly understand the way of the sword and understand how to control the sword energy. Don't think that comprehending the profoundness is everything. In fact, profoundness is also a way of using power. Before forging the sword, Yichen said a sentence that was easy to understand to Lan Xian'er. As for how much she understood, that was not something he could control. "Sister, what do you think young Master Yi's background is? Why do I feel like he knows everything? There are no secrets in his eyes." Looking at Yichen's back, Lan Xian'er came over. Lan Xian'er said, "There are countless geniuses in the universe, like stars in the sky. There are also many geniuses of the way of the sword. There will always be a few geniuses who walk in front of everyone else and understand mysteries that others do not. Young Master Yi is one of them." Time flowed like water. There was no turning back. It was already the last few days of the 3rd month. In the depths of the earth fire courtyard. In 3 months, I've scrapped 4 swords and forged 2 defective ones. However, I've also succeeded in forging 2 swords. 2 swords floated in front of Yichen. One was gold with a tinge of blue, filled with a masculine golden aura. The other was blue with a tinge of ink. The body of the sword seemed to contain a vast ocean. When forging a supreme-grade treasure sword, even a supreme-grade swordsmith's success rate was not very high. A 50% success rate was already a top supreme-grade swordsmith. A 30% success rate was a rather famous supreme-grade swordsmith. Although Yichen's talent in sword forging was not inferior to his comprehension of the way of the sword, his foundation was still shallow. His success rate was only above 10%. The treasure sword with a tinge of gold with a tinge of blue was a metal attribute sword. It was a low-grade supreme grade sword. Yichen had named it Star Cutter, meaning that it was unstoppable and tyrannical. The sword with a tinge of ink with a tinge of blue was a water attribute sword. It had reached the mid-grade supreme grade. Its name was Vast Ocean. The sword's power was vast and endless. On the ground, Lan Xiner and Lan Xiner were both practicing their swordsmanship. Sir Yi. Seeing Yichen come out, the two stopped. You've both improved a lot in the past 3 months. Miss Xiner, your swordsmanship is more decisive than before, and your sword intent will break through to level 7 soon. Miss Xianxia, your basic swordsmanship is improving every day. If you have another 3 months, you should be able to reach a higher level. Next, you'll have to rely on your own hard work. Relying on others can only last for a while. Yi Chen's eyes were as gentle as water. He swept his gaze over the two, as if all their secrets were no longer secrets to him. Sir Yi, are you going to Fire City? Lan Xiner asked. I've been on the Firebird planet for a while now. It's time to look around. I hope to see anew you the next time we meet. Goodbye. After saying this, Yichen directly rose into the sky and flew out of the city. He really left just like that. Lan Xiner pursed her lips. Don't worry. The next time we meet, I, Lan Xiner, will improve to a level that will shock you, Lan Xiner murmured with a determined look. The greater the pressure, the greater the improvement. The pressure on a planet with life is still too small. In the sky outside the city, Yichen thought to himself. Lan Xiner and Lan Xiner's talent was not much weaker than Elysium's Duguju and the others. However, in the same realm, their battle strength was barely satisfactory. In Elysium, the alien race's calamity was everyone's nightmare. In order to survive the calamity and defeat the invasion of the demons and the evil spirit race, everyone was desperately evolving. This kind of humiliation and pressure made them continuously become stronger and break through their limits. Swoosh, his protective true yuan rubbed against the atmosphere as Yichen flashed into the sky like a spark. Yuan Qing, have you heard? 3 months ago, the Rising Sun Sword King, Yu Chen, was defeated by a mysterious swordsman on the Blue Leaf. It said that he was defeated with one sword. The light red sky was as brilliant as fire. 2 figures flew side by side, their speed exceeding 1,000 times the speed of sound. The one who spoke was a young man on the left, with a shallow scar on his cheek. That's right. Although Yu Chen is a bit weaker than us and can't be ranked among the Firebird planet's 10 heroes, he is not a pushover. Defeating him with one sword strike is not an easy task. The bald youth on the right nodded. I'm not surprised that Yu Chen was defeated. What I'm concerned about is why young Master Firebird didn't make a move. Could it be that he's afraid of trouble? That makes sense. Don't be arrogant. However, that is just his appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ranked above the 2 of us, said the scarred youngster with a smile. If there was a knowledgeable person here, they would definitely recognize these 2 youths as Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing, who were ranked 6th and 8th among the Firebird planet's 10 heroes. Although Luo Yinkong's strength was only ranked 6th, his Qinggong was only below young Master Jinghong's, and Yuan Qing's hammer technique was exceptionally domineering. He was known as the Shattered Star King. Perhaps, young Master Firebird. One day, I will defeat him. Clenching his fists, Yuan Qing said. Hee, we can talk about the future in the future. Let's speed up. This time, the Fire City's ranking meeting was actually held 3 days in advance. Luckily, we got the news early. Luo Yinkong smiled and increased his speed. Indeed, on the Firebird planet, one's speed can only be increased to 1% without any resistance. The starfire continued to increase its speed, its outer layer burning with pure flames. In Elysium, once one's speed reached a certain level, one would be able to escape into the void, and the friction with the air would not be as strong. However, on the Firebird planet, no matter how fast one's speed was, one would not be able to escape into the void. This led to the higher one's speed, the greater the friction. Every time one increased their speed, the pressure they had to bear would multiply, and the consumption of Jin Yuan would also multiply. The speed gradually slowed down, maintaining a speed of 1,500 times the speed of sound. Yichen did not want to waste too much Jinyuan. He could fight with people for 3 days and 3 nights, or even 7 days and nights. However, he had a feeling that if he kept increasing his speed, his Jinyuan would be exhausted within 2 hours. This was an extremely frightening consumption rate, and it was also the law of the universe. The faster one's speed was, the more kinetic energy they would need. Even if he was proficient in the space profound, he could only slow down this rate. Fire City was one of the 3 main cities of the Firebird continent. It was different from the other cities. Flying was prohibited in the sky above Fire City, and everyone had to enter the city through the main gate. This was because the city lord of this city was the Leaf Flame Mystic Emperor. In the universe, if one wanted to become an emperor, their cultivation base had to be at the 7th sky of life and death realm, and the Leaf Flame Mystic Emperor was a 7th sky of life and death realm warrior. On the street outside the east gate of Fire City, there were countless figures of people. The number of people could not be counted. We're finally here. Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing landed on the street and walked toward the east gate. Eh? Suddenly, the two raised their heads at the same time, looking at the sky. That is? Swoosh, a tall figure descended. His figure was extremely heavy, giving off the feeling of a mountain or a vast ocean. However, when he landed on the ground, he felt as light as a feather, landing without a sound. It was as if the weight of his body had disappeared, and it was just an illusion. As this person landed, the surrounding noise disappeared completely, replaced by a deathly stillness. The people in the vicinity felt as if their bodies had gone numb, unable to move. Even moving a finger was difficult. Their eyes fixated on the descending figure as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. What a frightening blade chi! Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing's pupils dilated as they remained motionless. The person who came was very young. He looked to be in his 20s. His appearance was cold and extraordinary. He had a head of wild black hair. His eyebrows were like knives, and his eyes were like knives. His fluttering clothes gave people a kind of domineering sharpness when he drew his knife. His figure was tall and straight. He was more than 2 meters tall. Standing there, he was like a saber that could support heaven and earth. Lifeless blade artist, Lung Fifan. Luo Yinkong uttered these words with great difficulty. Crack, all of a sudden, Luo Yinkong's entire body seemed to have been electrocuted. His heart stopped beating, his blood stopped flowing, and his eyes became sluggish. All of this was caused by a casual glance from Lung Fifan. Too powerful. Is this the lifeless blade artist Lung Fifan from the king list? In the distance, many people looked over. Lifeless blade artist Lung Fifan came from the giant blade star. He was 44 years old this year, and was at the 4th sky of life and death realm, ranked 7th on the heavenly king list. He was a horrifying genius with a peerless talent for blade Dao. His blade arts were said to have reached the level of lifeless and deathless. Under one blade strike, even ghosts and gods would find it hard to escape. As for the king list, it was a monster list. In order to enter this list, one had to be under 50 years old, and be a genius among geniuses. This list only had 100 spots. Anyone on the list had an extremely frightening strength. Among the 10 heroes of the Firebird Star, only the first-ranked Jinghong Prince had entered the list. However, even with his cultivation base at the 5th sky of life and death realm, he was only ranked 94, completely incomparable to Lung Fifan. Lung Fifan had once been praised by an expert who had surpassed the 7th sky of life and death realm, saying that he was one of the geniuses who had the highest hope of reaching the peak of Blade Dao. Therefore, everyone recognized that within the same realm, Lung Fifan was almost invincible. Even the top 6 monstrous geniuses on the king list could only suppress him with their cultivation base. Such a frightening blade artist had actually come to the Firebird Star, to the Fire City. Could it be that there was something he wanted in the auction? Just as Lung Fifan was about to step toward the east gate, another figure flew over from the sky. Swish, the figure landed on the ground. It was a young man in blue robes with a long sword hanging on his waist. His long, elegant hair was as black as ink, without a trace of dust. It was Yi Chen. This guy dares to land next to Lung Fifan? He's really not afraid of death. Everyone was alarmed to find that Yi Chen had no intention of avoiding Lung Fifan. He directly landed beside the ladder, and the distance between the two was no more than 10 meters. However, Yi Chen's arrival also startled Luo Yingkong and Yuan Qing. They retreated repeatedly, increasing the distance between them. The blade qi on the latter's body was too frightening. Even if it was released unintentionally, it was still not something they could endure. No matter how a lion tried to disguise itself, it was still a lion after all. Its aura and innate power could not be concealed. Lung Fifan was undoubtedly a lion. Interesting. I can't believe I met a blade artist who has developed his cell will to such a level. Yi Chen sized up Lung Fifan. The reason why the latter's blade qi was so frightening was because his cell will was extraordinarily powerful. Each of his cells contained a frightening blade intent. This meant that the latter's power control had already reached a higher level, far surpassing Duguju. While Yi Chen was sizing up Lung Fifan was also sizing him up. Their gazes collided. Swish, blinding electric sparks exploded in the air, which was a sign that the will of a gaze was affecting the environment. Shit, retreat now. The crowd felt like their souls were struck by lightning, causing them to retreat even further. They did not expect Yi Chen to be such a terrifying presence. They could not withstand the confrontation between the two. Lung Fifan unleashed a saber aura as if he was trying to test Yi Chen's strength. The saber aura tore the air apart, as if the heavens and earth were being split in half. Yi Chen let out a smile as the vague sword aura on his body was automatically activated. At the same time, the space suddenly stopped for a moment, but it was soon concealed again. Pop, a soft sound was heard, as the space between the two became empty. You're very strong. Lung Fifan left and headed toward the east gate. Duguju, you'll be excited if you're here. He's a blade artist who's far ahead of you. Yi Chen headed toward the east gate as well. Not long after the two left, the place they were standing before suddenly shattered into pieces. Marks of saber and sword intertwined with one another, resulting in a shocking scene. In the afternoon, Fire City's auction began. As a large-scale auction that was held once every 3 years, the auction house was packed to the brim. Everyone present was a life and death king. Those below the life and death realm didn't even have the qualifications to enter. In a VIP room in the corner, Yi Chen sat on a soft bench that he had bought with 100 yuan stones. Taking a sip of the supreme-grade wine prepared by the auction house, Yi Chen thought to himself, Vermilion Bird Starfield has countless geniuses, 100 times more than Elysium. Apart from Vermilion Bird Starfield, there are still Azure Dragon Starfield, White Tiger Starfield, and Black Tortoise Starfield. That blade artist should be called Lung Fifan, ranked 7th on the Heavenly King list. He comes from White Tiger Starfield's giant blade star. Yi Chen had already heard of the Heavenly King list. It was indeed a monstrous ranking. The Fire Bird Starfield's graceful prince, who had a cultivation base of 5th layer life and death realm, was only ranked 94th. And Lung Fifan was ranked 7th with a cultivation base of 4th layer life and death realm. He was a monster among monsters. Without a fight, I won't know whose battle strength is higher. Yi Chen was very clear that he was not invincible in this world. Plus, Lung Fifan's cultivation base was 1 level higher than his. Between geniuses, even the slightest bit of weakness would create an irrecoverable gap. Unlike ordinary people, Yi Chen saw an extremely frightening potential in Lung Fifan's body. This potential was like a demonic god. Once it exploded, it would definitely tear the sky and earth apart, frightening even ghosts and gods. This was also the reason why he did not dare to say that he could beat the latter for sure. On the wide auction stage, an old man in a red robe walked out. The old man's cultivation base was not weak, having reached the 3rd layer of life and death realm. Ladies and gentlemen, the Triennial Fire City auction has officially begun. Please don't make any noise, and don't leave your seats without permission. Maintain silence. The first item will now be auctioned. Without wasting any time, the red-robed elder had someone bring up the first auction item. The first auction item was a low-quality battle axe. Its entire body was crimson red, just like a soldering iron. The back of the axe was wide and flat, and the edge of the axe was as sharp as a knife. The main materials used to forge the battle axe were red copper and fire cloud stone essence. It naturally contained a powerful fire energy, and because of the size of the battle axe, it could be used for both defense and offense. The starting price was 100 source stones, and each increment must be no less than 10 source stones. In the end, this battle axe was bought by a life and death realm warrior for 260 yuan stones. The second item was a pair of extreme grade armor boots. The main material of the boots was the flying feather iron. It was not a particularly precious extreme grade metal, but with the addition of the flying feather iron, it was as light as a feather. When worn on the body, it did not take up any weight at all. Moreover, once Xianxia was poured into it, it would activate the flying feather iron's power, doubling the speed. It was very popular. Not long after, this pair of metal boots containing flying feather iron was auctioned off for 300 primordial stones. The third item was a jade letter containing a secret martial art. The starting price was 200 yuan stones, and it was sold for 500 yuan stones, landing in the hands of a short elder. The fourth item was also a weapon, an extreme grade mid-grade spear. The starting price was 300 yuan stones, and each increment must be no less than 10. It was bought by a life and death realm warrior who specialized in using spears for 570 yuan stones. The following items all ended up with a very high price. The highest one was a full set of extreme grade armor, which reached a shocking 2,200 yuan stones. The ninth item was a heavenly king grade treasure pill, the Dao pattern pellet. This pellet could increase the chances of breaking through to the next realm. From the first layer to the second layer, it could increase the chances by 100%. From the second layer to the third layer, it could increase the chances by 90%. From the third layer to the fourth layer, it could increase the chances by 50%, and from the fourth layer to the fifth layer, it could increase the chances by 10%. As soon as the pellet was brought out, the whole place was shocked, and the bidding voices rose one after another. 3,000 yuan stones. 3,200 yuan stones. 3,500 yuan stones. 4,000 yuan stones. Within a couple of breaths, the price of the pellet had increased to 4,000 yuan stones, which was already the price of a small king-level battleship. There is such a pellet? It was Yi Chen's first time hearing about a pellet that could increase the chances of reaching the next realm. If he could get his hands on this pellet, he might not have a 100% chance of reaching the fourth level, but he would have at least 80 to 90% chance. After all, from the third level to the fourth level, it would increase the chances by 50%, which was not something to be trifled with. However, Yi Chen also believed in one thing: pellets were only external objects. They might be able to help you for a while, but not forever. If he guessed correctly, using the pellet to increase one's cultivation would indeed make one happy for a while, but it would definitely lead to the instability of the martial arts foundation. If one wanted to reach the next realm, the difficulty would be doubled, or even several times higher. Only those life and death realm warriors who had exhausted their potential would be interested in the pellet, because without it, they might need hundreds or even thousands of years to reach the next realm. If they continued to reach the next realm, they might not be able to do it in their entire life. In that case, it would be better to use the pellet to increase their cultivation first. The pellet is a good thing, but unfortunately, we geniuses never use it. In another VIP room, Luo Yingkong said. Yuan Qing nodded. In the end, the pellet was bought by a gray-haired elder for 5,500 yuan stones. The atmosphere of the auction reached a climax, and the heated discussions continued without end. The 10th item is a heavenly king realm great blade, the time blade. The main material of the blade is the time stone. A fingernail-sized time stone is worth 100 yuan stones. This time blade has the size of half a fist. Now, let the bidding begin. The starting price of the time blade is 6,000 yuan stones. Each increment must be no less than 100 yuan stones. Even Heavenly King Realm weapons had different grades. A normal Heavenly King Realm weapon would only be worth 3 to 5,000 yuan stones, but a good Heavenly King Realm weapon could go as high as 10,000 yuan stones. The main material of the time blade was the time stone, which was even more powerful. It was said that once a normal person touched the time stone, they would immediately age, and after forging the blade, they would become even scarier. 7,000 yuan stones. 8,000. 9,000. 10,000. There were a lot of King Realm blade artists on the scene, and the price of the time blade instantly broke through to 10,000. 15,000. Suddenly, an emotionless cold voice was heard. It's the lifeless bladesman, Lung Fifan. So, he is here for the time blade. However, he is in the giant blade star of the White Tiger star area, which is countless light years away from the Firebird star. How could he know that there is a time blade here? That's simple. Recently, he must have something to do in the Vermilion Bird star area. Then, somehow, he found out that the time blade will be auctioned in the Flamehaven city. That's right. These monster-level geniuses are mysterious and unfathomable. They like to wander around. Lung Fifan's participation caused a short silence in the auction house. The lifeless bladesman was too famous. They had to consider whether they would offend him or not, and whether it was worth it to offend the lifeless bladesman for a time blade. There were too many things to consider. 18,000 primal stones. Right at this moment, another young voice was heard. It was from the third VIP room. Hey, it's young Master Xianxia. When did he come back? He disappeared for almost 10 years. Someone recognized the voice. Young Master Xianxia was ranked third among the top 10 talents of the Firebird star. However, that was 9 years ago. Ever since young Master Xianxia had been defeated by Lan Xian'er, there had been no news of him. Some people said that he had left the Vermilion Bird star area to train in other places. Others said that he had found a secret realm and was cultivating there. Young Master Xianxia was the #1 blade artist among the younger generation of the Firebird star area. His return had caught many people off guard and made them give up on competing for the time blade. The lifeless bladesman was not to be trifled with. Young Master Xianxia was not to be trifled with either. 20,000. Lung Fifan continued to bid. 22,000. Young Master Xianxia didn't flinch. 30,000. Lung Fifan didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately raised the price by 8,000 yuan stones. This price had already far exceeded the time blade's original value. Under normal circumstances, 20,000 yuan stones was the highest price it could go for. Beyond that, one could easily buy a better Heavenly King grade blade. Haha, the lifeless bladesman is indeed generous. I, young Master Xianxia, will not compete with you. However, after the auction, I will have a good fight with you. I want to see if your lifeless bladesman's blade skills are truly lifeless and invincible. Young Master Xianxia's laughter echoed through the entire auction house. What? Young Master Xianxia wants to challenge the lifeless bladesman, Lung Fifan? Isn't that too reckless? Perhaps young Master Xianxia is confident that he won't die. It looks like after disappearing for 9 years, young Master Xianxia plans to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. No one had any confidence in young Master Xianxia. No matter how much he had improved, it was impossible for him to defeat Lung Fifan. However, if he could make one move, it would be enough to make him famous. The auction items were presented one after another. Soon, it was time for the 20th item, which was also the finale of the auction. The 20th item is a small Heavenly King grade battleship. The starting price is 100,000 yuan stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 yuan stones. The bidding starts now. The puppet battleship was very important. It might not be able to increase one's battle strength, and it might not be able to protect oneself, but without it, one would not be able to travel further. In the starry sky, the distance was measured in light years. If one relied on one's own Jinyuan to travel, one could only travel half a light year in 1 year, which was almost negligible. However, with the puppet battleship, one could easily travel thousands of light years, or even tens of thousands of light years, without any effort. The price kept rising, and soon reached 150,000. 160,000. Yi Chen's voice came out of the VIP room. It's him. Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing looked in that direction. Lung Fifan, who was stroking the time blade, couldn't help but raise his head. Whether it was Luo Yinkong, Yuan Qing or Lung Fifan, Yi Chen was a mysterious person, a mysterious sword artist. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew his identity. Luo Yinkong Yuan Qing was fine, but Lung Fifan was ranked 7th on the Sky King list. Apart from a few extremely mysterious geniuses, he had seen or heard of most of them. However, none of them could be connected to Yi Chen. Clearly, Yi Chen was most likely not a genius of the Heavenly King list. However, Lung Fifan was sure that most of the geniuses on the Sky King list would be instantly killed if they ran into Yi Chen. This was an instinctive feeling that could not be doubted. 170,000. The bidder was an apathetic yellow-robed old man. His eyes were half closed, as if he was not fully awake yet hiding an ominous glint. It's the Jingji King. He's also participating in this auction. The Jingji King was a famous king on the Firebird planet. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 5th layer of life and death realm. With his Jingji demon art, he rarely met his match. In the past countless years, the number of life and death kings who had died in his hands was uncountable. These life and death kings all died miserably, exploding from the inside out without a single drop of blood remaining. How unlucky! I originally wanted to bid for this small Sky King grade battleship. A chubby middle-aged king stood up. His expression changed several times, but in the end, he had no choice but to sit down dejectedly. Compared to the small Sky King grade battleship, his life was more important. The Jingji King was not a good person. He was a temperamental person who could not be judged with common sense. The appearance of the Jingji King caused the auction to fall into an awkward silence. The auctioneer smiled bitterly. It seemed that this small Sky King grade battleship would most likely fall into the hands of the Jingji King. Although he was unwilling, he had no other choice. Fortunately, the price had already reached 170,000, which was more or less a small profit. 180,000. In the corner of the VIP room, Yi Chen's voice came out indifferently. What boldness! He dares to go against the Jingji King. Many people looked at the VIP room where Yi Chen was, their eyes filled with admiration, as well as undetectable pity. 180,000. Good, another bid. Is there anyone who wants to continue? The auctioneer's face lit up. As long as someone increased the bid, the final price of this small Heavenly King stage battleship would definitely not be low. As for whether or not Yi Chen would attract trouble because of this, that was not something he cared about. The duty of the auction house was to ensure that every single item sold for a good price, nothing else mattered. 190,000, at the same time, he indifferently glanced at Yi Chen, who was sitting in the corner of the room through the transparent glass. His eyes were completely open at this moment, and they were ashen white. Anyone who saw them couldn't help but feel a chill in their heart. However, Yi Chen didn't seem to notice that Jingji King was looking at him and immediately called out the price of 200,000. Young people have too big of an appetite. It's not a good thing. I'll leave this small Heavenly King warship with you for now. Jingji Monarch took a deep look at Yi Chen, closed his eyes, and stopped bidding. So courageous, snatching the small Heavenly King warship from the Jingji Monarch. Some people shook their heads inwardly, he's still too young, and doesn't know when to stop. So what if he can win the small Heavenly King warship? Offending the Jingji Monarch, he's destined to lose everything, and even his life. The pugilistic world is not that easy to survive in. No one spoke again. The auctioneer said excitedly, 200,000 going once, 200,000 going twice, 200,000 going thrice. Sold. This small Heavenly King warship now belongs to VIP room 48. Congratulations. At this point, the Fire City auction had come to a successful conclusion. However, many people knew that this was just the beginning. Before, young Master Xianxia had said that he wanted to challenge lifeless bladesman Lung Fifan, and now, Yi Chen had offended the Jingji Monarch. These two matters, no matter which one it was, were enough to pique their interest and curiosity. After paying 200,000 yuan stones, Yi Chen received a 100 meters long light gold Heavenly King warship. Putting it in his supreme grade storage ring, Yi Chen turned and left the auction house. In the wilderness outside the east gate of Fire City, a huge crowd was gathered. Everyone was watching Lung Fifan and young Master Xianxia in the sky. On a huge withered tree in the wilderness, Yi Chen lightly landed. The Jingji Monarch didn't seem to have any intention of finding trouble with him. He was also watching Lung Fifan and young Master Xianxia in the sky. He didn't care about young Master Xianxia. Lifeless bladesman Lung Fifan was not a kind person. Even he, the Jingji monarch, had to treat him with caution. Geniuses were always envied. Even if you had thousands or even tens of thousands of years of accumulation, you might not be able to compare to dozens of years of effort. The universe was an era of great geniuses. Lung Fifan, perhaps you think that I, young Master Xianxia, am overestimating myself. But soon, I'll let you know that I, young Master Xianxia, am no longer the young Master Xianxia from 9 years ago. The current me, even if I can't threaten you, can't be underestimated. Young Master Xianxia's expression turned solemn. Strands of light black saber chi emitted from his body. Such a fierce saber chi. Many experts squinted their eyes. The light black saber chi on young Master Xianxia's body was not simple. It was not an ordinary saber chi. Make your move. I'll give you one chance. Lung Fifan had no intention of drawing his saber. Okay, then I won't hold back. Young Master Xianxia had never thought of defeating Lung Fifan. It was impossible. Lung Fifan was ranked 7th on the Sky King list. Even young Master Jinghong was far behind him. Young Master Xianxia did not dare to say that he could defeat young Master Jinghong, let alone Lung Fifan, who was ranked 80 places higher than young Master Jinghong. He wanted to test how much he had improved in the past 9 years. He wanted to know how strong he was. He wanted to know if he could survive one attack from Lung Fifan. If he could survive this attack, it would be a great boost to his saber Dao. Roar! Unexpectedly, young Master Xianxia did not draw his saber. He leaned back and tightened his muscles. The next moment, he was like a bow that had been stretched to its limit. Whoosh! 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 An ear-piercing sound was heard. A bright black saber chi shot out from young Master Xianxia's chest. As soon as this saber chi appeared, it gave everyone a great sense of danger. It was as if this saber chi was something terrifying. Saber chi in his body? Yi Chen was surprised. The black saber chi was not a normal saber chi. It was the saber chi that young Master Xianxia had hidden in his body. This saber chi was not condensed from true essence. Instead, it was gathered from an extremely ominous aura and refined with his saber Dao will. No one knew that the reason why young Master Xianxia had disappeared for 9 years was to look for ominous lands and absorb the ominous aura there. All of this was because of a saber Dao secret technique called the ominous saber chi. The ominous saber chi was a saber Dao secret technique created by the ominous saber emperor hundreds of thousands of years ago. This saber Dao secret technique required one to absorb a large amount of ominous chi, then use a secret technique to refine it into saber chi. Finally, it would be compatible with one's own saber Dao will, and one could only succeed after countless tempering. The ominous saber chi was divided into 3 layers. The first layer was black saber chi, the second was purple saber chi, and the third was multicolored saber chi. At the first layer, the ominous saber chi possessed enormous might. At the second layer, it could instantly kill most kings under the 7th layer. At the 3rd layer, it could even contend against 8th layer life and death monarchs. After all, the ominous saber emperor himself was an 8th layer life and death monarch. Once the ominous saber chi was cultivated, a strand of saber chi would appear in the middle dantian of the body. This strand of saber chi would not go out of control after being shot out. It was extremely intelligent, similar to the defensive blade art. However, compared to the latter, the ominous saber chi was countless times more powerful. Relying on the ominous saber chi, young Master Xianxia dared to challenge lifeless bladesman Lung Fifan. Go! Under young Master Xianxia's control, the ominous saber chi streaked across the sky and slashed toward Lung Fifan. Not the righteous path. Lung Fifan stretched out his left hand and grabbed the ominous saber chi as if he was grabbing the sun and moon. Saber Dao is as vast as the ocean. Who can say who is righteous and who is devious? Scatter. Young Master Xianxia's expression remained unchanged as he spread open his right hand. Swish, sensing each other's chi, the ominous saber chi suddenly dispersed like a black mist, breaking away from Lung Fifan's control. It then condensed once again and slashed toward Lung Fifan from the other side. The ominous saber chi could condense and disperse at will, equivalent to a treasured saber in the form of energy. However, no matter how powerful the ominous saber chi was, it couldn't break through Lung Fifan's defense. His feet slightly shifted and his left hand once again grabbed the ominous saber chi. Almost no one could see how he moved. Scatter again! Young Master Xianxia roared. Clang, an astonishing scene occurred. This time, the ominous saber chi unexpectedly failed to disperse. Like a poisonous snake that had its weak spot grabbed, it continuously trembled and struggled. Impossible! Young Master Xianxia cried out involuntarily. As expected, his control over power has already reached a higher level. He has entered an unfathomable realm. Yi Chen's eyes were very sharp. Each of Lung Fifen's 5 fingers on his left hand emitted a different power. 5 fingers represented 5 different kinds of power. The 5 kinds of power acted on the ominous saber chi, making it difficult for the ominous saber chi to disperse. These 5 fingers could even easily grab a spiritual body without a physical body. It was like the Buddha's 5-finger mountain. Take a saber strike of mine. Grabbing the ominous saber chi with his left hand, Lung Fifen's right hand turned into a palm saber. He swung his palm saber at young Master Xianxia from a distance. Puff, young Master Xianxia didn't even have time to react. His body was split in 2. Because he was wearing a top-grade artifact armor, his body didn't scatter even though it was split in 2. However, it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, millions of tiny saber chi burst out from the 2 halves of young Master Xianxia's body. The saber chi wreaked havoc and shattered young Master Xianxia into nothingness. Young Master Xianxia didn't even have time to draw his saber. Even a palm saber strike from Lung Fifen wasn't something that young Master Xianxia could withstand. This was the peerless bladesman ranked 7th on the Heaven King list. The spectators all took a cold breath and felt their bodies go cold. 1 blade with 2 stacks. Lifeless blade artist Lung Fifen truly lives up to his reputation. Silent Shock King's eyes narrowed into slits, revealing a dense apprehension in his eyes. Instant release of 2 stacks? Yi Chen also saw through the mysteries of Lung Fifen's blade palm. There were some secret arts or martial arts that would allow one's attack to contain multiple stacks, such as 2 stacks, 3 stacks, and 4 stacks. The more stacks, the more powerful the attack would be. However, strictly speaking, these could only be considered as ordinary multiple stacks, and the increase in strength was not too exaggerated. High-level multiple stacks combined multiple stacks, and with each additional stacks, the destructive power would increase by several folds. Lung Fifen's blade palm contained 2 stacks of stacks. Taking advantage of the instability of 2 stacks of stacks, he not only split open young Master Xianxia's body, but also shattered it into nothingness. Multiple stacks were precisely the weapon that countered the undying body. It could easily make the opponent lose all blood, making it difficult for them to revive. It was like a super bomb. Haha, lifeless blade artist Lung Fifen's power, young Master Xianxia, have finally witnessed it. I'm far from being your opponent. But, the next time we meet, I'll definitely impress you. Although young Master Xianxia's body was shattered into nothingness by countless tiny blade chi, there was still a fingernail-sized red ball that was not shattered. When the red ball shattered, a dense blood chi pervaded the air. In the next moment, young Master Xianxia's body reformed. Apart from his slightly pale face, there was not the slightest injury. Blood amplifying bead, no wonder you dared to challenge me. Lung Fifen said indifferently. It's the blood amplifying bead. This is a priceless treasure. Hearing Lung Fifen's words, many people reacted. The blood amplifying bead was an extremely precious treasure. It had no other function, and its only function was to give the user an extra life. As long as one refined the blood amplifying bead into one's body and stored a certain amount of flesh and blood inside, one would not be afraid of being shattered by the enemy. This was because only 7th layer life and death realm geniuses had the ability to shatter the blood amplifying bead. Below 7th layer life and death realm, no matter how peerless one's battle strength was, it was impossible. As for hiding a strand of flesh somewhere else, such as inside a storage ring, it would not work. As long as it was separated from the body, there would be no way for it to be reborn after the death of the body. It was the law of the universe. Otherwise, if a strand of his blood was scattered everywhere, he would never be killed again. Under normal circumstances, the price of a single blood-diffusing pearl was at least 10,000 origin stones. Moreover, there was no market for it. once it appeared, it would immediately be fought over. In other words, young Master Xianxia had lost over 10,000 origin stones in order to challenge Lung Fifan. However, this also reflected his courage. That's right. If I didn't have the blood-amplifying pearl, I, young Master Xianxia, would indeed not dare to challenge you. Young Master Xianxia admitted frankly. Then, he added, of course, you still have the chance to kill me now. Don't worry, I said I would give you a chance. Since you didn't die, I won't kill you again unless you want to die. Lung Fifan lowered his eyes and said indifferently. Haha, thanks a lot. A faint smile appeared on young Master Xianxia's face. However, he still felt some lingering fear in his heart. Instantaneous release of multiple stacks was not something everyone could do even on the Heavenly King ranking. Evidently, Lung Fifan's realm was not just limited to 2 stacks. If not for the blood-diffusing pearl, the latter could have killed him several times in an instant. Lung Fifan did not leave. Instead, his gaze fell on Yichen. Although Solitary Shock King's strength is not comparable to anyone on the Heavenly King ranking, if I want to defeat him, I'll have to reveal some of my trump cards. Let me see what kind of trump cards you have. Standing in the sky, Lung Fifan's long hair fluttered like blades. As the battle between Lung Fifan and young Master Xianxia came to an end, everyone's gazes were focused on Yichen and Solitary Shock King. Solitary Shock King's cultivation base is at the peak of 5th layer of Life and Death realm. This is a huge advantage. Adding on the Solitary Shock demonic art, this youngster is going to suffer a bit. With so many people here, Solitary Shock King won't be able to kill him. Who knows if this youngster has a powerful background? But, he'll definitely be taught a lesson. That's not necessarily true. This youngster clearly knows that Solitary Shock King is at the peak of 5th layer of Life and Death realm, yet he doesn't leave. He must have some confidence in escaping unscathed. The chances are slim. The reason why he doesn't leave might be because he knows that he can't escape from Solitary Shock King. That's true. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing heard everyone's words and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Does he need to run? I'm afraid the one running away is Solitary Shock King. You'll see in a bit that this is a powerful sword artist whose strength is on par with lifeless blade artist Lung Fifan. Solitary Shock King is courting death by provoking him. Outside the East Gate, the terrifying scene of Lung Fifan and Yichen's confrontation was still vivid in everyone's eyes. Those crisscrossing blade scars and sword scars were proof of Yichen's mysterious strength. Youngster, you still have a chance. Hand over that small Heavenly King-grade battleship, and I won't pursue your offense. Solitary Shock King squinted his eyes and said coldly. Yichen smiled, it's in my hands. If you want it, you can name a price. If I'm satisfied with the price, I might let you have it. Name a price? Sorry, Solitary Shock King, will never make a deal with a weakling. Solitary Shock King shook his head. Make your move. You will give up. A gust of wind blew past, Yichen's clothes fluttered in the wind as he stood on the dead tree. Solitary Demon Hibernation. Solitary Shock King didn't waste time. He leaped into the air and threw out a palm attack towards Yichen. All of a sudden, a terrifying black smoke gushed out like 100 ghosts marching in the night. Puff, the black smoke shrouded Yichen and the dead tree below him. The dead tree was instantly dyed black, as if it was made of black metal. However, this black dead tree exploded into countless tiny black pieces. These tiny black pieces continued to explode, creating a chain of explosions. The Solitary Demon Hibernation art exploded from the inside out. Its destructive power was shocking. Eh? Where is he? Did he die just like that? Not even his bones are left? Everyone was shocked to find that Yichen had disappeared without a trace. No one knew if he was dead or had escaped with some kind of shocking method. What a domineering demonic art. Amazing. Suddenly, Yichen's voice came out from the remaining black smoke. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and felt their scalps go numb. Yichen's figure was even more ghostly than a ghost. He was swaying left and right, and no one could catch him. Because he was so fast, he left countless overlapping afterimages, causing the black smoke to seem like it had passed through his body. He saw through Solitary Shock King's ultimate move in an instant. He magnified the weakness and stayed in the dead end. Lung Fifen's pupils shrunk to a dot. It was easy to see through the moves, but it was 10 times harder to be in the dead end. The dead end, as the name suggested, was a corner that was absolutely impervious to attacks. It was like the ocean current. If an ordinary person entered it, they would only be able to go with the flow, unable to control themselves. However, an expert in water would be able to move like a fish in water. He would be able to take advantage of the situation and stay in the gaps between the ocean currents. Solitary Shock King's move was obviously many times more complicated than the ocean current. However, Yi Chen's ability to see through the flaws was also many times stronger than an ordinary person's. It was as if Solitary Shock King's move had no secrets in his eyes. Could this be the selfless Heavenly Eye realm? No, the selfless Heavenly Eye realm is in the state of selfless consciousness. With Solitary Shock King's strength, it's impossible for him to force him to use the selfless Heavenly Eye realm. Countless thoughts flashed through Lung Fifen's mind. As a person who stood at the peak of the younger generation, he had seen many abilities that ordinary people couldn't see. He had used the abilities of most of the geniuses on the Heavenly King ranking, but after some comparison, there seemed to be some slight differences. I'm looking forward to the battle in the trial field of God. Lung Fifen slowly exhaled and thought to himself. When did such a powerful sword artist come to the Firebird Star? I seem to have missed many things in the 9 years I was away. Young Master Xianxia frowned. In the Firebird Star, the only sword artists he was wary of were young Master Jingheng and Lan Xian'er. Right now, he was confident that he could defeat Lan Xian'er, but young Master Jingheng still wasn't confident. He didn't expect another mysterious sword artist to appear. How dare you ignore my Solitary Shock Devil art? You are courting death. Solitary Shock King was enraged. He turned into a black devil lightning and swept towards Yi Chen. Since his opponent's movement skill and eyesight were powerful, he would use close combat to defeat his opponent. With the obstruction of the atmosphere, Solitary Shock King's instantaneous burst of speed could only reach over 2,000 times his original speed. In such a short distance, he couldn't increase his speed to his limit, but it was enough. In a flash, Solitary Shock King arrived in front of Yi Chen. He raised his right hand and chopped towards Yi Chen's head. Just as Yi Chen was about to be chopped by the palm. Suddenly, a powerful sword aura burst out from Yi Chen's body. This sword aura disappeared in a flash, and Solitary Shock King's body was frozen for a moment. Chi! A sword light flashed and Solitary Shock King's head flew up. I won't kill you this time. Yi Chen didn't plan to kill Solitary Shock King in front of so many people. He had just arrived here, and didn't want to stir up too much trouble. After all, there were some people on Fiery Bird Star who could kill him. For example, the City Lord of Fiery Fire City, Mystic Emperor Fiery Fire, could kill him 100 times over. Who knew if there was a powerful figure behind Solitary Shock King? Hiss, gasps resounded one after another. Nobody knew why Solitary Shock King paused for a moment. It seemed to have something to do with that sword aura. Although they couldn't see through it, it didn't hinder them from understanding Yi Chen's strength. After all, Solitary Shock King was a 5th layer life and death expert, while Yi Chen was only 3rd layer life and death expert. Skipping 2 layers and insta-killing Solitary Shock King was too exaggerated. Interesting, he is one of us. Lung Fifen's face revealed an undetectable smile. With a swoosh, he turned around and left. His speed grew faster and faster until he disappeared into the horizon. It seems like I'm still far from being strong enough. Young Master Xianxia also left. He had to make preparations for the upcoming battle in the divine trial field. At that time, it would be the time for the starry sky geniuses to shine. After reconnecting his head, Solitary Shock King knew that he had bitten off more than he could chew. He didn't say anything and quickly left the place, cutting a sorry figure. It had already been a month since the auction had ended. During this month, Yi Chen's story had spread out in the Firebird planet. Everyone was guessing which life star this young man had come from. They did not think that Yi Chen was from the Firebird planet. Otherwise, how could they not have heard of such a genius in all these years? However, ever since that day, Yi Chen had suddenly disappeared without a trace, just like how he had suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Elysium, the king-grade forbidden place, the desolate mountain. I did not expect that a super earthquake would happen in the desolate mountain, and the whole mountain had sunk in. It should be dozens of miles deep. But, the desolate chi down there is so rich. There must be some desolate stones. Although it had been almost 2 years since the disaster of the foreign races had ended, no one had relaxed. They were very clear that if their own power was not enough, and the overall power of Elysium was not enough, it would still be invaded by the demons and the evil spirit race. Only by continuously increasing their own power could they protect Elysium and the billions of creatures in Elysium. And the key to the desolate star, the desolate stone, was without a doubt the easiest thing for them to increase their power. Right then, there were a lot of life and death realm warriors in the desolate mountain looking for the desolate stone. They did not immediately go down to explore, but instead left the desolate mountain and spread the news to the others. The disaster of the foreign races had made them extremely united, throwing away their old grudges and selfishness. 1 week later, haha, I got a desolate stone. I got one too. So many desolate stones. There is no need to worry about not having enough. Everyone can get one. The number of desolate stones under the desolate mountain was beyond everyone's imagination. Finally found the desolate stone. Morong Qingqing was holding a complete desolate stone in her hand, a smile appearing on her face. Not far away, Su Jing was also holding a piece. Shoo! Shoo! 2 figures flashed past. Duguju and Snow Sword of Gojoseon landed on a strange rock, each holding a desolate stone. Obtaining the desolate stone meant that they were one step closer to Yi Chen. One day, they would enter the universe and embark on their own journey. This was a weapon shop on Fire City's West Street. This weapon shop only had 3 floors, and compared to the other weapon shops on 4 or 5 floors, it was much smaller. The shop was also a bit shabby. The signboard was new, and there were 4 large golden words on it, Falling Dust Sword Pavilion. There was also a sword and a leaf symbol on the bottom right corner. There was a shopkeeper and dozens of employees in the shop. Shopkeeper, what kind of person do you think our owner is? Other weapon shops usually have low-grade weapons on the first floor, mid-grade weapons on the second floor, upper-grade weapons on the third floor, and only semi-extreme grade weapons on the fourth floor. Although our weapon shop is just a normal weapon shop with only 3 floors, we can't possibly have semi-extreme grade weapons on the first floor. One of the shop assistants on the first floor was puzzled. The shopkeeper explained, perhaps the owner is trying to attract customers. Attract customers? I don't think so. The shop assistant shook his head. Although my eyesight is not as good as yours, I can still tell that the half-step extreme grade swords on the first floor are not much better than the other half-step extreme grade swords. However, the price is 2 times, or even 3 times higher. I think the owner doesn't plan to sell these half-step extreme grade swords at all. The shopkeeper was an elder with a clean look. He touched his beard and said mysteriously, you only see the surface, but not the essence. The semi-extreme grade swords on the first floor are 2 times, or even 3 times more than the others, but the pseudo-extreme grade swords on the second floor are 2 times more than the others. As for the extreme grade swords on the third floor, the owner only put them out, but did not mark the price. He said that he would not sell them for now. Although I do not know what the owner's goal is, I am sure he has his own plans. Listening to you, it does make sense. No wonder the owner would ask you to be the shopkeeper. This shop assistant was very impressed by the shopkeeper, but was also very curious about the owner. Alright, asking so much is not good for you. Go and clean the first floor again. As he said that, the shopkeeper let out a sigh. After so many days, there were quite a lot of customers, but not a single sword had been sold. To be honest, he could not figure out the owner's plan either. Right at that moment, 2 customers walked in. Sir, please come in. The shopkeeper came to greet them personally. Eh? All the swords on the first floor are semi-extreme grade swords. Your weapon shop seems to be different from the others. One of the customers looked over and saw that the first floor was filled with colorful swords. With a rough look, there were hundreds of them. Although they were not out of their scabbards, they still gave off a cold and sharp feeling. The other customer nodded. But soon, he touched his chin and said, something is not right. The semi-extreme grade swords here are so expensive. They are at least 2 times more expensive than the others. Shopkeeper, what is going on? Is this some random price? The shopkeeper forced a smile. Dear customers, this is the price that our owner has set. I don't know what his intention is, but I, Xianxia, can guarantee that these semi-extreme rank swords are all genuine. As for the second floor, there are also pseudo-extreme rank swords, and some of them are even better than the ones from other shops. Oh, really? Let's go and have a look. The two followed the shopkeeper to the second floor. The swords on the second floor were 70% less than the first floor, only about 70 to 80. Just as the shopkeeper had said, the second floor was full of pseudo-extreme grade swords. The moment they entered, they could feel the cold sword chi in their faces. Anyone below the Sea of Souls realm would not be able to handle it. Therefore, the most basic requirement for a shop assistant was Sea of Souls realm cultivation. The other pseudo-extreme grade swords are normal, but these dozens of pseudo-extreme grade swords are definitely top of the line. But, the price seems to be twice as expensive, more than 100 yuan stones. Spending more than 100 yuan stones to buy a pseudo-extreme grade sword, I might as well spend a little bit more to buy a low-extreme grade sword. Shopkeeper, who is your owner? Don't tell me he is making fun of customers? To be honest, the two were quite interested in these dozens of swords. The sword intent contained within them was actually attributed sword intent, which was extremely powerful. Its power was at least several times that of normal pseudo-extreme grade swords. However, they were too expensive, and not worth it at all. After all, a normal pseudo-extreme grade sword would only cost a dozen yuan stones, and a high-grade one would cost no more than 50 yuan stones. As for the top-grade ones, they would cost at most 8 to 10 yuan stones. The shopkeeper remembered the owner's words, telling him to bring the customers to the third floor no matter what. He smiled. It is indeed a bit expensive, but I think the price will be lowered in the future. You too, there are still some extreme grade swords on the third floor. Although they are not for sale, you too can go take a look. When they are sold in the future, you can buy them before others. Alright. I am convinced by your owner. Bring us to the third floor. I want to see how many extreme grade swords there are. The two had already given up on buying swords in this shop. If it were not for the fact that the extreme grade swords were too attractive, they would not even want to go to the third floor. There were only 5 extreme grade swords on the third floor. Cutting Star, low extreme grade. Horizontal Flow, low extreme grade. Blue Sea, mid extreme grade. Crack Gold, mid extreme grade. Cold Moon, high extreme grade. F***CK. There are even high extreme grade swords here. The sword intent contained on them has actually reached the 6th step. The two were dumbfounded. Their cultivation bases were not low, being at the first layer of life and death realm. They happened to be lacking in extreme grade sword. After visiting so many weapon shops, most of them did not have any extreme grade swords. Occasionally, they would come across one, but the quality was ordinary. Therefore, they planned to get a pseudo-extreme grade sword for now, and then buy it when they came across an extreme grade sword that they liked. I'm comprehending Metal Profound and Wind Profound. These two metal attribute swords are suitable for me. The metal and water attribute Cold Moon is even better. I'm comprehending Water Profound and Wood Profound. Horizontal Flow and Blue Sea are also suitable for me. Cold Moon is indeed good, but with my wealth, I can't afford it even if I sell my entire family's fortune. Upon reaching life and death realm, one would usually train 2 profounds. As long as the weapon's attribute matched one of them, it would be fine. Of course, there were also people who, in order to match their own profounds, would spend a lot of money to hire peak extreme grade blacksmiths to forge weapons for them. These weapons were usually compound attributed weapons, which meant that they contained more than 2 attributes. Gentlemen, my boss said that every week or so, there will be a new supreme grade treasure sword here. When the number of supreme grade treasured swords reaches a certain number, he will start to sell them. The shopkeeper repeated his master's words. What a pity, he's not selling now. Fine, I'll remember this weapon shop. Falling Dust Sword Pavilion, right? The two of them stared fixedly at the 5 top-grade treasured swords, wanting nothing more than to snatch them away. Naturally, this was only what they thought in their hearts. Any weapon shop would have countless formations and restrictions set up. Once these restrictions were activated, not only would they be trapped, they would also attract the attention of the city guards of Lifire City. At that time, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. After a week, a blue-robed youngster walked out from the backyard of the weapon shop. "Boss." "Greetings, boss." The shopkeeper and the staff bowed toward Yichen. "Thank you for your hard work." Yichen nodded and walked toward the third floor. On the third floor, right now, my success rate of forging swords below the Heavenly King realm has reached 100%. In 3 months, I should be able to open for business. Taking out 2 extreme grade swords from his storage ring, Yichen hung them on the wall. If someone were here, they would definitely be shocked. 100% success rate, this was already a Heavenly King realm swordsmith. Only Heavenly King realm swordsmiths could achieve 100% success rate when forging swords below the Heavenly King realm. And, which of those Heavenly King realm swordsmiths hadn't lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? However, in comparison, Yichen's speed was even more terrifying. A week ago, the shopkeeper had said that there would be 1 more extreme grade sword on the 3rd floor every week. But this week, Yichen had actually taken out 2 extreme grade swords. This was simply unheard of. Even for a Heavenly King realm swordsmith, when forging swords below the Heavenly King realm, it would take about a month to forge one. The slower ones might even take 2 months. If it was too fast, it would be easy to fail, or waste the quality of the materials. 2 swords a week, this speed was more than 8 times that of other Heavenly King realm swordsmiths. The 2 newly forged swords were purple gold and blue gold. The purple gold one was called Purple Soul, a mid-supreme grade sword. The blue gold one was called Sky One, a high supreme grade sword. Purple Soul sword contained the metal attribute. Sky One sword contained the metal and water attribute, the same as Cold Moon sword. Strictly speaking, he was only a Heavenly King grade swordsmith in terms of metal and water attributes. If it were any other attribute, he wouldn't be able to guarantee 100% success rate. Of course, as his sword forging technique improved, although he hadn't started forging swords of other attributes yet, his success rate would also increase. Sword forging technique was the same. A row of 7 swords of different colors. Yichen nodded in satisfaction. He was currently in dire need of yuan stones because of the small Heavenly King grade battleship and this weapon shop. The small Heavenly King grade battleship speed was 3 times that of a small King grade battleship, and its consumption of yuan stones was 10 times that of the former. If the distance was short, it would be fine. However, if the distance was like the journey from Elysium to Firebird Star, which was close to 1,000,000 light-years, it would consume several thousand yuan stones. In the starry sky, there was an industry called the ride industry. The majority of life and death kings who couldn't afford a puppet battleship had no choice but to ride a puppet battleship. Under normal circumstances, riding a king-grade battleship for 10,000 light-years would cost 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 1/5 of a yuan stone. Riding a Heavenly King-grade battleship for 10,000 light-years would cost 2 yuan stones. Although it didn't seem like much, it was a huge profit for this industry. After all, they couldn't just carry a single customer. A large battleship could carry 5,000 people. In this way, even a journey of 10,000 light-years would yield a profit of 1,000 yuan stones or 10,000 yuan stones. A journey of 100,000 light-years would yield 10,000 yuan stones or even 100,000 yuan stones. However, the battleship's consumption was less than 1% of that. Yichen had bought the small Heavenly King stage battleship for the sake of convenience, as it was impossible for him to carry people out. As such, he had to bear all the costs by himself. For every 1,000,000 light-years, he would use up over 1,000 source stones. Ever since he had bought the small Heavenly King battleship, Yichen only had about 100,000 source stones left. Every time he used it, it would be less. In order to not have to worry about lacking source stones in the future, Yichen could only try his best to earn as many as he could in the early stages. As for this weapon shop, Yichen was renting it. Because the shop's business was not good, the previous owner rented it to Yichen for 3,000 yuan stones per year. Since life and death kings had a lifespan of 100,000 years, it was impossible to rent it for only 1 or 2 years. Either they didn't rent it at all, or they had to rent it for more than 50 years. Yichen had 150,000 yuan stones on him, so he rented it for 50 years. After renting the weapon shop, Yichen's wealth had almost been looted clean. Now, he could only rely on selling swords to earn primordial stones. It was not easy to run a weapon shop. For this reason, Yichen took a shortcut. He bought several hundred semi-extreme grade swords from the market and placed them on the first floor as a front. Moreover, he set the price very high, 2 or 3 times that of other weapon shops. This was because he had no intention of selling them in the first place. He only wanted to put on a front and leave a deep impression on the customers, making them remember Falling Flower Sword Pavilion. As for the pseudo-extreme grade swords on the second floor, most of them were bought. Only a dozen of them were forged by him, and their prices were also very high. His goal was the third floor. He was very clear that no matter how well the semi-extreme grade swords sold, they wouldn't be able to make much money. Moreover, he didn't have the time to forge semi-extreme grade swords. As far as he was concerned, only supreme grade swords could earn him a huge amount of yuan stones. However, a few supreme grade swords wouldn't last long, and wouldn't help him build up his reputation. Therefore, he thought of an idea. He wouldn't sell the supreme grade swords for now, but put them there for others to see, letting them know that there were a lot of supreme grade swords here, and each one of them was extraordinary. Moreover, he wouldn't sell them for the time being. When there were more of them, it would naturally cause a huge commotion. At that time, Falling Flower Sword Pavilion's reputation would be established. Even if Yichen raised the price very high, as long as it wasn't outrageous, there would still be people fighting to buy it. After all, not everyone was an extreme grade sword forger like Yichen, who was a life and death realm sword artist with the destruction and immortal sword intents. Without exaggeration, most of the extreme grade sword forgers were only at Sea of Souls realm, and couldn't compare to Yichen at all. However, the truly powerful sword artists didn't have much time to waste on forging swords. Of course, for other sword artists, forging swords might be a waste of time, but for Yichen, it was a time to strengthen his foundation. The speed at which a person digested knowledge was limited. Why were some people who had accumulated knowledge for thousands or even tens of thousands of years not able to compare to geniuses? It was because their speed of absorbing knowledge was far slower than geniuses. However, even geniuses couldn't be infallible and make use of all the useful knowledge. The process of Yichen forging swords was also the process of digesting knowledge. Those details that he had overlooked in the past, as well as the comprehension that he had missed, would slowly appear in Yichen's mind. Then, after thousands of refinements, they would become Yichen's foundation, his foundation. Not to mention anything else, ever since he had arrived at the Firebird Star and successfully forged 7 extreme grade swords, Yichen felt that his sword Dao realm had increased by a lot. Before, he had merely reached the initial stage of no sword in hand and no sword in heart. But now, he had already reached the middle stage of this realm. When he attacked, there wouldn't be any fluctuations in his mind. Moreover, because his mind was free of distracting thoughts, the speed of his attacks had become even faster and more focused. The improvement of Sword Dao realm was also a great help in exerting one's strength. Although Yichen had stepped into the Palace of Strength Control very early on and had advanced by leaps and bounds to a point where he couldn't even grasp his limits, no matter how good his strength control was, it still required the coordination of Sword Dao. This was because Yichen was first and foremost a sword artist. In other words, strength control was the foundation of the foundation, and Sword Dao was to use this foundation in the form of Sword Dao to display 100%, or even 200%. The higher one's Sword Dao realm was, the more one could display the advantage of strength control. In addition, Yichen found that forging swords could also train his sword intent. He had the destruction and immortal sword intents. During the battle with the Troll Emperor, the immortal sword intent had broken through to the 7th step, while the destruction sword intent had remained at the peak of the 6th step. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few years or even dozens of years to upgrade the destruction sword intent to the 7th step. After all, the destruction sword intent was the strongest sword intent, which was much harder to upgrade than the ordinary sword intent. But now, he had a feeling that if he continued to forge more extreme grade swords, the destruction sword intent would reach the 7th step even faster. At that time, if the destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent were both at the 7th step, they would resonate, and both would advance rapidly. It should be known that the 7th step immortal sword intent already gave Yichen the sword intent protection ability. The 7th step destruction sword intent would definitely have a huge breakthrough in terms of offensive power. The extreme grade metal Yichen had purchased in Blue Leaf City was enough to forge 300 to 400 extreme grade swords. Among them, the metal and water attributed materials made up about 1/5 of the total, which was about 70 extreme grade swords. Apart from the slightly higher failure rate in the beginning, the success rate in the later stages was 100%. Therefore, with this 1/5 of the materials, Yichen had forged 54 extreme grade swords in total. Among them, 25 were low grade, 22 were mid grade, and 7 were high grade. It was not only because of Yichen's improvement in the later stages, but also because of the quality of the materials. The more powerful the sword, the better the materials needed. The weaker the sword was, the better the materials would be. When there were 54 extreme grade swords on the 3rd floor, another 4 months had passed. Subtracting the previous 7 swords, Yichen had forged an average of 12 swords in a month. If this were to be spread out, it would shake the entire Fire Bird Star, no, the entire Vermilion Bird Star region. 12 swords in a month meant 144 swords in a year, and 1,440,000 swords in 10,000 years. Even if only 10,000 years of one's life were spent on forging swords, one would be able to create hundreds of millions of swords, and this was under the condition that one's level did not increase. Lifire City was extremely vast, occupying an area of a few thousand li naturally. The majority of the area was the outer city. The inner city only occupied an area of about 100 li. And the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion, which was located on the western main street of the inner city, had become extremely popular recently. All the life and death swordsmen living in Lifire City basically knew that the Falling Flower Sword Pavilion had a large number of peak-grade swords that had yet to be sold. These swords were all of extremely high quality, containing either a powerful immortal sword intent or a destructive sword intent. They were many times more valuable compared to other swords of the same grade. Feng, have you heard? Mr. Falling Dust Sword will start selling those extreme grade swords next week. However, there is a rule in the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion, and that is, if the profounds do not match the extreme grade swords, they will not be sold to him. Your profounds just happen to include the water profounds, which is completely in line with the rules. Inside a tea house, 2 life and death realm warriors were chatting. They are going to be sold next week? That's great. A look of joy appeared on the middle-aged man's face. 2 months ago, he had gone to the Fallout Sword Pavilion. He had been waiting for the day the top-quality sword would be sold because he had his eyes on the Songhai sword. At the same time, everyone was talking about the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion. A week passed by quickly, and the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion immediately became the center of the West Main Street. Hundreds of life and death realm sword artists came and went. Among them, 80% didn't cultivate metal profound or water profound, but the remaining 20% still amounted to nearly 100 people. 54 supreme grade swords on the 3rd floor were completely sold in half an afternoon. 54 top-grade swords cost me a total of 46,000 primordial stones. Why do I feel like I've made a loss? Yichen smiled bitterly. In the universe, low-grade supreme-grade weapons were usually sold for 200 to 300 primordial stones, mid-grade supreme-grade weapons were 500 to 700 primordial stones, and high-grade supreme-grade weapons were 1,000 to 1,500 primordial stones. On average, a low-grade supreme-grade sword could be sold for 400 primordial stones, 25 of them would be 10,000 primordial stones, 1,000 primordial stones for 1,000 primordial stones, 22 of them would be 22,000 primordial stones, and high-grade supreme-grade swords would be 2,000 primordial stones. 7 of them would be 14,000 primordial stones, making it a total of 46,000 primordial stones. It didn't seem like a lot, but it wasn't a loss at all. Instead, it was a huge profit. Yichen had spent 20 to 30,000 primordial stones to buy the materials, but he had only used about 1/5 of them. The top-grade swords made from this 1/5 of the materials were sold for 46,000 primordial stones. Not only did he earn back the cost of the materials, he also earned about 20,000 primordial stones. With these 46,000 primordial stones, Yichen didn't lack primordial stones for the time being. As for spending 150,000 primordial stones to rent the weapon shop, that was something he had no other choice. After all, he had to plan for the future. This famous weapon shop was like a mother hen, constantly producing primordial stones. If he didn't rent the weapon shop, even though 150,000 primordial stones seemed like a lot, it would be used up one day. At that time, he wouldn't even have enough primordial stones to rent the weapon shop. Right now, I have a 100% success rate in forging metal and water attribute top-grade swords, but I haven't forged a Heavenly King Stage sword yet. To forge a Heavenly King Stage sword, the main material must be Heavenly King Stage. Let's go to the Five Elements land first. That is the most violent place on the Firebird star, and it has nurtured countless kinds of metal materials. Yichen liked to finish everything he did. Successfully forging a metal and water attribute Heavenly King Stage sword was his first destination. White Tiger. Star Field, in the deep starry sky near the giant blade star. A sabresman and a swordsman were facing off against each other, and there were two young people watching from the side. The sabresman was the lifeless sabresman, Lung Fifan. The swordsman was a young man dressed in blue, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. However, his blue clothes were different from Yichen's. Yichen's was sky blue, while his was azure blue. The two young people watching the battle were a man and a woman. The man had broad shoulders and a slim waist, and a pair of wolf-like eyes. Obviously, he was not human. The woman had a voluptuous body, and was as beautiful as spring water. She wore a green dress, and carried a hexagonal short stick on her back. She looked both heroic and flirtatious. These four people were all monstrous geniuses on the Heavenly King list. Not to mention Lung Fifan, the swordsman in blue was the flawless swordsman, Zhao Wuk, ranked 11th on the Heavenly King list. The inhuman young man was the strange speed wolf king, ranked 14th on the Heavenly King list. The beautiful woman in green was the violent queen, Yan Feihua, ranked 8th on the Heavenly King list. Zhao Wuk, the divine trial field is about to open. You don't have to fight me now. Lung Fifan said. I said that we will fight in 3 years. Now, 3 years have passed. Zhao Wuk's eyes were sharp, and they could see through everything. Are you sure you want to challenge me now? I am afraid that you will lose to me again, and it will hurt your spirit. Why don't you save your energy and wait for the divine trial field to open? Lung Fifan did not want to fight Zhao Wuk. Hehe, Zhao Wuk seems to be underestimated. Yan Feihua smiled like a flower. Zhao Wuk is quite stubborn. He didn't challenge anyone else but Lung Fifan. The divine trial field is about to open. Who would want to expose too many trump cards? The strange speed wolf king shook his head. Make your move. Zhao Wuk did not waver. He had lost to Lung Fifan 3 years ago. 3 years later, he had to fight Lung Fifan no matter what. Lung Fifan was his shackle. Only by breaking this shackle could he improve faster. All right. Be careful. Seeing that he could not dissuade Zhao Wuk, Lung Fifan's eyes gradually turned cold. His emotionless eyes were like those of a demon god. It made Yan Feihua and the strange speed wolf king, who were standing far away, become serious. This was the real Lung Fifan. Once he got serious, he would be like a demon god. Clang, Zhao Wuk took the initiative to draw his sword. His body flashed, and he appeared in front of Lung Fifan as if he had teleported. He slashed down with his sword. This sword attack was extremely fast and flawless. Dang, Lung Fifan drew his blade as well. He waved his blade and blocked Zhao Wuk's sword. The blade chi and sword chi merged together, shattering a small star nearby into pieces. It has begun. Yan Feihua and the strange speed wolf king did not blink their eyes. There was a reason why Zhao Wuk was called the flawless sword artist. His sword art seemed to be flawless. Be it speed, power, or accuracy, they were all amazingly unified. When the three were unified, the destructive power would be extremely shocking. Even Lung Fifan did not dare to be careless. Compared to Zhao Wuk's sword art, Lung Fifan's blade art was not any weaker. However, different from Zhao Wuk's, Lung Fifan mainly focused on speed and power. His blade was like a rolling thunder that could steal people's souls. As for accuracy, he had completely ignored it. For him, balance meant mediocrity. Dang, dang. Dang, sparks bloomed like fireworks, lighting up the sky. The battle between Lin Fifan and Zhao Wuk had quickly reached its climax. Even Yan Feihua and the strange Speed Wolf King had to pay full attention to the battle. Zhao Wuk, you are still lacking a bit. The blade light was like a waterfall. Lin Fifan sent Zhao Wuk flying with a single slash. Both of his hands were numb. Zhao Wuk was sent flying thousands of li away before he managed to stop himself. Lin Fifan, the battle is not over yet. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Zhao Wuk's body. This aura flashed for a second and eventually merged with Zhao Wuk's body. In the next second, Zhao Wuk's long hair grew longer, and his pupils turned into a focused silver color, giving off a feeling that he had forgotten himself, yet was extremely self-centered. The power was condensed into a single point. Selfless state. It's the selfless state, no wonder. Yan Feihua and the strange Speed Wolf King exclaimed. So you have also comprehended the selfless state, no wonder you are so confident. However, I have already comprehended the selfless state during our last battle, but you failed to force me to use my true strength. A terrifying aura burst out from Lin Fifan's body as well, making him look like a demon god. His long hair grew much longer, and his pupils were a deep silver color. The aura of his power did not leak out, but was completely concentrated within his body. Let's continue. The selfless state represented extreme single-mindedness. Zhao Wuk was not affected by Lin Fifan's words at all. His figure dashed forward at a rapid speed, attacking Lin Fifan. This time, the battle was extremely intense, as if it was in another dimension. The speed and strength of the two had increased by a few times. Most of the time, one could not even see their figures. One could only see the sparks from the clashing of the saber and the sword, accompanied by the shattering of small stars, lighting up the sky. Not only does the selfless state allow one to utilize their potential effectively, but it also allows them to unleash their power to an unprecedented level due to their instincts. Each of their attacks is extremely destructive. However, it seems like Zhao Wuk's selfless state is still a lot weaker than Lin Fifan's. Yan Feihua analyzed. How exciting, I can't wait to go up and fight. The strange Speed Wolf King licked his lips. You? You will definitely be beaten to a pulp. Yan Feihua rolled her eyes. Not fast enough, not strong enough. Zhao Wuk, if you want to defeat me, your current strength is far from enough. Bring out more of your true strength, or the battle will end very soon. Lin Fifan held his saber with one hand, fighting with ease. Each slash gave the impression of a star exploding, or a heavenly river pouring down. Zhao Wuk was completely submerged in his saber aura, drifting along with the flow. Both of us have reached the selfless state, but Zhao Wuk is still lacking. The only reason why he could last until now is because of his precise sword arts. Yan Feihua placed her right index and middle finger on her nose, her eyes were focused, watching every detail of the battle between Lin Fifan and Zhao Wuk. Violent lady, you've also comprehended the selfless state? The oddly fast Wolf King asked in surprise. Yan Feihua smiled seductively, do you really think that I, Yan Feihua, can't comprehend the selfless state? You humans are truly freaks. Your life form isn't that high, but your comprehension is so strong. I still don't know what the selfless state is. The oddly fast Wolf King wore a helpless expression. You don't rely on your comprehension to make a living. Plus, after so many years, you should have refined a lot of beast essence by now. I really can't hide anything from you. The oddly fast Wolf King chuckled, but his heart shivered. Although Yan Feihua was called the Violent Queen, she was not a muscular woman. Her eyesight was just as violent. Azura slash. Raising his saber up high, Lin Fifan slashed down. This slash had abandoned all pretentiousness, all honor and disgrace. This slash was purely a slash meant for slaughter. Once the slash was unleashed, it would only be for the sake of killing, without any external factors. This was the Azura slash, a slash with no emotions. Such a terrifying slash, is Lin Fifan going to kill Zhao Wuk? Yan Feihua was shocked. His soul shivered. Every single cell in Zhao Wu's body could feel the terror and mercilessness of this slash. He strongly felt that if he did not break through now, he would die under this slash. It was not without reason that Lin Fifen's saber art was said to be lifeless, where even ghosts and gods could not escape from it. Uncontrollably, the billions of cells in Zhao Wu's body began to squirm, spewing out immense power. It was as if they were operating in an overload. All of this power gathered in Zhao Wu's brain before spreading out in all directions. In the next instant, Zhao Wu felt as if he had been struck by an electric current. His soul felt transparent, and everything slowed down in his eyes. Rumble, the saber light and sword chi exploded, and Zhao Wu was sent flying back while coughing up blood. The saber light had already been shattered, but the saber aura was still suppressing him like an illusory saber. Chi, on Lin Fifen's cheek, a wisp of blood floated up, and a thin sword mark appeared there at a sharp angle. As expected of the flawless swordsman. At the critical moment, you have reached the edge of the selfless heavenly eyes realm. Putting his saber back into its sheath, Lin Fifen revealed a faint smile. Just now, if Zhao Wu had not broken through, he would not have been able to block that attack. Even if that attack could not kill him, it would have made him lose more than 90% of his power. However, there were no ifs. Zhao Wu had reached this realm after all. Not only had he neutralized 70% of the Azura Chop's power, but he had also counterattacked, causing the sword chi to graze his cheek. This time, the god's test field will be quite lively. Yan Feihua's eyes flashed with excitement. How could she not see that Zhao Wu had already reached a higher level of the selfless heavenly eyes realm? The selfless heavenly eyes did not only strengthen the eyes, but also the senses of the whole person, such as the five senses. It should be known that all of a person's actions depended on the five senses. Everything in the world had a flaw. Although it seemed like there was no flaw, it was actually because one's realm was not high enough. When the five senses reached a certain level, nothing could hide from one's perception. Cough, a few thousand li away, Zhao Wu coughed out mouthfuls of blood. His body was on the verge of breaking into pieces, covered with deep cuts. These cuts kept on wriggling. In a short period of time, it was impossible for him to recover with his immortal body. The destructive saber intent and saber chi contained in the cuts were still present. What an impressive Azura chop! Zhao Wu raised his head and fixed his gaze on Lin Fifen. Lin Fifen said, "Being able to survive my Azura chop, you can barely be considered as one of my strong opponents. However, if you really want me to go all out, you'll have to at least reach the selfless heavenly eyes realm. Otherwise, I'll kill you for real next time." As the last sentence was spoken, it was as if a demonic figure had appeared behind Lin Fifen. Still not going all out? Zhao Wu had no idea how much of Lin Fifen's strength had been used, but he still had to thank him. Without the pressure from Lin Fifen, he would not have been able to reach the selfless heavenly eyes realm so early. Hee, what an exciting battle. Lin Fifen, I'm looking forward to fighting you in the divine trial field. Zhao Wu, you'll be even stronger the next time we meet. Otherwise, it'll be boring if you only have a few opponents. Yan Feihua had already left, her voice reverberating in the same place. She's moving so fast. Why do I feel like I might not be able to suppress her in terms of speed? The eccentric Wolf King rubbed his chin as his body gradually faded. See you two at the divine trial field. In the next second, his body turned into nothingness. Before leaving, Lin Fifen said to Zhao Wu, I've met an interesting swordsman on the Firebird Star. I'm not sure if he has comprehended the selfless heavenly eyes realm, but his ability in this aspect is not simple. Don't be careless when you meet him. Oh right, he's wearing sky blue clothes. Whoosh, Lin Fifen left. A swordsman in sky blue clothes? Zhao Wu was slightly more cautious. If Lin Fifen said he was not simple, then he must be. The Land of Five Elements was located in the extreme west of the Firebird Star. With the help of the star shrinking device, Yi Chen soon confirmed the location of the Land of Five Elements and drove the Golden Phantom there. Golden Phantom was the name Yi Chen had given to the small Heavenly King-grade battleship. In fact, the speed of the Golden Phantom on the Firebird Star was not even as fast as Yi Chen. Under the obstruction of the atmosphere, the larger the body, the greater the obstruction. The Golden Phantom was almost 100 meters long and 12 meters wide. Although it was streamlined and could reduce the obstruction of the atmosphere to a certain degree, It was still far from the human body. However, the diameter of the Firebird star was only 27 million miles. Being a bit faster or slower wouldn't make much difference. Riding the Golden Phantom would save him a bit of Xinyuan. The interior of the Golden Phantom was extremely luxurious. Inside the hall, Yichen was enjoying the scenery outside the cabin while drinking the wine. He had been forging the sword for half a year, and it had been a long time since he felt this relaxed. After finishing a bottle of wine, they arrived at the land of 5 elements. The Golden Phantom was shaking violently. Exiting the cabin, Yichen went outside and saw an earth-shattering 5-colored wind blowing over. The 5-colored wind could melt golden bones, and only life and death kings could resist it. Putting away the Golden Phantom, Yichen descended. Swoosh, as soon as he landed, a golden light figure pounced over. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its aura was exceptionally sharp. It's the Gold Spirit King. Yichen's eyes captured the shape of the golden light figure. It was a golden creature without any facial features. Its entire body was made of golden metal, giving off a heavy and sharp feeling. Its right hand turned into a huge blade and slashed toward Yichen, easily cutting apart the 5-colored wind. It seems to have no intelligence. Life forms formed from Yuan Qi had some intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become life forms. However, this Gold Spirit King didn't seem to have any intelligence. It only knew how to kill. There were no rules to its moves. It was the most primitive form of attack. Releasing his sword aura, the Gold Spirit King was frozen in place. Yichen walked over unhurriedly and pressed his palm on the latter's chest. Swoosh! 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 Each of his 5 fingers released a strand of sword chi. The 5 strands of sword chi interweaved together, forming a horrifying sword chi tornado that sliced the Gold Spirit King into nothingness. The sword intent contained within it even destroyed the latter's consciousness, making it unable to reassemble its body. Killing the Gold Spirit King was as easy as lifting a finger for Yichen. He gradually entered the depths of the land of 5 elements. The land of 5 elements was filled with all kinds of Yuan Qi living beings, such as the Gold Spirit King, Wood Spirit King, Water Spirit King, Fire Spirit King, and Earth Spirit King. In the area where Yichen was, the Gold Spirit King was the most numerous. Uncle, we can't hold on much longer. Let's retreat. In the depths of the land of 5 elements, the demi-beast kings were killed one after another. Only the 2 most powerful demi-beast kings were fleeing in panic. Of these 2 demi-beast kings, one was a middle-aged man with a cultivation base of 5th layer life and death realm, and the other was a young man in embroidered robes with a cultivation base of 4th layer life and death realm. Their opponent was a powerful Gold Spirit King. This Gold Spirit King was twice the size of an ordinary Gold Spirit King. Its body was not pure gold, but rather dark gold. One of its arms had transformed into a huge blade, while the other into a long sword. Blade light and sword shadows filled the air, and nothing could stop it. Even if we want to retreat now, it won't let us go. The middle-aged demi-beast king smiled bitterly. The dark Gold Spirit King charged over. Its right hand transformed into a huge blade, and a huge crack appeared on the ground. The ground of the land of 5 elements was extremely hard. Being able to leave a mark on it was already quite good. Only a 5th layer life and death realm expert could do such a thing. The middle-aged demi-beast king was also a 5th layer life and death realm expert, but his attack couldn't even break through the Gold Spirit King's defense. On the other hand, the opponent's attack could easily cut through his protective Xinyuan. Uncle, someone is coming. While fighting, the young man didn't forget to observe the surroundings. Yeah, be careful. Those who appear here are not good people. The middle-aged demi-beast king retreated while fighting. Soon, a human figure flew over. Suddenly, the figure accelerated and flashed toward the middle-aged demi-beast king. Not good. Be careful. The middle-aged demi-beast king was shocked, thinking that the opponent was going to hit him while he was down. Pung! The dark Gold Spirit King was blown away, its body shattering into pieces. Fortunately, he didn't hit him while he was down. But, what a powerful attacking power. It actually shattered this Gold Spirit King. This Gold Spirit King's defense has reached the extreme rank mid-rank armor level. The two were extremely shocked. This Gold Spirit King was not an ordinary one, but a 5 elements Gold Spirit King. Its defense was extremely frightening, and anyone below the 6th layer of life and death realm would not be able to injure it. The defense is comparable to the middle grade armor. As expected of the 5 elements Gold Spirit King, Yichen exclaimed in admiration. Supreme grade armors were extremely difficult to destroy. Even a low-grade supreme grade armor was not something an ordinary king could break. At most, it would leave behind a mark. For example, when Yichen fought Giant Demon Emperor, the low-grade supreme grade armor on his body wasn't destroyed. In terms of toughness, mid-grade supreme grade armors were 10 times stronger than low-grade supreme grade armors. From this, one could see how powerful the defense of 5 elements Gold Spirit King was, as well as how frightening Yichen's palm containing 5 sword chi was. Clang! 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 The twisted sound of metal rubbing against each other rang out, and the 5 elements Gold Spirit King's shattered body once again condensed together. The golden liquid at the wound squirmed and quickly stuck together, and at the same time, his body compressed a little, making his entire body look even more solid and heavy. Just looking at it with the naked eye, it gave off an unbearable feeling. Every time the 5 elements Gold Spirit King is shattered, the strength of its body will increase. Unless it is destroyed in an instant, or when the strength of its body increases to the limit of its endurance, it will not die. Young master, thank you for helping us repel the 5 elements Gold Spirit King just now, but do not fight it head-on. The middle-aged half-demon king reminded Yichen. Every time it breaks, the strength of its body increases by 1. Interesting. Reaching out with his right hand, Yichen grabbed the hilt of the Demon Slayer sword and turned to the two of them. You guys stay away. Young master, you, the middle-aged half-demon king was helpless and retreated far away with the young half-demon king. The speed of the 5 elements Gold Spirit King was very fast. With a flash of golden light, its sharp body was like a machete as it slashed over. But the fatal thing was not its body, but its arms that had turned into swords. It crossed its arms and slashed towards Yichen's head, and what was even more terrifying was that its body also released a circle of golden light domain, sealing Yichen's body. It actually has a natural domain. A hint of surprise flashed on Yichen's face. The sword domain was released, and the golden light domain was forced back. Then, the sword domain turned the tables and enveloped the 5 elemental metal Spirit King. Yichen's sword domain had already reached the 4th layer. As soon as the 5 elemental metal Spirit King was enveloped by the sword domain, its speed instantly decreased as if it had fallen into a swamp. On the other hand, Yichen's speed erupted, and he brushed past the 5 elemental metal Spirit King's body. Gotcha! The body of the 5 elements Gold Spirit King froze in midair. In the next moment, it was split into 2. It was not over yet. The 2 halves of the body seemed to be in the middle of a storm of sword chi, breaking apart from the inside out. Almost every metal particle was cut by a tiny sword chi, which was violent and dense. Second drive. The best way to break an undying body or vitality life form was to use multiple stacks. The first stacks would shatter its structure, and the second stacks would destroy it completely. Although killing moves with great destructive power could also completely annihilate the opponent, it was not like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Multiple stacks were much simpler. Moreover, multiple drives should not be underestimated. The first and second drive were nothing, but the third drive was equivalent to a powerful killing move. The fourth drive could destroy almost everything, and the fifth drive was a forbidden area. This is the second drive. The young half-beast king's eyesight was not weak. Second drive? The middle-aged half-beast king looked at him. The young half-beast king said, 2 years ago, I saw a battle between the Sky King list warriors. Both of them could use the second drive. I did not see it at that time, but there were powerful warriors among the spectators. After listening to their explanations, I realized that the explosion was a phenomenon of multiple drives. In the end, one of them even used the third drive and defeated his opponent. So it was multiple drives. No wonder he could easily split the body of the 5 elemental metal Spirit King. The middle-aged half-beast king said slowly. Sha 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 sha, metal particles flew all over the sky. With a point as the center, they rotated and condensed. Because there were too many metal particles, the friction was too strong. That place, blazing flames and lightning shot out, and a fine whirlwind cut the ground. Even the second drive doesn't work? Yichen turned around. In the blink of an eye, the body of the five elements Metal Spirit King was successfully reconstructed. What made people despair was that its body became smaller again, which meant that its defense had increased by a lot. Since the second drive doesn't work, then the three drive. Raising the demon slaughtering sword high up, Yichen slashed out vertically. An intense red light seemed to seep into the space, dyeing the five elements Metal Spirit King dark red. Countless fine sword marks appeared on the surface of its body. Pa pa pa. The body of the five elements Gold Spirit King instantly exploded into millions of metal particles, which then exploded into metal dust. The dust was then annihilated into nothingness and turned into the purest energy, which was then absorbed by the five-colored wind and blown in all directions, in the sky and on the ground. Three drive, it's a lie, right? He can actually use three drive? The young half-beast king opened his mouth, unable to close it. Obviously, the five elements Metal Spirit King couldn't withstand the three drive from Yichen and was completely destroyed. I thought the three drive wouldn't work. That's right, although the five elements Metal Spirit King's defense is powerful and has no weaknesses, its consciousness shouldn't be that strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have turned into nothingness so easily. Every cell in Yichen's body contained the rank 5 Immortal sword intent. Even those who were much stronger than Yichen could only injure his body. They couldn't smash him into pieces unless they were 10 times stronger than him. If the five elements Metal Spirit King's consciousness was a little stronger, maybe Yichen wouldn't have been able to kill it with three drive. After all, for a living being with flesh and blood, having such a strong defense should be a body refinement king, and a body refinement king wouldn't die so easily. As for the multiple drive, Yichen had mastered it a long time ago. When he fought against the Troll Emperor, Yichen could use 2 times the power of his sword. That was the embryonic form of the second drive. At that time, he had just entered the Palace of Controlling Power, so he didn't have the time to study the multiple drive. It had been 2 years since the disaster of the alien race, so no one knew what level he had reached. You two, hurry up and leave. More five elements Metal Spirit Kings are coming, and there's more than one. Yichen said to the 2 half-beast kings. Qinglei, let's go. Yes, uncle. The uncle and nephew left quickly. They had brought many powerful warriors to the five elements realm, but in the end, only the 2 of them were left. If the 2 of them were to die, the family would suffer a great loss. Time to enjoy. After the 2 left, Yichen could test his moves to his heart's content. He knew more than just the multiple drive. Jinghong Young Master is back. He's challenging the Phantom Sword King at Wild Gazing Plains. Wild Gazing Plains, challenging the Phantom Sword King? The Firebird continent had 3 main cities. One was Firebird City, the other was Fire City, and the last was Jinghong City. On this day, in the tea houses, restaurants, and streets of Jinghong City, the news was spreading everywhere. Jinghong Young Master, the leader of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes, had returned, and immediately challenged the Phantom Sword King. The Phantom Sword King was the leader of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes 10 years ago. The rules of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes were the same as the Heavenly King ranking. Only those under 50 could enter, and those over 50 would lose the right. The Phantom Sword King was 60 this year, and exactly 50 10 years ago. As the leader of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes 10 years ago, the Phantom Sword King might not have entered the Heavenly King ranking, but it didn't mean he was weaker than the Jinghong Young Master. On the contrary, he might even be stronger than the monstrous genius ranked 90th on the Heavenly King ranking. A year ago, the Jinghong Young Master had challenged the Phantom Sword King and lost miserably. This time, he was here to wash away his shame. Only by defeating the opponent who had defeated him could he improve faster. This was the saying of the geniuses. Flawless sword artist Zhao Wuk was like this, and so was the Jinghong Young Master. Wild Gazing Plains, a large number of life and death kings had already gathered here. Everyone's gazes were focused on 2 people. One was a young man with a ghostly aura, and the other was a skinny young man wearing a yellow robe. They were indeed the Phantom Sword King and the Jinghong Young Master. One of them was the leader of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes, and the other was the current leader. Jinghong, young master, it's only been a year, and you've already come to challenge me. Seems like you've improved a lot. The Phantom Sword King said indifferently. The Jinghong young master said, only by defeating you will I have the right to enter the God test field. If I can't even beat you, then no matter how much I improve, I won't be able to surpass those people. Indeed, it's for the God test field. Unfortunately, I failed in the first round back then. The Phantom Sword King looked up at the sky, his face full of emotions. However, I won't let you win just because I want to help you. If you want to beat me, you'll have to use battle power that surpasses your limits. Otherwise, even if you go, you'll still lose. Of course. What kind of victory would it be if you let me win? Under everyone's gazes, the two exchanged blows. They went all out right from the start. The Phantom Sword King's sword art was ethereal like a ghost, twisting its trajectory, while the Jinghong young master's sword art was fast. Is this the power of the leader of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes? He's not even in the same dimension as us. The ground was sliced open, and the sword chi interweaved. The two figures continuously flashed, clashed, and brushed past each other before turning back to attack. This is the result of my 1 year of training. Take this. After hundreds of exchanges, the two were still evenly matched. Right at this moment, the Jinghong young master's sword speed increased by a couple of times, seeming to increase twice in a row. Third drive. The Phantom Sword King's pupils dilated. So what if it's third drive? Illusion and reality, overlay. Sword shadows flew everywhere as the Phantom Sword King's sword art was used to the limit. One bright and one dark, the two sword shadows overlapped and met the opponent's attack. Clang, the two swords clashed, and the Phantom Sword King's arm shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward. Third drive had already surpassed normal top-rank profound martial arts. The power of the three strikes was even more unbearable. I won. The Terpsichore prince was panting heavily. In order to use 3 stacks, he had received the cruel training that his master had arranged for him over the past year. He had not had a single day of rest. However, if he could defeat the Phantom Sword King, it would all be worth it. Li Jinghong, you've finally beaten me. There's still half a year until the God's trial field. I hope you won't slack off in this half a year. The Phantom Sword King was not dejected. The new beating the old was something that happened every day in the universe. He was not missing. Don't worry. From now on, I won't lose to anyone easily. The Jinghong young master's body released a wisp of faintly discernible aura, as if he had unlocked some shackles. You've already reached third drive? Looks like I've fallen behind too much in my 5 years of slumber. Luckily, with Mr. Ye's guidance, I've successfully reached second drive. Xianxia was in the crowd. In the 5 years of slumber, she had been stagnant, while others had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, the stronger the Jinghong young master became, the more respect Xianxia had for Yi Chen. If he could make her grow this much with just a few months of guidance, then just how powerful was his own realm? White gold stone. Dragon spring iron. Although the 5 elements land was indescribably dangerous, it couldn't obstruct Yi Chen in the slightest. After a week, Yi Chen had obtained 2 kinds of heavenly king-grade metals, white gold stone and dragon spring iron. White gold stone was a kind of white gold stone. A fist-sized piece weighed over 10,000 jin, and one would feel a stabbing pain in the hand. This was the unique sharpness of white gold stone. Anyone below life and death realm would be turned into a hornet's nest just by touching it. Swords forged from white gold stone were exceptionally sharp and intimidating. Yi Chen had obtained a total of 2 pieces, one fist-sized and the other palm-sized. Both were worth no less than 2,000 yuan stones. Dragon spring iron was even more famous than white gold stone. It was a kind of water-attributed metal material. At first glance, it looked like a block of solidified spring water. However, its weight was even greater than white gold stone. A fist-sized block weighed 18,000 jin. Dragon spring iron was extremely tough, and its extensibility was second to none. A treasured sword made from it was a combination of hardness and softness. It could bend and stretch, and it could be wrapped around the waist. The Five Elements land is indeed a treasure land. I actually found white gold stone and dragon spring iron. These two materials were among the top treasures in the books on metal materials. Obtaining one was a huge stroke of luck, and obtaining the second could only be described as a rainbow of luck. With the white gold stone and dragon spring iron, Yichen had no intention of staying. He directly flew into the sky and boarded the Golden Phantom, flying toward Firebird Continent's Flame City. Young Master Yi, you're finally here. On the first floor of the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion, Lan Xian'er had been waiting for a long time. Yichen was startled, then smiled. How did you find me? The Falling Dust Sword Pavilion's name has been rising in Flame City recently, so I came to take a look. I found dozens of pseudo-supreme grade swords on the second floor that contained young Master Yi's sword intent, so I knew that this Falling Dust Sword Pavilion is related to young Master Yi. Lan Xian'er said honestly. So that's how it is. Come, let's go to the courtyard. There was a large courtyard behind the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion. 800 meters below the courtyard, one could forge swords. This was the complete Falling Dust Sword Pavilion. Two of them went to the courtyard, and Yichen brewed tea for the other party. Lord Yi, I hope that you will continue to teach me. I am different from my sister. She doesn't have a strong competitive spirit and doesn't ask for much. I, on the other hand, want to make a name for myself in the divine trial field. Lan Xian'er didn't hide her intentions or her competitive personality. She knew that she couldn't hide anything from this man. His all-seeing eye could see through even the smallest details. Yichen didn't reply directly. He flicked his hand, and an iron stake forged from star iron pierced deep into the ground of the courtyard. 7 consecutive stabs. All right. Lan Xian'er didn't know Yichen's intentions, but she didn't want to suspect anything. She stood up, pulled out the sword at her waist, and stabbed the star iron pillar. Then, she stabbed it 6 times in a row. Each stab is a millimeter deeper. This proves that you have the potential to open the selfless realm. Yichen could see that Lan Xian'er was improving with each stab. This sounded exaggerated, but it wasn't at all. A millimeter was hard to detect with soul power. The improvement was very small, but it was still improvement. This was something that ordinary geniuses couldn't do. Only geniuses who were constantly improving could do it. The selfless realm? Lan Xian'er had heard of it, but she had never seen it. The selfless realm is divided into the spiritual level and the ego level. In the early days, when we cultivated, we would pursue a state of selfless cultivation. That was the spiritual level. The spiritual level could allow one to be very focused, but it couldn't surpass oneself. The ego level, on the other hand, could achieve this. Hearing this, Lan Xian'er nodded. She wasn't a stranger to the state of selfless cultivation. Basically, anyone with a bit of talent could cultivate in a state of selfless cultivation. The ego level is to be clear about oneself and then forget oneself. Only by becoming familiar with every bit of oneself and understanding the secrets of one's body can one truly forget oneself and enter an unprecedented realm. This realm is the selfless realm that I speak of. The selfless realm had already been opened in Duguju, but that was when he was in a state of madness. It was unknown if he had truly opened it now. At the last moment, Lu Xiaoyu had pushed the selfless realm to the selfless realm, but that was at the cost of burning his life. It wasn't a normal method. Why were Duguju and Lu Xiaoyu able to open it so early? No matter how much Yichen thought about it, he still felt that it was because Elysium was too closed, so his cultivation couldn't improve. As a result, he was already very familiar with his own body. At every moment, he had to squeeze something out of it. That was why 2 of them had entered the selfless realm. As for Yichen himself, he surprisingly didn't enter the selfless realm. But he didn't feel that it was strange. The selfless realm was a situation where one already knew their limits. Yichen still couldn't determine where his limits were. No matter how much he squeezed, he could still improve. In the battle with the Troll Emperor, his repeated breakthroughs were proof. Moreover, his soul power was too strong, and his brain cells were abnormally active. This also increased the difficulty of opening the selfless realm. However, although he didn't open the selfless realm, Yichen's control of power had already reached an unfathomable level. To open the selfless realm, the level of power control must be high. This was the prerequisite of the prerequisite. If the level of power control didn't meet the requirements, the body wouldn't be able to cooperate. Yichen let Lan Xian'er study the basic swordsmanship so that she could improve the level of power control. This was to build a foundation for her. Then what should I do? Lan Xian'er asked. It's very simple. Continue to study the basic swordsmanship. This star iron pillar, after being smelted, is as hard as a low-grade armor. If you can pierce it with your sword within a month, I will give you special training. If you can't, then you should go back. I can't teach you too much here. There are many things that you can't rely on others. To open the selfless realm, the level of power control must be high. Lan Xian'er was still a bit lacking. Unless she was like Du Guju and Lu Xiaoyu, opening it in an abnormal state, but that kind of opening had too many drawbacks. It wasn't the same as opening under the selfless realm. Okay. Lan Xian'er bit her lip. She knew that this was a test that Yichen gave her. If she couldn't even pass this test, then she wasn't worthy of being taught. Now, can you tell me what the God test field is? Yichen asked at this time. Lan Xian'er knew that Yichen came from some living world, so he might not have heard of the God test field. She said, the God test field is the true God test field. Inside is the mighty power of the true God. Only those under 50 years of age can enter. Once you completely pass the test, you will have the qualifications to enter the God paradise. I don't know anything else. True God? The true God test field? Could the legend be true? Legend had it that the realm after life and death realm was true God realm. This was a legendary realm. Life and death realm could be found, but true God realm was not. Therefore, true God realm was a legendary realm. However, no one had ever seen a true God, and no one knew what it was. What kind of method was there to cultivate to true God realm? Everything was unknown. I also don't know if true God is real or not, but the God test field and the God paradise have existed since ancient times. The mighty power inside is something that even the ninth sky of life and death realm can't see through, and they can't force their way in. I think the saying that wind can't come from an empty cave is most likely true. Lan Xian'er spoke her opinion. These things are too far away from us. When we reach that step, we will know whether or not it is true. Yichen didn't dwell too much on whether true God existed or not. Days passed by, and soon, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Yichen had already started forging heavenly king grade swords. He didn't have much white gold stone and dragon spring iron, so he could only forge one heavenly king grade sword at most. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless and poured his heart and soul into it, leaving Lan Xian'er outside. In this half a month, Lan Xian'er didn't sleep or rest, working extremely hard. She knew that if she still couldn't pierce through the star iron pillar with triple force, she would lose her chance. As long as I reach the triple force realm, I can completely pierce through the star iron pillar. But how can I reach the triple force realm? Up until now, Lan Xian'er could only pierce through 1/3 of the star iron pillar. She was 2/3 away from completely piercing through. Ordinary people would have already lost hope. It's a little difficult to go from the second force to the triple force in a month. Moreover, she had been asleep for 5 years. Even if I taught her for 3 months, it would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. This caused her foundation to be solid, but her understanding wasn't enough and she couldn't make full use of it. She didn't know when, but Yichen walked out. Xian'er. Young Master Yi. Lan Xian'er was too focused and quickly turned her head. Think more and you can do better. You don't sleep or rest, and you don't give yourself a chance to think. It's easy for you to go berserk and create a knot in your heart. Yichen reminded her. But, Lan Xian'er was very unwilling. How about this, in the next few days, you can watch me forge the sword from the side. It should be beneficial to you. Yichen felt that it was necessary to help her. Ding ding dang dang, bright sparks flew, and the sword intent burst forth. On the sword furnace, Yichen constantly hammered the sword embryo. The iron hammer in his hand was like an iron sword. Every strike would produce a huge vibration force, accompanied by a peerless sword intent. This was the vibration sword intent forging method that Yichen had comprehended himself. It could fully fuse the materials together and use the sword intent to clear the meridians. Xianxia watched from the side, inexplicably shocked. Normally, when forging a sword, one would have to be extremely careful. Most of the time, they would be testing it out. When the hammer truly fell, they would have already figured out how to forge the sword. However, Xianxia's sword forging gave people the feeling of a sword artist waving his sword. It was continuous, decisive, sharp, and majestic, without any hesitation. Watching him forge the sword, one's heart seemed to have become a sword embryo, constantly being hammered and forged. Gradually, one's sword heart became clearer and clearer. This was both a sword forging method and a way to temper the sword heart. After watching for 3 days, Xianxia returned to the surface under Xianxia's instructions and continued to stab the star iron pillar. 5 days later, Xianxia had stabbed 2/3 of the way through. She had reached the third drive realm, but the third drive could not overlap with the previous 2 drives. It was not complete, so she could not pierce through the star iron pillar. Just a bit more. Xianxia returned to the surface to watch Xianxia forge swords. Xianxia's swordsmithing technique had long reached the realm of perfection. He had been able to forge 12 supreme-grade swords in a month because he could see through it. He did not hesitate when forging swords. Every time the hammer fell, he was one step closer to completion. There was no hesitation, no sluggishness. Rather than saying he was forging swords, it was more like he was practicing swords. He practiced to his heart's content. There was no hesitation, no sluggishness. Every move was natural. Sometimes, even he did not know why he would swing the hammer. Clang, another hammer fell, and sparks flew in all directions. It contained a peerless sword intent. Xianxia wanted to dodge, but she didn't know why she couldn't. With a poochie sound, several sparks pierced through her body, burning her flesh. What was even more terrifying was that even though it was just a few sparks, it was like an invincible sword chi, exploding bloody holes in her body one after another. Countless fine sword chi minced her flesh and blood. "Did you comprehend it?" Xianxia asked. "I see. Thank you, Mr. Yi." Using the immortal body, Xianxia returned to the surface. Standing in front of the star pillar, she stood there for a day and a night. At dawn, she suddenly pulled out her sword and stabbed at the star pillar. The speed of this stab was unparalleled, like a sword from the gods. Pfft, the star iron pillar was pierced through. Countless cracks appeared around the hole. This was the destructive power of the third drive. The wind blew, and the star iron pillar completely fell apart. After piercing through the star iron pillar, Xianxia smiled. Third drive had been completed. The next 5 months should be enough for her to open the Immortal realm. However, when she thought of the flying sparks, she couldn't help but shiver. Xianxia's realm had indeed reached an unfathomable realm. Every spark contained the third drive. Although not much power was poured into it, it was still shocking. Young Master Yi is forging a sword, so it's not a good idea to disturb him. I'll continue to familiarize myself with the mysteries of third drive. Xianxia was not in a hurry to find Xianxia. It was already her fortune that Xianxia could teach her. Because she wanted to open the Immortal realm, she had to interrupt other people's business. She could not do such a thing, nor could she forgive it. 3 stacks was broad and profound. In the early stages, one could only use it wholeheartedly. In the middle stages, one could use it at will. In the late stages, one could use it at will. As long as one wanted, one could use it from any part of their body. As for Xianxia's 3 stacks, which could only be executed with sparks flying everywhere, it was impossible to estimate his realm. Another 6 days passed, and the month was up. At this time, Xianxia had already stabilized the third drive. She could be considered to be at the peak of the early stages of the third drive. As long as she wasn't too distracted, she could use the third drive. The third drive is indeed powerful. When the third drive is combined, it's not as simple as 3 times the power. The third drive is already more than 10 times the power, and it can completely destroy matter. The first drive could shatter the structure of matter, the second drive could destroy matter itself, and the third drive could annihilate matter's most basic molecules. It seems that you have stabilized the third drive. Next, I will help you open the Immortal realm. Originally, after comprehending the third drive, you should have touched the Inata realm. However, because the time was too short, you didn't have much time to comprehend it. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3 years. The third drive was a checkpoint. Breaking through to the third drive meant touching the Inata realm. Xianxia had lost too much time to comprehend, and now, Yichen wanted to help her break through to the Inata realm. Helping someone break through to the Inata realm wasn't something that could be done just by saying it. Yichen was certain that he could do it because every single one of his cells contained the rank 5 Immortal Sword Intent. Under the operation of the Sword Intent, he could already deduce a trace of the mysteries of his cells. It might only be 1,000th or even a 10,000th of the mysteries. But he still grasped a trace. The Inata realm was the effective use of the body's potential under the Inata realm. This potential was the potential of the cells. Of course, there was no such thing as cells in this world. It was usually described as particles of flesh and blood. As long as he could force out a trace of the cell's potential and combine it with the state of mind, he would be able to achieve the profound meaning of the Inata realm. At that time, he would naturally be able to effectively use the potential under the Inata realm. The third drive had already given Xianxia the foundation to open the Inata realm. What Yichen needed to do next was to push the boat with the current. Force out the human body's potential and enter the stage of forcing out the human body's potential at any time. These are 2 steps. Attack me with all your strength and don't hold back. The stronger, the better. Yichen said. Yes, Mr. Yi, be careful. Xianxia really didn't hold back. She knew very well that even if her strength increased several times, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Yichen. Holding the sword in her hand, Xianxia slashed at Yichen with all her strength. Yichen stretched out his right hand and spread his fingers. Clang, the palm and sword collided, and Xianxia took half a step back. The strong shockwave spread out and was absorbed by the restrictions and formations in the courtyard. Okay, I already know your limit. The second time they fought, Yichen only used the same amount of strength as his opponent. The third time was the same. On the 18th time, Yichen's strength began to increase, but it was only a trace. Xianxia could still withstand it. The 19th time, the 20th time, the 98th time, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. Yichen only increased his strength by a little each time. It didn't seem much, but it was like adding straw to a camel. One day, the camel would be crushed and couldn't get up again. The 100th time, blood flowed from the corner of Xianxia's mouth. The 200th time. The 300th time. Puff, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale gold. I think you should be able to last until the 400th time. At the 500th time, your whole body will collapse and your life will be hanging by a thread, Yichen said. Mr. Yi, continue. Xianxia said firmly. Okay. Yichen nodded. He increased his strength bit by bit to force out the other's potential. The reason why he didn't increase his strength to the limit that the other could bear was because it was too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could kill the other. If he did that, the other wouldn't be able to comprehend too much. It was the demonic path, not the right path. Of course, not everyone could do what Yichen did. Not to mention Yichen's realm, just his soul power that was 10 times stronger was rare. There had never been a second person who could do it. The 400th time, Xianxia exploded into a bloody mist. After the bloody mist condensed into a human body, her eyes began to dim. The 500th time. Bang, this time, Xianxia only kept a part of the bloody mist. Continue after a week. In the first 500 attacks, Yichen didn't use his sword intent. If he did, it would erase the other's soul and will. If it accumulated, she would die without a doubt. But even without sword intent, enduring 500 attacks from Yichen wasn't a good thing. Xianxia felt very tired. She couldn't lift any strength in her body. She felt that something was wrong. The undying body also had a limit. It couldn't be used too many times. Obviously, Xianxia's undying body was reaching its limit. A week later. The two fought 720 times. Another week later. The two fought 1,000 times. Week after week. 3.5 months had passed since Lan Xian'er came to Fallen Dust Sword Pavilion. It's time to break through. This time, the two fought 1,888 times. After 1,888 times. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out from Lan Xian'er's body. This was a phenomenon forced out by her potential. Lan Xian'er's hair grew longer and shone blue. Her eyes turned silver and extremely focused. Under the selfless realm, her battle intent awakened and she continued to fight with Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled indifferently and chose to collide with the opponent with the same amount of strength. Then, he increased his strength every time. It seemed to be endless. But now he began to pour sword intent. Under the selfless realm, Lan Xian'er's battle power reached its peak. Without sword intent, Yi Chen couldn't increase his strength again and again. Lan Xian'er didn't last long after entering the selfless realm for the first time. It was about 15 minutes. During this time, she improved a lot. Part of her potential had been transformed into her own battle power. This was the abnormality of the selfless realm. Every time she used it, she would become stronger. Of course, the selfless realm was entered by forcing one's potential. No one dared to enter the selfless realm too often. Although it was possible to improve by leaps and bounds, it was also possible to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. It would lead to the exhaustion of one's potential and they would never be able to enter the selfless realm again. Step by step, this was the right way. After all, the potential was limitless, and the human body had its limits. Nearly 4 months passed, and the Heavenly King level sword that Yi Chen had started to forge was finally completed. In these 4 months, he didn't spend much time teaching Lan Xian'er. He came out once a week, and each time was only about an hour. The rest of the time was spent on forging the sword. On this day, the sound of the sword soared into the sky, shattering the clouds. The peerless sword Qi was like a divine dragon, noble and fierce. Underground, Yi Chen held a peerless sword in his hand. This sword was 4 feet and 2 inches long. The body of the sword was like an ancient spring, but it was also suffused with traces of platinum gold. It was hard and soft, and looking down at the sword was like climbing a mountain and looking into an abyss. It was ethereal and deep, as if there were streams of clear spring water flowing down, unfathomable. With a flick of his wrist, the body of the sword was like a spirit snake, constantly changing. It was impossible to know where the tip of the sword would appear. It seemed that any point could be attacked, and there were no blind spots. I'll call you the Dragon Spring Sword. The Dragon Spring Sword was hard and soft at the same time. When it was hard, it was invincible, cutting through everything. When it was soft, it was like a stream of water, piercing through any gap. This sword was a Heavenly King level sword with a combination of metal and water attributes. Yi Chen didn't plan to sell the Dragon Spring Sword. His demon slaughtering sword was only a high-quality sword, and because of its special attributes, Yi Chen wasn't confident that he could upgrade it to the Heavenly King stage. Therefore, the Dragon Spring Sword would become a great weapon for him. After all, he cultivated the metal and water profound meanings, so there was no barrier between him and the Dragon Spring Sword. Moreover, this time, Lan Xian'er had brought him 94,000 yuan stones. These were the extra yuan stones after selling the 10 demons battleships. In total, there were 394,000 yuan stones. Adding these 94,000 yuan stones, Yi Chen's own yuan stones had reached 140,000, which wasn't a small amount. There was no need to sell the Dragon Spring Sword. However, if I sell this sword, even if it's not as good as the Time Blade, it should still reach 15,000 yuan stones. The price of a Heavenly King stage sword varied from high to low. The lowest was only 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, while the highest could easily reach tens of thousands. The price of a Heavenly King stage sword was reflected in 2 aspects: the materials used to forge the sword, and the skills of the person who forged the sword. When the 2 were combined, the difference in price was too great. Yi Chen had already prepared the Dragon Spring Sword scabbard. This scabbard was made entirely of Dragon Spring iron, and was also priceless. It could also conceal the Dragon Spring Sword's sharpness. Sheathing the sword, Yi Chen returned to the ground. The selfless state wasn't easy to grasp. The first time Lan Xian'er had entered the selfless state was when she was forced by Yi Chen. The second time, without Yichen by her side, she had spent a whole 3 days to enter the selfless state. Now, a day had passed since she entered the selfless state for the second time, but she hadn't entered the selfless state for the third time. The secret of the selfless state should be fighting spirit. Your fighting spirit isn't strong enough. Think about why you want to become strong. Think about why those who walk before you can laugh in the starry sky. Their fighting spirit is far above yours. Yi Chen's voice poured into Lan Xian'er's ears. Fighting spirit? I, Lan Xian'er, will not lose to anyone. Yi Chen's voice seemed to have a magical power. Lan Xian'er's eyes burned. Immediately, she entered the selfless realm for the third time. Her blue hair grew long, and her pupils became focused silver. All the power in her body condensed in her body. Potential and true essence mixed together, becoming the power of selfless. While Yichen was teaching Lan Xian'er, all the geniuses in the universe were working hard. The gods' trial field was about to open in 2 months. If they didn't work hard, they would likely be surpassed by others. In the end, they would fall short and become someone else's stepping stone. As a genius, no one wanted to fail. Pure Gray City, I, Prince Jinghong, will never become someone else's stepping stone. Anata state, breakthrough. On the vast training field, Jinghong's body emitted a terrifying aura. His long hair grew longer, and his eyes turned silver. It was as if he could see through people's souls. Prince Jinghong had also reached the selfless realm. He was different from Lan Xian'er. Lan Xian'er had been asleep for 5 years, and her strength had stagnated. Although she had Yi Chen's guidance, she hadn't comprehended much. Therefore, after reaching 3 drive, she couldn't rely on herself to open the selfless realm in a short period of time. On the other hand, Prince Jinghong had been improving all these years. Coupled with his master's cruel training, he had mastered 3 drive. Opening the selfless realm was a matter of course. Congratulations on entering the selfless realm, Prince. With your strength, you will definitely be ranked in the top 90, or even the top 80. On the side of the training field, the housekeeper of Pure Gray City smiled. It's still not enough. In the remaining 2 months, I have to push the selfless realm to a higher level. Otherwise, I won't be able to stand out. The monsters on the king's list are not that easy to surpass. Prince Jinghong was still not satisfied. If he could improve, so could others. Under his master's cruel training, he could improve by leaps and bounds. His only advantage was his cultivation base, which was at the 5th sky of life and death realm. Even in the king's list, only 30 to 40 people had reached this realm. If he could improve his selfless realm, he had the confidence to enter the top 50, or even higher. On a certain dead star in White Tiger Starfield, a sword artist in blue stood quietly with his eyes closed. He was the flawless swordsman, Zhao Wuk. After the battle with the lifeless saber artist Lung Fifan, he had stayed on this dead star for 4 months. Lung Fifan's strength had given him a great shock, and he had obtained great benefits from the duel. In the past 4 months, he had been immersed in the process of breaking through to the selfless realm. Every time he comprehended something, he would enter the selfless realm to digest it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. An extremely frightening aura burst out. In the past, when Zhao Wuk entered the Anata realm, other than his hair growing longer, his pupils were silvery white. Now, his pupils changed from silvery white to a deep silver. In the next moment, specks of gold appeared in the deep silver, adding an indescribable vitality to his focused eyes and a penetrative power that allowed him to see through the trajectory of the world. Clang, unsheathing his long sword, Zhao Wuk slashed at the dead star below. This slash was natural and untraceable, yet it seemed to be everywhere. Under this slash, there were no blind spots to speak of. Rumble, this dead star was not very big, only 10,000 li in diameter. After suffering Zhao Wuk's slash, it actually started disintegrating, leaving only a dark red core. Zhao Wuk's slash seemed to have found the main weak point of the dead star and disintegrated it in one fell swoop. This kind of method was many times more difficult than directly shattering the dead star. The former relied on brute force, while the latter relied on one's technique and ability to see through weaknesses to the extreme, easily disintegrating a star. Lung Fifan, thanks to you, I've entered the selfless heaven's eye realm, but I still can't see through your previous realm. Zhao Wuk was not too excited. He knew that if he challenged Lung Fifan at his current realm, there was no way he could win unless he improved further and pushed the selfless heaven's eye to a new height. Letting out a breath, Zhao Wuk flew away from this place. He found a star that was twice the size of this one. This star was brimming with vitality and its weak point was not so easy to see. Vermilion bird star field, on a white star. This star was only several thousand li in diameter. From afar, it was white and looked very cold. However, the temperature on its surface was tens of thousands of degrees, distorting one's vision. If Yichen was here, he would definitely recognize that this was a white dwarf star. White dwarfs were a type of star in the late stages of its life. Their density and temperature were very high, and the gravity on their surface reached an exaggerated degree, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of times that of Earth. Even atoms would be crushed, and no matter could exist on their surface. If a human stood on them, they would instantly be vaporized. However, on this white dwarf star, there was a black-robed youngster. He was unexpectedly able to resist the gravity of the white dwarf star. He continuously punched out, and with each punch, ripples would appear in the void, seeming extremely heavy. Being able to resist the gravity of a white dwarf star was a ridiculous feat even for life and death kings. Although life and death kings were not inanimate objects, they were not completely defenseless. Their bodies contained extreme power, and as long as they were powerful enough, they would be able to resist the powerful gravity. Moreover, the body of life and death kings was extremely tough. Even if they didn't use Jin Yuan and dived into the magma, they would not be injured in the slightest. Most importantly, the martial will of life and death kings was extremely powerful, and could isolate powerful injuries. However, there was still a limit. The surface temperature of a white dwarf star was not much, but the gravity of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of times that of Earth was too frightening. It was an existence that could crush atoms. Normally, only people at the sixth sky of life and death realm would be able to survive. On a white dwarf star. This was because at the sixth sky of life and death realm, one's Jin Yuan would be pure to an unimaginable level. Even the gravity of the white dwarf star would not be able to affect one's body. Of course, the sixth sky of life and death realm would not be able to fly on the white dwarf star, and could only walk or run. This black-robed youngster was only at the fourth sky of life and death realm, but he was able to survive on a white dwarf star. It was indeed a very frightening thing. However, this black-robed youngster was not a normal person. The energy outside his body was a protective chi layer, which meant that he was a body-refining king. Body-refining king's survival ability was way higher than other life and death kings. Their chi power was completely born from their cells, and they were at the forefront of the human body development. Each of the black-robed youngsters' punches carried 4 layers of overlapping ripples. This was the 4th layer power, which could crush atoms. The 3rd layer power could crush the most basic molecules of matter, while the 4th layer power could crush atoms. Although the enemy was not completely defenseless and could use their protective Jin Yuan and martial will to counteract most of the power, they would still receive a huge amount of damage. The weaker ones would be directly blown into nothingness. It was just like how not everyone could survive on a white dwarf star. Perhaps even the black-robed youngster himself would not be able to withstand this punch, because this was a white dwarf star. Outside, the power of this punch would be even more powerful. Almost there. If I continue, my chi power will be completely used up. After an unknown period of time, the young man in black stopped. He did not have much energy left in his body. Once his energy was depleted, he would be crushed into powder and turned into nothingness. Training on a white dwarf star was a very dangerous thing to do. Walking step by step, the black-robed youngster arrived 10 meters away from where he was. There was a special rope hanging down, which did not break even under the gravity of the white dwarf star. Grabbing onto the rope, the black-robed youngster said softly, "Full speed." In the starry sky outside the white dwarf star, a small Sky King-level battleship maintained its momentum at all times to prevent itself from being pulled by the white dwarf star. As the black-robed youngster spoke, the battleship's momentum increased drastically, flying into the distance. The rope tied to the battleship pulled the black-robed youngster out. Sitting in the hull of the battleship and drinking wine, the black-robed youngster revealed a smile. "I, the Black Destruction King, am here. I wonder if you guys are ready." After entering the selfless realm for the 10th time, Lan Xian'er finally grasped the ability to enter the selfless realm at any time. The selfless realm was indeed unbelievably powerful. Every time she entered the selfless realm, a small portion of her potential would transform into Lan Xian'er's own strength. After 10 times, her strength had increased slightly, but correspondingly, she began to feel tired. The selfless realm is a way to stimulate potential. If you enter the selfless realm consecutively in a short period of time, your potential will be stimulated too much. From now on, unless it's necessary, you cannot enter the selfless realm again. Yichen reminded Lan Xian'er. Yes. Lan Xian'er nodded. While you still have time, practice more basic swordsmanship. When you reach the God's trial field, I won't guide you anymore. You need to judge and evolve on your own. For some reason, Yichen always felt that Lan Xian'er had improved so fast with his help, and there would be some hidden dangers. Before this, she could not even perform the second drive, but now, she had already entered the selfless realm. Days passed. Lan Xian'er practiced basic swordsmanship on the left side of the yard, while Yichen practiced basic swordsmanship on the right. With a swing of the sword shadows filled the air with blinding white light. The sword swung out slowly, but it arrived in a flash. Profound of speed, profound of slowness. I see. There is no absolute fast or slow in this world. Profound of speed is to strengthen the senses and body. Profound of slowness is the complement of profound of speed. Fast and slow were Taishu's illusions. They were a kind of understanding of speed. However, what was fast and what was slow? In the eyes of a normal person, a bird flew very fast. In the eyes of a warrior, a bird flew very slowly. In the eyes of a normal warrior, light was supreme. In Yichen's eyes, light was only about twice as fast as him. Everything came from the senses. If one's senses suddenly increased, one would discover that things that were fast would become very slow. One's speed and reaction would also become very slow. However, the senses belonged to one's self. When the senses became stronger, one's body would correspondingly improve. In the end, the position between the two would become the same as before. The slowness' profound meaning was a denial of oneself. It was like someone pouring a bucket of cold water on one's arrogance to wake one up. It was the supplement of the swiftness' profound meaning. The selfless heavenly realm strengthens all senses. It's similar to the fast profound meaning. Perhaps they are the same thing. It's just that the process of entering is different. Soon, there was only 1 month left until the opening of the test field of God. Basically, all the geniuses from the 4 major galaxies had already set off for the test field of God. Young Master Yi, let's go. Compared to a few months ago, Lan Xian'er's essence, energy, and spirit had improved greatly. It was as if she had been reborn. Xian'er isn't going? Yichen asked. Lan Xian'er shook her head and said, she said she's not strong enough, so she won't go. Alright, let's go then. After all, Lan Xian'er's foundation was a little weak, and she didn't have any fighting spirit. It was hard for her to make a difference. In the life galaxies, there were some astral teleportation formations. These astral teleportation formations were made from an entire planet. They could teleport to another astral teleportation formation. The closest astral teleportation formation to planet Firebird was about 30 light-years away. Riding on the Golden Phantom, the two arrived in about 10 hours. The astral teleportation formation wasn't free. The cost depended on the distance. Since the test field of God was in the region between the 4 major galaxies, the two prepared to teleport to the innermost astral teleportation formation in the Vermilion Bird Star region. The distance between the two was a shocking 1 million light-years. 10,000 light-years was 10 source stones, so 1 million light-years was 1,000 source stones. It was 5 times more expensive than riding on a Heavenly King battleship. Most people wouldn't choose to teleport. After all, source stones were hard to come by. Wait a little longer. We need to gather 100 people before we teleport. The astral teleportation formation's shape was very strange. Below it was a complete planet. Huge tubes of different lengths were inserted into the planet. The shortest was 100 miles, and the longest was 1,000 miles. At the end of the tubes were discs. The discs were the astral teleportation formations. At this moment, at the end of the longest tube, there were a few dozen people standing. At the edge of the disc stood an old man. He was the person in charge of the teleportation. 100 people will be very fast, Lord Yi. Lan Xian'er said to Yi Chen. There's no rush. Yi Chen nodded. After waiting for about 6 hours, 100 people were gathered. Whoosh, on the astral teleportation formation, a dazzling light exploded. Everyone disappeared without a trace. About 2 hours later, 100 people appeared on the astral teleportation formation in the innermost part of the Vermilion Bird Star Zone. Most of these 100 people were here for business. Only 2 were young people like Yi Chen and Lan Xian'er. From Lan Xian'er, Yi Chen learned that these 2 young people were part of the Firebird Star's 10 prodigies. One was ranked 6th, Luo Yinkong, and the other was ranked 8th, Shattered Star Wang Yuanqing. Yuanqing, do you think you will pass the divine trial field? Luo Yinkong quietly asked Yuanqing. Yuanqing shook his head. I don't know. You should know that although we are part of the 10 prodigies, the Vermilion Bird Star Zone alone has more than 1,000 planets with life. The 4 major star zones together have more than 5,000 planets with life. There are tens of thousands of geniuses like us, but only 100 people can enter the Heavenly King ranking. Among these 100 people, perhaps no more than 10 can pass the divine trial field. It's too difficult. That's right. The Heavenly King ranking is full of monsters. It is indeed difficult to stand out. Aside from a few people, the others can't guarantee that they can keep their ranking. Among the tens of thousands of geniuses, no more than 1,000 people were prepared to give it their all. The others were here to experience the divine trial field. Luo Yinkong and Yuanqing were the same. If you wanted to go to the God's trial grounds, you had to go to God's planet first. On God's planet, there was a God's ship there. It was impossible to reach the God's trial grounds from other places because no one knew where it was. As for the God star, it was a small star with a diameter of only 1,000 miles. The gravity on it was equivalent to 1/10 of a white dwarf star. If one couldn't resist the gravity of the God star, they would lose the right to enter the divine trial field. In other words, the divine trial field had begun the moment the God star appeared. The God star was 70,000 light-years away from the star transfer array. Riding the Golden Phantom, the 2 of them spent half a month before they reached the God star. From afar, Yi Chen put away the Golden Phantom. The gravity of the God star was very strong. It could pull a puppet warship over and tear it to pieces. Is this the God star? After putting away the Golden Phantom, Yi Chen's gaze fell on a small star tens of thousands of miles away. This small star was golden, as if it was made of gold. There were no stars around it, nor were there any twinkling stars. It seemed to be shielded by an invisible power. The little golden star floated there by itself, noble and sacred. Buzz, not far from Yi Chen, another small Heavenly King warship appeared. It was Luo Yinkong and Yuanqing. Let's go. Yi Chen took the lead and flew toward the God star. Lan Xian'er followed closely behind. Success or failure depends on this. Luo Yinkong took a deep breath. Her emotions were fluctuating. Don't worry. As long as we stay on the God star for 6 hours, we will get a trial spell. With it, the gravity of the God star will not affect us. Yuanqing reached out his right hand and patted Luo Yinkong's shoulder. Under the pull of the God star's gravity, Yi Chen and Lan Xian'er were involuntarily pulled over. The 2 slightly offset most of the gravity to avoid crashing into the God star. As they got closer, the gravity they felt increased exponentially. Normal life and death realm warriors would be shattered in the process. Pap, finally, the 2 landed on the God star. The gravity here is a few million times that of Earth. Yi Chen measured the gravity. Are you okay? Turning around, Yi Chen saw an unnatural blush flash across Lan Xian'er's face. The gravity here is too strong. I am not used to it yet. Lan Xian'er had already activated her protective Jin Yuan. Her sword intent also spread out, covering her protective Jin Yuan. Be careful. Stay by my side. Don't get too close to those people. On the God star, there were tens of thousands of young warriors. Often, some of them would attack others, and their protective Zhenyuan would be shattered. Just as they were about to be crushed to death by the gravity, a golden bubble would suddenly appear on the ground, wrapping around them and sending them out of the god star. Yeah. Lan Xian'er studied Yi Chen and found that Yi Chen had only activated his protective Zhenyuan. He did not even release his sword intent, as if the gravity on the god star was nothing to him. How could she know that every single one of Yi Chen's cells contained the rank 5 immortal sword intent, which was equivalent to a normal rank 6 sword intent? His body's toughness had reached a shocking level. Basically, every single cell was hard to kill, not to mention a body made up of billions of cells. Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing also came down. Unfortunately, Luo Yinkong only lasted 15 minutes before he could not handle the huge gravity anymore. He was sent out of the god star by the golden bubble, losing his qualification. Yuan Qing was called the Broken Star King. He could attack and defend at the same time, so he managed to hold on. During this time, hundreds of people lost their qualification. Basically, one person would be sent out of the god star by the golden bubble every second. The gravity here was really hard to bear. Even if they could hold on for a while, they would not be able to hold on for 6 hours. Hee, you two can go back now. Not far away, a tall and sturdy young man flew over with bad intentions and threw 2 punches at Yi Chen and Lan Xian'er. Before this, he had already sent a few people away. He liked the feeling of those people running away crazily. You're the one going back. Opening his right hand's 5 fingers, Yi Chen threw out a palm attack. Boom, like a cannonball, the opponent was sent hundreds of meters away and then sent out of the god star by the golden bubble. Many people looked over. The power of Yi Chen's palm was too shocking. This was the god star, and the gravity here was horrifying. It could actually send someone hundreds of meters away. Interesting. Do any of you know who he is? 100 miles away from Yi Chen, there was a small group of people. Each of them had a golden jade talisman around their necks. With the talismans, they didn't seem to feel the gravity of the god star. The one who spoke was a tall woman with countless braids. She was taller than most of the people here, around 2 meters tall. However, she didn't look bulky. Her 2-meter height brought out her figure to the extreme. Her breasts were high, her waist slender, her thighs strong, and her butt perky. She was the beautiful snake Tusha, ranked 48th on the Sky King list. This small group of people were all monsters on the Sky King list. Of course, this was only limited to the Vermilion Bird Star region. After all, this was the god star. I don't know. I've never seen him before. The bearded young man carrying a giant axe shook his head. Prince Jinghong was also in this small group. He was ranked 94th on the Sky King list. His eyes fell on Yi Chen and Lan Xian'er. He frowned slightly but didn't say anything. This guy sent the Hunter King flying so easily. He's not a simple character. Yes. The Hunter King is a madman on planet Orion. He hunts his prey for fun. With his top hunter's eyesight, he shouldn't be unable to see how strong his prey is. How strange. No, the Hunter King went there because he was lured there. Someone was secretly casting an illusion. At that moment, I felt the aura of an illusion, but the opponent's illusion skills were far above mine. I couldn't tell who cast the illusion. But if I think about it, I understand. In the younger generation of the Vermilion Bird Star region, there's only one person who can surpass me in illusion. On the god star, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Other than the monsters on the Sky King list, there were some who were very strong. For example, the person who came to this conclusion was an amazing person. He was the second king of illusion in the younger generation of the Vermilion Bird Star region. Isn't that, the people next to Sisua were about to look at the small group of people. Don't do anything stupid. His illusions have already reached the realm of being able to be released from his heart. The moment you look over, his illusions will follow your gaze back. Who knows, it might make you do the same thing as the Hunter King. Sisua reminded them. Oh, I almost forgot. That was close. You illusionists are too sick. I'd rather be defeated cleanly than meet you. The few of them were secretly afraid. Siso smiled and thought to himself, the pursuit of an illusionist is to replace the truth with an illusion. They use their own will to change everything that they can feel, and even everything that they can't feel. This is where the joy of an illusionist lies. It's a pity that too few people choose the path of an illusionist. The evil spirit race is a good target. Hey, Xianxia, aren't you a little too bored? That guy isn't someone you can toy with. A slender and well-proportioned arm wrapped around the shoulders of the evil-looking young man. The owner of the arm was very delicate, but a little cynical, as if he didn't care about anything. He was the cheerful type, and his eyes were always squinting. The joy of illusions lies in doing as one pleases. You won't understand. The young man wasn't used to having his shoulder held, so he took a step to the right. Don't be so cold. Mr. Yi, the one who attacked us just now was the Hunter King of planet Orion, Xianxia said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. No, he wasn't the one who attacked us. It wasn't him? Then who was it? Xianxia didn't understand. It won't do you any good if you know. Illusions were cast from the heart. Once someone paid attention to them, they would be able to sense it. It was better for Xianxia not to know, but she hoped that the other party would stop now. As for what had happened earlier, she would just treat it as the other party's test. More and more people were eliminated. From around 40,000 people, it was reduced to less than 15,000 people. 6 hours later, Yi Chen and Xianxia each obtained a jade talisman. Xianxia looked down at the jade talisman around her neck and exclaimed, "How magical! A single trial talisman can offset all the gravity." Soul power, sword intent, quintessential essence, all methods had been tested. Yi Chen didn't find anything special about the trial talisman. It seemed to be just an ordinary jade talisman. Is this the power of a true god? Success! I've finally succeeded. Not far away, Broken Star King Yuanqing's face revealed a joyous expression. For those powerful geniuses, the purpose of participating in the God test field was to distinguish themselves and ultimately pass. However, for Yuanqing and the majority of the others, being able to see the God test field was already enough to satisfy them. As geniuses, if they couldn't see the God test field in their lifetime, they would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of their lives. Firebird Planet also had young Master Xianxia and young Master Firebird. Although young Master Xianxia couldn't even withstand one move from Lin Fifan, that was because Lin Fifan was too powerful, not because young Master Xianxia was weak. Moreover, after 8 months of training, young Master Xianxia's strength was clearly much stronger than when he had challenged Lin Fifan. It wouldn't be strange for him to last 6 hours. The Firebird Prince was able to endure for 6 hours mainly because his cultivation base had increased from peak 3rd Sky of Life and Death Realm to 4th Sky of Life and Death Realm. Even so, he had suffered a lot. His whole body was soaked in sweat, and he did not have much Xinyuan left. If he were to go on for another hour, he would definitely be eliminated. After all, resisting gravity had nothing to do with offensive power. Of these two, one had arrived earlier than Yi Chen and Xianxia, and the other had arrived later. As for Xianxia, apart from the initial difficulty, she was relatively relaxed. After all, she was still at the 4th layer. If she hadn't been asleep for 5 years, she would have been even more powerful. Including Yi Chen, Firebird Star had a total of 6 people who had passed the initial trial and obtained the trial talisman. How do you feel? Giving up on studying the trial talisman, Yi Chen asked Xianxia. I feel like my body has woken up. It's a feeling of contentment. Xianxia said slowly. That's good. After sleeping for 5 years, you received my training as soon as you woke up, and your strength advanced by leaps and bounds. It felt a bit unreal, but the gravity of the God Star has completely eliminated this feeling. Yi Chen was very clear about Xianxia's mental state. It seems so. Xianxia nodded. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. In the distant pitch-black sky, a huge golden shadow suddenly appeared. This golden shadow was much larger than the God Star. It seemed slow, but it was actually moving at an extremely fast speed. The boring time is finally over. A few hundred meters to the north of the small group of people, a black-clothed young man was lying on the ground. His trial talisman was not on his body. Instead, it was placed a meter away. In other words, he was under the pressure of the god's star and was resting on the ground. This level of endurance could only be described as shocking. Slowly climbing up, the black-robed youngster picked up the trial talisman and revealed a smile. "It's the god ship," someone exclaimed. Yi Chen and Lan Xian'o looked over. The golden shadow in the pitch-black sky was a huge star-like golden battleship, the same color as the god star. What was surprising was that the sails of the golden battleship were not made of cloth, but a kind of solid gold-like material. Rumble, soon, the god ship connected with the god star. Compared to the god ship, the god star was like a small dock, not even 1/10 the size of the former. A huge ladder extended to the god star. "Let's go." Everyone followed the ladder and boarded the god ship. "Let's go as well." Yichen walked in the front, and Lan Xian'er followed beside him. How nostalgic. I can't even remember what happened in the god trial field. The black-robed youngster walked at the back alone. After everyone boarded the ship, the ladder was put away. The ship of God turned around and headed back to where it came from. Its speed became faster and faster, and it became more and more terrifying. In the end, it seemed to have transcended time and space, wandering at the edge of time and space. At the same time, the geniuses of Azure Dragon Starfield, White Tiger Starfield, and Black Tortoise Starfield had all boarded the god ship, heading toward an unknown place. Between the four great starfields was an unknown place, and also a forbidden zone. Ninth Sky of Life and Death Realm experts might be able to roam around in the periphery, but once they got too close to the center or the core, they would disappear completely. Some speculated that they might be trapped in the space-time turbulence, never to come out. The mighty power of true gods could only be seen in the four great starfields. After an unknown amount of time, the god ship reached the shore, and the ladder was lowered. Standing on the god ship, nobody could see anything, but stepping down the ladder and stepping on the solid ground, they couldn't help but exclaim. This was an incomparably huge continent. This continent was completely barren, and at the center of the continent was a huge golden gate of unknown height. Above the gate were 3 words, God Trial Field. Is this the God's Trial Field? Just by looking at it, I can tell that it's not something a human can build. This is the power of a true god. Only a true god could build such a shocking golden door. Someone murmured. Creak. The golden gate opened, and a dazzling golden light spread out, enveloping everyone. In the next moment, they felt their bodies lighten, and then they lost consciousness. In the other 3 directions, there were also 3 continents and 3 golden gates. The geniuses of Azure Dragon Starfield, White Tiger Starfield, and Black Tortoise Starfield were all enveloped by the golden light and sent into the golden gates. The place where Yichen appeared was a misty forest. There was no one around him, as if the golden light had purposely separated them, letting them move on their own. Buzz, suddenly, the trial rune on Yichen's chest emitted a bright light. Shortly after, a several meters wide light screen appeared in front of Yichen. On the light screen were numerous golden dots, and Yichen's position was the first golden dot. You want me to go to the next golden dot? The light screen dispersed, and Yichen took a step forward, entering the dense fog. The misty forest was filled with danger. Screams would occasionally break the silence, rising and falling. Pu 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 pu. Broken Star Wang Yuanqing had just entered the mist when he was attacked by wave after wave of arrows. The mist of the god's trial field was no ordinary mist. It had the powerful ability to isolate soul strength. Here, one could only rely on the 6 senses to sense danger, such as sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and the 6th sense, intuition. Everyone had 6 senses, but some were strong and some were weak. After dodging the countless arrows, Yuanqing didn't even have time to catch his breath. Suddenly, in front and behind him, 2 enormous steel walls covered in spikes came flying at him. Not good. Yuanqing was shocked. The entire god's trial field was filled with a viscous, formless energy that caused his speed to greatly decrease. These 2 steel walls were incomparably fast, surpassing his speed. There was no way he could dodge them. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only go all out. Yuanqing's weapons were 2 large hammers, one on the left and one on the right. Yuanqing used all his strength to smash at the steel walls. The sound of metal twisting rang out. The steel walls were pushed back by Yuanqing. Pooh! Abruptly, a spear fell from the sky, piercing through Yuanqing's head and nailing him to the ground. Damn! Outside the golden door, Yuanqing's figure appeared. The trial talisman on his chest suddenly shattered. Could it be that I, the Firebird Prince, can't even pass the first stage? A fiery red light flashed. The Firebird Prince jumped up and down, looking extremely wretched. Behind him were countless golden dots of light. These golden dots of light were hornets that seemed to be made of gold. They were as big as fists, and their wings flapped. They were like flying swords cutting through the air, incomparably sharp. The Firebird Prince tried to attack the hornets, but found that even with his full strength, he could only kill a few. The remaining hornets were enough to sting him to death. In the end, the Firebird Prince was stung by a hornet. His body went numb, and in the next instant, countless hornets pounced on him. Xianxia also encountered hundreds of golden wasps, but she was lucky. These wasps had a special structure, and if she used a pure killing move, she could only kill 7 or 8 at a time. But if she used second drive, she could kill more than 20, and if she used third drive, she could kill a large group. In other words, these golden hornets were used to test the extent of their control over their strength, and the most direct manifestation of their control over their strength was how many bursts they had. Generally speaking, if one had attained the second drive and was slightly stronger, they would be able to contend against the golden hornets without being defeated in a single clash. Of course, defeating the golden hornets didn't mean they were out of danger. There were traps everywhere in the dense fog forest, and the golden hornets were released from one of them. Kachak, the branch under her feet broke, and Xianxia was alarmed. She bent down subconsciously, and with a poochie sound, a snow-white light brushed past her back. That cold sharpness made her feel cold all over. Before she could take a breath, Xianxia jumped up. Below her, the two steel walls were locked together without a single crack. However, the real danger had just arrived. From all directions, countless golden arrows shot over. The golden arrows had spiral patterns on their tips. Once hit, even her protective Zhenyuan wouldn't be able to withstand it. Everything has its flaws. As long as you can find their blind spots, you will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Yi Chen's words were still fresh in her memory. Taking a deep breath, the Zhenyuan in Xianxia's body split. Most of it gathered in her arms, and the rest went to her eyes. In her vision, the arrow slowed down a bit. It looked like they were all shooting at her at the same time, but there were actually different directions. Only about half of them could threaten her, and that was if she didn't move. Break for me! With a flash of sword light, Xianxia slashed out 5 times. Ding 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 ding, suddenly, the sound of metal colliding filled the air. Xianxia's 5 swords changed the trajectory of the 5 golden arrows, causing them to hit the other golden arrows. Just like that, it was like dominoes, creating a chain reaction that caused the seemingly unsolvable rain of arrows to collapse on itself. Xiao, however, just as Xianxia let out a breath, a golden arrow passed through a large amount of arrow fragments and pierced through Xianxia's protective Zhenyuan. In the end, Xianxia was nailed to the tree. Fortunately, there were no more traps. Pulling out the golden arrow, Xianxia still had lingering fear. She didn't think that the first trial of the gods' trial field would be so abnormal. The traps were one after another, not giving people a chance to catch their breath. If there had been another wave of attacks, she wouldn't even have had the time to open the Immortal state. Of course, this was also because she had been asleep for 5 years and hadn't fought anyone for 5 years. After all, no matter how high her strength increased, she still needed a large amount of battle experience. Now is not the time to open the Immortal state. If I can't even pass the first trial, it proves that I'm just SOSO. Xianxia gave up on entering the Immortal state and continued forward. There were too many people who were stopped in the misty forest. Some were turned into beehives by the arrow rain, some were stung to death by the golden hornets like Prince Firebird, and some were crushed into a bloody pulp by the steel walls. There were as many ways to die as there were traps in the misty forest. Some of the ways to die were strange and unheard of. There were about 15,000 geniuses from the Vermilion Bird Star region who had come to the gods' trial field. However, in this short period of time, at least half of them had died. Some geniuses who thought that they were very powerful had also died. They might be able to beat most of the geniuses in a one-on-one battle, but in the misty forest, survival was the test. The dead people appeared outside the Golden Gate one after another, the trial talismans on their chests shattered. Damn, even I, the loose-hand king, couldn't pass the first trial. It's too hard. I couldn't even react in time. I guess at least 2/3 of the people will be eliminated. No wonder people say that it's enough to see the gods' trial field. Don't expect to pass the first trial. Outside the Golden Gate, more and more people gathered. Everyone was discussing in low spirits. For most of the people, the first challenge was indeed very difficult. Even if they tried their best, they would still be eliminated. The rest of the people might also be eliminated if they were not careful enough. However, for people at Yuchen's level, the first challenge would only help them to warm up their muscles and bones. It was just an appetizer. His figure was like a ghost. Wave after wave of arrows passed through the illusions left behind by Yuchen, unable to harm him in the slightest. Before the two steel walls could even get close, a corner was cut off. The flying chains were sent flying, entangling a large metal ball that swung over like a pendulum. Due to the entanglement of the chains, the large metal ball changed its trajectory and smashed down the golden Iron Man that was released from the mechanism. The sound of metal clanging spread out like a wave, flattening everything around it. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yuchen had traversed the entire misty forest and arrived before a racetrack. This racetrack was 1,000 meters wide and long, with no end in sight. The moment Yuchen came out, 7 or 8 people dashed out at the same time. They were the black-robed young man, the frivolous handsome young man, the saber-wielder with a cross scar on his cheek, the 2-meter-tall beauty with her hair tied up in braids, the bearded young man, the devilishly handsome young man, and the graceful prince. In the next instant, another dozen people dashed out. Most of them were geniuses on the Heavenly King list, but of course, there were some who weren't. The black-robed young man and the handsome young man sized up Yuchen. They didn't expect him to be so fast, passing through the misty forest in an instant, even though they didn't go all out. In front of the racetrack, there was a wooden board. There were no rules written on it, only rewards. The first to reach the finish line would be rewarded with 10 shinbi, the second would be rewarded with 5, and the third would be rewarded with 2. What's shinbi? The handsome young man was puzzled. Those who pass the gods' trial field will be qualified to enter the paradise of gods. It's said that shinbi is the currency of the paradise of gods. In any case, it's good stuff. The black-robed young man was very confident in himself. He didn't think that the first place would fall to anyone else, so there was no harm in telling them. The currency of the paradise of gods? Looks like the more the better. The 2-meter-tall Dusha licked her red lips. The black-robed young man chuckled, you better be mentally prepared. Anything that involves shinbi will be very difficult. It won't be easy to get shinbi. It's just a racetrack. How hard can it be? More and more people arrived. Some geniuses who were quite accomplished in speed didn't care. Since there was a racetrack, it naturally had to be fair. They needed to wait for everyone to arrive before starting. About an hour later, everyone had arrived. Of the 15,000 people who passed through the misty forest, only 4,000 or so had passed. The elimination rate was more than 70%. Prince Yi Lan Xian came to Yuchen's side. This racetrack isn't that simple. It might not be a test of speed. Speed wasn't the most important factor in judging a genius, even though being slow wasn't good either. After everyone had arrived, the light screen in front of the racetrack opened. Shoo, almost in an instant, dozens of figures rushed out. Damn, there's gravity. We can't use Xianyuan. How is this possible? Of those who rushed out, more than half of them fell to the ground in an incomparably sorry state. The genius who rushed out the fastest was clearly the type who was fast in speed but weak in other aspects. His chin was stuck to the ground as he slid out several thousand meters. His body was badly mangled and he was in an extremely miserable state. A bunch of idiots. The black-robed young man slowly walked on the track and closed his eyes. I can't use Xianyuan or any other energy. The gravity is 1/20th of the god star. It really isn't that simple. Opening his eyes, the black-robed young man started running. Close to 200,000 times the Earth's gravity. For most people, this is probably an extreme test. Yichen looked at the endless racetrack and shook his head. More than 4,000 people were all running on the track. Just like a marathon, no one increased their speed. Those who could make it here were all geniuses among geniuses. Before understanding the rules, they might have been impulsive, but after understanding the rules, it would be hard for them to be impulsive. Most importantly, everyone wanted to win. Some geniuses were self-aware and thought that their strength was inferior to others, but when it came to stamina, they wouldn't admit defeat. Humph. So what if you're on the Heavenly King list? Who knows how long this track will be? I don't believe your stamina is also higher than ours. Haha, I'm a body refiner king. Stamina is my strong point. Is that so? Don't you know that in terms of stamina, we demonic beasts are the best? A young man laid down and turned into a 7-meter-long demonic dog. His powerful muscles and streamlined body made him run full of power and beauty. 2 hours passed. 6 hours passed. Under the enormous gravity and the inability to use Jin Yuan, everyone ran for 12 hours. Of course, this amount of time wasn't enough to make them tired. The stamina of life and death kings could be described as abnormal. Starting from astral reaching realm, humans and demonic beasts would all evolve. For example, before astral reaching realm, the lifespan of humans was only a bit longer than ordinary people, still roughly at the level of ordinary people. At astral reaching realm, one could live for 200 years, 500 years at sea of soul realm, and 100,000 years at life and death realm. 3 evolutions, each more exaggerated than the last. Especially the third evolution, it was no longer an ordinary evolution, but an evolution of the origin. It was as huge as the difference between a unicellular organism and a human. You work hard. I'm going to speed up. Yi Chen and Lan Xian'er were in the middle of the team. There were roughly 2,000 people ahead and another 2,000 behind. This was a very disadvantageous position. Under the soul power perception, the group at the front was already several tens of thousands of li away. If they wanted to fight for the top 3, they couldn't be left behind too much. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have time to catch up. Yeah. Lan Xian'er nodded. Swish, exerting his strength through his feet, Yi Chen's whole body turned into a phantom as he shot out, overtaking dozens of people within a second. What was even more frightening was that when he ran, he did not make any sound at all, just like a cat. What kind of speed is this? The person who was overtaken took a while to react. About an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the very front. There were only 30 to 40 people left in front of him. However, Yi Chen did not slow down. Instead, he sped up slightly. Who is this guy? Who cares what kind of divine being he is? Since he dares to surpass us, then we'll just let him be at the bottom. To be able to run at the front, how could their strength be simple? At the very least, they would be in the top 100 of the Vermilion Bird Star field. A ferocious tiger charged at Yi Chen the moment he and Yi Chen were shoulder to shoulder. Patter. Yi Chen didn't even look at it. With a casual wave of his arm, the tiger's bones were all shattered, and it was sent flying. When it landed on the ground, it completely disappeared from the track, losing the right to participate in the trial by fire. Hiss, the few people who were just about to make a move sucked in a breath of cold air. The one who made a move was the demon race genius Iron Tiger King, ranked 99th on the Heavenly King list. Not to mention strength, just in terms of physical strength, there were not many who could surpass him. Yet, he was actually unable to withstand Yi Chen's arm strike. What kind of terrifying strength was this? You'd better not do anything stupid. Otherwise, all of you will be eliminated. Yi Chen's voice had a trace of coldness to it. After a few breaths, Yi Chen had left them far behind. This guy is a monster that can't be provoked. The Iron Tiger King is really unlucky. I don't understand why he didn't stay at the front from the start. Otherwise, the Iron Tiger King wouldn't have provoked him. Monsters think differently from us. Who knows? Gradually, there were only 5 people left in front of Yi Chen. They were all black-clothed youths, a saber wielder with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek, a 2-meter-tall woman with a head full of braids, a winged black panther, and a bearded young man carrying a giant axe. These 5 people didn't mean that they were the strongest in the group. It could only be said that their speed, endurance, and stamina surpassed ordinary people. At the very least, some of the people Yichen overtook were extremely dangerous people, such as the handsome young man with a strange demeanor. Hee, there's a new member. The beautiful snake lady, Medusa, looked over. Quite powerful. I wonder how long he can last. The bearded young man said lightly. In a situation where they didn't know how long the track was, no one dared to increase their speed to the limit. Everyone would only maintain their speed at the limit that they could accept. For example, 30%, 40%, or even 50%. Very few people exceeded 50%. After all, the faster the speed, the faster the stamina would be consumed. It was not a wise move. I bet he can last more than 2 days. Among the 5, the black-clothed young man didn't bother to speak. The saber wielder was very cold. The winged black panther also didn't like to talk. Therefore, only Medusa and the bearded young man spoke. This young man was ranked 42nd on the king list. People called him Great Axe Xiao Erlang. 2 days later. I won. Medusa giggled. I didn't bet with you. Xiao Erlang rolled his eyes. 1 week later. I can't run anymore. How long is this damn track? Who knows? Anyway, in these 10 days, just from what I saw, more than 30 people were eliminated. What a tragedy. In such a harsh environment, everyone could last 1 or 2 days. But after 10 days, many people were exhausted and lost the right to continue. 20 days later, including the ones before, was an entire month. Forget it, I'm not running anymore. If I keep running, I'll die of exhaustion. After a month of running, more than 90% of the participants had collapsed. The number of people still running was less than 300. The terror of the God trial field was far beyond their imagination. Even Yichen didn't expect that the track would be so long, as if there was no end. I can't hold on anymore. Xianxia was soaked in sweat. Her vision was blurry. She didn't think she could finish the entire track, but until the last moment, she wouldn't allow herself to fall. At this point, it's no longer a test of endurance and stamina. It's more of a test of will. Turning his head, the vertical eye between his brows opened. Yichen saw Xianxia. Is this guy a monster? Right now, Du Sha was exhausted to death. Seeing that Yichen did not have a trace of fatigue, she was completely convinced. Another 2 days passed. This was the 33rd day. Xianxia walked as if she was sleepwalking. Her eyes had lost focus, and her face was frighteningly pale. She had already lost consciousness. The only thing that kept her going was her unyielding will. On the track, a person was quickly catching up to the people in front of him. It was a playful young man, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Hey, Du Sha, I've caught up to you. How come I'm so far behind? Du Sha turned her head and said with a bitter smile, you finally have some fighting spirit. The handsome young man was ranked 12th on the Heavenly King list. People called him Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu. His talent was publicly recognized. If he had a bit of fighting spirit, it would be easy for him to rank in the top 10. I can't help it. I'm a person who can't bring up fighting spirit. But the length of the track is beyond imagination. I'm interested. Lu Wenxiu grinned. The 4 people in front are not easy to surpass. I wish you a safe journey. Du Sha waved her hand. She didn't even have the strength to speak at this moment. Sending the guy away was the right thing to do. Then I'll go first. His figure flickered as Lu Wenxiu's speed soared. Truly a monster among monsters. Du Sha was speechless. At noon, Lu Wenxiu finally caught up to the 4 people in front. Ghost Genius, you've finally caught up. Xiao Erlang greeted. I've kept you waiting. Lu Wenxiu's face was neither red nor out of breath. This guy has caught up? Lu Wenxiu's arrival attracted the attention of Blade Man and Black Panther. Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu was a famous name in the other 3 great starfields. Many ninth-layer life and death experts had praised him, saying that his talent was one of the strongest in the 4 great starfields. There were no more than 3 who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Yichen was also paying attention to Lu Wenxiu. This guy's physical strength was not necessarily stronger than others, but his utilization of strength had reached a frightening level. No matter how fast his speed was, he was always in the most effortless state. There was also a sun in the god trial field. The dazzling sunlight shone on everyone's body. Suddenly, a strand of glaring golden radiance flickered. "We've reached the finish line." "That's the triumphal arch," Xiao Erlang said. The end of the track was still nowhere to be seen, but everyone could see a huge golden triumphal arch. It was unknown how far this arch was from where they were, but they could see it clearly. "I'm going to speed up. See you guys." The winged Black Panther's speed soared again and again. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by several times, leaving the 4 several hundred li behind. However, the 4 caught up again in the next moment. "What a joke. The first place is mine." The black-robed youngster sneered and continued to increase his speed. "That's not necessarily true." Blade Man chased closely. "I, Xiao Erlang, still have 30% of my physical strength." Xiao Erlang was ranked 42nd on the Heavenly King ranking, but in terms of physical strength, he was at least in the top 10. "Right now, we're not competing in physical strength, but explosive power." Lu Wenxiu's hair was blown backward. His narrowed eyes opened slightly, and a cold light flashed in them. At this moment, his true appearance was slightly revealed. "You guys really are a bit hard to deal with. In that case, I'll leave you all in the dust." The black-robed youngster took a deep breath and leaned forward. With a rumble, he shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, his explosive power breaking the ground. Damn! The Black Panther even used its wings, but it was still left further and further behind by the black-robed youngster. Just how monstrous are these people? Hundreds of thousands of li away, Du Sha's sole power sensed the 5 people in front of her. Other than dumbfounded, she had no words to describe them. The black-robed youngster left a trail of dust in his wake. The 4 people behind him were getting further and further away. "Tenshinbi for the first place, I can't let him go." Thinking of Tenshinbi, Yichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Under the gazes of the 3, Yichen's speed rose to the limit. Because of his speed, his afterimages were still left behind. Impossible. How can he still increase his speed at this stage? The young man's pupil shrunk. Before this, they had already increased their speed twice. What an incredible figure. His control of power, speed, explosiveness, and stamina are all top-notch. No matter how bad he is in other aspects, he won't be that bad. Yichen's sudden burst of speed shocked Lu Wenxiu, Xiao Erlang, and the others. "Third place is worth Tenshinbi. I must get it." The Black Panther's body quickly squirmed and finally turned into a leopard man. Behind him, a pair of black wings flapped at an astonishing frequency. Due to the huge gravity on the runway, the running speed was faster than the flying speed. Therefore, this pair of wings did not allow the leopard man to fly. Instead, it allowed him to take every step that was equivalent to 10 steps for others. It was like an air current driver. "Then let's have a competition." Below Lu Wenxiu's knees, her muscles twisted into strands like highly elastic springs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Wenxiu's speed increased rapidly, leaving behind afterimages one after another. "Forget it. I, Xiao Erlang, have stamina, but my speed is too slow." Xiao Erlang gave up on the top 3. Until the last moment, no one knows what the result will be. The blade artist wasn't discouraged at all. He burst out with speed from time to time, but soon slowed down again. "Bailey Hun, sometimes you should relax and maintain your peak fighting spirit. But, you have to pay a high price. Who knows, you might have come a long way." Xiao Erlang warned. Bailey Hun, ranked 10th on the Heaven King ranking, called Soul Slasher. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to use Soul Slasher once I relax." Blade artist Bailey Hun said indifferently. Xiao Erlang sighed. It was really hard to have Lung Fifan as a target. Who didn't know that guy had a strong potential to reach the peak? In theory, the potential of the ghost genius Lu Wenxiu was not inferior to Lin Fifan. However, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth, because Lin Fifan had a strong enterprising spirit, while Lu Wenxiu only had fighting spirit for things she was interested in, and other things were half-hearted. I'm a body refiner king, and my control of power has reached the 4th layer. Why can't I shake him off? The young man in black glanced at Yi Chen coldly. What a terrifying fellow. Yi Chen had already raised his speed to the maximum, but from time to time, he would still be overtaken by his opponent. The first was Yi Chen and the black-clothed youth. The two of them had already left the second group behind by tens of thousands of li. The second group was Lu Wenxiu and the leopard man. The two of them had also left the third group behind by 50 to 60,000 li. The third group was Qiao Erlang and Bai Li Huan. Basically, the top three had nothing to do with them. However, this was not because they were not fast enough or did not have enough explosive power. They had left Du Sha behind by more than 1 million li, and left the people behind her behind by more than 10 million li. There's still about 1 million li to go. If there was no gravity here and they didn't need to restore their true essence, then 1 million miles would only take them several breaths of time. But here, they would need to spend thousands of times that amount of time. Heavy breathing sounds came out from Yi Chen and the black-clothed youth's nostrils. At this time, the two of them had already used up all of their stamina and were competing in speed. Increasing their speed unceasingly, the two of them could only increase their speed slightly. It was like how no matter how hard an ordinary person tried, they could only increase their speed by a little bit. Although the two's current speed was countless times faster than ordinary people, right now, they were just like ordinary people. But this was already enough. Even if they were 1/100th of a meter faster than their opponent, it would still be a victory. Don't waste your energy. If you maintain your peak speed, every breath you take will consume tens of times, or even hundreds of times more energy than before. Even the most energy-conserving state will be removed. However, I'm different. Maintaining my peak speed for a long time is a common occurrence for me. The black-clothed youth said indifferently. Indeed, you're a body refiner king. You have the advantage in this aspect. But, I don't think that I can't last a few 100,000 li at this time. There were only 50 to 60,000 li left to go. Is that so? It seems like you're very confident in yourself. I wonder how much stamina you have left after being attacked. I advise you not to do so. Moreover, even if you do, it's meaningless. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Then, I'd like to see where your confidence comes from. The black-clothed youth approached Yi Chen while maintaining his high speed. His left hand formed a fist and punched toward Yi Chen's head. Visible to the naked eye, four overlapping ripples burst out. 4th layer. You'll know now. Opening his right hand's 5 fingers, Yi Chen met the attack with a palm. Rumble, obviously, there was no Xingyuan or Qi power, but the two's exchange was still like a landslide. Violent Qi flow revolved around the two of them. 4th layer. The two were blown away by the explosive force and landed on the edge of the track. The moment they landed, they lowered their bodies slightly to dissipate the force and continued running at high speed. The pause was no more than a breath's time. Moving his left hand's 5 fingers, the black-clothed youth said word by word. Yi Chen's palm clearly contained the 4 stacks. Of course, things were far from that simple. If it was only the 4 stacks, no one would be able to defeat a body refinement king. However, the opponent's palm didn't rely on palm power alone. Instead, it relied on the power of his fingers. Each finger contained the 4 stacks, and 5 fingers represented 5 waves of 4 stacks. When the 5 waves of 4 stacks converged together, the resulting power would tear apart and destroy everything. Worthy of being a body refiner king. Yi Chen's right hand was slightly numb as the blood and qi in his arm flowed backward. Yeah, the two are fighting. Lu Wenxiu's brows raised. To be able to fight evenly with Black Destruction King, how much power does that palm contain? The leopard man exclaimed. Lu Wenxiu said, it seems like he has also reached the 4th layer realm. Moreover, it's not an ordinary 4th layer. Black Destruction King has met his match. Black Destruction King Zhou Jian was ranked 3rd on the Heavenly King list, a body refiner king. He was one of the few experts who had participated in the trial of God twice. Tooth-bursting fist. Black Destruction King Zhou Jian attacked again. This time, it wasn't just fourth layer, but a powerful fist art with fourth layer as its foundation. It was just like Yi Chen's 5-element sword palm. Clang, Yi Chen unsheathed his demon slaughtering sword. As a sword artist, sword arts were his forte. The two's battle was so intense that their speed gradually slowed down. Lu Wenxiu and the leopard man gradually caught up. Hee, the more intense their battle is, the better. We can just sit back and reap the benefits. The leopard man grinned. Their leopard race could be said to be unparalleled in the world, but it was easy for them to get tired. With his ability, he could only maintain it for 30 breaths. If he wasn't left behind by the two in front of him by 30 breaths, then he had a 70% chance of surpassing them and obtaining first place. Don't be delusional. Do you think they're hot-headed people? Lu Wenxiu shook her head. That's not necessarily true. There can only be one first, and with their similar speed, it's possible for either of them to obtain first place. Here comes the problem. Black Destruction King is determined to obtain first place, and he won't allow himself to fail. He will definitely choose to exhaust his opponent's stamina. As for me, I only need to maintain my current distance to make them lower their guard, unless you remind them. The leopard man looked at Lu Wenxiu. Don't worry, I don't like an unchanging competition. You can try. Of course, don't think that I, Lu Wenxiu, have given up on the competition. That would be the best. It would be meaningful to obtain first place from Black Destruction King Zhou Jian and Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu. Clang. Clang, clang. The battle ahead had already reached its climax. Black Destruction King Zhou Jian's fist arts were tyrannical and unrivaled. On the other hand, Yi Chen's sword arts were sharp enough to cut through everything. Even Zhou Jian's fist arts couldn't gain an advantage in front of him. Autumn water. The moonlight shattered, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Swish. Blood splashed out from Zhou Jian's face. If he hadn't tilted his head slightly at the critical moment, this sword would have cut his head in two. After losing his strength, his body's defense was only 10 times stronger than other life and death kings of the same realm. It was impossible for him to block Yi Chen's sword. Swish, Zhou Jian pulled back, his eyes as cold as blades. In terms of physical strength and defense, body refinement kings indeed had the upper hand. However, it was precisely because they were body refinement kings that their moves were straightforward and didn't have too many variations. For them, as long as they had enough speed and power, it was enough. There was no need for them to spend time on variations, which would instead lead them down the wrong path. However, after losing their strength, their speed and power were no longer overwhelming. Of course, this didn't mean that body refinement kings were at a disadvantage after losing their strength. On the contrary, body refinement kings still had the upper hand. Unfortunately, Zhou Jian's opponent was Yi Chen. After several exchanges, Yi Chen soon saw through Zhou Jian's blind spot. This guy is not simple. He is definitely not simple. Zhou Jian's expression turned serious. Although he was very confident in his speed and physical strength, he wouldn't lose his confidence if someone really took the first place. After all, geniuses like them still relied on their battle prowess. However, just now, Yi Chen had actually seen through his blind spot. This kind of eyesight wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Following this, Zhou Jian gave up on attacking Yi Chen. In a situation where he couldn't use his strength, he didn't have much chance of winning. Yi Chen was happy to see this. He indeed didn't have much strength left. Although that leopard man was hiding very well, Yi Chen could still sense a covetous aura from him. The destination was approaching, but the four of them were still able to increase their speed. When they were only 10,000 li away from the destination, Zhou Jian's speed once again increased by 10%. However, Yi Chen's burst of speed was even faster than his. What was even more shocking was that the leopard man was constantly closing the distance. With his speed, it was very likely that he would be able to stand side by side with Yi Chen and Black Destruction King at the final moment. Very soon, they arrived at the triumphal arch. 3 figures flashed past, arriving almost at the same time. TCH, just a little bit more. The leopard man was extremely unwilling. Huff, Zhou Jian panted heavily as his shoulders heaved up and down. In front of him was Yi Chen's back. In that split second, the three seemed to have reached the finish line at the same time. But in reality, Yi Chen was half a body's length faster than him, and he was half a body's length faster than the Leopard King. In other words, Yi Chen was first, he was second, and the Leopard King was third. Yi Chen's panting was much louder than Zhou Jian's. Since becoming a life and death king, this was the first time he had experienced a lack of oxygen in his brain. There was a hint of blood in his throat. However, this race had also made his blood boil. Every cell in his body was cheering. Eh? What's going on? I'm at the finish line. It teleported me to the finish line in an instant. Could it be the rules of the track? Haha, great. I thought I would be eliminated. The moment Yi Chen and the other two reached the finish line, everyone else on the track was teleported over, including the unconscious Lan Xian'er. Lu Wenxiu rubbed her chin, so that's how it is. When 3 people reach the finish line, those who are not eliminated will pass. This way, not too many people will be eliminated. Moreover, it also tests everyone's willpower. The God test field is indeed not simple. The rules are basically flawless. Hey, Lu Wenxiu, who was the first? Medusa, who had her hair tied up in braids, came over. Lu Wenxiu looked at Yi Chen. Who do you think it will be? So powerful. He snatched the first place from Black Destruction King Zhou Jian. How could Du Sha not understand Lu Wenxiu's meaning? Du Sha was not the only one who was shocked. The others nearby also knew who was the first from Lu Wenxiu's eyes. I didn't expect Zhou Jian to lose. Seems like he is only SOSO. The one who spoke had an incomparably tall and sturdy body. His body was filled with explosive power, and his every movement gave off an oppressive feeling. He was the 61st ranked demon elephant by D. In terms of power, he was countless times stronger than the 99th ranked Iron Tiger King. The latter did not even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Bang, a terrifying scene occurred. Just as Demon Mammoth by D finished speaking, his huge body suddenly exploded. A fist slowly retracted. It was the King of Black Destruction, Zhou Jian. Looking around, everyone felt as if the sky had darkened. There was nothing but emptiness. The only thing they could see was a pair of indifferent eyes. Plop plop plop, the sound of heartbeats rang out in everyone's mind. The scene was dead silent. It was completely silent. In the next moment, the pressure disappeared. Those indifferent eyes shifted their target and looked at Yi Chen, who was supporting Lan Xian'er not far away. Apart from a few people, most people did not dare to breathe. Their gazes also fell on Yi Chen. They did not know what would happen next. Young Master Yi, be careful. After arriving at the destination, the veritable essence in Lan Xian'er's body recovered, and she gradually woke up. However, the Black Destruction King's gaze made her heart tighten. It doesn't matter. He can't do anything to me. Yi Chen said lightly. Oh, really? The King of Black Destruction's voice sounded. Letting go of Lan Xian'er's hands, Yi Chen turned around and looked at the King of Black Destruction with his long and narrow eyes. If you want to fight, you can do it now. I also want to see what kind of level a King of Body Refinement can reach with the selfless state. I hope it will be the same as Lung Fifan. Lung Fifan, the cross-guard swordsman's pupils shrank. Have you met Lung Fifan? Du Sha murmured. Although the lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan was ranked 7th, the Heaven King list was updated once every 3 years. This was the ranking from 3 years ago. With Lung Fifan's rapid progress, no one could say for sure what his current ranking would be. However, he would at least be within the top 7, or even top 3. He might even be first place. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. Why are you in such a hurry? Our Vermilion Bird Star Field isn't the only place in the Divine Trial Field. The Azure Dragon Star Field, the White Tiger Star Field, and the Black Tortoise Star Field are also full of experts. At that time, your hands and legs will be weak. The one who came out to stop the fight was Lu Wenxiu. He stood between the two and shrugged helplessly. If it was someone else, Zhou Jian would definitely tell them to scram. Although he didn't want to fight with Yi Chen right now, it was Lu Wenxiu. Although Zhou Jian was confident he could beat Lu Wenxiu, he wouldn't ignore him. Lu Wenxiu's talent was known to all. He was as famous as Lung Fifan. Such a person, no matter how hard he worked, as long as he didn't lose interest in cultivation, his future would be bright. Let's postpone our battle. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Turning around, Zhou Jian strode away. Zhou Jian's departure allowed the crowd to heave a sigh of relief. Other than Lu Wenxiu and a few others, no one could withstand more than 2 or 3 moves from him. Even someone as powerful as the demonic elephant Bai Di was smashed to pieces by a single punch from him. However, at the same time, the crowd was also very curious about this mysterious swordsman, Yi Chen. They were the elite geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Star Field. They might not have heard of ordinary geniuses, but a swordsman that even Zhou Jian didn't dare to casually challenge was something they had never heard of. Lu Wenxiu, you're such a busybody. This old lady still wants to see their battle. Du Sha lamented. Lu Wenxiu softly said, they are the top experts of our Vermilion Bird Star Field, it would be a pity to eliminate either one of them. In any case, the divine trial field has just begun, there will be many more opportunities in the future. Let's go. Yi Chen walked toward the third dot on the light screen. Okay. Lan Xian'er nodded obediently. Yi Chen's mysteriousness was beyond her imagination. Even the famous Dark Destruction King Zhou Jian seemed to be very afraid of him. Fate was just this strange. If she hadn't been asleep for 5 years, her sister Lan Xian'er wouldn't have gone to the Black Death's secret realm to find the soul return fruit. If she hadn't gone to the Black Death's secret realm, she wouldn't have met Yi Chen, and she wouldn't have received Yi Chen's guidance. The third trial was a huge stone forest. At the entrance of the stone forest, there was also a wooden board with the rules of the third trial written on it. The general meaning was that after entering the stone forest, one would be randomly teleported to a rock. The 5 people on the rock formed a small group, and their goal was to kill a designated small group. If they could kill the small group without any losses, they would pass. If they lost one person, they would pass according to their ranking. Only 30 small groups could pass the third trial. In general, the top 30 groups would pass, and the bottom 30 would be eliminated. There were 250 people present, and they could be roughly divided into more than 50 small groups. In addition, other than the target group, they weren't allowed to kill other groups. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. As for who the target group was, there was no need to worry. After entering, the trial talisman would show the image of the target group members. Interesting. Is this a test of our teamwork? Hunting was different from fighting head-on. In a head-on battle, it was possible for a person to kill 5 or even 10 people. However, hunting was different. The opponent would definitely be hiding in the dark and wouldn't give you a chance to fight head-on unless you were very confident in yourself. Most importantly, your group couldn't lose too many people. If you lost one person, you might be eliminated. If you lost more than 2 people, there was basically no hope. What was needed was teamwork, not individual heroism. Zhou Jian frowned and walked in. Then, everyone walked into the stone forest. Swoosh, the next moment, everyone was teleported to different places. Yi Chen appeared on a rock that had been pushed down. There were 4 people beside him, a 2-meter-tall, coquettish woman with braids, a short, ordinary young man who looked very dexterous, a sturdy young man, and a young man with a huge bow on his back. What a coincidence. Now I should be able to see him fight. Du Sha was secretly happy. Yi Chen said, my name is Yi Chen, swordsman. I am Du Sha. I am very confident in my body movement. In addition, my talent is petrification. Du Sha didn't mean to hide her ability, but there was no need to. She was ranked 48th on the Sky King list. Everyone knew what abilities she had. As long as she didn't expose her killer moves, it would be fine. Lu Renyi, good at lurking, tracking, and assassination. The short young man said lightly. The young man said in a low voice, I don't have any special skills. I just have a strong defense and am good at head-on attacks. Xiao Shui, archer. The young man with the huge bow introduced. Yi Chen nodded and said, our team is not bad. We have assassins and archers. Du Sha's petrification ability is also a killer move. Under the circumstances, assassins could kill people who were much stronger than themselves. Archers could suppress their opponents from a distance. The petrification ability was even better. Once the opponent was petrified, they could only be fish on the chopping board. Buzz, suddenly, the trial runes on the chests of the 5 people lit up. A light screen appeared out of nowhere. On the light screen, the images of the 5 people appeared. 100-Face Fox King Chui Bailey, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps Duan Fan. Du Sha's eyes narrowed. 100-Face Fox King Chui Bailey, ranked 33rd on the Sky King list. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps Duan Fan, ranked 56th on the Sky King list. Both of them were not only on the Sky King list, but they were very agile and terrifying. They might not be the best in a head-on fight, but if they were in an advantageous situation, they could easily kill their opponents. 100-Face Fox King is extremely cunning and has keen senses. Duan Fan's stealth and assassination ability is far above mine. Don't let me deal with them. Lu Renyi didn't want to deal with people he couldn't deal with, unless it was a last resort. Don't worry. You just need to assassinate this person. Yichen pointed to one of them. This person had the weakest aura. No problem. I promise to complete the task. Oh no. Our opponent is actually him. On the 100-Face Fox King Chui Bailey's side, besides Chui Bailey and Duan Fan, the other 3 were pale. Yichen on the light screen brought them despair. Although Chui Bailey and Duan Fan did not look as bad as them, they still had a bad look on their faces. Among the group, there were 5 people that they were most afraid of: Black Destruction King Zhou Jian, Soul Slasher Blade by Li Huan, Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu, Death Illusion Master Ji Qingyue, and Sword Artist Ji Qin. There were more than 50 groups, and the chance of them running into these 5 people was only 1 in 10. Brother Chui, what do you think we should do? The battle hasn't even started, but 3 of us have already lost our fighting spirit. This is not a good sign. Duan Fan slowly exhaled and asked. Chui Bailey said, if we want to kill him, we have no chance of winning. But why do we have to kill him? As long as we kill his team members, victory will belong to us. These are 2 different concepts. That's right. The third test is about teamwork. Only with teamwork can we succeed. It seems that it is necessary to give them more confidence. Just the 2 of us are not enough. The 2 quickly realized that teamwork was the only hope for victory. Since there was a group, there would naturally be a leader. Although Yichen was not interested in being the leader, he could not refuse the position because it was related to passing the test. Under the recommendation of the 4 people, he became the leader of this group. Lu Renyi, you are responsible for assassinating one of them. After the assassination is successful, lurk again and wait for an opportunity to kill the other opponents. Du Sha, you and Lu Renyi should have no problem dealing with one of them, right? Yichen turned to look at Du Sha. Du Sha said, don't worry, I only need 2 moves to finish them off. Nodding, Yichen said to Xiao Shui, you don't need to get close to them. Your task is to occupy the high ground and suppress the opponents according to your judgment. As for me, I will deal with Fox King Chui Bailey and Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track Duan Fan. What about me? The young giant was called Ouyang Tai. Your task is to wait. The moment the 2 groups start fighting, you will intercept the last person. Ouyang Tai was not talented in stealth and would only ruin things. Therefore, his task was the lightest. He only needed to hide and attack when the battle started. As time passed, the 5 separated by hundreds of meters. With Yichen as the arrowhead, they slowly moved forward. Ouyang Tai and Xiao Shui followed at the back. Buzz, suddenly, the trial talisman lit up and the 5 human figures on the light screen disappeared. Leader, they disappeared. Lu Renyi's voice rang out from the trial talisman. This voice was wrapped up by the trial talisman's power and directly entered Yichen's ears. The rock forest was the same as the dense fog forest, it was impossible to release one's soul force. The only method of communication here was true essence sound transmission. But, true essence sound transmission required one to know the other's position. This was very difficult to accomplish, but they soon discovered that the smelting trial symbol could be used to send true essence sound transmissions. Of course, they had to be in a small group. Yichen deduced, it should be one of the hidden rules of Stone Forest. When the distance between the two parties is within a certain range, the trial talisman will turn off its detection function. Now, we need to slow down and be patient. After walking for a while, Yichen suddenly said, Du Sha, go to my position. Xiao Shui, Ouyang Tai, be careful of the ambush from behind. Xiao Shui asked hesitantly, you suspect that they will circle behind us? We have to be careful. Originally, with the trial talisman's detection function, they only needed to move forward. But, with the trial talisman's detection function gone, they had no choice but to be careful. Team battles were ever-changing and required a strong ability to adapt to any situation. Letting Du Sha go to his position was because she was strong enough. Even if she encountered the 100-face fox King Chui Bailey, it would be impossible for her to be instantly killed. As for him, he would move back and maintain a horizontal line with Xiao Shui and Ouyang Tai in case of a sneak attack. This way, he could attack and retreat and not be caught off guard. Leader. Du Sha quietly arrived at Yichen's side. Yichen said, be careful. Right now, your task is the most important. If they don't circle behind us, you will be responsible for delaying them for a while. Of course, I don't think they will take the risk to attack you without knowing who the enemy is. They will definitely be wary of the rest of us. So, if you encounter such a situation, you don't need to risk your life to fight them. Try to delay them as much as possible. Understood. Du Sha nodded. Soon, Yichen was 500 meters to the right of Xiao Shui. While advancing, he carefully sensed the movements behind him. After about half a cup of tea's time, the advancing speed of the 5 people slowed down. It wasn't because they sensed something, but because of the invisible killing intent. They knew that the enemy was not far from them and could attack at any time. Lu Renyi majored in Shadow Profound. His whole body blended into the shadows of the rocks and became indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. At this moment, there was an inaudible movement from the front left. There's movement. No, it's probably a trap. Maybe it's a doppelganger. Oh well, I can alert them. Lu Renyi's shadow split into 2. One of the shadows moved stealthily towards the source of the commotion. When it was less than 100 meters away from the source of the movement, the shadow suddenly stood up and silently flew over like a ghost. On the way, it turned into Lu Renyi's image. Ding, both sides exchanged blows. Their speed was extremely fast. Lu Renyi endured and did not move. No, it's the real body. Suddenly, Lu Renyi's face flashed with astonishment. His shadow doppelganger did not even last for a breath's time and was directly killed by the opponent. This made him understand that it was not the opponent's doppelganger, but the opponent's real body. Without hesitation, Lu Renyi darted out, turning into countless shadows that were hard to distinguish. Over at Du Sha's side, she was being attacked by dozens of red foxes. Although these red foxes were formed from demonic energy, they possessed astonishing speed and could even breathe fire. This was the innate ability of the 100 Changes Fox King Chui Bailey, 100 Foxes attack. With a wave of his palm, the red foxes were petrified one after another. Du Sha did not dare to be careless. Chui Bailey's real body must be one of the red foxes. If the opponent did not attack, it would definitely be an earth-shattering attack. Behind. Ouyang Tai's hair stood on end. There were actually 3 enemies attacking him. Could it be that the target team had circled to the back? Among these 3 people, one was Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, the other 2 were holding a spear, and the other had extraordinary leg skills. The 3 of them formed a triangle and instantly surrounded Ouyang Tai. Xiao Shui subconsciously drew his bow and shot an arrow at Duan Fan, who posed the greatest threat to Ouyang Tai. The bowstring vibrated and 12 sharp arrows shot out, turning into 12 shadows. Puff, 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 out of the 12 sharp arrows, 4 of them pierced through Duan Fan's body. However, Xiao Shui's face turned pale. That was a doppelganger, not the real body. He had fallen into a trap. Die. Duan Fan appeared behind Xiao Shui out of nowhere, his black dagger aimed at the back of his head. Puff. The one who died was not Xiao Shui, but Duan Fan. His head flew up. The one who attacked was Yi Chen. However, this wasn't his true form. His true form was still hidden near Ouyang. In the instant that Ouyang was fighting with the other two, he shot out, his black dagger transforming into a black poisonous snake. The snake's tongue flicked out, and killing intent exploded out. Even with Ouyang defense, if he was hit by this attack, he would still be stunned. And once he was stunned, the two people fighting with him could kill him in an instant. Puff, this time, Duan Fan's head flew up again, blood splattering everywhere. This was his real body, and the one who attacked him was actually Yi Chen. What? Don't tell me he can teleport? Duan Fan's flying head mumbled. In the rock forest, not only could one's soul power not be released, the whole forest was also enveloped by a heavy power. In one breath, one could only travel 200 to 300 meters, which was extremely slow. Xiao Shui's current position was more than 600 meters away from here. If he wanted to come over, he would need at least 2 breaths of time. But now, not even half a breath had passed. How did the other party come over and hide so well that even he couldn't find him? He actually saw through Duan Fan's doppelganger. Then, this one must be fake. If I can kill one, I'll kill one. A figure appeared beside Xiao Shui. It was the 100 Faces Fox King, Cui Bailey. The red fox that attacked Du Sha was created by his innate ability, not his real body. Puff, after killing Yi Chen's doppelganger, Cui Bailey attacked Xiao Shui. He had absolute confidence that he could kill his opponent in one move. Arrowless shot. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shui seemed to be aware of his existence. He quickly released the bowstring, but there was no arrow on it. Bang, the invisible arrow chi obstructed Cui Bailey for a moment. Xiao Shui took the opportunity to increase the distance between them, but in the next moment, he was blocked by another member of his opponent's team. You can't escape. Cui Bailey was expressionless. Duan Fan had been killed, which meant that they were doomed to fail. But before that, they had to drag the other party down with them, so that their team would not be able to reach the top 30. Cui Bailey, your opponent is me. A stone wall formed between Cui Bailey and Xiao Shui. Du Sha had rushed over. Me too. Lu Renyi waved his palm, and countless hidden weapons flew towards Cui Bailey. Seeing this scene, Cui Bailey was instantly disappointed. He understood that he didn't even have the qualifications to drag the other party down. Although they had 2 people on their side, they couldn't kill 3 people in a short period of time. Even Du Sha alone wouldn't be easy to deal with. On the other side, Duan Fan had been killed. The young man with the spear and the young man with the powerful leg technique had their faces ashen. Puff. Puff, their heads fell to the ground. The 2 of them had been killed by Yi Chen in an instant. In this way, Yi Chen's side had 5 people against 2. Naturally, it was a piece of cake. Even if Cui Bailey had entered the Inata state, it wouldn't be of any use. That was close. Lu Renyi wiped his sweat. Previously, when his shadow doppelganger was killed, he thought that the other party was Duan Fan's real body. He didn't expect that it was still a doppelganger, Duan Fan's doppelganger. Then, he received a message from Yi Chen and immediately rushed over. It was indeed very close. Yi Chen nodded. There wasn't a single enemy in front of him. The other party's 5 people had all gone to the back. As for the front, only Duan Fan's doppelganger and the red fox that Cui Bailey had created with his talent ability were left behind to delay them. The other party's goal was obviously to kill Xiao Shui and Ouyang in an instant. Ouyang was their target. As for Xiao Shui, they would kill him if they could. If Yi Chen arrived, they would give up. However, they underestimated Yi Chen's eyesight. Yi Chen instantly sensed that Duan Fan's doppelganger was near Xiao Shui. At the same time, Cui Bailey and another person were hiding nearby. Therefore, he first created a shadow doppelganger to deal with Duan Fan's doppelganger while his real body rushed over to Ouyang side. Of course, he had already reminded Du Sha and Lu Renyi to rush over to help Xiao Shui. In short, in terms of strategy, Yi Chen's side had completely lost. After all, the opponent was Cui Bailey, an extremely cunning fox king. After killing Cui Bailey's team without any losses, Yi Chen's group was sent out of the rock forest and arrived at a fork in the road. There were 5 paths in front of them, but they were blocked by an invisible force. It was estimated that they would have to wait for the others to arrive before the blockade could be lifted. Mr. Yi. There was only one group that was faster than Yi Chen's group. This group was led by the evil-looking young man. Lan Xian'er was also among them. Seeing Yi Chen appear, she hurried over. "You guys are quite fast," Yi Chen said. Lan Xian'er glanced at the evil-looking young man in the distance and said, "Actually, I didn't play much of a role. We have the illusionist of death, Ji Qingyue. His illusions have reached the realm of perfection." The 5 people in the target group were all under his illusions. Illusionist of death, Ji Qingyue, ranked 15th on the Sky King list, was the #1 illusionist of the younger generation in the Vermilion Bird Star region. It was said that his illusions had reached the realm of being able to be released from his heart. He could attach his illusions to others, and once touched, they would suffer the backlash of the illusions. If a team had an illusionist, the strength of the team would increase by at least 1 level. If they had a top illusionist like Ji Qingyue, the strength of the team would undoubtedly multiply. This person is dangerous. Although he is ranked 15th, the top 10 could only win by a hair's breadth. Now that 3 years have passed, his level of danger is no less than that of the top 5. Du Sha explained to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Illusionists were indeed very dangerous people. They could easily win against people who were stronger than them, but they could also lose to people who were slightly weaker than them. It all depended on how much resistance you had against illusions, and whether or not you could break the opponent's illusions. If you could not, then you would be trapped in the illusions, and would be nothing more than a fish on the chopping board. Soon, the 3rd team that passed the test appeared. The team leader was Master Si Sua, ranked 77th on the Sky King list. In the field of illusions in the Vermilion Bird Star region, only Ji Qingyue could beat him. It was said that his illusions could control the 5 senses. Lu Wenxiu, Bai Lihuan, Black-Feathered Leopard King, Qiao Erlang, basically, all the geniuses on the Sky King list had passed in their groups. Only the Dark Destruction King, Zhou Jian, had not passed. "I'm afraid Zhou Jian won't make it this time." Qiao Erlang shook his head. Du Sha said, "Zhou Jian's strength is incomparably great, and his aura is unrivaled by mine. However, it is also because of this that he is obstinate and self-opinionated. He likes to be straightforward and thinks that his own strength is enough to solve everything. If my guess is correct, he will definitely want to use a head-on battle to finish off his opponent. Unfortunately, his opponent will not do as he wishes. If he wants to pass this stage, he can only let the more intelligent person in the group become the team leader and listen to his commands." Just as Du Sha had said, Zhou Jian had almost fallen into a desperate situation. In the beginning, he was the team leader. His plan was to go all out and ignore everything else. However, what he did not expect was that the other party did not fight them head-on at all. First, they used doppelgangers and fake bodies to attract their team's strength, then killed 2 of their members from the side, and finally retreated calmly. Facing Zhou Jian, who had almost gone berserk, of the remaining 2 people, the more intelligent and calm young man, disregarding the possibility of angering Zhou Jian, suggested to the other party that he be the team leader and listen to his commands. Otherwise, they would all be eliminated, including Zhou Jian. Although Zhou Jian was conceited, he had lost 2 of his team members. No matter how conceited he was, he had to admit that he was not good at scheming. In other words, he was too lazy to use his brain. Forcefully suppressing his anger, Zhou Jian agreed to the other party's suggestion. In the end, Zhou Jian's group of 3 passed. Their ranking was very dangerous, 29th place. The 30th place group also lost 2 members, so they passed slightly slower than them. Out of the 30 groups, 12 groups were unharmed, 15 groups lost 1 member, and 3 groups lost 2 members. In total, there were 129 people. In just 3 stages, the number of people from the Vermilion Bird Star field had dropped from 15,000 to 129. The elimination rate was shocking. No one knew what the 4th stage was going to be. There were 5 paths leading to the 4th stage. On the wooden sign, it was written that any one of the paths could lead to the 4th stage. The difference was that the 5 paths represented 5 different 4th stages. 5 different 4th stages. So, it's possible to choose a trial that you're not good at, or you can choose a trial that you're good at. Lu Wenshou's words hit the nail on the head. Hearing this, everyone nodded in their hearts. Indeed, the trial of God wasn't just a test of martial strength. Otherwise, there would be no need to create so many stages. Just a simple martial arts competition would do. The first stage tested survival ability, the second stage tested willpower, and the third stage tested teamwork. As for the fourth stage, it was likely that it wouldn't be simple either. I hope I can choose the fourth stage that I'm not good at. Lu Wenshou smiled lightly and walked toward the fourth path. 5 paths, but there is only one. The 5 paths seemed to lead them to face different fourth trials, but what difference did it make? No matter what the fourth trial was, they had to challenge it. This was something that would not change. If they were hesitant when faced with 5 paths that led to the unknown, it meant that their hearts were not firm enough. Yichen walked toward the middle path, which was the third path. Lan Xian'er thought about it and didn't choose to walk with Yichen. If she wanted to be independent, she had to learn to be independent. Just as Yichen had said, relying on others wouldn't last long. She could only rely on herself. There were many people on the Heaven King list who chose the same path as Yichen, such as the 24th ranked Black Feathered Leopard King, the 42nd ranked Great Axe Xiao Erlang, and the 48th ranked Beautiful Snake Tusha. Of course, there were even more elite geniuses who weren't on the Heaven King list. There were 20 to 30 of them. At the end of the path was a huge palace. The palace had 4 doors that led to 4 different paths. Yichen's group had come from the southern path. Before entering the palace, they could already hear noises coming from inside. Hey! There are voices inside. It seems that the 4th stage is to meet up with people from the other 3 major star fields, Tusha said. Xiao Erlang smiled. That's more interesting. The Black Feathered Leopard King nodded, that's right. It's best if we can meet the Strange Wolf King. Let's see who's faster. Stepping forward, Yichen's group entered the palace through the southern path. The moment they appeared, they became the center of attention. Countless gazes came from the east, west, and north. Some were curious, some were disdainful, and some were cold. The people from the Vermilion Bird Star Field are here, but they don't seem to have any strong experts. There are only 3 people on the Heaven King list. Not bad, at least it's better than the Black Tortoise Star Field. There are only 2 people on the Heaven King list, and less than 20 people passed. The ones who spoke were the elites from the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Star Fields. It was common knowledge that among the 4 major star fields, the Azure Dragon Star Field was the strongest. The White Tiger Star Field was slightly inferior, but in terms of top experts, they weren't inferior to the Azure Dragon Star Field. The second was the Vermilion Bird Star Field, and the weakest was the Black Tortoise Star Field. The Black Tortoise Star Field had always been at the bottom. Damn it, just wait and see. This time, our Black Tortoise Star Field will shine. In the northern area, the Black Tortoise Star Field's elites were indignant. This was a huge arena with 10 arenas on it. Each arena was a few hundred square miles. The area of the arena was shocking. Around the arena were stands for the east, west, south, and north. The Vermilion Bird Star Field's platform corresponded to the southern viewing platform. Arriving at the southern viewing platform, Xiao Erlang commented, "The Azure Dragon Star Field is indeed worthy of its reputation. There are more than 50 people, almost twice our number." The Black Feather Leopard King added, "The White Tiger Star Field is not weak either, they also have more than 40 people." From the number of people who passed, one could tell the strength of each star field. The Azure Dragon Star Field had slightly more people than the White Tiger Star Field, roughly on the same level. The Vermilion Bird Star Field and the Black Tortoise Star Field were roughly on the same level. However, the Vermilion Bird Star Field and the Black Tortoise Star Field combined were only equal to 1 White Tiger Star Field or 1 Azure Dragon Star Field. This was the difference. With the arrival of Yichen's group, everyone's trial talismans lit up, displaying the 4th stage's rules on the light screen. The 4th stage's rules were simple. 10 battle stages, 10 battle stage masters, the one who could last until the end would pass. However, everyone had one chance to be eliminated. In other words, after you were defeated in a challenge, you still had another chance to challenge the other battle stage masters. If you failed the second challenge, you would be eliminated. When there were only 10 people left, in other words, 10 battle stage masters, the fourth stage would end. Only 10 people can pass? Du Xiao's expression turned solemn. There were a total of 150 people present, but in the end, only 10 of them would pass, the other 140 would be eliminated. Be careful. Yi Chen cautioned. That's right. Xiao Erlang nodded. Including Yi Chen, they had 4 Heaven King list participants on their side, but the Azure Dragon Starfield had even more, a total of 8, 7 from the White Tiger Starfield, and 2 from the Black Tortoise Starfield. In total, there were 21 participants competing for 10 spots. One could imagine how difficult it would be. More than half of them would be eliminated. This did not include those powerful geniuses who were not ranked on the Heaven King list. For example, Yi Chen was strong enough to challenge the Black Destruction King, Zhou Jian, but he was not ranked on the Heaven King list. Who knew if there would be someone on the same level as Yi Chen? No, even if there was someone slightly weaker than him, it was already terrifying. 10 spots, is it? That's a little challenging. The Azure Dragon Starfield side also fell silent. Although they were strong, it was impossible for them to occupy all 10 spots, not even 5. The White Tiger Starfield was not much weaker than them. The Vermilion Bird Starfield and Black Tortoise Starfield combined were equivalent to one White Tiger Starfield. In this case, according to the probability, they could only occupy 1/3 of the spots, in other words, 3 or 4 spots. The others would be eliminated. All of a sudden, 10 people were teleported onto the stage by an invisible force. 2 from the Azure Dragon Starfield, 3 from the White Tiger Starfield, 3 from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, and 2 from the Black Tortoise Starfield. From the looks of it, whoever was chosen would be the winner, there was no room for discussion. However, this was good as well. No one was willing to be the stage master from the start, unless they were extremely confident in themselves. So unlucky, the first person to be chosen is the stage master. The first one to be the stage master will be eliminated the fastest. Fine, I want to see how many rounds I can last. The 10 people who were forcibly chosen as the stage masters had different expressions on their faces, but they soon regained their composure. Since they were already here, there was nothing to worry about. Haha, I am the Azure Dragon Starfield Jiang Dingqing. Everyone says that the Black Tortoise Starfield attaches great importance to defense. I want to see if my Azure Dragon Sky-Crushing Hand can break through your defense. Yang Dingqing's strength wasn't considered high. Among the 50+ Azure Dragon Starfield experts present, he ranked at most in the top 20. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to pass, Yang Dingqing decided to give it his all. At the last moment, he wanted to shine with his own brilliance, so that others would remember him. So, in a flicker, Yang Dingqing appeared on the 4th stage. The person standing on the stage was an elite genius from the Black Tortoise Starfield. This person had a stocky build, exuding a steady aura. One look and anyone could tell he was the defensive type. I am Jingwu. Seeing Yang Dingqing come up, Jingwu cupped his fists. Enough nonsense, take this. Yang Dingqing roared like a tiger, leaping into the air and striking out with his palm. As his palm struck out, an azure dragon condensed from his true essence rushed out. Giant Spirit Palm. Like Yang Dingqing, Jingwu specialized in palm techniques. Facing Yang Dingqing's Azure Dragon Sky-Crushing Hand, he neither dodged nor dodged. The muscles on his right hand squirmed, expanding to several meters in length as he met the attack head-on. Rumble, the berserk energy radiated in all directions, forcing Jingwu to retreat a dozen steps, leaving a dozen shallow footprints on the arena floor. Yang Dingqing somersaulted in the air, dissipating the force of the impact. Then, like an azure dragon, he sent out another palm strike towards Jingwu. Just like that, one on the ground, the other in the air, like a soaring dragon, the two of them fought fiercely. Azure Dragon Soul Lock. After dozens of moves, Yang Dingqing displayed his ultimate move. A vivid and lifelike Xinyuan Azure Dragon coiled around Jingwu's body. Yang Dingqing grabbed out with his hand, and Jingwu's entire body exploded. When he reappeared, he was already below the stage. The structure of this Xinyuan Azure Dragon is too strong. It's like a real body. Jingwu still had a lingering fear in his heart. There were strong and weak things formed from Zhenyuan or one's own energy. The strong ones had a natural and reasonable structure, while the weak ones only had the form, just like the difference between a diamond and carbon. I have dissected a few inferior dragons before. I am very clear about their structure. Being entangled by my Zhenyuan azure dragon is no different from being entangled by an inferior dragon of the same level. Yang Dingqing smiled. Yang Dingqing, Yan Daxiong, challenge you. Their own Starfield's genius was defeated, losing his position as the stage lord. Some people from the Black Tortoise Starfield couldn't sit still. Most of them were destined to be eliminated. If they didn't challenge now, when would they? Challengers also appeared on other stages. The identities of these challengers were generally different from the stage lord. For example, if the stage lord was from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, then the challengers were definitely not from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, but from the other 3 starfields. The Azure Dragon Starfield and White Tiger Starfield had the most challengers, thus forming a cycle. For example, the stage lord was originally from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, but he was defeated by a genius from another starfield. No matter what, his own starfield had to retaliate. Of course, those who challenged at the beginning were those who thought they couldn't pass. Only a small number of Heavenly King ranking experts actually challenged. Other than that, there was a special rule in the 4th stage. Once a challenger failed, they had to challenge again within a quarter of an hour. They were not allowed to continue watching. In this way, more and more people were eliminated. Roughly 2 hours later, the number of eliminated people had reached 120. Other than the 10 stage lords, the Azure Dragon Starfield had 7 people, the White Tiger Starfield had 6, the Vermilion Bird Starfield had 4, and the White Tiger Starfield had 3. Stage number 1 will be occupied by me, Akiji King. Finally, a powerful Heavenly King ranked expert made his move. He was the Azure Dragon Starfield's Akiji King, ranked 13th on the Heavenly King list. Among those present on the Heavenly King list, he was ranked 3rd, second only to another expert from the Azure Dragon Starfield and another expert from the White Tiger Starfield. Stage number 1 forfeits. Du Sha shook her head. Risking his life against Akiji King is unwise, let him stay on stage number 1. The Black Feather Leopard King nodded. Leave him to me. Before the 3 people's astonished gazes, Yichen leaped onto stage number 1 in a flicker. Once Yichen makes his move, stage number 1 is in the bag. Once Akiji King is defeated, within a quarter of an hour, we should not become the other stage lords, lest we become Akiji King's target. Du Sha had seen Yichen's moves in the rock forest. Even the powerful ghost shadow perplexing steps Duan Fan and the 100-face fox King Chui Bailey were killed with a single sword strike. His elusive figure and unpredictable sword speed all told Du Sha that Yichen's strength was beyond her imagination. Akiji King is ranked 13th on the Heavenly King list. It shouldn't be so easy to defeat him. Although I also think that Yichen is very strong. The Black Feather Leopard King said. Xiao Erlang said, Akiji King is the king of body refinement. In the past 3 years, he must have made great progress and may not lose to the top 10 figures. However, in comparison, like Du Sha, I am more optimistic about Yichen. Yichen's challenge to Akiji King made many people curious. He actually dares to challenge Akiji King, he is simply reckless. Akiji King's demon dragon killing fist can penetrate a huge star of 100,000 miles, which is many times more powerful than a simple star shattering. If my guess is right, Akiji King must have refined 30% of the monster factor and entered the demon monster realm. The remaining geniuses of the Azure Dragon Star area were talking about it, full of confidence in Akiji King. No, Akiji King is in danger. The one who spoke was standing at the forefront, a tall, cold and elegant young woman in a blue dress. Green Lightning King, why do you say that? If it was someone else who said this, they would definitely be dismissive and even ridiculed, but the one who spoke was none other than Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue, who ranked the highest in the Heaven King list. Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue, ranked 4th on the Heaven King list, had the Thunderwater astral body. Although the astral body was rare, there were still some in the universe. Unfortunately, the astral body had always been slightly inferior to others. Although each of them was an expert, it was difficult to overwhelm everyone. But Green Lightning King Xianxia was different. Not only did she have the Thunder Water astral body, but her comprehension was also extremely high, not inferior to anyone. The fourth place on the Heaven King list was the best proof. It is impossible for him not to know Akiji King's ranking, but he still dared to challenge him. He must have a certain degree of confidence. Gu Qingxue said lightly. Green Lightning King, this is just your guess. Maybe he is too confident and wants to use the battle record of defeating Akiji King to make a name for himself. It was difficult for everyone to accept that an unknown swordsman had the combat power to compete with Akiji King, although this thing had not happened yet. Whether it is or not, we will soon know, no need to say more. Gu Qingxue did not intend to explain. Finally, there is an interesting battle. In the stands where the White Tiger Star Field was located, a woman with platinum hair that fell to her calf smiled faintly. Her facial features were sharp, giving people an unusually sharp feeling. Platinum Witch Qi Hongyan ranked 9th on the Heaven King list. On the first ring. Akiji King grinned. You actually dare to challenge me. I don't know whether to say that you are brave or reckless. Well, you don't seem to be weak. It should be able to relax my muscles and not be too boring. I advise you to stay vigilant, otherwise, the battle will be over soon. Yi Chen said without drawing his sword. If you have the ability, you can try. Frowning, Akiji King's eyes were slightly cold. Patter patter, footsteps sounded, and Yi Chen walked step by step toward the opponent. What's going on? Is this guy crazy? Yi Chen's action not only surprised Akiji King, but also surprised the people in the stands. You've angered me. Akiji King had never been looked down upon so much. With a flash, Akiji King disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already on the side of Yi Chen. The muscles of his right hand wriggled, and his nail sword, turning into a terrible demonic claw, and fiercely grabbed Yi Chen's chest. So fast. The spectators only felt a blur in their eyes, and Akiji King appeared beside Yi Chen. Die! Akiji King roared. Boom, it was not Yi Chen who was injured, but Akiji King. His right cheek was dented, and a large amount of blood and teeth splashed from his mouth that could not be closed. His eyes bulged, full of disbelief. The next moment, Akiji King flew out and hit the protective shield of the first ring, unable to get up for a long time. I told you to be extremely vigilant. Yi Chen shook his head. His opponent's actions just now were extremely stupid. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. His opponent should have known this. Even if he was a nobody, he should not have been this careless and started fighting in close combat. Akiji King was actually sent flying. When did he make a move? I don't know, I can't feel whether he made a move or not. The sound of gasping was heard, and the black-feathered leopard king and Xiao Erlang looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Although Du Sha was used to it, she was still very surprised because she also did not see when Yi Chen made a move. In the rock forest, Yi Chen did not seem to go all out, and it was estimated that he only played a small part of his strength. Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue and Platinum Witch Qi Hongyan both had extremely dignified eyes. This was a very dangerous person. In his ordinary body, he had the power to tear the world. Roar, an inhuman roar came out of Akiji King's throat. He supported himself with his hands on the ground and slowly straightened his body, staring at Yi Chen with his beastly eyes. You will regret that you didn't take the opportunity to defeat me. Akiji King said coldly. Yi Chen said, I can defeat you now. I won't give you a chance. Roar. Akiji King roared again. His eyes changed into the shape of a beast again. His body grew about 2/3 taller, and 3 spikes extended from his back. Each of these 3 spikes emitted a cyan halo, like a divine weapon inserted in his back. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from his body, making him look like a demon, but soon, this terrifying aura was restrained and did not spread out. Akiji King's body instantly turned dark cyan, and his skin was as smooth as a dark cyan gem, glowing with a cold luster. Huh? It's similar to the second stage of Selfless Realm, Selfless Body. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Demon Beast Realm. Akiji King has entered the Demon Beast Realm. The Demon Beast Realm belongs to the Selfless Realm of Demon Beasts. This realm does not need to rely on squeezing cell potential, it only needs to refine the demon beast factor. It is well known that the human form is the best fighting form. Of course, this human form does not only refer to human beings, but also humanoid creatures. Although demonic beasts were incomparably powerful in the early stages, the further they progressed, the less advantages they had, until they were at a disadvantage. This was because demonic beasts were too big, or in other words, too rough. In terms of power control, they were far inferior to their human form. Even if they transformed into humans, they were still demonic beasts in essence, and power control was never their strong suit. However, they could refine their demonic beast essence to refine their body and power. Refining demonic beast essence was to refine their demonic beast essence into pure power, allowing them to gradually evolve into humans. Because the power of demon beasts is too strong, once they refine too much demon beast factor, their power will even surpass that of human beings. Therefore, there is no need to squeeze cell potential. Their cell potential is so strong that there is no need to squeeze it. Aokiji King had refined 1/3 of the monster beast factor. In terms of realm, it was equivalent to the second stage of the selfless state, the selfless heavenly eye or the selfless body. However, it seemed that Aokiji King had taken the path of the selfless body. Legend has it that when a demon beast successfully refined all the demon beast genes in their body, they would forever be fixed in human form. This realm was called Sky Demon. Demonic Light Cannon. Aokiji King seemed to be a bit afraid of Yi Chen's attacking speed. Even if he had entered the demonic beast realm, he did not dare to get too close. From afar, he raised both of his hands repeatedly, and beams of dark blue light shot out from his palms. This dark blue light was formed by extremely compressed beast power, which was unbelievably powerful. Before entering the demonic beast realm, he would not be able to use it so easily. Swish 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 swish, Yi Chen's figure flashed continuously. Because his speed was too fast and his strength was too ingenious, sometimes he advanced, sometimes he retreated, sometimes he slowed down, and sometimes he sped up. This caused more and more Yi Chens to appear in the arena. In the end, there were hundreds of Yi Chens, causing the audience to be dumbfounded. This is the selfless heavenly eye realm? Someone said uncertainly. But after entering the selfless state, won't his pupils change color? His pupils are still black. Silver was a cold and ruthless color. After entering the selfless state, in the state of selfless, the pupils would turn silver, and further to the selfless heavenly eye realm, the pupils would be silver with gold. Gold was a symbol of nobility and rationality. Why can't I hit him at all? Aokiji King was full of astonishment. This demonic light cannon was very powerful compared to ordinary elite geniuses, but he did not think it could do anything to Yi Chen. However, as long as he was hit, he could make the opponent reveal a flaw, and then he could use the more powerful demon dragon killing fist to injure the opponent. Whatever, demon dragon killing fist. The color of Aokiji King's body quickly faded, from dark cyan to light cyan, and his right arm and right fist were dyed black by a large amount of dark cyan. Boom, Aokiji King punched at Yi Chen, and a dazzling black light erupted, faintly taking the form of a black dragon. Although this black dragon was not very distinct, it was brimming with brutality. It was more than 10 times more powerful than Yang Dingqing's azure dragon's sky-shattering hand. Anything in front of it would be swept away. The first stage of the selfless state is to stimulate one's own potential and then use it effectively. The second stage of the selfless state, the selfless body, is to transfer the potential to any part of the body at will, brewing and erupting, exerting even more terrifying power. The selfless state of the demon beasts is definitely different from that of humans, but the principle is roughly the same. Yi Chen did not know much about the demon beast realm, but he quickly saw that the demon beast realm and the selfless body had a certain degree of similarity. They both gathered potential in a certain place and brewed for an eruption. For example, Aokiji King's demon dragon killing fist gathered a large amount of potential in his right arm and right fist, bursting out in the form of 3 stacks. However, without 4 stacks, it is still a fabrication. The demon dragon killing fist was much more powerful than the 3rd stacks, approaching the 4th stacks. But, it was still a bit weaker than the latter. Opening his right hand's 5 fingers, Yi Chen directly grabbed the black dragon's head. Puff, the black dragon's explosion could not cause any damage to Yi Chen. What? Akiji King's mouth opened wide, his face full of shock. He was at the fourth sky of life and death realm. After entering the demon beast realm, the energy inside his body had increased drastically. After brewing for an eruption, it was equivalent to the fifth sky of life and death realm, which was 2 whole heavens higher than his opponent. With such a high foundation, even if he was weaker in other aspects, his opponent should not have been able to break through the demon dragon killing fist so easily. After all, he was not an ordinary person, but a 1 in a billion genius. The chances of him being defeated by someone with a higher cultivation realm was very low, not to mention 2 whole heavens above him. With his palm numb, Yichen felt a bit strained. His opponent's demon dragon killing fist was a bit weaker than the 4th stacks, and his 5 elements palm sword was not an ordinary 4th stacks. It was an attack based on the 4th stacks, which was much more powerful than the ordinary 4th stacks. However, his opponent's foundation was indeed much higher than his. Relying on the 5 elements palm sword alone would not be enough to beat him. Clang, Yichen unsheathed the demon slaughtering sword. You are qualified for me to unsheath my sword, Yichen said indifferently. Damn it. Akiji King roared and launched another demon dragon killing fist. This fist seemed to have exhausted all of his potential, and his strength had reached a limit. Autumn water. Autumn water might not be as powerful as the 5 elements palm sword, but it was still a top-grade profound sword move. After the metal profound and water profound had both entered perfection, this move was not only powerful, but also gave off a dreamy feeling. For a moment, specks of moonlight shattered, and Yichen's figure swept past Akiji King's body. Pucci, Akiji King's head was thrown high into the air. However, Akiji King's demon dragon killing fist didn't even touch Yichen. Instead, it bombarded the arena's protective cover, producing a loud explosion. In the next moment, Akiji King's figure appeared below the arena. The rules of the God test field were special. As long as one's vitals were hit, they would immediately leave the arena. After all, when one condensed a new body, the opponent could completely annihilate one's body. The birth of multiple stacks made it impossible for life and death experts to have an undying body. Unless one was like Yichen, every cell contained a powerful will. In that case, the cells would not be easily destroyed. Akiji King lost. He actually defeated the 13th ranked Akiji King. Just what is his background? At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Yichen had undoubtedly become an insurmountable existence. He was like a mountain standing on the first arena. Akiji King had failed once. Within a quarter of an hour, he had to challenge other arena lords. Otherwise, he would be directly eliminated. In the end, Akiji King became the 3rd arena lord. He was a bit worried that White Tiger Starfield's Platinum which would come to challenge him. Although he was not afraid, that was under normal circumstances. He could not afford to fail now. Once he failed, he would be eliminated and lose the chance to enter the 5th stage. As Akiji King became the champion of the 3rd ring, Du Sha also became the champion of the 5th ring, and Xiao Erlang became the champion of the 7th ring. Vermilion Bird Starfield has occupied too many quotas. They need to be suppressed. Azure Dragon Starfield sent out a Heavenly King ranking expert who was ranked higher than Xiao Erlang and defeated him. Helpless, Xiao Erlang went to challenge the 9th arena lord, but he ultimately failed and was completely eliminated. Subsequently, Du Sha was also challenged. Her opponent was a Heavenly King ranking expert of White Tiger Starfield. His ranking was a dozen ranks higher than Du Sha's, and he was called Thunderbolt King Tang Lin. Don't look down on me. Du Sha burst out with a super powerful battle power. Although she had not reached the demonic beast realm, she had refined nearly 1/3 of her demonic beast essence. Her arms could grow without any restrictions, as if they had no bones. Her right hand was a snake head, and her left hand was a sharp snake tail. Once her opponent's protective Jin Yuan was hit, he would be petrified immediately. After dozens of exchanges, Du Sha tore apart her opponent's protective Jin Yuan and defeated him. Next, the Black-Feathered Leopard King could not help but challenge the 2nd arena. On the 2nd arena, the Black-Feathered Leopard King was everywhere. His speed was unimaginably fast, and he kept adding wounds to his opponent's body. On the 99th attack, the Black-Feathered Leopard King tore off his opponent's head. At this point, there were only a dozen people left in the palace. Excluding the 10 arena lords on the arenas, there were only a few people left in the stands. They were Azure Lightning King Gu Qingxue from Azure Dragon Starfield, Platinum Witch Qi Hongyan from White Tiger Starfield, and a dark-skinned youngster from Black Tortoise Starfield. Brat, why don't you go? Qi Hongyan looked at the dark-skinned youngster. I'll wait for you guys to go first. The dark-skinned youngster bashfully smiled. Forget it, big sister won't bully you. I'll go first. Qi Hongyan did not dare to look down on the dark-skinned youngster. Everyone present had the appearance of a young man in their 20s. However, the dark-skinned youngster had the appearance of a teenager, looking 16 or 17. This meant that his cultivation speed was astonishingly fast, and he should have entered life and death realm at the age of 25. Of course, this did not mean that the dark-skinned youngster was younger than everyone present. Perhaps, he was already nearing 40 years old. Who is Qi Hongyan going to challenge? It wouldn't be the first arena's arena lord, right? That's unlikely. If she failed to challenge the first arena, she would only have one chance left. No matter what, she wouldn't take such a risk. I think there's a 99% chance that it isn't the first arena. Yes. That makes sense. Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue hasn't made her move yet, so it's unlikely that Qi Hongyan will take the risk. As for deciding who's the winner of the first arena, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Everyone was curious about who Qi Hongyan was going to challenge. Whoosh, in the western grandstand, Qi Hongyan's figure flashed and she flew to the second arena. The champion of arena number 2 was the Black-Winged Leopard King of the Vermilion Bird Star region, ranked 24th on the Sky King list. When the Black-Winged Leopard King fought the former champion of arena number 2, the speed that the Black-Winged Leopard King displayed was terrifying. In terms of speed alone, it would be at least in the top 5 on the Sky King list. It was understandable that Qi Hongyan had chosen to challenge him. How unlucky, he actually chose me. The Black-Feathered Leopard King smiled bitterly. Among the 10 arenas, the Azure Dragon Star region took 3, the White Tiger Star region took 3, and the Black Tortoise Star region had the least, with only 1. The other side probably wanted to suppress the Black Tortoise Star region as well, since they were much weaker than the Azure Dragon Star region and the White Tiger Star region. For them to be able to fight on equal footing with the Black-Feathered Leopard King was more or less a part of it. Why did they not choose Yi Chen? It was a bit risky. They did not choose Du Sha because she was a woman. Therefore, they could only choose the Black-Feathered Leopard King. Fine, I'd like to see just how much of a gap there is between me and the top 10 existences after 3 years. It was not the Black-Feathered Leopard King's style to blame others. His battle intent was at an unprecedented high. Not everyone could fight with the top 10. I'm sorry. Choosing you is the best choice. Qi Hongyan said helplessly. She did not choose the Azure Dragon Starfield because she had the White Tiger Starfield in mind. The Green Lightning Monarch Gu Qingxue's strength was incomparably powerful. If she chose to challenge the Azure Dragon Starfield, there was no guarantee that the Green Lightning Monarch Gu Qingxue would not stand up for the Azure Dragon Starfield and challenge the White Tiger Starfield instead. Hence, she could only choose the weakest option. Make your move. The Black-Feathered Leopard King calmed down. All right. Qi Hongyan was not verbose. Her eyes instantly turned cold. Her long platinum hair danced without any wind, giving people a demonic and somber feeling. Platinum Witch Qi Hongyan, ranked 9th on the Heavenly King list, was an extremely difficult and terrifying person to deal with. Her long platinum hair was said to be able to shatter stars. Whoosh, Qi Hongyan suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of the Black-Feathered Leopard King. She stretched out her jade-white palm and reached for its heart. The Black-Feathered Panther King's heart started to beat violently. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed his heart and squeezed it gently. The Platinum Witch's heart-excising palm was also a powerful killing move. However, the Black-Feathered Panther King was a Black-Feathered Panther King after all. Only a few people could match his speed. Without seeing him move, his whole body suddenly disappeared, and Qi Hongyan's hand grabbed nothing but air. Not bad. Qi Hongyan laughed. A strand of her long platinum hair grew and wrapped around the wrist of a palm that was attacking her from behind. It turned out that the black-feathered panther king had planned to attack Qi Hongyan from behind with his shocking speed. However, it was obvious that Qi Hongyan's senses were very sharp, and the black-feathered panther king had missed. Qi Hongyan, your 3,000 platinum threads are very powerful too. The black-feathered panther king grinned. His whole body twisted and disappeared. It was just an illusion. Oh, it seems like I have underestimated you. Qi Hongyan's platinum hair danced in the wind like hundreds of white snakes slithering in all directions. Everywhere she went, an illusion of the black-feathered panther king would shatter. In the blink of an eye, all the illusions of the black-feathered panther king had disappeared, leaving only the original body. Roar! The black-feathered panther king knew that he had to use his full strength. Otherwise, he would be defeated very soon. A terrifying aura exploded from his body and was immediately absorbed into his body. The black-feathered panther king had turned into a leopard man with a pair of black wings on his back. Demon Beast Realm. The black-feathered panther king had also reached the Demon Beast Realm. Although the Demon Beast Realm was equal to the second stage of the Selfless Realm, in terms of actual combat, it was much weaker. The Selfless Realm allowed one to exert their power to the limit. The Demon Beast Realm was powerful enough, but it was still weaker in terms of control. Regardless, not everyone could reach the Demon Beast Realm. The increase in power was not small. This is more interesting. A smile appeared on Qi Hongyan's face. While Qi Hongyan was fighting the black-feathered panther king, on the other side of the fourth stage, Lan Xian'er was also fighting against an expert ranked 88th on the Heavenly King list. This person came from the Azure Dragon Star area and was known as Lightning Spear Chao Huan. His spear skills were as fast as cosmic lightning. Ordinary people couldn't react in time and would be pierced through the throat by his spear. The two fought for hundreds of rounds and were evenly matched. Good. I didn't expect a nobody like you to be able to exchange hundreds of moves with me. You should be proud. Chao Huan's expression was a bit ugly. He was ranked 88th on the Heavenly King list, while his opponent was just a nobody. This unfair battle should have ended quickly, but he didn't expect it to drag on until now. Thank you for the compliment, but Lan Xian'er still wants to advance a few more steps. Lan Xian'er was neither humble nor arrogant. In your dreams. A terrifying aura burst out of Chao Huan's body. He suddenly entered the Selfless Realm. His hair grew a lot longer, and his pupils turned silver, without any emotion. Chao Huan is serious. The winner has been decided. The people from the Azure Dragon Star area calmed down. That may not be true. Someone retorted. In the arena, Lan Xian'er also burst out with a terrifying aura. Her blue hair fluttered in the wind, and her pupils became silver. She was also in the Selfless Realm. She entered the Selfless Realm? Jinghong Prince had chosen the same path as Lan Xian'er. His eyes were full of surprise. He had thought that no one on the Firebird Star could enter the Selfless Realm except for him. Chao Huan gradually felt that something was wrong. He roared, and countless lightning spear shadows shot toward Lan Xian'er like a peacock spreading its tail. The peacock spread its tail. Chao Huan's killer move. Any killer move will have a flaw. The more gorgeous it is, the harder it is to hide it. Yi Chen's words were still ringing in his ears. Huh. Lan Xian'er gave a low shout and used the most basic sword move to counter. Just as she was about to be drowned by the countless lightning spear shadows, Lan Xian'er's figure flashed, avoiding the strongest part of the attack. Although she had lost her left arm, it was enough. Chi. She swung her sword, and a red sword light slashed toward the center of the peacock's tail. Third drive, falling leaf slash. Ding, the peacock's tail was broken. Chao Huan's right hand went numb, and he was left wide open. Hurricane God Fire. Then Lan Xian'er's second killer move came. The wind fed the fire, and the fire took advantage of the wind. Compared to her sparring with Yi Chen, the Hurricane God Fire this time had fewer variations. It concentrated its power, and like a crimson divine wind, it swept past Chao Huan's body. Pfft, Chao Huan turned into a skeleton. Lan Xian'er won. After defeating Chao Huan, Lan Xian'er suddenly went from a nobody to a famous person. After the trial of God ended, when the Heaven King list was updated, Lan Xian'er would definitely be on the list. As for how high her rank would be, it would depend on whether she could continue to advance. After all, Chao Huan was only 88th on the Heaven King list this time. Whether she could enter the list next time was still a question. Besides Lan Xian'er, Jinghong Prince also shocked everyone. He was ranked 94th on the Heaven King list, but he defeated Iron Whip King, who was ranked 82nd. Two masters suddenly appeared on Firebird Star. This was shocking. After all, there were only 20 people on the Heaven King list in the Vermilion Bird Star area. There were thousands of planets in the Vermilion Bird Star area, and more than 90% of them didn't have a single person on the Heaven King list. But then, Jinghong Prince was defeated by Silver Whip King. In the younger generation of the 4 major star areas, there were 3 strongest Whip Kings, Iron Whip King, Silver Whip King, and the strongest Golden Whip King. Silver Whip King was ranked 57th, so Jinghong Prince's defeat was understandable. With Jinghong Prince's defeat, Firebird Star's luck seemed to end. Lan Xian'er was defeated by Luyu, the 51st ranked Flying Locust Rock. Luyu's Flying Locust Rock was elusive, and Lan Xian'er couldn't get close at all. She lost miserably, but this was also because she had been asleep for 5 years. If she hadn't slept for 5 years and met Yi Chen, it was unknown how much stronger she would have become. On Yi Chen's side, the Black Feather Leopard King was defeated by Qi Hongyan. Qi Hongyan was ranked 9th on the Heaven King list for a reason. The Black Feather Leopard King couldn't even make Qi Hongyan enter the Selfless Realm. Her platinum hair strangled her to death. After the defeat, the Black Feather Leopard King didn't suffer any setbacks. He went to challenge Arena 8. The Arena 8's master was someone on the Heaven King list from the White Tiger Star area. With his superb speed and strength, the Black Feather Leopard King became the master of Arena 8. However, he was still in danger because the Azure Dragon Star area's Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue and the dark-skinned young man from the Black Tortoise Star area hadn't made their moves yet. The dark-skinned young man's strength was unknown. If Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue chose him, the Black Feather Leopard King had no confidence in defeating her. The dark-skinned young man still hadn't made his move. Everyone looked at Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue. Whoosh, green lightning flashed, and Gu Qingxue appeared on Arena No. 1. She chose to challenge Arena No. 1's master, Yi Chen. With the strength of Green Lightning King, Gu Qingxue was ranked 4th on the Heavenly King list. If she avoided the first arena, it would more or less make people think that she was afraid of Yi Chen. She herself also thought so. As a genius, she could lose, but she absolutely could not be afraid. Between dying standing up or living lying down, she would choose the former. Moreover, Yi Chen's strength wasn't enough to move her. As expected. On Arena No. 2, Qi Hongyan smiled. Yi Chen. Both Du Sha and the Black Feather Leopard King looked over. My title is Green Lightning King. Speed is my advantage. Be careful. Gu Qingxue said to Yi Chen. Qi Hongyan curled her lips. Speed was not the only advantage. Gu Qingxue had the thunder and water astral body. Coupled with her high comprehension, her defense and strength were beyond the norm. I will be careful. Yi Chen nodded. Crackle, as soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, a spark flashed in the air. Gu Qingxue appeared on the right side of Yi Chen. However, she did not make a move because Yi Chen was facing her. Another spark flashed and Gu Qingxue appeared behind Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen was still facing her with a cold gaze. Gu Qingxue pushed her speed to the limit and appeared in front, behind, left, and right above Yi Chen. The 5 Gu Qingxue looked so real that it was hard to tell which one was real. To be exact, all 5 of them were real to a certain extent. Should I set up another layer of electric field at the place I moved to? Yi Chen pondered. The speed of the electric field was equivalent to the speed of light. Although Gu Qingxue had not reached the realm of moving at the speed of light, she was very close to it under the effect of the electric field. It's time to end the test. As he spoke, Yi Chen's left hand trembled slightly. In the next moment, 4 of the 5 Gu Qingxue disappeared, leaving only the one in front. Your reaction speed is one of the 3 I've seen in my life. Gu Qingxue said indifferently. If her speed was close to the speed of light under the effect of the electric field, then Yi Chen's reaction speed had far surpassed the speed of light. Not only that, he could still calmly analyze the situation. This kind of state of mind was terrifying. It was as if he had entered the state of selfless heaven. The spectators were all drenched in cold sweat. The probing of these two was too terrifying. Even before they started fighting, they already felt a heavy pressure. Gu Qingshua's movement speed had already surpassed the black-feathered leopard king. If the movement of the black-feathered leopard king could be said to be traceable, Gu Qingshua's movement speed was completely untraceable. As for Yi Chen's reaction speed, it caused the spectators to despair. When facing someone with such terrifying reaction speed, could you still hope to catch him off guard? He could only fight the opponent head-on. As for speed, it was better to hide it. Zhou Jian seems to be very angry today. 5 paths, 5 stages. In fact, they were all the same. They were all 10 arenas. In other words, no matter which path one chose, the 4th stage they would face would be the same. Unfortunately, no one knew this. Everyone thought that the 4th stage they would face would be different from the 4th stage of the other 4 paths. On the northern grandstand, Yan Feihua laughed. The violent Queen Yan Feihua came from the Black Tortoise Star Field, ranked 8th on the Heavenly King list. She was a top genius in speed, defense, and strength. In addition, her eyesight was also extraordinary. It was said that there was no battle she could not see through, no trajectory she could not see through. Everyone's impression of her was that she could see through all trajectories and counterattack with the most violent means. Yeah, the Golden Whip King is ranked 16th on the Heavenly King list, but he couldn't even launch a normal counterattack. The Strange Speed Wolf King beside Yan Feihua sighed. The Strange Speed Wolf King also came from the Black Tortoise Star Field, ranked 14th on the Heavenly King list. He had extraordinary speed and wolf-like intuition. Although his defense and strength were not as good as Yan Feihua, it was only relatively speaking. Only those from the Vermilion Bird Star Field knew that Zhou Jian's anger was because he was almost eliminated in the 3rd stage. This was something he could not tolerate. When had he, Zhou Jian, ever been so embarrassed? Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Jian's punches landed on the Golden Whip King's thick golden whip, leaving shallow fist marks on its surface. Sparks flew, and the Golden Whip King was pushed back again and again, his arms on the verge of breaking. Don't think you can beat me so easily. A terrifying destructive aura erupted from the Golden Whip King's body. This aura was probably the first one he had experienced in so many battles. Obviously, Zhou Jian's strength had stimulated the Golden Whip King's full potential. It's useless, the gap between you and me can't be measured in miles. Zhou Jian still threw out a punch. This punch didn't give people the feeling of grandeur, but it brought with it a heavy pressure of death. Under this heavy pressure, few could stand up and face this punch head-on. Roar! An angry roar sounded. The Golden Whip King's golden whip lashed out, a dazzling golden light pierced the void. Clang, but as Zhou Jian said, all the Golden Whip King's efforts were in vain. Under the absolute gap, his golden whip was once again smashed back by Zhou Jian, unable to fight back normally. Clang, 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 punch after punch, the Golden Whip King gradually retreated to the edge of the stage's protective shield. Another punch came, but the Golden Whip King slammed into the protective shield and bounced back in front of Zhou Jian. Boom, white and red blood splattered everywhere. Zhou Jian's punch smashed the Golden Whip King's head. Is this the combat strength of the 3rd place on the Supermaster list? It's so powerful that it makes people desperate. Well, Zhou Jian hasn't entered the selfless state so far. I think the Golden Whip King can't make him go all out. In the stands, everyone shook their heads. My field is the field of electric field. Within this field, no one can surpass my speed, and no one can attack me. As you said, the test is over. Sizzle, 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 with Gu Qingxue as the center, the invisible electric current covered the entire number 1 arena, leaving no blind spot. The field of electric field, that is to say, there is no need to move to a certain place to set up an electric field. In her field, everywhere is an electric field? It's really tricky. And this field has reached the 4th level. It's difficult for me to suppress it with my sword field. In the field of the same realm, the sword field was the king, but the gap was only a little bit, and it was impossible to surpass it too much. Moreover, the field of electric field was a unique field, invisible and intangible. It was not composed of any elementary particles, but it existed objectively. The existence of the field of electric field brought Gu Qingshua's speed one step closer to the speed of light. It should be known that the higher the speed, the more terrifying it was. In an instant, she appeared in front of Yi Chen, and Gu Qingxue struck out with her palm. In her palm, there was a water droplet shaped like a thunder ball. Thunder and water, profound martial art, water drop thunder. Looking at the void in front of him, Yi Chen's right shoulder moved slightly, and the demon slayer sword was pulled out, leaving a long and narrow trace in the air. Crack, 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 blazing lightning and water splashed everywhere, and Gu Qingshua's figure was exposed by the reaction force. Sky Absolute Sword. In an instant, Yi Chen's counterattack came. The demon slayer sword vibrated at an astonishing frequency, slashing towards Gu Qingxue, and the sword light was blurry and slightly illusory. Yi Chen slashed the air, and Gu Qingxue instantly moved away. There was no difference between the speed of moving and the speed of moving forward. They were both fast. The speed of moving from any angle is the same. Yi Chen did not continue to pursue, and stood at the same place. I said before, within my electric field, no one can attack me. Gu Qingshue's voice sounded. Indeed. Yi Chen did not have any intention of denying it. This is the reason why Green Lightning King is so frightening. On the second arena, Qi Hongyan sighed. But, Yi Chen continued, there is nothing absolute in this world, it just depends on whether someone can do it or not. Then give it a try. Gu Qingxue continued to attack Yi Chen, and any angle was the same to her. In other words, her attacks had no blind spots. However, Yi Chen was not an ordinary opponent. Although he could not attack Gu Qingxue could not attack him either. His sword speed was faster than Gu Qingshue's movement speed, and under his sword, Gu Qingxue could not gain the slightest advantage. The situation fell into a stalemate. Suddenly, Gu Qingxue moved to the edge of the arena. In the next instant, a terrifying aura burst forth from Gu Qingxue. Her hair grew longer, and her pupils turned silver. Shortly after, the silver was dyed a faint gold. Selfless Heaven's Eye. In an instant, Gu Qingxue raised her Selfless Heaven's Eye to the second stage. Under the state of Selfless Heaven's Eye, all kinds of sensory abilities would explode, and one's speed would also increase significantly. If the first stage of Selfless Heaven's Eye was to stimulate one's potential, then the second stage of Selfless Heaven's Eye was to direct the majority of one's potential to the brain, leaving only a portion for the body. And the second stage of Selfless Heaven's Eye focused on speed, defense, and strength, which was the opposite of the Selfless Heaven's Eye, which focused on internal attributes. The faint golden eyes stared at Yi Chen, and Gu Qingxue saw a few lines and dots. These lines and dots were Yi Chen's flaws. No, to be more precise, they were flaws that were about to appear, as if he had seen through them in advance. For example, if a carriage was moving in front of him, if he rushed over at this moment, he would crash into the carriage. But the Selfless Heavens Eye had already predicted the speed and angle of the carriage. As long as he rushed over at the right speed and angle, he would naturally not crash into the carriage. These flaws of Yi Chen weren't flaws now, but in a moment, they would become flaws. However, there are too few flaws. Gu Qingxue frowned slightly. The total number of lines and dots around him was actually only 9. In the past, her opponents would have so many flaws that she couldn't even count them all. Trying to see through my flaws? As if he could read minds, Yi Chen's body moved slightly. What? There are fewer flaws. Gu Qingxue's eyes narrowed. The number of lines and dots around Yi Chen decreased by 3, becoming 6. 4. 2. He disappeared. Gu Qingxue's eyes instantly narrowed into a dot. Her eyes were extremely cold and filled with disbelief. Who exactly is this person? Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingxue murmured in her heart. Yi Chen calmly smiled, I forgot to tell you, there are 13 lines and 27 dots on your body. Among them, there is a dot that appears and disappears. This should be related to your current mood. So what? It doesn't matter if I have any flaws, because you can't attack me. Gu Qingshua's emotions quickly calmed down, she remained unmoved. You still don't know? I've gradually gotten used to your speed, and seeing your flaws means that I can already attack you. Yi Chen thought. Hiss, Gu Qingxue turned into lightning and instantly disappeared. If you don't have any flaws, then I'll create one. Gu Qingshue's right palm contained a fist-sized water ball, crystal clear. Thunder and water, profound martial art, hidden water thunder. Rumble, like a mountain torrent, like thunder descending, like the destruction of heaven and earth. In front of Gu Qingxue was chaos, which was full of explosions and ripping air currents. Did Green Lightning King win? A thought flashed in Akiji King's mind. Not yet. Qi Hongyan's eyes narrowed. Hiss, the mountain torrent split apart, the thunder dispersed, and the world became clear. Yi Chen stood in the center of the arena, looking straight at Gu Qingxue, who was half a meter above the ground. That pair of eyes contained countless traces, as if all of Gu Qingshue's secrets couldn't escape from his eyes, and were instantly analyzed. Not good. Gu Qingxue turned into lightning, and with a hiss, she flew away. There are more and more flaws in your defense. Her body moved a few steps, and the Demon Slayer sword drew a complete circle from bottom to top, in which the electric field was temporarily isolated. Pucci, a smear of blood splattered, and with a muffled groan, Gu Qingxue held her left arm and flashed dozens of li away. Traces of blood slid down the fingers of her right hand, and Gu Qingxue looked at Yi Chen in a daze. He was hit. Green Lightning King was hit? Really? To be hit at such a fast speed, this can't be done with sword speed alone. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Was it an accident, or? Gu Qingxue gritted her snow-white teeth, and once again attacked Yi Chen. Blood splattered, and a left arm flew out. Gu Qingshue's figure staggered back, as if due to the injury, her speed wasn't as fast as before. Swish 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 swish. Although Yi Chen's speed was not as fast as Gu Qingshue's, his footsteps were erratic and unpredictable, accompanied by his unparalleled sword speed. Clang, sparks erupted from her chest as Gu Qingxue was flung backwards. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and bits of flesh. Because she was wearing a high-grade armor artifact, the sword attack failed to penetrate her heart. However, the terrifying sword force had penetrated through the armor and instantly shattered her heart. The heart was one of the most important parts of the human body. It was the source of qi and blood. Once it was lost, all aspects of one's body would be affected. Unless one could immediately form a new heart when the heart was destroyed, it was a pity that the human body had all kinds of senses. When the heart was destroyed, there would be some discomfort and sluggishness. My next strike will be your head. Once they entered a real battle, Yi Chen would not show any mercy. He believed that his opponent would not accept his opponent going easy on him. This was a form of humiliation. The sword slashed through the air, slicing open a gap in the electric field. A trace of blood appeared on Gu Qingshue's neck. That was the reaction of the sharp sword qi, it had cut through her skin first. This is the first time I, Gu Qingxue, am being looked down upon by someone. Electricity explosion. TSS 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 TSS. Gu Qingxue released a large amount of electricity, which reacted with Yi Chen's life magnetic field and directly penetrated his protective True Yuan, acting on Yi Chen's body. Boom, electric snakes danced chaotically, lighting up the entire arena. Double hidden water thunder. That wasn't the end of it. Gu Qingxue condensed a fist-sized ball of lightning in each of her palms and blasted it towards the center of the explosion, which was also where Yi Chen was. What? He made a comeback in an instant? The situation has actually been reversed. The Green Lightning Monarch is the Green Lightning Monarch after all. Her thunder ultimacy has practically reached the pinnacle of perfection. Although that electric burst isn't very lethal against opponents of the same level, it can make them reveal a flaw and cause them to momentarily numb. Electric burst creates a flaw, and double hidden water thunder kills in one strike. Terrifying. Gu Qingshue's sudden eruption caught a lot of people off guard. Green Lightning Monarch, is this the result of your 3 years of hard work? Qi Hongyan sighed in shock. Gu Qingshue's eyes were extremely cold. This electric burst was originally prepared to deal with those few people, but now, she had no choice but to reveal it. The opponent's power was beyond her imagination. Using the opponent's life magnetic field as an electric field. What a good electric burst. The electricity dissipated. In the arena, Yichen had already finished waving his sword. In front of him were 4 hidden water thunders that had been cut open. Puff. The hidden water thunders that had lost their integrity shattered. But, this is what makes it interesting. Yichen raised his head. I've been seen through? A drop of cold sweat appeared on Gu Qingshua's forehead. Not really seen through, but this move of yours is indeed very powerful. I believe you still have a follow-up move. Being able to be ranked 4th on the Sky King list was not simple at all. She could be said to be a monster among monsters. A single profound might not be as powerful as a double profound, but it could be used to support attacks. Forget it, I've lost this round. Dispersing the electric field, Gu Qingxue had no intention to continue fighting. She turned and walked down the first arena. Gu Qingxue had a feeling that even if she used all her skills, the chance of winning against her opponent was less than 10%. From the beginning to the end, her opponent did not give her any opportunity to take advantage of. It was completely her own play. Rather than giving her all to lose the battle, it was better to digest the insights she gained from the battle. Although Gu Qingxue admitted defeat, no one dared to laugh at her. If they were replaced by Yi Chen, they might not even be able to block a single move from Gu Qingxue. If they were replaced by Gu Qingxue, they would probably be in an even more miserable state. From the beginning to the end, they did not see how Yi Chen attacked. They only saw streaks of sword marks flashing by. This battle of the strong was full of climaxes and thrills. It was undoubtedly an eye-opener for those who remained. After losing to Yi Chen, Gu Qingxue chose to challenge the 10th arena. The 10th arena was the Battle of the White Tiger Star Field Sky King list. The result was as expected. The opponent did not even manage to force Gu Qingxue into the Inata state before she was defeated. In the end, only the dark-skinned young man was left. Hee hee. The dark-skinned young man laughed and appeared on the 8th arena. I'm really in danger this time. The black-feathered leopard king did not dare to underestimate the dark-skinned young man. Judging from his appearance and age, he knew that he must be a very terrifying expert. After all, with such a high cultivation talent, how weak could his combat strength be? The two seemed to be two different concepts, but there was an inevitable factor. The second move, Hadouken. Boom, on the 10th arena, the protective shield shook violently. The violent energy exploded like a small sun. The sound and light effects alone were frightening. What kind of joke is this? It's so powerful. Not only were the spectators dumbfounded, but the black-feathered leopard king was also completely dumbfounded. He definitely did not want to bear that kind of explosive power. In an instant, the black-feathered leopard king entered the demon beast realm. At this moment, speed was the only thing he could rely on. Everything else was useless. The third move, Hadouken, random kill. The dark-skinned young man kept glancing around. With his amazing eyesight, he waved his slender arm and hundreds of high-pressure light balls were shot out. There was no way the black-feathered leopard king could dodge them. He crossed his arms to protect his vital parts, and the demonic power protective shield in front of him was strengthened to the limit. Bang 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 bang, the sounds of explosions were continuous. The black-feathered leopard king crashed hard into the protective shield of the arena, unable to fight back. With a grin, the dark-skinned young man used the second move, Hadouken, and blasted the black-feathered leopard king into a mist of blood. Vaguely, the crowd could see a small part of the protective shield of the arena protruding. Each and every one of them is a monster. Akiji King was a little disheartened. Originally, his ranking on the Heavenly King list was not low. He was ranked 13th, not far from the top 10, so he was confident that he could pass the test field of God. However, Yi Chen's appearance showed him the gap between them. The dark-skinned young man's appearance showed him what a monster was. Together with Gu Qingxue and Qi Hongyan, who had not shown much of her strength, there were 4 people. 4 monsters in one place. He no longer had any confidence in passing the test field of God. It's alright. I'm just here to take a look. Du Sha also did not think she had any hope. She smiled bitterly. Kid, you're very powerful. Qi Hongyan said to the dark-skinned young man while feeling annoyed. You're still far from me. The dark-skinned young man scratched his head like a teenager who had not seen the world for a long time. Cultivating hard in the mountains for several years, and then coming out to make a name for himself. This is the kind of person you are. Yi Chen could feel the pure heart of the dark-skinned young man, without any impurities. After passing the fourth test, everyone was teleported to a path. In front of the path was a huge square. At this time, there were already 10 people in the square. The arrival of Yi Chen's group of 10 attracted their attention. What a scary look. Among the 10 people, 2 of them had very scary looks. One was a swordsman, and the other was a bladesman. The swordsman wore a long black robe embroidered with an azure dragon. His eyes were full of coldness and majesty. The bladesman was Bai Li Huan, the soul-slaying blade of the Vermilion Bird Star region. His whole body was like a volcano, exuding endless courage. Seeing Yi Chen, Bai Li Huan nodded. The strong deserved respect. There was no doubt that Yi Chen was a strong man. Yi Chen also nodded. His eyes moved from Bai Li Huan to the black-robed swordsman with the azure dragon embroidered on his robe. Their eyes inevitably collided. He is the Azure Dragon Swordsman of the Azure Dragon Star region, ranked 5th on the Heaven King list. On the side, Du Sha explained to him. The Azure Dragon Swordsman was the top swordsman of the younger generation in the 4 major star regions. The second was the Flawless Swordsman, Zhao Wuk, ranked 11th on the Heaven King list. When they arrived at the square, everyone stopped. After a while, more people came. There were still 10 of them. Among them, the most eye-catching were the Black Destruction King Zhou Jian and the Violent Queen Yan Feihua. One of them was ranked 3rd on the Heavenly King ranking, while the other was ranked 8th on the Heavenly King ranking. Even though there was no aura leaking out, they still stood out among the 10 of them. Then, the 4th group arrived. Among them, there were 4 eye-catching people: Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu, the blue-robed swordsman, a white-robed young man with a light body, and a black-robed young man with a body as sturdy as a tyrannosaurus. He was more than 3 meters tall and exuded endless pressure. The blue-robed swordsman is Flawless Swordsman Zhao Wuk, ranked 11th on the Heavenly King list. His swordsmanship is flawless, and he comes from the White Tiger Star field. The white-robed young man is Infernal Illusionist Li Yifeng, ranked 6th on the Heavenly King list. His attainments in illusions are even greater than Ji Qingyue's. He comes from the Azure Dragon Star field. The black-robed young man is Yang Ting, ranked 2nd on the Heavenly King list. His true form is an iron-armored dragon, a true dragon with unparalleled strength. He can shatter a star with his most basic strength. He also comes from the Azure Dragon Star field. Du Sha introduced to Yi Chen seriously. An iron-armored dragon. Yi Chen sized up Yang Ting carefully. Yang Ting sensed that someone was staring at him, so he glanced over. Pop. This one glance seemed to have pierced through the air as it shot toward Yi Chen. Hitting someone with a gaze sounded exaggerated, but it was indeed so. Du Sha's face paled slightly. Although this gaze was not aimed at her, nor was it offensive, the mental pressure it brought was enormous. Du Sha felt as if her soul was about to be knocked out. On the other hand, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. It was as if this gaze was just a breeze that brushed past his face. Infernal Illusionist Li Yifeng noticed this, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Soon, the 5th group arrived. There were 3 eye-catching figures in the 5th batch, namely the lifeless swordsman Leng Fifan, the illusionist of death Ji Qingyue, and a handsome young man who looked to be about the same age as the dark-skinned young man, about 16 or 17 years old. This handsome young man walked at the forefront, naturally emitting the aura of a king. As soon as he appeared, he became the center of attention, like a king of kings. Lifeless blade artist Leng Fifan, ranked 7th on the Heavenly King list, the number 1 blade artist of the 4 great life starfields. Hailing from the White Tiger starfield, my impression of him is still stuck at a few years ago. At that time, he made a stunning appearance and shocked everyone. After a few years, I'm afraid he already has the battle power to enter the top 3. I won't talk about Ji Qingyue, but as for that handsome youngster, he's quite amazing. He's the number 1 on the Heavenly King list, Peerless King Ajiu. Ajiu entered the life and death realm at the age of 24. Du Sha's voice lingered in his ear. Yi Chen nodded. With Du Sha's introduction and his first impression of them, he had a basic understanding of these geniuses. Peerless King Ajiu, just like his title, was peerless under the heavens, the King of Kings. Tyrannosaurus Yangting, synonymous with power. Black Destruction King Zhou Jian, brimming with a domineering aura. Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue, coming and going like lightning, heart like frost. Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Shiyu, fierce and dignified. Illusionist Li Yifeng, dreamy and illusory. Lifeless Blade Artist Lung Fifan, cold and indifferent, unfathomable. Violent Queen Yan Feihua, cheerful and witty, full of mysteries. Platinum Witch Qi Hong Yan, white-haired and tender, full of the essence of a witch. Soul Slasher Blade by Li Huan, volcanic courage. Flawless Sword Artist Zhao Wuk, flawless and without flaws, aura unnoticeable. Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu, cynical and full of schemes. Death Illusion Master Ji Qingyue, indifferent to everything. Dark-skinned youngster, pure and innocent. The above 14 were the strongest in Yi Chen's eyes. The others were a lot weaker than them. Du Sha did not know what Yi Chen was thinking. If she did, she would say, "Forget yourself." In her eyes, Yi Chen was a stunning existence. She had never seen such a stunning swordsman. No, Yi Chen's appearance had redefined a swordsman for her. His sharp eyesight, calm and unruffled posture, unparalleled sword speed, untainted temperament, and ice-cold and merciless sword technique. This was a dreamlike swordsman. With the arrival of the fifth batch, the top geniuses of the four major life star fields had all gathered together. If the geniuses of the world were flowers, then the flowers here were all precious species, competing with each other for beauty. Ordinary kings would definitely feel ashamed of their inferiority and dazzle here. In front of the plaza was a stone bridge, and at the end of the bridge was a large door. That was the entrance to the fifth stage. Everyone stepped onto the stone bridge and walked toward the door. Creak, the door opened automatically. Inside was an alley. Although it was called an alley, it was actually huge. This alley was 1,000 meters wide, and no one knew how long it was. One could not see the end of it. At the beginning of the alley, there was a wooden sign with the word speed written on it. On the left and right walls 1,000 li away from the starting point, there was a crystal ball. Although the second stage also tested speed, strictly speaking, it was a test of willpower. Many who did not finish the race passed. As for the fifth stage, it was all about speed, nothing else. Speed is my strong point. The Speed Wolf King was the first to rush out. Chi. The air was torn apart, and the Speed Wolf King instantly surpassed the crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball on the right lit up with a green color. Next, everyone began to sprint. In the end, 48 people passed. It seemed that the speed test was not strict. It made sense. During the battle, there were many people who were slow. As long as their reactions were fast enough, they would be fine. After speed, it was defense. Defense was slightly more difficult than speed. 4 people were eliminated, leaving 44 people. Next should be strength. Someone said. As expected, the third stage of the fifth stage was the trial of strength. One only needed to ring the bell on the opposite side to pass. In battle, if one's speed and defense were a bit weaker, they would not necessarily lose. But if one's attack was also weak, it would undoubtedly be dangerous. Usually, attack was the most important. If one's attack was strong, they could break through the opponent's defense. They would not need to hit the opponent countless times and only cause a small wound. Therefore, the number of people eliminated in the trial of strength surpassed the previous 2 stages. A total of 13 people were eliminated. Du Sha was also eliminated. There are only 31 people left. It is really strict. The God's trial field strictness made Yi Chen sigh inwardly. From the first stage to the fifth stage, the trial's content was all-encompassing. Not a single weakness was allowed. If there was even a single weakness, then one would be eliminated. After the trial of strength, there was still the fourth stage. This stage was the trial of reflexes. In a dangerous alley, there were hidden weapons shooting out everywhere. These hidden weapons were extremely fast. If one thought that they could rush through with speed alone, it was impossible. Along the way, they had to constantly dodge the hidden weapons, and sometimes they had to retreat. When the fourth stage ended, there were only 20 people left. I wonder what the sixth stage is. Someone couldn't help but ask. Are you stupid? All the stages have been passed. The sixth stage is naturally a test of absolute strength. The strong are respected. This principle has never changed. That's right. Although the previous stages of the divine trial field have not changed in essence, the form may change. But the final stage, whether it is in essence or form, will not change. As they spoke, the group walked out of the alley. In front of them was a vast grassland. On the grassland, there was a circular martial stage. The martial stage did not look very large, only 10 miles in diameter. It was covered by a transparent spherical barrier. Coming to the side of the martial stage, the group found a wooden sign. The wooden sign had the rules written on it. The general meaning of the rules was that when the trial talisman lit up, they had to go up and fight. If they won, they would receive 1 point. If they lost, they would receive no points. The top 10 in terms of points would have the right to enter the paradise of God. It's the ranking competition, Yichen said to himself. The ranking competition was the fairest competition. It was normal for martial artists to counteract each other. It would be a pity if they lost the right to enter the paradise of God just because they lost a match. Buzz, outside the 4 golden gates of the gods' trial field, there were many eliminated trial challengers gathered. Suddenly, a 3-dimensional image appeared between them. The image was of a circular martial stage. They could also see the 20 people beside the martial stage. Is it the last stage? There are only 20 people left. Participating in the divine trial field was the right decision. Although I didn't even pass the second stage, I can see the top geniuses fight. This trip was worth it. Yeah. Only 10 people can pass the divine trial field. The others are just there to serve as foils. But seeing the top geniuses fight is enough. Most people came to the divine trial field to see. More importantly, they could see the top geniuses of the 4 major star fields fight. Mr. Yi. Lan Xian'er Sa Yi Chen. I can't believe this guy made it to the end. Mr. Firebird's eyes widened. On the blue leaf, he knew that Yi Chen was powerful and that he couldn't compete with him. But he didn't expect Yi Chen to make it this far. This meant that his opponent was at least in the top 20 of the 4 major star fields. He was light years ahead of him. Good thing I didn't provoke him. Mr. Firebird slowly exhaled. On the prairie, 2 people's trial talismans lit up. They were the lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan and a young man in gray. The young man in gray was ranked 25th on the Heaven King list. People called him the Soul Breaker Spear, Jianghao. Jianghao was the same as Yi Chen and the tanned young man. He wasn't in the top 20 of the Heaven King list, but he had made it this far. He was strong enough. Unfortunately, his opponent was the lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan. He was defeated in 3 moves. The second pair was Qi Hongyan and the Speed Wolf King. Howl, the Speed Wolf King howled at the sky and turned into a werewolf. His legs were strong and elastic, and his claws were as sharp as razors. He could travel hundreds of thousands of miles in a single leap. The arena looked small, only 10 miles in diameter, but there was another dimension inside. It was probably more than 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and it was a vacuum environment, so the resistance was negligible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Strands of platinum hair shot out and entangled the Speed Wolf King. At the same time, Qi Hongyan stepped on the arena and flew into the sky. Heaven and Earth star picking palm. She locked her eyes on the Speed Wolf King and clenched her right hand. Pfft! The Speed Wolf King spat out a large amount of blood and flesh. He was shocked to find that his heart was broken, and his movements were slowed for a moment. 5 strands of whitish gold hair of unknown length wrapped around his neck and limbs, fixing him in the air with his arms and legs spread wide open. Then, Qi Hongyan slapped the Speed Wolf King 4 times in a row, turning him into a bloody mist. The Speed Wolf King, ranked 14th on the Sky King list, was defeated. Qi Hongyan's 3,000 platinum threads had become more powerful after a few years. The violent Queen Yan Feihua rubbed her chin, as if thinking of a way to deal with her. To deal with the 3,000 platinum threads, you must first defend against her heaven and earth heart-picking palm. Otherwise, you can only passively take a beating. Of course, this is under the condition that you are evenly matched. The tanned young man smiled shyly. Yan Feihua asked, which style of your wave punch are you at? The 5th style. The tanned young man said. You're at the 5th style already? No wonder your master asked you to come out. Yan Feihua nodded. Next up were Violent Dragon Yang Ting and Slasher by Li Huan. Violent Dragon Yang Ting was ranked 2nd on the Sky King list. He was a giant armored dragon, and was definitely a ferocious person. Although Slasher by Li Huan was also a powerful swordsman, there was still a huge gap between them. If Bai Li Huan was replaced by Lung Fifan, the lifeless swordsman, it might be more interesting. I didn't expect Bai Li Huan to meet Yang Ting so soon. I wonder how many moves he can take. Probably around 20 moves. It will be difficult. If he meets an opponent with other techniques, Bai Li Huan might be able to hold on for a while longer. However, Yang Ting is not an ordinary person. In terms of defense and power, if he claims to be number 2, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. In terms of speed, he is at least in the top 5. Bai Li Huan will probably lose in about 10 moves. Bai Li Huan was a top-notch expert ranked 10th on the Heavenly King list. His battle with Yang Ting had not yet begun, but the scene was already quite heated. Everyone was discussing the characteristics of the two. Make your move. On the fighting ring, Yang Ting stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Bai Li Huan, who was in the distance. Clang, Bai Li Huan didn't say anything. He slowly pulled out the snow-white broadsword that was as tall as a human and raised it high above his head. The broadsword momentum that was as majestic as a mountain and as fiery as magma was condensing and brewing. At the same time, he himself had also entered the 2nd stage of the selfless state, the selfless body. His pupils turned dark silver, and the horrifying aura was released for a moment. Mountain-breaking style. Suddenly, Bai Li Huan fiercely slashed out with his blade. The bright blade light filled the sky and the earth. It was tens of thousands of miles long, like a giant divine blade, and it directly slashed towards Yang Ting. I'll give you 3 slashes. Yang Ting raised his left hand and grasped the sharp part of the bright blade light. See splitting style. After the first slash, Bai Li Huan's 2nd slash followed closely. This slash was continuous and relentless, as if it could split the entire sea. The 2nd slash. Yang Ting stretched out his right hand and grasped the blade light. Roar, Bai Li Huan leaped up. At this moment, the broadsword momentum on his body had condensed to the limit. No one knew what secret method he had used, but the broadsword momentum on his body was clearly strong enough to tear the sky and the earth apart. However, it was restrained within 10 meters of his body. This caused a terrifying circle of broadsword momentum to appear around him. This circle of broadsword momentum was similar to a broadsword realm, but it was more destructive than a broadsword realm. Because the broadsword realm existed forever, the broadsword momentum would be unleashed along with the power of the broadsword. Burning broadsword style. Boom, the snow-white broadsword in Bai Li Huan's hand began to burn. The raging flames ignited the circle of broadsword momentum. Just as the circle of broadsword momentum was about to explode, Bai Li Huan swung out his most powerful slash. This slash burned the sky and broke the sea. This slash severed the soul. This slash tore everything in front of it apart. It would not stop until death. What a powerful slash. Outside the Golden Gate, many of the eliminated trial takers were dumbfounded. Although the saber strike was not aimed at them, no, it was not even in the same dimension as them, the pressure it brought them was not small at all. Many of the weaker ones could not help but take a few steps back, trying to avoid this saber strike. Finally, it's a little interesting. Yang Ting growled. Iron-black dragon scales appeared on his face and chest, and his eyes turned into cold, emotionless steel dragon eyes. Creak. The broadsword light in his left and right hands shattered. Yang Ting leaned forward, clenched his fists, and punched towards the blazing broadsword light that was coming at him. Clang, like a giant broadsword cutting through a steel star, the ear-piercing sound waves penetrated everywhere. The 18 people outside could not help but bear the brunt of the sound waves. Their protective energy lit up one by one. It was already so terrifying outside, not to mention the inside. Yang Ting's entire body was on fire. The aftershock of the blazing broadsword light was very strong. Unless the whole thing was shattered, even if only a small part of it was left, it would still be blasted out by inertia. The broken broadsword light rubbed against the protective dragon energy on the surface of Yang Ting's body, igniting a raging fire. The temperature of this fire had already far exceeded the temperature of the sun's surface. It was probably tens or even hundreds of times hotter. Even Yang Ting's protective dragon energy could not completely isolate such a high temperature. Waves of flames appeared on the surface of his body. His skin was burning red like iron. "Break for me!" Yang Ting's fist shook violently, and then suddenly separated. The remaining broadsword light was shattered into millions of pieces, turning into countless sparks that flew everywhere. It was brilliant. Standing in the center of the arena, the flames on Yang Ting's body gradually extinguished. He said word by word, "The burning blade technique is indeed powerful. Next, you will also take a punch from me." Boom! Without storing up much power, Yang Ting directly punched at Bailey Hun. The black fist energy was highly condensed, and the external momentum was not very strong. However, this was only the external. Bailey Hun, who had raised his broadsword to block, spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. The bones in his arms were about to break, and he could barely hold on to his broadsword. Taking a deep breath, Bailey Hun used his movement technique and circled around Yang Ting, not giving him a chance to attack directly. Yang Ting was like a violent dragon, punching out again and again. Among the 3 punches, at least one would graze Bailey Hun. Among the 5 punches, Bailey Hun had to take one of them head-on. Very soon, Bailey Hun could not hold on anymore. Be it speed, defense, or power, he was much weaker than Yang Ting. The 11th move, Bailey Hun was defeated. Violent Dragon Yang Ting is still so strong. The only ones who can compete with Yang Ting in terms of strength are probably the Peerless King Ajiao and the Black Destruction King Zhou Jian. What was strength? It was using absolute power to suppress the opponent. Seriously speaking, apart from the first 3 strikes, this battle was not very exciting. This was because towards the end, Yang Ting had already controlled the entire situation. Next, 2 more battles took place. They were Yan Feihua against Akiji Wang, and Azure Dragon swordsman Xiaoxiu against Ghost Hand Luo Ming, who was ranked 28th on the Heavenly King list. Among the 20 people, 15 were in the top 20 on the Heavenly King list. The remaining 5 were the dark-skinned youth, Yi Chen, Soulbreaker Spear Jiang Hao, who was ranked 25th, Ghost Hand Luo Ming, who was ranked 28th, and Divine Wind Kiko Yang Taiying, who was ranked 30th. Akiji Wang was ranked 13th and had fought with Yi Chen in the 4th round. This time, facing Yan Feihua, who had the title of Violent Queen, he lost miserably. Ghost Hand Luo Ming was considered very powerful to be able to fight his way into the top 20. Unfortunately, there was still an unbridgeable gap between geniuses. He and Azure Dragon swordsman Xiaoxiu were not on the same level at all, so he lost cleanly. It was Yi Chen's turn in the 5th battle. His opponent was Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu. Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu was recognized as one of the top 3 geniuses in the 4 major life star areas. Some people said that if he had a little fighting spirit, it would not be a problem for him to be in the top 10. Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu, I wonder what his ranking will be this time. Yan Feihua, who had just exercised, said with a smile. The God's Test field opens once every 10 years. This time, he should have a little fighting spirit. I think this swordsman is most likely not Lu Wenxiu's opponent, unless Lu Wenxiu goes easy on him. Strange Speed Wolf King did not have much hope for the top 10. Being able to watch the battle live was also a kind of enjoyment for him. Lu Wenxiu will lose. Gu Qingxue said. Lu Wenxiu will lose? He is one of the top 3 geniuses. Although he is frivolous, his talent is there. Plus, this time is different from the past. Strange Speed Wolf King looked at Gu Qingxue in surprise. There were 3 widely recognized geniuses in the 4 major life star areas, Unparalleled King Ajiao, Lifeless Swordsman Leng Fifan, and Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu. There was a word to describe each of them. Unparalleled Ajiao. Thoroughly tempered Leng Fifan. The talented Lu Wenxiu. Gu Qingxue said, I lost to him. What? Everyone looked at Gu Qingxue. They did not communicate much, so they did not know that Gu Qingxue had lost to Yi Chen. They only thought that they had not fought. At this time, Qi Hongyan also said, this person's strength is beyond my imagination. The only thing I can describe is that he is very strong, absolutely strong. If I were to fight him, my chance of winning would be less than 10%, maybe even less. The power that Yi Chen had displayed was not enough for Qi Hongyan to say that. But for some reason, when facing Yi Chen, Qi Hongyan could not help but feel a chill down her spine. Yi Chen was so calm, as if he would not even blink even if the sky fell down. It was very rare. Gu Qingxue was already very powerful, but when facing Yi Chen, she did not even have the slightest advantage. Even Qi Hongyan said so. Many people looked at each other. He is one of my opponents. After a moment of silence, a voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan. Hearing this, flawless swordsman Zhao Wuke slightly frowned. After his battle with Lung Fifan had told him to be careful of a swordsman in blue. Could it be him? Lung Fifan said that, so he must not be an ordinary person. Let's wait and see. Yan Feihua smiled. Right, it's useless to speculate before the battle starts. The Speed Wolf King nodded. They had thought that Lu Wenxiu would definitely win, but because of the words of Gu Qingxue, Qi Hongyan, and Lung Fifan, the battle became complicated. They knew Lu Wenxiu's talent very well, so they didn't think that the three of them would lie to them. Outside the Golden Gate, Lan Xianxia looked worried. She heard all kinds of discussions, but it was obvious that they were supporting Lu Wenxiu. After all, they didn't know much about Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, you must win. On the arena. Lu Wenxiu's cynical eyes gradually became serious. He was cynical and couldn't bring himself to fight for things he wasn't interested in, but it didn't mean that he had no vision. From the second round, he knew that Yi Chen wasn't an ordinary swordsman. He was as dangerous as the top 5 on the Sky King list. If he didn't go all out, he would lose miserably. I am Lu Wenxiu. Out of respect for Yi Chen, Lu Wenxiu told him his name. Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded slightly. I know you are very strong, but in this ranking battle, there is something that I insist on. Therefore, I will give it my all, and bring out 120% of my strength. Lu Wenxiu said word by word. I hope so. Yi Chen also wanted to know how talented Lu Wenxiu was as one of the 3 geniuses of the 4 major life star areas. Lu Wenxiu had a slim body, with long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. Whoosh! An extremely terrifying aura burst out from his body, but in the blink of an eye, it was restrained. Lu Wenxiu's long hair grew longer, and his pupils turned pale gold. Selfless heavenly eye realm. Ghost genius Lu Wenxiu is indeed powerful. The speed of his selfless realm is too fast. The audience exclaimed. On the other hand, Yi Chen didn't change at all. This Yi Chen is too arrogant. Lu Wenxiu respected him and immediately entered the selfless heaven's eye realm, but he didn't react at all. The eccentric Speed Wolf King didn't know that Yi Chen couldn't enter the Inata state. It thought that Yi Chen was too arrogant and didn't take Lu Wenxiu seriously. Although the others did not say anything, a few of them could not help but frown. Lu Wenxiu, who had entered the selfless heavenly eye realm, immediately noticed that the flaws on Yi Chen's body were pitifully few, and they were constantly disappearing. Without any hesitation, Lu Wenxiu took the initiative to attack Yi Chen. Lu Wenxiu's movement technique was incomparably marvelous. Every time he moved, an afterimage would appear. As he moved for dozens of li, there were hundreds of afterimages, like a soft, long line. Lu Wenxiu, who was at the front, chopped at Yi Chen with a palm blade. The palm blade was illusory and came and went like the wind, giving people the feeling of a gust of wind brushing past their faces. It's here. It's one of Lu Wenxiu's 4 ultimate skills, Wind Shadow Chop. Someone couldn't help but shout. Wind Shadow Chop, there should be something special about it, right? An ultimate skill that could make the spectators applaud was definitely not ordinary. Clang, the demon slaughtering sword was unsheathed. Yi Chen's sword met the attack, and the sword light was like cold lightning. Bang, the palm and sword collided. Yichen didn't move at all, but Lu Wenxiu was sent flying. Something's wrong, the strength isn't that strong. Yichen frowned. Lu Wenxiu's palm blade might be very sharp and fast to those eliminated elite geniuses, but who didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves? This palm blade, other than being a little fast and having a slightly erratic trajectory, didn't have anything special about it. However, it contained a layer of soft force. The terror of the wind shadow chop has just begun. Zhao Wuke had experienced this move before, so he knew how terrifying it was. Lu Wenxiu, who was sent flying, turned around like a whirlwind, and once again attacked Yi Chen. So that's how it is. The attack power has increased by quite a bit. Yi Chen once again sent Lu Wenxiu flying. Pung 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 pung, the two exchanged more than 100 moves in an instant. Unknowingly, Lu Wenxiu's phantoms had multiplied by several times. The entire center of the martial stage was filled with his phantoms, and with a rough estimate, there were at least several thousand of them. These phantoms weren't inanimate objects, but were like the wind, sweeping everywhere. If one had to describe them, they could be described as the basic components of the wind, and the several thousand phantoms had converged into a horrifying phantom tornado. The more phantoms there were, the stronger Lu Wenxiu's attack power seemed to be. It seemed to be endless and unceasingly stacking up. Watch out! Wind shadow chain chop. Lu Wenxiu's voice was heard. At the same time, rows of Lu Wenxiu's phantoms attacked Yi Chen like a queue. As soon as the first row finished its attack, the second row of Lu Wenxiu's followed. These phantoms were hard to distinguish, and each of them had a powerful attack power. If one chose to ignore them, then no matter how strong Yi Chen's protective Xingyuan was, it would still be broken. More importantly, Lu Wenxiu's real body was hidden in the phantoms, and with a slight carelessness, he would definitely suffer a fatal attack. To be able to use the wind profound and water profound to such a degree, you are indeed worthy of being one of the top 3 geniuses. How could Yi Chen not see that the wind shadow chop was a unique skill that combined movement and attack power? The wind made it faster, and the water made the phantoms more condensed, making them harder to break down. Moreover, it contained layers upon layers of soft energy, which could dissolve most attacks. If one didn't have absolute power, or didn't have a way to deal with it, then they would be crushed to death by the phantoms. Autumn water profound, 1,000 years shatter. Top rank profound martial skills were broad and profound. Although the autumn water sword art contained the perfect metal profound and water profound, it was actually very rough. On the basis of the autumn water sword art, Yi Chen had already developed an even stronger move. As the sword was waved out, the void was like a lake being blown by the wind, creating countless ripples. The moonlight in the lake was shattered into millions of pieces along with the ripples. At that moment, Lu Wenxiu had a dreamy feeling of being in the water. Not good. Lu Wenxiu didn't have time to attack Yi Chen anymore, and hurriedly retreated, escaping from the phantoms. PFFF 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 PFFF, thousands of phantoms disappeared. Those broken moonlight were extremely condensed and soft sword chi. The sword chi swam around, and Lu Wenxiu's phantoms couldn't stop it at all. The ripples in the lake and the broken moonlight spread at an extremely fast speed, and Lu Wenxiu was affected by the sword aura of the autumn water sword art. His speed had decreased by a lot, and he had only retreated for 10 miles before he was caught up. Bronze wall, iron wall. Lu Wenxiu's hands drew a half circle in front of him, and a dark gold cover covered him. Clank! Clank! The broken moonlight hit on the dark gold cover, creating a continuous metal clashing sound. It's the second of the 4 supreme martial skills, bronze wall, iron wall. The one who spoke was Bai Li Hun. Lu Wenxiu's 4 supreme martial skills were all top-rank profound martial skills. The wind shadow chop focused on movement, and the bronze wall, iron wall focused on defense, containing the perfect earth profound and metal profound. This supreme martial skill was so powerful that even Bai Li Hun's burning blade art couldn't break through it. Another top-rank profound martial skill? A cold glint flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. The demon slaughtering sword was raised high above his head, emitting a blazing green flame. After a brief moment of preparation, Yi Chen slashed down at Lu Wenxiu. Merciless water and fire, Kacha, the indestructible dark gold cover was split in half, and Lu Wenxiu was sent flying back, spurting out a mouthful of blood. On his chest, there was a clear green sword mark that flickered for a split second. The boundless sword force nearly tore him in half through the armor. This sword move's killing power was terrifying to the extreme. What? The crowd was shocked. Lu Wenshou's bronze iron wall was broken in a split second. What kind of sword move was this? It was too powerful. The spectators and the eliminated participants outside the Golden Gate held their breaths in rapt attention. At this moment, Yi Chen's terrifying strength was on full display. Even Lu Wenshou, who was going all out, wasn't his opponent. This time, Lu Wenshou is really in danger. Who would have thought that a peak expert would appear in my Black Tortoise Galaxy, and the Vermilion Bird Galaxy would also have one? Yan Feihua lamented. Zhao Wux's eyes narrowed. As a fellow swordsman, other than the unimaginable pressure that Yi Chen brought him, it also gave him endless motivation. Tilting his head, Zhao Wux looked at Lung Fifan and Xiaoxiu. Of these two people, one was a blade user, the other a swordsman, both were opponents that he strived to defeat. Lung Fifan crossed his arms over his chest, his expression unchanged, but his pupils were deep and unfathomable. At Xiaoxiu's waist were two swords, a long sword and a short sword. The long sword was thin, while the short sword was thick. The way he looked at Yi Chen was filled with fighting spirit. Although it wasn't obvious, Zhao Wux could feel it. Xiaoxiu, even you're tempted to fight. On the stage, Yi Chen inwardly shook his head, inwardly shaking his head. Merciless water and fire was one of his ultimate sword moves, and its power was not limited to this. In this attack, he only used 30% of his strength. During the sword forging process, he had already raised his fire profound to perfection. In other words, the merciless water and fire profound, which contained the perfection of water profound and fire profound, were not just a little bit stronger, but several times stronger. Previously, merciless water and fire was already stronger than ordinary top-rank profound martial skills. Now, it was several times, or even 10 times stronger than ordinary top-rank profound martial skills. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had split the opponent's dark golden cover with one sword. Am I going to lose like this? Lu Wenshou, who had been sent flying far away, closed his eyes, and a thought flashed through his mind. No. Lu Wenshou opened his eyes, which were filled with an indescribable fighting spirit. In the past, it was difficult for him to raise his fighting spirit, because he couldn't be obsessed with winning. Others could get stronger as they fought, but he relied on cultivation to strengthen himself. However, it was different this time. This time, he had already made up his mind to successfully pass the God's test field. If he missed this chance, he didn't know when he would get another chance. Lu Wenjia, wait for me in the God's paradise. Roaring in his heart, Lu Wenshou forcefully stopped his retreat, and stood firmly on the stage. His pupils became deeper, and the pale gold color gradually turned into a deep gold color. His hair grew longer, reaching his thighs, and his expression had an unprecedented change. It was a burning fighting spirit and fighting spirit. The real Lu Wenshou has awakened. The one who spoke was peerless King Ajiu. Ji Qingyue kept a long distance from the spectators. Others were only a few hundred meters away from each other, but he was about 2 miles away from the nearest one. Looking at Lu Wenshou on the stage, Ji Qingyue's mouth curled up. He and Lu Wenshou grew up together, so no one knew him better than he did. It had been almost 10 years since he last saw Lu Wenshou at this moment. His temperament has changed. In Yi Chen's eyes, Lu Wenshou used to be a lazy leopard. Even when he became a little more serious, he did not completely abandon this temperament. But now, Lu Wenshou gave people the feeling that he was a fierce leopard that had not eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. If he did not eat, he would starve to death. Being forced into a desperate situation, his temperament was full of sharpness and ferocity. Laziness and cynicism had completely disappeared from him. Swoosh, 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 there were no phantoms. Lu Wenshou's movement speed had reached an astonishing level. With a flash, he was hundreds of thousands of miles away. Of course, the distance between him and Yi Chen was not hundreds of thousands of miles. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, he made hundreds of attacks. When he missed, he immediately retreated and attacked again. Ding, 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 ding. Yi Chen looked calm. The Demon Slayer sword in his hand was extremely fast. No matter which angle or direction Lu Wenxiu attacked from, he would block it. Lu Wenxiu's speed is so fast, much faster than before. Someone said. Yes, the higher the realm of the selfless heavenly eye, the faster the speed of perception and movement. In the selfless heavenly eye realm, there are at most 3 people who can match or surpass him. However, don't you guys feel that the swordsman named Yi Chen's sword speed is getting faster and faster? Before, I could still see the trajectory. Now, I can't even see the trajectory. It seems like he can reach his destination with one swing of his sword. Yeah, I wonder when such a terrifying swordsman appeared in the Vermilion Bird Star region. I don't think he's a genius from some planet with life. Instead, he came from some remote world with life. Otherwise, with his sword skills, how could he not have any reputation? The human clan and the demon clan were reconcilable with the demons and other evil clans. It was either you die or I live. The planets with life were the base of the human clan and the demon clan in the universe, and the living worlds were their root. One day, if the demons and other evil clans were strong enough to defeat them, they could hide in the living worlds and come out again after accumulating enough power. In fact, it was not that the human clan and the demon clan had never been defeated in the past, but with the existence of the living worlds, it was almost impossible for them to be completely eliminated. There were dozens of inhabited worlds around the 4 major life star areas. Some were far away, and some were close. Lu Wenxiu's body soared high into the air, her right hand grabbing at Yi Chen. Whoosh, as the flames burned, a giant hand of lava thousands of miles wide appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the space where Yi Chen was. It rapidly tightened and contracted. The third of the 4 supreme skills, Fire God's Hand. It was not over yet. As soon as the Fire God's Hand was performed, Lu Wenxiu's left hand suddenly stretched out. Her palm shone with dazzling starlight. The starlight was dark and condensed in her palm. A terrifying gravitational force instantly acted on Yi Chen's body. The fourth of the 4 supreme skills, Star Trapping Hand. The 4 supreme skills were all top-ranked profound sense martial arts, each more powerful than the previous one. This was the brilliant ghost genius Lu Wenxiu. 6 complete profound senses are indeed powerful. Surrounded by the lava hand, Yi Chen stood there with the demon slaughtering sword in his hand. Of Lu Wenxiu's 4 supreme skills, the Wind Shadow Chop contained the complete Wind Profound and Water Profound, the Indestructible Wall contained the complete Metal Profound and Earth Profound, the Fire God's Hand contained the complete Fire Profound and Earth Profound, and the Star Trapping Hand contained the complete Starlight Profound. Altogether, there were 6 complete profounds: Wind, Water, Metal, Earth, Fire, and Starlight. For ordinary geniuses at this age, it was already not bad to comprehend 2 profounds to completion. Those who could comprehend 3 complete profounds would be considered outstanding. As for 6 complete profounds, no one could surpass them. Although Yi Chen was not even 40 years old, which was a little younger than his opponent, he did not dare to say that he could comprehend 6 profounds to completion at his opponent's age. However, he was somewhat confident in comprehending 5 profounds. Having multiple profounds to completion would bring about a huge effect. The combination of 2 would allow one to create many top-ranked profound sense martial arts. After all, there were many types of profound sense martial arts. They were divided into defensive martial arts, offensive martial arts, movement martial arts, and so on. Some profounds amplified the attack more, while others amplified the defense more. If one only had 1 or 2 profounds to completion, creating a top-ranked profound sense martial art would be limited. However, it did not mean that the more profound sense martial arts one had, the more powerful they would be. In this universe where only the strong were respected, strength was everything. As for what one used to amplify one's strength, no one would care. The demon slaughtering sword burned fiercely. The dark green flame condensed into a huge heaven sword. Raising the heaven sword up high, Yi Chen slashed at Lu Wenxiu in the sky. As for the lava hand and the majestic gravitational force, they were completely ignored by him because these obstructions would be crushed under his sword. Whoosh, a dark green sword scar illuminated the entire stage. Lu Wenxiu's left arm had disappeared without a trace. At the crucial moment, he had used his exceptional reaction and dodging speed to avoid being hit in a vital spot. However, this sword was simply too fast. Distance was no longer able to restrict it. Lu Wenxiu slid on the ground for several hundred li. His eyes were hidden in the shadow of the flowing sea. The lava hand's encirclement speed is still too slow for him. Although my star-trapping hand created a huge gravitational force and reduced his body's reaction speed, he only needs one sword to break through everything. Sword techniques containing water and fire profounds are indeed powerful. It is not something ordinary top-rank profound sense sword techniques can compare to. However, he most likely didn't notice that a flaw had appeared on his body. The moment he attacked was also the moment when he revealed his flaw. Lu Wenxiu's eyes flashed with an intense fighting spirit. His missing left arm grew back. Hua, a row of phantoms appeared, followed by another row. The densely packed phantoms separated and attacked Yi Chen from all directions, like swallows returning to their nest. Is it the wind shadow chop again? This move seems to be useless against Yi Chen. His opponent's dreamy and gorgeous sword move has a terrifying area of effect. Maybe Lu Wenxiu has some plans? Everyone was puzzled by Lu Wenxiu's actions. Just as everyone expected, the wind shadow chop was indeed useless against Yi Chen. However, Lu Wenxiu's goal had been achieved. A flaw has appeared. 9-star alignment. The instant Yi Chen executed the autumn water profoundness, 1,000 years shattering, Lu Wenxiu locked onto that fleeting flaw. A string of starlight condensed into star beads and shot out in an absolute straight line. The star beads collided with each other, and the star bead at the front had its speed increased to light speed. If it was a light speed attack from the front, there would definitely be many people who could block it. However, if it was a light speed attack aimed at a flaw, there would basically be no one who could block it. What was a flaw? It was the weak spots or blind spots of the person being attacked. For example, an ordinary person would have flaws everywhere. If someone attacked him from the back, he would definitely not be able to react in time and would immediately be knocked down by a punch. Even if he managed to react in time, he wouldn't be able to block it in time and could only try his best to dodge. The back was the greatest flaw of an ordinary person. The person attacking him could completely attack continuously until the other party collapsed. After all, it would take time to turn around. Yi Chen also had flaws. Everyone had flaws. The instant Yi Chen executed his ultimate move would be the instant he revealed his flaw. If he wanted to make the flaw disappear, he would also need time. Of course, flaws were meaningful to those who were fast enough. If an old man who could barely walk attacked someone from the back, the attack would most likely be dodged. He could see this flaw, but he couldn't hit it, so it was meaningless. However, Lu Wenxiu's 9-star alignment had already reached light speed. It would be extremely difficult to block or dodge it. This should be the 5th ultimate move. Yi Chen admitted that he had been careless. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to block or dodge the opponent's 9-star alignment. He wouldn't have enough time. Buzz, a mighty sword momentum erupted from Yi Chen's body, and the space froze for a moment. At the next moment, Yi Chen split the star bead with his sword. The flaw attack that Lu Wenxiu had carefully prepared was immediately disintegrated. Impossible? Lu Wenxiu's eyes froze. In his judgment, Yi Chen should be able to react, but he definitely wouldn't be able to block or dodge it. However, how did Yi Chen manage to split the star bead with his sword? Lu Wenxiu is going to lose. This swordsman named Yi Chen is way too powerful. Even under such circumstances, he was able to break Lu Wenxiu's killer move. Yes, although I don't quite understand it, I can feel that Lu Wenxiu is very confident in that move. The move that Lu Wenxiu is so confident in must be a killer move that surpasses the previous 4 ultimate moves. It wouldn't be too much to describe it as Lu Wenxiu's 5th ultimate move. However, it still failed. That's enough to show how terrifying his opponent is. The onlookers were in a heated discussion. Yan Feihua frowned. Few people on the Heavenly King list could compare to her eyesight. She could clearly see that Lu Wenxiu had indeed locked onto Yi Chen's flaw. However, she didn't understand why her attack was ineffective. She felt that something was missing at that moment. Is it because the space is still? Among the crowd, only King Audiobook seemed to be deep in thought. It's my turn to attack now. So far, Yi Chen had not walked out of the 10-meter range. He had been blocking or counterattacking on the spot. Everyone was shocked to realize that. Swoosh, under the shroud of the sword domain, Yi Chen's speed soared to the limit as he flashed towards Lu Wenxiu. In his eyes, there was a diagonal line and 3 dots on Lu Wenxiu's body, which were her flaws. Although the 4 flaws were constantly changing positions according to Lu Wenxiu's movements, they would not disappear. Star trapping hand. Lu Wenxiu extended her left hand, and a terrifying gravitational force was about to affect Yi Chen. Swish, Yi Chen's figure was erratic, avoiding the binding of the gravitational force. When he was less than a mile away from his opponent, Yi Chen quickly slashed out with his sword. Clang, facing Yi Chen's frontal attack, Lu Wenxiu would not be caught off guard. Everyone had flaws, but it did not mean that one would be able to find them and attack them. Lu Wenxiu would be able to change the position of the flaw at the critical moment. He crossed his arms, and a dark gold light appeared in front of him. It was a simplified version of the iron wall. However, that sword attack of Yi Chen's contained a powerful sword power, and Lu Wenxiu's whole body was blown away. Sword steps. It had been a long time since Yi Chen used sword steps. With a step forward, sword light filled the air, and Yi Chen appeared behind Lu Wenxiu. I've lost. Lu Wenxiu's head flew high, and blood spurted out. Ghost genius Lu Wenxiu had lost, which was unexpected, but also reasonable. The strength that Yi Chen had displayed was not something that could be countered with just a little bit of effort. It could only be said that Lu Wenxiu had woken up too late. If he could maintain this fighting spirit, his current strength would not be like this, it could even be several times stronger. Although Lu Wenxiu's defeat made many sigh, everyone's attention quickly shifted away from him. He was not the only big shot here, almost everyone was the star of the show. The next battle was between the Tanned Youth and the Black Destruction King, Zhou Jian, who was ranked 3rd on the Sky King list. The Tanned Youth came from the Black Tortoise Galaxy, and his name was Xianxia. Just like Yi Chen, he had appeared out of nowhere, and no one had heard of his name before. This battle was fierce and violent. The Black Destruction King, Zhou Jian, was ranked 2nd only to the Tyrannosaurus Dragon Yang Ting on the Sky King list. His speed, defense, and strength had reached an astonishing level, and he had no weaknesses. His control over his strength was also exceptional, and he could already use the 4 stacks at will. Every punch and kick contained terrifying destructive power. Originally, everyone thought that the battle would be over quickly, and that Zhou Jian, the king of Black Destruction, would be able to finish off Xianxia easily. However, to everyone's surprise, Xianxia's madness was not any weaker than Zhou Jian's. No, to a certain extent, he was even crazier and wilder than Zhou Jian. His oscillating fist was simply a killing machine that could destroy everything. No matter what technique you used, I will break it with 1 punch. If 1 punch could not break it, then 2 punches, 3 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. In a head-on clash, Zhou Jian not only could not do anything to Xianxia, but he also retreated step by step, his face pale. Meteor rupturing fist. Zhou Jian roared, and attacked with his strongest fist art, Meteor rupturing fist. The Meteor rupturing fist was a top-rank body-refining martial art that Zhou Jian had created in the past few years. This body-refining martial art had absorbed the essence of other body-refining martial arts. More importantly, this body-refining martial art had unexpectedly integrated 2 stacks of power. As everyone knew, multiple stacks of power and attack martial arts were very difficult to integrate. Once multiple stacks of power were integrated, the martial arts' own system would be destroyed, and its power would be greatly reduced. It would be better not to integrate it. Zhou Jian had no way to integrate 4 stacks of power, but he had already integrated 2 stacks of power. Although it was not very perfect, and the degree of overlap between 2 stacks of power was not very high, it was enough. With this punch, Zhou Jian had completely shattered a star with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles, turning it into billions of pieces, and the star itself did not explode. Boom, this punch was like a hot knife through butter, and it directly hit the skinny Xianxia. Xianxia, let me see your 5th style, Hadouken. Yan Feihua knew Xianxia, so she knew his Hadouken very well. Xianxia's expression became ferocious, and his killing intent was revealed. It was hard to imagine the current him and the previous him as the same person. The difference was too great. 5th movement, killing intent fist. Xiaoshan also roared, and threw out a punch. Hiss, the spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. Just by looking at this punch, they felt as if their souls were about to be shattered. Yi Chen frowned. This fist art was too dangerous. Once the punch was thrown, all of the user's spirit, qi, and soul would be involuntarily poured into the fist energy, and as the fist energy continued to collapse, it was also mixed with unimaginable killing intent. It could be said that this fist art contained many different attacking systems, but at the same time, a slight mistake would cause great harm, not only to the enemy, but also to the user. This fist art was a true evil fist art. Boom, like an earthquake, stars fell from the sky, and Xia Xiaoshan and Zhou Jian were both blown away. The difference was that Xia Xiaoshan quickly landed on the stage, and after a slight shake, a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, while Zhou Jian fiercely hit the protective shield of the stage. His body was full of wounds. Xia Xiaoshan won, Zhou Jian lost. I can't believe that the Dark Destruction King Zhou Jian lost. This Xia Xiaoshan is really scary. The audience was shocked and surprised by this result. Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue against Flawless Swordsman Zhao Wuk, Gu Qingxue won. Zhao Wuk's sword art did not pose much of a threat to Gu Qingxue, and he paid a huge price for the minor injuries. Seamless Illusionist Li Yifeng against Wind Kick Ouyang, Li Yifeng won. Ouyang was undoubtedly pitiful. In the end, he did not even know how he lost, because he fainted, and his mind was trapped in an illusion, unable to extricate himself. Peerless King Audiobook against Death Illusionist Ji Qingyue, Audiobook won. Audiobook was called Peerless King, just like his title, unparalleled in the world. Ji Qingyue's illusions basically had no effect on him. He was an undefeatable person, or else he would not be ranked first on the Sky King list. Soon, the first round was over. The second round began. In this round, Yi Chen's opponent was Soul Slasher Bai Lihuan. Undoubtedly, Bai Lihuan's saber art was domineering and bold. Judging from his temperament, he and Lung Fifan were two completely different types. Lung Fifan was reserved and calm, giving people a feeling that he was unpredictable. His battles had always been cold and decisive, while Bai Lihuan's temperament was scorching. Standing there, he was like a burning volcano that was about to erupt. His saber art had inherited this characteristic. However, his opponent was Yi Chen. Facing Yi Chen, courage alone was not enough. Therefore, Bai Lihuan and Lu Wenqiu were both defeated by Yi Chen, and he was convinced of his defeat. There were 10 battles in this round. The battle between Yi Chen and Bai Lihuan was the 7th. These 7 battles didn't cause too much of a stir, which was within everyone's expectations. However, the 8th battle had a change. Lifeless Swordsman Lung Fifan vs. Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Shiyu. As one of the top 3 geniuses, Lung Fifan's strength was unfathomable. Apart from Peerless King Audiobook, it was not surprising that he could defeat anyone else. However, Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Shiyu was not easy to deal with. His Azure Dragon sword art was known as the most powerful sword art. In the eyes of the audience, his strength was terrifying. A swordsman and a swordsman. It was a battle between the strong. In the end, it was Lung Fifan who had the last laugh. Just as the rumors said, Lung Fifan would most likely rank in the top 3, or even second. As for the first place, it would depend on whether Lung Fifan was strong enough to challenge Peerless King Audiobook. After all, Audiobook was known as the top genius of the 4 major life star fields. In the 3rd round, Yi Chen defeated Zhao Wuk. Facing Zhao Wuk's flawless sword art, Yi Chen's sword art was even more unfathomable. In terms of the ability to see through flaws, Zhao Wuk was far behind. No matter how one looked at it, the two were not on the same level. In the 4th round, Yi Chen vs. Ghost Hound Luo Ming. Luo Ming forfeited. In the 5th round, Yi Chen's opponent was Akiji King. Akiji King forfeited. In the 6th round, Qi Hongyan forfeited. In the 7th round, Monster Speed Wolf King forfeited. In the 8th round, Gu Qingxue forfeited. In the 8th round, Yi Chen won all of them. Apart from the first 3 rounds, Yi Chen's opponents forfeited in the last 5 rounds. They might have already lost to Yi Chen, or they might have known that the gap between them was too big. Anyway, in the eyes of the audience, Yi Chen was already in the top 7. Without enough strength, it was better to save time. In the ninth round, Yichen encountered a strong opponent. His opponent was Azure Dragon swordsman Xiaoxiu. Both of them were swordsmen. Whoever won would be the number one swordsman in the four major vital star fields. Of course, in terms of battle record, Yichen was undoubtedly better. So far, Yichen had not lost a single battle, while Xiaoxiu had lost 3 times. Once to Lung Fifan, once to Violent Dragon Yang Ting, and once to Peerless King Ajiu. However, it could not be said that Xiaoxiu was weak. It could only be said that his opponents were too strong. Lifeless Bladesman Lung Fifan, Violent Dragon Yang Ting, and Peerless King Ajiu were the most popular figures this time. All of them had been encountered by Xiaoxiu. If he won, it would be a reversal. If he lost, it did not mean that he was weak. In the 3 battles, Xiaoxiu's sword skills had already convinced the audience. Ding, 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 ding. Top swordsman against top swordsman had always been a very dangerous battle. In terms of technique, they had reached a divine level. Any ordinary sword move could be turned into something magical in their hands. Damn, he's really abnormal. He can even take advantage of such a small flaw. It's too exaggerated. What kind of battle is this? Just looking at it makes people's hair stand on end. The 18 people who were watching the battle were fine, but the eliminated people outside the Golden Gate were holding their breaths, deeply afraid to miss any detail. In fact, so far, they had not seen the real details, and there were only a few people who could see through it. Dang, a strange sound came from the collision of swords. Xiaoxiu's arm stiffened for a moment. Poochie, in the next moment, Yichen's figure flashed past Xiaoxiu's side, and Xiaoxiu's head flew. He's really a scary person. Until now, I wonder how much of his strength he has revealed. Lu Wenxiu shook her head. In the battle between Yichen and Xiaoxiu, the move that appeared the most was not the sword move of the fusion of water and fire, but the vibration sword skill. Although Xiaoxiu was strong, after countless collisions with the vibration sword skill, his arm had become numb uncontrollably. Once the arm became numb, the flaw would naturally be revealed. When facing Yichen, even the slightest flaw was terrifying. Forget it, I'll just admit defeat when I face him in the next round. Yan Feihua also shook her head. Eyesight and violence were her biggest advantages, but after watching this battle, she felt that her eyesight paled in comparison to her opponent. As for violence, it should be a joke in her opponent's eyes. In the 10th round, Divine Wind Kick Ouyang Taiying forfeited. In the 11th round, Yan Feihua forfeited. 11 consecutive victories. Currently, there are only a few people who can maintain that. The crowd was discussing. Just wait and see. He's luckier. So far, he has not encountered a popular figure. If he does, I'm afraid he will still lose. At present, there were 3 popular figures, namely Peerless King Ajiu, Lifeless Swordsman Lung Fifan, and Tyrannosaurus Yang Ting. In addition, Xia Xiaoshan and Infernal Illusionist Li Yifeng were also popular figures. Xia Xiaoshan's Hadouken defeated Zhou Jian, while Li Yifeng's illusions were terrifying. Death Illusionist Ji Qingyue was also defeated by him. In the 12th round, Yichen continued to maintain his winning streak. His opponent was Divine Wind Foot Ouyang Taiying, who chose to forfeit. In the 10th match of the 12th round, Seamless Illusionist Li Yifeng faced off against Azure Dragon swordsman Xiaoxiu. This battle was full of ups and downs. The situation reversed several times. Sometimes it was Li Yifeng, and sometimes it was Xiaoxiu. There was even a moment when Xiaoxiu almost killed Li Yifeng. How strange. Outside the Golden Gate, everyone was confused. They had no idea what was happening on the martial stage. Of course, this was mainly related to the illusion technique. Only those who were affected by the illusion technique would be able to see the appearance of the illusion technique. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Of course, nothing was absolute in this world. Even if they weren't affected by the illusions, they could still see. For example, Yichen. Yichen's eyes turned silver. This wasn't a sign of entering the selfless realm, but the ability of the eye of the soul had shifted to his eyes. In his line of sight, the martial stage was still the martial stage. However, there were 2 Li Yifengs on the stage. One was Li Yifeng's real body, and the other was created by the illusions. Obviously, Xiaoxiu was affected by the illusions and couldn't see Li Yifeng's real body. She thought that the Li Yifeng created by the illusions was his real body. The reason why Li Yifeng was called Seamless Illusionist was because his illusions didn't have any gaps. It wasn't a big deal if you could see through one illusion. He could seamlessly create one illusion after another, making it so that you didn't have time to break them. You would be tired of dealing with them, and eventually, you would fall into the illusion. Xiaoxiu was already very amazing. She had broken through Li Yifeng's illusions 13 times in a row. This was the 14th time. Reversal. A sneer appeared on Li Yifeng's face. He flipped his palm, and his palm faced upwards. A strange scene occurred. The Li Yifeng created by the illusions instantly merged into Xiaoxiu's body. In the next moment, Xiaoxiu began to mutilate herself. She thinks of herself as an opponent? Yichen didn't know whether Xiaoxiu saw the same thing as him. He only knew that Xiaoxiu was about to lose. Blood splattered everywhere. Li Yifeng's real body flashed to Xiaoxiu's side and reached out to take her head. Li Yifeng knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Xiaoxiu by relying on illusions alone. To be able to rank in the top 10 of the Heavenly King decree, which one of them didn't have a tenacious will? Illusions could confuse them for a moment, but they couldn't confuse them forever. But for Li Yifeng, a moment was enough. Li Yifeng's illusions are too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Xiaoxiu was defeated by him. In a one-on-one battle, Li Yifeng might not be the strongest. But in a team battle, I estimate that he is no less useful than peerless King Audiobook. Everyone dreaded Li Yifeng, including the top-ranked individuals. The 13th round began. In this round, Li Yifeng persisted. In his 5th match, he defeated ghost talent Lu Wenxiu. The 6th match was between Yi Chen and Zhou Jian. After 12 rounds of battles, Yi Chen's fame had skyrocketed. Apart from the most popular figures, he was in the limelight for a while. On the other hand, Zhou Jian was one of the older influential figures, and was ranked 3rd on the Heaven King ranking. Even though he had lost to Xia Shaoshan, his reputation had declined, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Zhou Jian was still a formidable opponent, and not everyone had the qualifications to be his opponent. Perhaps it was because he had lost to Xia Shaoshan that Zhou Jian had been suppressing his anger, or perhaps it was because of Yi Chen that he had developed a sense of crisis. Zhou Jian launched a fierce attack at Yi Chen from the very beginning. He used his ultimate skills one after another. Clang, clang. Clang. Clang, clang. Yi Chen's fighting style was not as violent and crazy as Xia Shaoshan's. But, the audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Chen's sword skills had reached a new realm of sharpness and precision. This was a realm that Azure Dragon swordsman Xiaoxiu and flawless swordsman Zhao Wuk could not reach. On the battling platform, sword chi crisscrossed and fist energies whistled. No matter how fierce Zhou Jian's attacks were, he could not threaten Yi Chen even a little bit. His momentum seemed vast and unstoppable. But, if one were to observe carefully, it would give people a feeling of a cornered beast fighting. It was a strange feeling. Because, judging from this situation, Zhou Jian was not at a disadvantage. He was attacking and defending with Yi Chen. Meteor rupturing fist. Zhou Jian faintly felt that something was wrong. He roared and threw out a punch. Hundreds of dazzling fist energies were like meteors, flying towards Yi Chen. Although the power of the meteor rupturing fist was not as strong as the meteor rupturing fist, it only had 20 to 30% of its power. But it was faster and had a lot of energy. Every dazzling fist energy contained 2 layers of energy. Being hit by so many fist energies, unless one's defense had reached the level of violent dragon Yang Ting, no one would be able to take it. Facing so many fist energies, Yi Chen only waved his sword. Crackle, the dazzling fist energies were all destroyed. In the next second, Yi Chen's feet shone with sword light. In a split second, he appeared behind Zhou Jian. Pucci, a third of Zhou Jian's neck had been cut open. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Pretty strong defense. Yi Chen did not expect Zhou Jian's defense to be this strong. That sword attack just now was the 3rd move of the vibrational sword spell, Sky Absolute Sword. It contained the perfect Metal Profound and the great success Earth Profound. With these two profounds, it produced vibrating power, which was way more powerful than any normal top-rank profound sword attack. He broke through Zhou Jian's defense so easily and almost cut off his head. Everyone was shocked. Compared to the others, Zhou Jian was even more shocked. He knew his defense the best. Although Xiao Xiaoshan had defeated him, if it was a real life or death battle, Xiao Xiaoshan would not be able to gain the upper hand without exchanging tens of thousands of blows. Even with Xiao Xiaoshan's extraordinary attack power, he was only slightly injured. In comparison, Yi Chen's sword attack was more threatening. As long as his head was cut off, with Yi Chen's attack speed, he could be killed in an instant. Titan protection. His flesh wriggled, and the wound on Zhou Jian's neck recovered. He hurried to increase the distance between him and Yi Chen. Qi surged from his body, forming an illusionary full body armor, which made his body several times bigger, like a small giant. But it was all in vain. The sword did not manage to cut off Zhou Jian's head. Yi Chen turned around and attacked again. This time, it was merciless water and fire. The green sword light flashed across Zhou Jian's neck, and in the next second, Zhou Jian's head flew high into the air. Yi Chen won. He has already won 13 times in a row. Even Zhou Jian could not stop him. So scary. In the 14th round, Xiao Shiyu defeated Lu Wenxiu, Violent Dragon Yang Ting defeated Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue, Peerless King Ejiu defeated Zhou Jian, and Lifeless Swordsman Leng Fifan defeated Soul Slasher by Li Huan. In the 7th round, Yi Chen against Seamless Illusionist Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng's illusions had already reached the acme of perfection. Even Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Shiyu had fallen to his hands. Although Yi Chen had defeated Xiao Shiyu, everyone present felt that this battle would be very dangerous. Illusions were different from combat strength. If one was not careful, they would fall into a trap. No matter how monstrous one's strength was, they would still become fish on the chopping block. Therefore, the majority of people believed that Yi Chen was not Li Yifeng's opponent. On the martial stage, Yi Chen and Li Yifeng stood 100 miles apart. Li Yifeng had a smile on his face as he sized up Yi Chen. Yi Chen was also sizing up Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng was known as the #1 illusionist of the younger generation in the 4 major life star fields. Naturally, his reputation was not undeserved. A swordsman's will had always been very condensed, and their sword intent could cut through all illusions. However, Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Shiyu had still fallen to Li Yifeng's hands. This was enough to prove that Li Yifeng's illusions could no longer be judged with common sense. Let's begin. Li Yifeng faintly smiled. Yi Chen said, hasn't it already begun? Frowning, Li Yifeng suspiciously sized up Yi Chen. As for the audience, except for a few people, everyone else was confused. What had begun? What had begun? What did they mean by begun? Peerless King Ejiu said to himself, interesting. Several hundred meters away, Leng Fifan maintained a grim expression. No one could see anything from his face. Li Yifeng took the initiative to attack. With a wave of his hand, countless black bats swooped towards Yi Chen. These bats had sharp claws and teeth, and their eyes were red. Their small bodies contained an astonishing amount of energy. As for Li Yifeng himself, he was like a phantom, shuttling back and forth among the black bats, waiting for an opportunity to give Yi Chen a fatal blow. Yi Chen stood in the center of the martial stage, not even intending to draw his sword. In the next moment, numerous black bats swooped down on Yi Chen's body. Li Yifeng also sent a palm strike towards Yi Chen's head. Just as Yi Chen was about to be hit, everything vanished. Amazing. Li Yifeng clapped his hands. Same to you. Yi Chen's expression didn't change. What happened? As for the audience, they were all scratching their heads in confusion. On the martial stage, Li Yifeng and Yi Chen hadn't moved at all. How come one said he was amazing and the other said the same to him? Yan Feihua sighed. Just now, Li Yifeng should have launched an illusion attack. In order to make the other party fall into an illusion, a medium was needed. The most common medium was the eyes. Of course, Li Yifeng had already reached the point of using everything as a medium. However, to a master that had been tempered countless times, the most common illusions were actually the most effective. For instance, if you used an illusion to create a world, there would definitely be a flaw. This was because the world created by an illusion and the real world would always have a slight difference. It was just that you didn't notice it or missed it. As for ordinary illusions, they basically had no flaws at all. Of course, ordinary illusions were still ordinary illusions in the end. The lethality wasn't too great. In a one-on-one situation, even if someone fell for it, they would quickly wake up. But for complex illusions, if they didn't fall for it, then they would fall for it and be unable to extricate themselves. It was obvious that at some unknown time, Li Yifeng had used an illusion on Yi Chen. As for Yi Chen, he had seen through the illusion and remained indifferent. Li Yifeng wouldn't blindly use illusions because that would be far too fake. Li Yifeng's own combat strength was also extremely terrifying. He was in no way inferior to ghost talent Lu Wenxiu and the others. By relying on his own combat strength and illusions that were hard to distinguish between real and fake, Li Yifeng displayed the essence of an illusionist to the limit. Often, if you thought it was fake, then you would be directly killed. But if you thought it was real, then you would fall into an illusion. Although it seemed like you had to choose between the two, the truth was that you didn't have a choice. Autumn water, profound meaning, thousand autumns shatter. Yi Chen closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a brilliant light shot out in all directions. He slashed out with his sword and the void rippled like a lake. Ripples spread out, spreading onto Li Yifeng's body. Hua, blood splashed out. Li Yifeng had been defeated, Yi Chen had won 14 straight victories. To deal with Li Yifeng, Yi Chen did not need to use his soul eyes. His opponent's illusion seemed very realistic, but with Yi Chen's eyesight, he could still see the flaws. If he could see the flaws, then it was naturally an illusion. Thus, it would not be easy for his soul to create illusions. It could be said that defeating Li Yifeng was several times easier than defeating Xiaoxiyu. Li Yifeng's pure battle power was far inferior to Xiaoxiyu's. Li Yifeng was easily defeated by Yi Chen. This naturally surprised the audience. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that Yi Chen did not fear illusions. In other words, seamless illusionist Li Yifeng's illusions were not qualified to be a problem for Yi Chen. His swordsmanship is extraordinary, and he doesn't fear Li Yifeng's illusions. It seems that the only way to defeat him is to fight him head-on. Yes. Although martial artists have a natural counter to each other, it is rare for a swordsman to be countered, let alone a swordsman at this level. As the audience discussed, the 8th match began. Tyrannosaurus Yangting against Black Destruction King Zhou Jian. Tyrannosaurus Yangting's true form was that of an armored dragon. His defense and strength were astonishing. At the same level, an armored dragon could easily fight dozens of enemies. Ordinary people could not even break through his defense, let alone contend with him. Therefore, in order to contend with a dragon at the same level, one's attack power must be high enough. If one's attack power was not high enough, all other methods would be useless. So far, Tyrannosaurus Yangting had not been defeated. As for Black Destruction King Zhou Jian, he had lost twice. Once to Xiao Xiaoshan, and once to Yi Chen. His momentum was much weaker than usual, but Yi Chen knew that Zhou Jian was actually very strong. If Yi Chen had only used 30% of his strength against Lu Wenxiu, then Yi Chen had used 40% to 40% of his strength against Azure Dragon swordsman Xiaoxiyu. And now, against Zhou Jian, Yi Chen had used 60% of his strength. Do not underestimate the 60% strength. Compared to when he left Elysium, Yi Chen's strength had more than doubled. Now, he could completely contend with a 6th-layer Life and Death Realm Demon King. In the Life and Death Realm, it would be easier to battle against those with higher realms in the early stages. But, after reaching the 4th realm, it would be much more difficult. Most of the 20 people present were at the 4th realm, and only a few of them were at the 5th realm. No one was in a hurry to make a breakthrough, as they wanted to stabilize their foundation as much as possible. Only then would they be able to reach the higher realms. Not to mention the others, even Yi Chen himself had more than 70% chance of reaching the 4th realm if he wanted to. But, he was not in a hurry, as he knew that a little impatience would ruin the big plan. Confronting a 6th-layer Life and Death Realm Demon King with peak 3rd-layer Life and Death Realm was indeed frightening. Although there were 5th-layer Life and Death Realm experts present, the ones who could do this could be counted on one's fingers. Of course, among the 20, the truly powerful ones were the ones at the 4th layer, such as Peerless King Ajiu, Lifeless Blade Artist Lung Fifan, Xiaoshan, and Tyrannical Dragon Yang Ting. They were all at the fourth layer, but their strength was frighteningly powerful. The battle began. Qi energies crisscrossed on the stage, and fist energies were extremely fierce. Yang Ting and Zhou Jian were both body-refining monarchs. However, in comparison, Zhou Jian was at a disadvantage. Although Zhou Jian's Qi power was not ordinary Qi power, it was the Vajra Qi power cultivated through body-refining cultivation technique. However, compared to Yang Ting's dragon power, there was still a big gap. Dragon power was ferocious and unstoppable. It was the king of Qi power. Within the same realm, it could be said that there was no Qi power that could compete with it. Under the suppression of the dragon power, Zhou Jian's diamond Qi power was the first to fall into a disadvantageous position. Weeping Blood Diamond, Meteor Exploding Fist. Zhou Jian's Qi power suddenly turned blood red, and his aura surged. This was a Qi power secret art that could greatly increase the explosive power and destructive power of Qi power. However, it was a huge burden on the body. Unless it was a crucial moment, Zhou Jian would not use this secret art. When he was fighting against Yi Chen, Zhou Jian did not use this secret art. It was not that he was enduring, but because he was too careless, he did not have time to think, and his head was chopped off by Yi Chen. Now, facing Yang Ting, he finally burst out with his true strength. Boom, 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 hundreds of blood-red fist energies bombarded Yang Ting. It was incomparably dazzling. Amazing, looks like I also have to use my true strength. Yang Ting's muscles squirmed, transforming into a dragon man with a dragon head and a human body. His body was covered with black dragon armor, and his dragon eyes were cold and emotionless. Roar, with a loud roar, Yang Ting punched out, and a dragon-shaped Qi power violently surged out. Giant Dragon Fist, 4th Order Sacred Dragon Fist. Sacred Dragon Fist. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Su Jing had also used this fist art before. Dazzling light burst out, and the entire martial stage was filled with light. In the next second, a human figure was sent flying. It was Zhou Jian. Compared to Yang Ting, he was still much weaker. After all, one was a human, and the other was a giant dragon. However, Zhou Jian did not admit defeat just like that. He had lost against Xiaoshan, Yi Chen, and now, he lost against Yang Ting again. Zhou Jian had achieved a breakthrough. His bones were cracking, and his aura was like a broken dam. Once again, a layer of silver light appeared on the surface of his skin. The second stage of the selfless state, the higher level of the selfless body. There were two paths to the second stage of the selfless state. One was the selfless heavenly eyes. After entering the selfless heavenly eyes, one's pupils would turn golden, and according to the depth of the golden color, one could determine the level of the warrior. The other was the selfless body, which was different from the selfless heavenly eyes. After entering the selfless body, one's skin and flesh would emit a silver light. At the beginning, this silver light was not obvious, and it was hidden inside the body. But at the higher level, the silver light could no longer be hidden, and would appear on the surface of the skin, like a silver Iron Man. Meteor Exploding Fist. With a loud roar, Zhou Jian forcefully stopped his body from flying backward, and threw a punch towards Yang Ting. Yang Ting did not expect Zhou Jian to have a breakthrough in the middle of a battle, and was caught off guard. But after all, he was not an ordinary person. After taking a deep breath, his arms were like a dragon coming out of the sea, facing Zhou Jian's meteor exploding fist head-on. Two smaller dragon-shaped Qi, one on the left and one on the right, violently shot out. This time, Yang Ting was pushed back. Both of his feet rubbed against the surface of the stage, and he slid back hundreds of miles. The friction even created a series of burning sparks. Feeling a little stuffy in his chest, Yang Ting raised his head and looked forward. However, a fist was enlarging in his pupils, attacking at high speed. It was the meteor exploding fist again. Boom, boom. Boom, again and again, Yang Ting was pushed back again and again, as if he could not block Zhou Jian's attacks. Good, you are indeed the Dark Destruction King, Zhou Jian. Everyone has underestimated you. Yang Ting, who had been blown away by Zhou Jian's punch, was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He laughed out loud, but his arms that were covered with a layer of black dragon armor had evolved again, turning into dragon arms and dragon claws, real dragon claws. Seeing that Zhou Jian's fist was about to land on his head, he reached out his right hand and instantly grabbed Zhou Jian's wrist. What? Zhou Jian's pupils enlarged. Before, his opponent's attack speed was about the same as his, just a little stronger. But now, his attack speed had increased by a lot, and he had grabbed his wrist in an instant. Die. Yang Ting grinned. His left hand that had turned into a dragon claw tightened, and exploded Zhou Jian's head. He is indeed the Tyrannosaurus Yang Ting. After showing his true strength, he defeated Zhou Jian in an instant. Zhou Jian is not simple either, to be able to break through in the middle of a battle. Come to think of it, his current strength should not be any weaker than Xiaoshan and Yi Chen. Both Yang Ting's strength and Zhou Jian's self-breakthrough had shocked the crowd. In the ninth battle, Xiaoshan defeated the Green Lightning King, Gu Qingxue. In the 10th battle, the lifeless blade artist, Leng Fifan defeated Yan Feihua. Soon, the 14th round ended, and the 15th round began. In the first battle of this round, there was already a popular battle. Xiaoshan vs Yi Chen. Xiaoshan had the heart of a newborn, without any impurities. He was like a boy next door, a mountain boy. However, once he used Hadouken, his aura would undergo a huge change. And when he used the 5th style of Hadouken, Killing Intent Hadouken, his aura would become even more terrifying. It was as if the heart of a newborn had actually increased the power of the demonic fist. This time, Yi Chen is going to lose. The eccentric Speed Wolf King shook his head. From Yan Feihua, he already knew how terrifying Xiaoshan was. This was a monster that could not be judged by common sense. No matter how powerful Yi Chen's sword art was, facing a monster, it would be useless. It shouldn't be so simple. Of course, I am also confident in Xiaoshan. Yan Feihua frowned and said. On the battling platform. My Hadouken has 5 styles, let's start from the 3rd. 5 styles of Hadouken, each style was more powerful than the previous. The 5th style, Killing Intent Hadouken, had reached an extreme level, and the 3rd style could not be underestimated either. While speaking, Xiaoshan jumped into the air, both of his fists punched out continuously. Hundreds, no, thousands of high-pressure light balls shot out from Xiaoshan's fists, covering the sky and covering the earth. From the number, it was several times more than Zhou Jian's meteor-rupturing fist. Yi Chen did not look down on his opponent. He instantly pulled out the demon slaughtering sword, and slashed out horizontally and vertically. Crackle, the huge cross-shaped sword light shattered the thousands of high-pressure light balls. The 4th style. Xiaoshan naturally did not think that the 3rd style of Hadouken could do anything to his opponent. It was just a test. His body suddenly rushed forward, and Xiaoshan threw out the 4th style of Hadouken. As soon as the 4th style of Hadouken was performed, the high-pressure light balls were as big as mountains, like a huge sun. With Xiaoshan's high-speed dive, the light balls quickly shrunk, and finally shrunk to the size of a longan, concentrated on Xiaoshan's fist. I want to see your 5th style of Hadouken. Yi Chen shook his head, his right hand held the demon slaughtering sword, and suddenly threw it out. Swish! Swish! The demon slaughtering sword instantly turned into 100 sword shadows, and Xiaoshan was blown away. The 4th style of Hadouken was broken by itself. Defensive sword art, 100 swords attack. The cultivation of the defensive sword art was getting harder and harder as it progressed, and correspondingly, the increase in power was also incomparable. The 9 return to 1 sword art combined the power of 81 sword phantoms together, giving it a piercing power that could pierce through anything. Each of the 100 sword phantoms had 30% of the power of the 9 return to 1 sword art, and the 100 sword phantoms had 30 times the power of the 9 return to 1 sword art. Although it would not be as destructive as the 9 return to 1 sword art, it was still not something to be underestimated. Most importantly, the 100 sword phantoms were almost unavoidable, and their speed was close to the speed of light. After sending Xiaoshan flying with one attack, Yi Chen said that he wanted to see his opponent's 5th movement, Oscillating Fist. Yi Chen could tell that when Xiaoshan was fighting with Zhou Jian, he had not fully performed the 5th movement, and had only accumulated a bit of power before throwing it out. Xiaoshan was sent flying. The speed freak Wolf King was shocked. After flying for a few thousand miles, Xiaoshan finally stopped and stood in the air. His body was covered with sword scars, and with a rough look, there were exactly 100 of them. Xiaoshan released his killing intent, trying to get rid of the sword intent on the scars. His killing intent, which was also known as the slaughter intent, had been trained to the peak of the 6th rank, which was equivalent to the peak of the 7th rank. However, what made him frown was that the sword intent on the scars was extremely hard to get rid of. Destruction sword intent. Xiaoshan let out a sigh. His master had told him that the destruction intent and immortal intent were above the slaughter intent, and the destruction intent was the bane of the slaughter intent. Therefore, when he met someone with these two intents, he had to be careful. After a few breaths, the sword intent was finally cleared, and the wound was instantly healed. Raising his head, Xiaoshan looked at Yi Chen and said, "Great, you will be the first person to truly witness the killing intent Hadouken." The first form was the foundation of Hadouken, and there was nothing much to say about it. The second form was called Destruction Hadouken, and the third form was called Meteor Hadouken, which was similar to Zhou Jian's Meteor Rupturing Fist. The fourth form was called Annihilation Hadouken, which had the power to annihilate a star. The fifth form was called Killing Intent Hadouken, which contained the realm of selflessness. Other than selflessness, it also contained selflessness. The killing intent penetrated through everything, and was extremely dangerous. During the battle with Zhou Jian, Xiaoshan had only used a little bit of his killing intent Hadouken. His opponent was not qualified enough for him to use his full strength. Moreover, his killing intent Hadouken had not reached the advanced level, so he should not use it too much. Make your move. With the demon slaughtering sword in his hand, Yi Chen slashed at his opponent with the Heaven Absolute Sword. Huchi, the blurry sword light traveled through thousands of miles, creating a sword screen at Xiaoshan's location. At the critical moment, Xiaoshan managed to dodge it. Killing intent Hadouken. Activating his body art, Xiaoshan rushed towards Yi Chen. Thousands of miles were covered in less than a second. During this process, Xiaoshan's face turned ferocious. The muscles on his body started to wriggle. From a skinny teenager, he had turned into a strong and powerful young man. His exaggerated muscles were filled with violence and killing intent, and a layer of faint red qi lingered around him. Huh? Yi Chen felt as if his soul had been locked on by a killing intent. This killing intent was illusory, yet so real. Yi Chen tried to use his destruction sword intent to extinguish this killing intent, but he discovered that the killing intent was endless and endless. Unless his destruction sword intent could reach the 7th step from peak 6th step and instantly extinguish all the killing intent, it would be of no use. What a great killing intent Hadouken! Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen raised the demon slaughtering sword high up. The raging green flame started to burn, making the sword look like a huge fire sword. Whoosh, with a sharp look in his eyes, Yi Chen threw out another sword attack. This time, he had used the merciless water and fire. However, he did not use all of his power, only about 80%. An earth-shattering explosion resounded as the stage shook. Amidst the dazzling explosion, the jade green sword screen was extremely eye-catching. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Xiaoshan was once again blown away. His killing intent Hadouken had not reached completion yet, so how could he compete with Yi Chen's merciless water and fire? If he was a monster, then Yi Chen would be a genius among monsters, without any weaknesses. This fist attack is very powerful. Unfortunately, it has not reached completion yet. Wait until it reaches completion, then we can fight again. After sending Xiaoshan flying with one sword attack, Yi Chen's second sword attack followed closely, shattering Xiaoshan's body. Xiaoshan lost. Yi Chen had won 15 battles in a row. Invincible. A total of 19 battles, and there are still 4 left. In these 4 battles, soul-breaking spear Jiang Hao is definitely not his opponent. Only Peerless King Ajiu, Lifeless Blade Artist Lung Fifan, and Tyrannosaurus Yang Ting are left. Even if he loses all 3 battles, he will still be ranked 4th. And he seems to only be at peak 3rd Sky of Life and Death Realm. Most of the people present were at the 4th Sky of Life and Death Realm, with a few at the 5th and 3rd Sky. Only Yi Chen was at the third sky. Don't look down on the gap of one sky. In other words, once Yi Chen entered the fourth sky of life and death realm, his battle power would increase by several folds. What kind of concept was several folds? He would probably be able to kill most people with one finger. Next, Xiao Shiyu defeated Lu Wenxiu, and Zhou Jian defeated Li Yifeng with his astonishing defense. In the eighth battle, Tyrannosaurus Yangting faced Green Thunder King Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue pushed her advantages to the extreme. Within the electric field domain, her speed was close to the speed of light, and her lightning burst repeatedly blasted into the Tyrannosaurus Yangting. The powerful hidden aqua lightning left charred marks on his body. Unfortunately, Yangting's defense was even higher than Zhou Jian's. No matter how Gu Qingxue attacked, she couldn't injure Yangting too much. As if feeling ashamed, Yangting displayed his might. A dragon roar resounded, and a frightening dragon might spread out in all directions. Within the range of the dragon might, Gu Qingxue's speed suddenly dropped. Although the dragon might couldn't weaken the electric field, it could suppress her Jinyuan and body. At this moment, the electric field was Gu Qingxue's weakness. If she had another powerful field, she could use it to contend against Yangting's dragon might, which was equivalent to Yangting's field. With her speed greatly reduced, Gu Qingxue could only hold on for a short while before losing miserably to Yangting. Although the 15 battles had yet to end, the rankings were already clear. If there were no surprises, the top 5 would definitely be Peerless King Ajiu, Yangting, Lifeless Blade Artist Lung Fifan, Xia Xiaoshan, and Yi Chen. Up until now, they had been the strongest, while the others were much weaker. The 6th to 10th places would probably be Zhou Jian, Gu Qingxue, Xiao Shiyu, Li Yifeng, Yan Feihua, and Lu Wenxiu. Unknowingly, the 15th round had ended. The third battle of the 16th round, Lung Fifan against Xia Xiaoshan. The result of this battle would further determine the top 5 rankings. If Xia Xiaoshan lost to Lung Fifan, then he would at most be ranked 4th, because Peerless King Ajiu was definitely more powerful than him. Adding Yi Chen and Lung Fifan who had defeated him, there were already 3 of them. If he could beat Lung Fifan, then he would have a chance to be ranked 3rd, while Lung Fifan would at most be ranked 4th. After all, if he couldn't even beat Xia Xiaoshan, then he definitely wouldn't be able to beat Yi Chen. Boom 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 boom. The battle had reached its climax since the beginning of the battle. Blade chi and fist power clashed continuously. Meteor Hadouken. Xia Xiaoshan performed the 3rd style of Hadouken, trying to disrupt Lung Fifan's rhythm. Shura Chop. Lung Fifan's expression didn't change at all. He raised his long blade high above his head and slashed down. This blade attack was indestructible, as huge as a mountain. The horrifying blade light gave people the illusion that it could split the sky and the earth. Puff puff, Xia Xiaoshan's Meteor Hadouken was instantly broken. So powerful. With a serious look in his eyes, Lung Fifan gave Xia Xiaoshan the feeling of extreme danger. Different from Yi Chen's aura was sharp, and one had to be extremely careful in front of him. Therefore, Xia Xiaoshan had a feeling that he couldn't let go of his hands and feet. Only the killing intent Hadouken could make him use all of his strength. However, Lung Fifan's aura was one that had been tempered 1,000 times. Each of his moves was simple. Normal killing intent would not be able to shake his mind. Looks like I'll have to use the killing intent Hadouken directly. His muscles wiggled, and Xia Xiaoshan turned into a muscular young man. Every inch of his flesh, every strand of hair, even his fluttering clothes, contained an extremely horrifying killing intent. As he threw out a punch, all of the killing intent was blasted out along with the fist power. At this moment, he had entered the Inata state, which was even more mysterious and dangerous than the normal Inata state. Crack, a crack appeared on the platform under his feet, but soon, the crack closed up. Lung Fifan's arms also expanded, and streams of red light flowed into the long blade through his arms. The long blade suddenly enlarged, from 1 meter long to 100 meters long. However, the handle did not become thicker or longer. Holding the huge blade in his hand, Lung Fifan took a step forward and slashed out. No one could describe how horrifying and glorious this slash was. This slash was like a shooting star piercing through the silent sky, like the endless light from the exploding stars, like the reverse flow of the galaxy, shooting up into the sky. Under this slash, Xiaoxiaoshan's killing intent seemed to be pushed back. Crack, a huge slash mark appeared above the battling platform, and Xiaoxiaoshan's entire body exploded. Lifeless Azura slash, Lung Fifan's ultimate killing move. What? Killing Xiaoxiaoshan with one slash? Yichen only used 2 slashes? Lifeless Azura slash, indeed lifeless. At this moment, the crowd finally saw Lung Fifan's real power. Even someone as strong as Xiaoxiaoshan was killed in one slash. Under this slash, there was no way to dodge, because this slash had pulled back all of the chi, and the powerful blade aura could lock on a person's life. Thousands of battles, I'm afraid he has been through 10 times more battles than me. From this slash, Yichen saw countless information. He saw countless Lung Fifan waving his blade, from the weakest to the strongest. Lung Fifan had been through countless battles in his life. Under normal circumstances, an elite genius would definitely experience a lot of battles, but seriously speaking, normal battles were not considered real battles. Only those battles where the gap between the two sides was not that big could be considered a real battle. Therefore, most of the people here had been through hundreds of battles, but Lung Fifan had probably been through thousands of battles. After all, Xiaoxiaoshan has not experienced many battles. He can't compare with these people who have been through many hardships. Yan Feihua sighed. Xiaoxiaoshan had been like a hot knife through butter, winning every battle. Even Zhou Jian could not stop his progress. However, when he encountered Yi Chen and Lung Fifan, he was still far behind. Whether it was technique, battle power, or experience, he was no match for them. Next was the 4th and 5th battle. The 6th battle was between Peerless King Ajiu and Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiaoxiu. Swish! Swish, swish. Dragon-shaped sword lights flew out. After 15 battles, Xiaoxiu's Azure Dragon sword technique had obviously improved. The sword energy was vigorous and continuous, firm and soft. Ajiu had a smile on his face. He did not make any moves, but his figure flickered. Every time he flickered, he could dodge a dragon-shaped sword light with ease. Galaxy Palm. After dodging the 7th dragon-shaped sword light, Ajiu suddenly slapped at Xiaoxiu. Rumble, the palm energy was like a blue sea of stars, hitting Xiaoxiu's body in an instant. Seeing that his protective Jin Yuan was about to break, Xiaoxiu let out a long roar. Thousands of sword lights burst out of his body, blocking the surging galaxy palm energy. Sword Dao Secret Technique, Million Sword Sky Crusade. This secret technique was a bit similar to Firebird Star Prince Songyua's Ominous Blade Chi. The difference was that Songyua's Ominous Blade Chi needed to absorb a large amount of Ominous Chi, then use a secret technique to refine the Blade Chi, and finally combine it with one's own Blade Dao will. Only after thousands of tempering could it succeed. On the other hand, Xiaoxiu's Million Sword Sky Crusade did not need to rely on external objects. He only needed to breed a sword seed in his dantian with his own sword Dao Jin Yuan. Of course, this process was very difficult, not much easier than the Ominous Blade Chi. Once the sword seed was successfully bred, it could be stimulated, causing countless sword chi to burst out along with Jin Yuan. It could be used for both defense and counterattack. The only weakness was that every time the sword seed burst out, it would weaken. It would take a long time for it to recover or even reach the next level. In the previous battles, Xiaoxiu had already used the Million Sword Sky Crusade once, which was against Yi Chen. This time, he used it again. Not bad. With a smile on his face, Ajiu also slapped out with his left hand. Suddenly, the blue sea of stars became several times denser and more violent. The sword light that erupted from Xiaoxiu's body couldn't withstand it at all and was quickly pushed back. Pop, in the next moment, countless sword lights exploded, and Xiaoxiu's entire body exploded. Xiaoxiu couldn't even withstand a single blow from Ajiu. Everyone was amazed by Peerless King Ajiu's strength. Previously, the lifeless swordsman had used the lifeless Azura chop to defeat Xiaoxiaoshan, but that was still an extremely powerful killing move. Ajiu's Galaxy Godly Palm was just an ordinary killing move. It was said that he was not only proficient in palm arts, but also in fist arts, finger arts, and leg arts. As for what Peerless King Ajiu's true ultimate move was, no one knew, because no one had ever been able to force him to use it. In his hands, an ordinary ultimate move was incomparably terrifying. As the battle between Ajiu and Xiaoxiu ended, the seventh battle began. The two sides of this battle were Li Yifeng and Yan Feihua. Li Yifeng's illusions had undoubtedly reached the point of perfection. The only ones who could see through his illusions were peerless King Ajiu, lifeless swordsman Leng Fifan, and Yi Chen. As for violent dragon Yang Ting and black destruction King Zhou Jian, they relied on their powerful defenses to defeat their opponents. After all, illusions were very difficult to defeat experts of this level. What Li Yifeng could do was to use illusions to confuse his opponents and then personally attack. The others were fine, but Yang Ting and Zhou Jian's defenses were too strong. Li Yifeng couldn't defeat them in an instant, and in the end, he was defeated by them. Gu Qingxue and Xia Xiaoshan had both defeated Li Yifeng. Gu Qingshue's electric current blast was able to directly target Li Yifeng's life magnetic field and wasn't affected by illusions. It could be said that she was Li Yifeng's nemesis. As for Xia Xiaoshan's killing intent oscillating fist, it was able to lock onto the soul and was also Li Yifeng's nemesis. Yan Feihua and Li Yifeng's battle proceeded very quickly. Unexpectedly, Yan Feihua won. It turned out that Yan Feihua had cultivated a rare soul arcane technique. This soul arcane technique didn't have any auxiliary effects, it couldn't be used for soul attacks, nor could it be used for soul defense. However, it could reflect the vast majority of negative effects, including illusions. With this soul arcane technique, Yan Feihua defeated Li Yifeng. Now, she and Lu Wenxiu were equal in points, both ranked 10th. Before this, Lu Wenxiu had defeated Yan Feihua, but she had lost to Li Yifeng. Now that Yan Feihua had defeated Li Yifeng, there was no doubt that they were even. The eighth match, the peak battle once again arrived. Yi Chen against violent dragon Yang Ting. After experiencing 15 rounds of battles, no one dared to underestimate Yi Chen anymore. He had used his own strength to prove himself. Li Yifeng, Xiaoxiu, Zhou Jian, and Xia Xiaoshan, all of these famous characters had been defeated by his hands one after another. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of swordsmanship, he was already the number one in the younger generation of the four major life star fields. No one could compare to him. As for how far he could go, that was something no one could guess. Violent dragon Yang Ting didn't need to be mentioned. His defense and strength were enough to make one's hair stand on end. He was a true iron-armored dragon. Haha, finally someone worth watching. That's good too. Let's warm up before the final battle. Yang Ting still attached some importance to Yi Chen. If he was careless, he would end up in a sorry state. Of course, it was just a sorry state. He didn't think that Yi Chen could defeat him. In his eyes, his true opponents were Leng Fifan and Ajiu. Even someone as strong as Yi Chen could only warm him up, he wouldn't pose too much of a threat to him. Yang Ting seems to have a lot of confidence in himself. The battle strength Yi Chen displayed is comparable to his. Could it be that he has the confidence to defeat Yi Chen? That's hard to say. If Yang Ting isn't lying, then he should be holding back a lot of his strength. If Yang Ting can hold back his strength, then maybe Yi Chen can as well. That's not very likely. Yang Ting is after all an old famous character. His strength is obvious too. All. Yi Chen is only at the peak of third sky of life and death realm. Reaching this stage is probably his limit. How could he still hold back? Even if he did, it would be very limited. The majority of people were still supporting Yang Ting. As for the sudden appearance of Yi Chen, they were skeptical. On the battling platform, the muscles on Yang Ting's body squirmed as he transformed into a dragon man covered in black dragon armor. Both of his hands turned into dragon claws. His fingernails were as sharp as blades, flickering with a cold light. They were not inferior to any divine weapon. On his buttocks, a long black shadow was swaying back and forth. On a closer look, it was a calf-thick tail. The tip of the tail was like a spear tip, triangular in shape. As the tail swayed back and forth, countless traces appeared in the void. Even a tail has appeared. Seems like Yang Ting has decided to fight seriously. Many people thought to themselves. Without any nonsense, Yang Ting, who had completed his transformation, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Chen. Clenching his dragon claws, Yang Ting punched out towards Yi Chen's head. An intense astral wind blasted out in a straight line, incomparably tyrannical. Dang, sparks flew in all directions as a crimson longsword blocked Yang Ting's fist. The shockwave exploded from the point of contact between the fist and the longsword, spreading out with a loud rumble. Hee hee. Yang Ting grinned. The tail behind him was like a spear, fiercely piercing towards Yi Chen's chest. The tail, which was originally only 2 meters long, was now stretched to more than 3 meters long. Its thickness had also increased from the thickness of a calf to that of an arm, giving off a feeling of incomparable sharpness, as if it could pierce through anything. Not good. Some people exclaimed. Yi Chen's longsword had already been used to block Yang Ting's fist, and he couldn't free his hand to deal with that tail. If he forcefully used his left hand to block, it would only pierce through his palm. After all, in a situation where he didn't have a weapon, even a body refinement king wouldn't be able to block Yang Ting's tail, which was comparable to a divine weapon. But very quickly, everyone realized that they were wrong. They couldn't block this tail, but it didn't mean that Yi Chen couldn't. His left hand flashed and grabbed the arm-thick dragon tail by a hair's breadth. The speed and strength of the dragon tail was extraordinary, and Yi Chen's palm was almost torn. Fortunately, Yi Chen had already used the fourth drive. The fourth drive instantly acted on the dragon tail, eliminating the force on it. This caused the dragon tail to tremble a little before softening. What? Yang Ting's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would actually be able to catch his tail in such a short time. One had to know that when he punched out, the tail was already ready to attack, and the interval between each punch was less than 1,000th of a blink of an eye. For ordinary people, not to mention catching the tail, they wouldn't even have the time to react. Crack, 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 his bones cracked, and Yi Chen's left arm swelled up slightly. His muscles were filled with explosive power. In the next moment, Yi Chen exerted force in his left arm and fiercely swung to the left. Yang Ting felt that his body was not under his control at all. His entire body was pulled to the left, and his tail was stretched taut. This was not the end. Yi Chen was like swinging a meteor hammer, pulling Yang Ting's tail. In an instant, he swung Yang Ting's tail dozens of times, and his speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, it was like a phantom, and it was impossible to tell how many times he had swung it. With a strong gust of wind, Yi Chen dove down. When he was less than 100 meters away from the stage, Yi Chen let go of the demon-slaughtering sword in his right hand and changed to grab Yang Ting's tail with both hands, fiercely smashing it down. Boom! The entire stage shook and a circular shockwave spread out. Outside the stage, outside the Golden Gate, everyone was dumbfounded. They could not close their eyes for a long time. The tyrannical dragon Yang Ting had actually been ruthlessly smashed into the stage like a meteor hammer. No matter how one looked at it, this was somewhat absurd. Correspondingly, it also brought them an intense shock. Their bodies felt like they had been electrocuted, and all their hair stood on end. This is too crazy. Only the tyrannical dragon Yang Ting has ever treated others like this. I never thought that someone would treat him like this. While the crowd was discussing, Lu Wenxiu, Yan Feihua, Li Yifeng, Xiao Shiyu, Zhao Wuk, and the rest looked at each other in dismay. They all knew that Yi Chen's eyesight was very powerful, but they did not expect it to be to this extent. In the eyes of others, Yang Ting's instantaneous attack with his tail was a killing move, but in the eyes of Yi Chen, it was a flaw. It was as if in front of him, not a single flaw could be exposed, or they would face a heavy blow from the opponent. His body floating in the air, Yi Chen raised his right hand high and suddenly waved it downwards. The demon-slaughtering sword that Yi Chen had given up previously, clanged and suddenly transformed into 81 sword shadows. The 81 sword shadows then condensed together, turning into a long sword with a restrained light. With a swoosh, it shot towards Yang Ting, who was lying on the stage. This series of actions was completed in an instant. Yang Ting's body straightened up, and the longsword pierced through his head. However, it only penetrated half an inch, and the longsword could no longer penetrate any further. Ong! A resounding dragon roar resounded, and the longsword was sent flying, landing in Yi Chen's hand. A steel-green aura gushed out, and Yang Ting slowly stood up. The wound on his head had already healed. I have not been treated like this for a long time. You are very lucky, but also very unfortunate, because you have angered me. Yang Ting's eyes gradually turned cold. This is a battle, there is only victory and defeat. Yi Chen sighed inwardly at his opponent's defense. That previous attack wasn't very powerful, but the 9 return to 1 sword technique was one of Yi Chen's killing moves. It was proficient in breaking through a single point, and its penetrative power was astonishing. Even if a group of elite geniuses stood in a row, it would still be able to penetrate through. However, facing Yang Ting, it could only slightly pierce through his skull. One could imagine how terrifying and exaggerated his opponent's defense was. This is indeed a battle, so what I say goes. A terrifying dragon aura erupted, and the void within a radius of 10,000 li instantly froze. Within this range, no matter what object it would suffer an unimaginable pressure. Even light would slow down to the speed of light, and it would become slower and slower. This was the dragon aura belonging to a giant dragon, and it contained the will of a dragon. Boom 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 boom, at the same time as Yang Ting's dragon aura erupted, Yi Chen also raised his sword domain with all his strength. Sword domain was a sword artist's domain, and Yi Chen's sword domain had already reached the late 4th layer, only a step away from the peak. The intense dragon aura and sword domain clashed, immediately producing a popping sound. The two cancelled each other out, weakening each other. Yang Ting's dragon aura was cancelled out. It's the late 4th layer sword domain. Someone couldn't help but say. Domain was a martial artist's achievement. The stronger the domain, the higher the aptitude. For ordinary people, even if they spent 10 or 100 times more time, they still wouldn't be able to obtain a powerful domain. Life and death realm was divided into 9 layers, and so was domain. However, domain was even more difficult to raise than life and death realm. In the universe, even some unparalleled 9th layer life and death realm super experts couldn't raise their domain to the 9th layer. Most of them were stuck at the 7th layer, and those who could reach the 8th layer were few in number, not to mention the 9th layer. Yi Chen was only at the peak of 3rd layer life and death realm, but he already possessed the late 4th layer sword domain. Among the 20 people present, there were many who had reached the 4th layer. Among these 14, 7 were at the early 4th layer, 5 were at the mid 4th layer, and 2 were at the late 4th layer. Adding Yi Chen, there were only 3. A wisp of a strange expression flashed on Yang Ting's face when he saw that Yi Chen possessed a late-stage 4th level sword domain. In the next moment, he didn't hesitate to blast a fist at Yi Chen, and the iron-black dragon-shaped energy within it was ghastly and murderous. 4th step Saint Dragon Fist, however, this lifelike iron-black dragon-shaped chi didn't even get close to Yi Chen before it was chopped into several pieces by a dark green sword screen, burning with dark green flames. Since the completion of the merciless water and fire, Yi Chen had never used its full power in a battle. Against Lu Wenxiu, he had only used 30% of its power, 40 to 50% against Xiaoxiu, 60% against Zhou Jian, and 80% against Xia Xiaoshan. Right now, Yi Chen had increased the merciless water and fire's power to 90%. The dark green sword screen was simply invincible, nothing could stop it. One sword attack had cut through the black dragon-shaped chi. Yi Chen waved his arm, 2 dark green sword screens formed a cross shape and attacked towards Yang Ting. In the middle of the cross, a dark green light ball was born. The jade green sword screen connected the heavens and the earth. Yang Ting had no time to dodge. He crossed his arms, and the muscles that were covered with dragon armor wriggled crazily, forming a dragon armor shield with a diameter of half a meter. The moment the dragon armor shield appeared, the jade green cross-shaped sword screen slashed towards it, as fast as lightning. Swoosh, the merciless water and fire's power was unparalleled. Yang Ting was smashed into the ground from midair. Both of his feet rubbed against the ground as he slid down. Because of the huge force, the hard surface of the platform had been rubbed, leaving behind 2-inch deep marks. All of a sudden, rocks were flying everywhere, and dust was rising everywhere. The intense friction had caused both of his feet to burn with a red flame, and there was even lightning flashing around. After sliding for thousands of miles, Yang Ting could feel that the merciless water and fire's power had been reduced by more than half. It was no longer as unstoppable as before. When he was about to shatter the cross-shaped sword screen, a horrifying scene happened. The dragon armor-covered shield had a huge hole in the middle, and a dark green light ball had shot towards his chest. Not good. Yang Ting was shocked, and his whole body felt cold. Boom, the dark green light ball looked small, but the power it had exploded with was earth-shattering. Not only had it pierced through Yang Ting's chest, but it had also caused an explosion. In the next second, a constantly expanding dark green sphere covered Yang Ting. Inside the sphere, the sword chi resonated with each other, shuttling back and forth. Each sword chi was no weaker than a normal attack from Yi Chen. Under the attack of thousands of sword chi, Yang Ting's body was covered in blood, and the dragon armor was flying everywhere. How can there be such a terrifying killer move? Everyone stared blankly at this scene. In their line of sight, Yang Ting was enveloped by the jade-green sphere of light and carried into the sky. His entire body was suspended in the sphere of light, receiving the punishment of 1,000 cuts and death by 1,000 cuts. Puff. One of Yang Ting's arms was cut countless times by the sword chi before it was severed from the shoulder. Although it still contained the armored dragon force and dragon will, it was no longer under Yang Ting's control. Soon, the severed arm exploded from the outside to the inside, turning into dust. Still not giving up? Yi Chen frowned and stared at Yang Ting's abdomen. Yang Ting's abdomen swelled up slightly, and soon after, the swollen part rose to his chest. In the next moment, Yang Ting opened his mouth, and an iron-black light wave gushed out. Originally, the jade-green sphere of light was in a state of absolute balance. As long as the sword chi was not exhausted, it would never disappear. However, the appearance of the iron-black light wave broke this balance. The jade-green light wave twisted a few times before being penetrated by the light wave. The sword chi lost its connection and began to randomly cut through it. The range of the attack expanded to several tens of thousands of li, and correspondingly, its might was reduced by hundreds of thousands of times. I, Yang Ting, will not lose. An angry roar resounded, accompanied by a wave of iron-black light wave. This was the innate ability of a dragon, Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath was actually the essence of dragon power, which was an even purer form of dragon power. Yang Ting was at the 4th layer of life and death realm, and his dragon breath was equivalent to the dragon power of a 5th layer. Once it was shot out, its destructive power would be astonishing, not inferior to Yang Ting's full power attack. At first, the dragon breath was only as thick as an arm, but it continued to expand. By the time it reached several thousand li away, it was already more than 100 meters thick. Dozens of dragon breaths shot out, flooding the eastern side of the arena, submerging Yi Chen. Creak, with a flicker of his right hand, Yi Chen caught a strand of sword chi. This strand of sword chi was hidden within the dragon breath, and was extremely sharp. However, as soon as it entered Yi Chen's hand, it immediately became gentle. This was because this was Yi Chen's sword chi. The current Yang Ting seemed incomparably brave and fierce, but in fact, he had already reached the end of his road. His body was filled with sword chi from the explosion of merciless water and fire, to the extent that even the dragon breath he shot out contained sword chi. Moreover, due to the impure nature of the dragon breath, its might was not at its peak, and its power was weakening very quickly. Of course, this was also Yang Ting's intelligence. He had borrowed the innate ability Dragon Breath to vent out the sword chi he couldn't clear out. Otherwise, if he used normal methods to clear it out, the time it would take would be hundreds of times longer. Unfortunately, the opponent had underestimated the destruction sword intent. Although the sword chi could be vented out through Dragon Breath, the destruction sword intent would still remain within the opponent's body. The destruction sword intent's power lay in its ability to transform other energies into destruction sword chi, such as Yang Ting's dragon power, blood chi, and even flesh. If it didn't eliminate the destruction sword intent, the effect would be minimal. Obviously, Yang Ting had also discovered this point. He no longer spat out his dragon breath, but instead instigated the giant dragon's will to sweep through his entire body, not letting go of any corner. It's too late. Yi Chen shook his head. He raised the demon-slaughtering sword high up and slashed down. A dark green sword screen flashed past. Yang Ting, who had used most of the giant dragon's will to eliminate the destruction sword intent, could no longer resist Yi Chen's merciless water and fire, and was cut into two halves by the sword. Yi Chen won. I really didn't expect that even tyrannical dragon Yang Ting would be defeated. That's right, there isn't a single wound on Yi Chen's body. This is a complete victory. If Yi Chen's previous achievements had shocked everyone, now everyone was already numb to it. Even someone as strong as Yang Ting didn't seem to pose any threat to his opponent, and was at a disadvantage from the beginning to the end. At the last moment, everyone thought that Yang Ting had a chance to make a comeback, but who would have thought that it was a scene of a cornered beast fighting? Now it's up to Lung Fifan and Audiobook. The battles would not be delayed because of the crowd's emotions. After the 9th and 10th battles ended, the 17th round began. Soon, Lung Fifan was matched against tyrannical dragon Yang Ting. Just like Yi Chen, as long as Lung Fifan defeated Yang Ting, he would undoubtedly be ranked in the top 3, provided that he had the strength to do so. Rank 4 Sacred Dragon Fist. Lifeless Azura Slash. The battle between Yang Ting and Lung Fifan was extremely intense. The dragon-shaped chi and the saber chi intertwined, creating a dazzling scene. Lung Fifan, it's impossible for you to defeat me with your lifeless Azura Slash. A huge saber mark pierced through the sky of the stage, sending Yang Ting flying. The dragon shield on his left arm was sliced in half, but in the next second, the dragon shield instantly recovered. True Azura Slash. Lung Fifan's expression remained unchanged. An Azura silhouette appeared behind him. The silhouette was 100 zhang tall, and the long saber was also 100 zhang long. With a single slash, the entire stage was dyed red. Yang Ting's entire body turned into a puddle of blood, his vitality completely extinguished. As I thought. Yi Chen stared at Lung Fifan. Just like him, Lung Fifan had been holding back his strength from the beginning. When he first met Lung Fifan, Yi Chen already had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to win even if he went all out. After such a long time, he had no idea how much Lung Fifan had improved. Fortunately, he had improved as well. So scary. This Lung Fifan still has the true Shura Slash. Earlier, he killed Xianxia with 1 slash, and now he killed Yang Ting with 1 slash. Yang Ting is ranked 2nd on the Sky King list, but this time, he is not even in the top 3. True Shura Slash, this must be the evolved version of Shura Slash. Could it be that there is still the true lifeless Shura Slash? Everyone discussed spiritedly, making guesses in their hearts. Lung Fifan, who had defeated Yang Ting with the true Shura Slash, landed on the stage with ease. Clank. His blade returned to its scabbard. Yang Ting turned around and looked at Yi Chen and Audiobook. This is so interesting. He has actually reached the 3rd level of the Selfless Realm. This is a realm that even I have not reached. The Peerless King's eyes flashed with excitement as he rubbed his chin. Battle after battle began, and battle after battle ended. When it came to the 9th battle of the 17th round, the crowd was in an uproar. The 9th battle was between Audiobook and Yi Chen. Without Lung Fifan, this battle would definitely be the most intense one, and the one that would decide the winner. Nobody had expected the two to meet so soon. The Peerless King Audiobook is proficient in fist arts, palm arts, finger arts, and leg arts. It is said that he is also studying spear arts. In terms of the variety of arts he has learned, no one can beat him. However, up until now, he has only used the palm art, the Galaxy Godly Palm, and the finger art, the Extreme Wind and Water art. Even Xiaxia could not force him to use his 3rd art. Yi Chen is amazing as well. 1 man and 1 sword, he made it to the top 3. Even Lung Fifan was not as amazing as him. The Peerless Audiobook and the Supreme Sword Art Yi Chen, the two were about to battle, which made everyone's heart beat faster. They could not imagine what would happen next, and who would gain the upper hand. But one thing was for sure, this would be a battle that they would regret for the rest of their lives if they missed it. On the battling platform, Audiobook and Yi Chen stood facing each other. Although the two didn't deliberately release their auras, everyone didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but in their eyes, the figures of Yi Chen and Audiobook were getting bigger and bigger, filling up their line of sight. It was as if the two of them were the only people left in the world, and everything else had disappeared. What a powerful mental pressure. Yan Feihua sucked in a breath of cold air. The two's essence, qi, and spirit were so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. Before they even made a move, the spectators were already affected. As illusionists, Li Yifeng and Ji Qingyue had serious expressions on their faces. Naturally, they would not be a match for Audiobook and Yi Chen. However, they did not expect that their spiritual cultivation had reached such a level. Just their spiritual cultivation alone was enough to create subtle hallucinations. This was a testament to their strength. The moment has finally come. Let's begin. Audiobook had been looking forward to fighting with Yi Chen for a long time. When he first saw Yi Chen, he knew that the other party would not be a simple person. He would most likely be the one to walk to the end. Yes, let's begin. Yi Chen also longed for a battle with Audiobook. The meaning of life was to challenge. If there was no opponent, it would be very sad and life would lose its meaning. Pop, pop. Both of them released their domains at almost the same time. Audiobook's domain was dazzling and colorful, like a dreamy starry sky. Yi Chen's sword domain was full of sharpness and fierceness. When the two clashed, the void resounded with the sound of countless bubbles bursting. Galaxy Godly Palm. As soon as the domain was released, Audiobook immediately launched an attack. The blue galaxy-like palm energy roared and rushed towards Yi Chen, like a waterfall flowing across the galaxy. Rip, the sound of cloth tearing rang out. Yi Chen held the Demon Slayer sword with both hands and slashed the blue galaxy. Audiobook purely wanted to test Yi Chen's bottom line. He repeatedly performed the Galaxy Godly Palm. With him as the center, countless blue galaxies rushed towards Yi Chen, wave after wave, endlessly. Yi Chen's movement technique was elegant and swift. Every time he moved, he would definitely split open a blue galaxy. Gradually, Yi Chen was less than 10 miles away from Audiobook. Absolute feng shui. Seeing that the Galaxy Godly Palm could not do anything to Yi Chen, Audiobook's expression did not change. He raised his right hand's index and middle fingers and jabbed towards Yi Chen. A sense of danger flashed through Yi Chen's mind as he shifted dozens of meters to the side, avoiding that finger attack. He looked sideways and saw a bright white light that was sharper than any blade. The white light landed on the surface of the platform. Swoosh! 100-meter-long crack appeared on the surface of the platform. Such a strong killing power. The second martial art is already so powerful, then what about the third and fourth? Everyone was shocked. The contest stage was not an ordinary object. It was already amazing to leave a mark on it, but Audiobook was actually able to cut a 100-meter-long crack on it. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He was defeated by this absolute feng shui. Although it was a finger technique, it was sharper than any martial art. Even his killing intent oscillation fist could be cut open. Poochie poochie poochie, his figure flickered. Both of Audiobook's hands were like butterflies flying through flowers. One after another, sharp white aura cut towards Yi Chen. The power is not bad. Yi Chen's figure flickered as well. A dark green sword curtain appeared. He slashed horizontally and vertically. The entire center of the contest stage was under Yi Chen's attack range. Although that sharp white aura was extremely sharp and could cut through anything, compared to the dark green sword curtain, it was still a bit weaker. Of course, Yi Chen had also increased the merciless water and fire's power to 90%. Ding, ding. Dang, the two fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the edge of the contest stage. The battle was extremely intense. The absolute feng shui cannot do anything to Yi Chen. Now, Audiobook should be using his third martial art, right? Someone said with anticipation. Of course, but I wonder if the third martial art is a fist art or a leg art. It should be a fist art. It is said that some people have seen Audiobook use a fist art, but no one has ever seen Audiobook use a leg art. It has appeared. It is indeed a fist art. Cries of surprise resounded. On the contest stage, a scarlet halo appeared behind Audiobook. As the halo appeared, his aura soared. He punched out, shaking the entire contest stage. The scarlet flame light exploded like a star exploding or a supernova. Red giant star fist. Using a fist art to create a star explosion? A strange light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Although the majority of powerful life and death kings could shatter stars, it did not mean that they could ignore the might of a star explosion. For example, when a bomb did not explode, one could shatter it with a stomp. But once the bomb exploded, one would be killed in an instant. Now it is time to test your bottom line. Audiobook said inwardly. Seeing the flame light getting closer and closer, Yi Chen's face did not have the slightest trace of panic or impatience. Holding the demon-slaughtering sword tightly, Yi Chen raised it over his head and let out a low roar before slashing out. Merciless water and fire's full power was unleashed. Bang! This time, it was not a dark green sword screen, but a dark green light sphere. The dark green light sphere shot out, annihilating everything in its path, including that powerful flame light. Not good. Aju was startled. It was the same sword art, but this one was several times more powerful than the previous one. His red giant fist couldn't stop it in the slightest. Subduing Dragon Divine Kick. Without any hesitation, Aju used a leg art, which was also his most powerful martial art, Subduing Dragon Divine Kick. Subduing Dragon Divine Kick, as the name implied, this leg art's might could even subdue giant dragons. Giant dragons were not limited to iron-armored giant dragons. In fact, iron-armored giant dragons were only at the bottom of the giant dragons. They were ordinary giant dragons, and above them were crystal giant dragons, golden giant dragons, and dark giant dragons. The shadow of the leg, which was filled with a metallic luster, was as long as a street. The leg kicked the dark green ball of light. Rumble, a powerful explosion spread out, and the steel leg shadow shattered inch by inch. Countless sword chi slashed over. The dark green light sphere looked like a light sphere from the outside, but in fact, it was a light sphere formed by countless sword chi. Once the light sphere was destroyed, one would have to face the light sphere's decomposition and the countless sword chi's attack. Aju didn't have time to use any martial arts to block the sword chi. He could only cross his arms and curl up his body, trying to reduce the area of attack on his body. Chi, chi. Chi, one after another, the sword chi slashed on Aju's protective Jin Yuan. Gradually, the protective Jin Yuan became thinner and more unstable. With a pop, the protective Jin Yuan was broken. In the next moment, countless sparks appeared on Aju's body, which was caused by the friction between the sword chi and his body. What kind of sword art is this? It broke through Aju's red giant fist and subduing Dragon Divine Kick in a row. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't even imagine how powerful this sword attack is. It seems like Aju won't be able to hold on for much longer. In everybody's eyes, Aju was already at the end of his rope. Numerous sword scars appeared on his body. These sword scars were wriggling as if they were alive. Of course, everybody was also amazed at Aju's powerful defense, which seemed to be even higher than Yang Ting's. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been torn apart by the sword chi long ago. Late rank 6 spirit body. Yi Chen immediately guessed that Aju's spirit body had already reached late rank 6. A rank 6 spirit body had a powerful ability to absorb damage. For example, Su Qing's spirit body had reached rank 6. However, Su Qing was only at early rank 6, and his cultivation base had not reached the first layer of life and death realm. He was far from being comparable to Aju. Raising the demon-slaughtering sword once again, Yi Chen slashed at Aju. Swish, the dark green light sphere was as fast as a flickering light. The closer it got to the opponent, the larger its diameter became. Trying to dodge it with one's own speed was almost impossible. First of all, the light sphere's speed was close to light speed. Adding on the fact that the range of the light sphere was extremely large, one would have to surpass light speed to avoid it. Otherwise, one would inevitably be affected by the aftershock. Just as Jiao was about to be defeated by the sword strike, 3 Jiaos suddenly appeared in front of him. The 3 Jiaos stood in a row, from left to right, and separately displayed the Galaxy Divine Palm, Extreme Feng Shui, and Red Giant Star Fist. The three great martial arts joined together and shattered the dark green light ball. Full battle power. Yi Chen shockingly discovered that these three Aegis possessed the same battle power as the main body. There was no difference at all. The combined attack of 3 Aegis could indeed shatter his merciless water and fire. Very powerful. You actually forced out my martial phantom. A powerful chi energy erupted, and the wriggling sword scars on Ajia's body flew out like swimming fish, revolving around Ajio. In the next moment, they disappeared without a trace. Taking a step forward, Ajio's figure flickered and appeared on the right side of the three Ajios, standing in the fourth position. The four Ajios had the same aura and battle strength. 8 gazes locked onto Yi Chen. Not a will projection or a consciousness projection. What are they? Yichen creased his brows. These three AGOs that suddenly appeared couldn't be a will projection or a consciousness projection. The will projection only had 10% of the battle power of the main body, while the consciousness projection only had 30%. However, these three AGOs had the same battle power as the main body, giving off an intense feeling of danger. What? 4 AGOs? 4 times the battle strength. 1 is already so powerful, what would 4 be like? Is this AGO's true battle strength? Simply unimaginable. The spectators were stupefied, their faces full of disbelief. It wasn't that they hadn't seen powerful killer moves before. A 7th layer life and death titled Monarch's killer move was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than theirs. However, they had never seen a killer move that could produce 3 doppelgangers with the same battle strength as the main body. Yi Chen, if you don't have a stronger ability, then this is the end. The 4 AGOs simultaneously spoke and launched their moves. Star River Palm, Absolute Wind and Water, Red Giant Fist, and Tyrannical Subduing Dragon Divine Kick, 4 killer moves bombarded Yi Chen side by side. Previously, the 3 killer moves combined could already break through Merciless Water and Fire. Now, the combined might of the 4 killer moves was at least several times stronger than Merciless Water and Fire, and this was only because of the internal friction. As you wish. Yi Chen's fluttering black hair and clothes suddenly stopped. The chaotic chi energy in the surroundings seemed to have been cut off and stopped in the void. Within Yi Chen's sword domain, everything was in a state of stillness. The only thing that didn't stop was Yi Chen's thoughts and himself. Instant sword domain, the sword domain derived from the momentary brilliance had the effect of freezing space. AGO's 4 killer moves instantly entered Yi Chen's sword domain. In the next moment, the 4 killer moves slowed down but did not stop. The distance is too far. Yi Chen gave up on using momentary brilliance and chose to use Merciless Water and Fire to break the 4 killer moves that had their speed greatly reduced. What is this? The ability to stop space? A strange look flashed in AGO's eyes. That's right, it was this ability that broke my 9-star alignment. Lu Wenshou suddenly understood. His strength was far inferior to Jiao and Yi Chen. Therefore, at that time, Yi Chen had only slightly used this ability. Since the process had only lasted for a split second, it was so fast that he didn't even have time to react before disappearing. Thus, he couldn't figure out what went wrong. The ability to stop space? Interesting, but it does not seem to be able to stop my killer move. Jiao regained his composure and said. Indeed. Yi Chen did not deny it. Instant sword domain was ultimately derived from the momentary brilliance, and the ability to stop space was less than 30% of the momentary brilliance's strength. It was more than enough to deal with others, but it was far from enough to deal with an expert like a Jiao. It could not completely stop the opponent's killer move. Swoosh 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 swoosh, phantoms flashed, and the 4 AGOs pulled apart from each other and attacked Yi Chen from 4 different angles. Majestic palm energy, sharp white light, explosive fist energy, and extremely destructive leg shadows. Even if the 4 killer moves were separated, they still had great power, and defense alone could not block them. The jade green sword screen stretched horizontally, and Yi Chen broke the blue palm energy, sharp finger energy, and explosive fist energy, but that was all. Yi Chen could not block the most destructive leg shadow in time, and his left arm was kicked. The sound of bones breaking resounded, and Yi Chen's left arm was broken. Only the bones of the left arm were broken. Jiao's eyes narrowed. He knew how powerful the dragon subduing divine kick was. This was a leg art that could subdue a giant dragon of the same realm, but when it kicked Yi Chen, it actually only broke the bones of his left arm. How strong was his defense? Even he and Yang Ting seemed to be much weaker than him in terms of defense. Yi Chen shook his head. He naturally knew that his defense was unbelievably strong, and this was mainly because his immortal sword intent had already reached the 7th step, which was equivalent to an ordinary 8th step sword intent, and an ordinary 8th step sword intent could automatically form a protective sword intent. Compared to a 6th step spirit body, the protective sword intent was even stronger. Although it was not as strong as a 7th step spirit body, it was definitely equivalent to a peak 6th step spirit body. In addition, the sword domain also slowed down the attacking speed of the dragon subduing divine kick, causing the power of this kick to decrease a lot. Being able to break the bones of his left arm with one kick was enough to prove the power of the dragon subduing divine kick. Be careful. The broken bones of the left arm were just a small injury, and the martial will contained in it was not difficult to remove. After a breath, Yichen had already recovered. Raising the demon-slaughtering sword high up, Yichen slashed towards Ajio's body. Whoosh, the dark green light ball was like a light wave as it slashed out horizontally. Not good. Ajio immediately knew what Yichen was thinking. The opponent clearly knew the characteristics of the martial arts phantom. The other three Ajio could only use the galaxy palm, extreme wind and water fist, and only the main body could use the most powerful dragon subduing divine kick. Therefore, the opponent chose to ignore the other three killing moves and attack his main body. Although he knew what Yichen was thinking, Ajio did not have a better way to deal with it. Facing Yichen's full power attack, Ajio chose to meet it head-on. The result was obvious. The dragon subduing divine kick was not a match for the merciless water and fire. The leg shadow was destroyed, and Ajio was killed by countless sword chi, each of which contained a destructive sword intent that was extremely difficult to get rid of. Of course, Yichen also suffered from Ajio's counterattack. The other three Ajio's killing moves bombarded Yichen's body. The galaxy palm shattered Yichen's protective Jinyuan, the extreme wind and water fist cut open a wound on Yichen's body, and the red star fist scorched Yichen's chest black, emitting bursts of smoke. However, with the isolation of the protective sword intent, these injuries could not be any lighter. They only looked a bit battered, which was undoubtedly 10 times better than Ajio. What kind of battle is this? One has 4 times the battle power, and the other has a defense even stronger than Yang Ting's. That sword move is even more powerful than all of Ajio's killing moves. They're too strong. Only today did I understand the meaning of "there's always someone better than you out there." In terms of attack, no one can compare to them. In terms of defense, no one can compare to them. They're simply 2 monsters among monsters. Everyone was already stunned. Ajio's martial arts phantom let them know what battle power was, and Yichen's sword move and defense told them what the strongest attack and defense were. Ignoring the small injuries on his body, Yichen continued to attack Ajio with merciless water and fire. The dark green light sphere was like a peerless sword artist. Once it struck the opponent, it would erupt with millions of sword chi. Ajio had just expelled the destruction sword intent, and before he could recover, he was struck by the dark green light sphere and suffered countless sword chi cuts. If this goes on, I'll lose sooner or later. Although Ajio was confident in his defense, and his late 6th step spirit body could absorb a portion of the damage, the sword chi was too powerful. The destruction sword intent contained within was like maggots in one's bones, becoming more and more difficult to remove. If this continued, the destruction sword intent would accumulate more and more, and only defeat awaited him. Seems like I can only enter Berserk realm. Making up his mind, Ajio's aura erupted. What? His battle strength can still increase? Look, Ajio's aura is changing. What a frightening aura. On the battling platform, the aura on Ajio's body instantly turned frightening. The originally pure Jinyuan aura had now turned into a dark red ruthless aura. This aura was so frightening that it could cause people to hallucinate. It was as if countless demons were emerging from this aura, wanting to devour people. Not to mention contending against Ajio, ordinary life and death kings wouldn't even be able to approach him. This frightening aura could make them fall into a nightmare. Along with the aura change, Ajio's eyes turned blood red, shooting out a blood beam several thousand meters long. It's even more berserk than my killing intent fist technique. Xiao Xiaoshan creased his brows. Selfless berserk realm. Among the crowd, only Lu Wenshou knew what was happening to Ajio. Selfless berserk realm was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the ordinary stage, and the second stage had 2 paths, selfless heavenly eye and selfless body. Selfless berserk realm was not the 3rd stage of selfless realm, but a mutation of the 2nd stage. In order to enter this realm, one had to suffer an extremely powerful stimulation and fall into the selfless berserk realm. Yichen had once entered this realm, and now, he had 30 to 40% chance of doing so. However, Jiu had clearly reached the stage where he could use Berserk Realm. Jiu's eruption had undoubtedly caused the spectators to pant. They had not expected that Jiu would still have a trump card up his sleeve. The battle had progressed to this point, and it had already exceeded their imagination. They were completely unable to predict how the battle would develop. The strength of these two people far exceeded their level. Ha! Jiu roared, and the destructive sword intent attached to his body dissipated into nothingness. In the next moment, Jiu's figure flickered, and the three martial arts phantoms merged into his body, and then they transformed again. Yi Chen, take this. With bloodshot eyes, the four Jius attacked Yi Chen together. The energy has increased by several times. Yi Chen clearly sensed that the space-stopping power of the sword realm could no longer restrain the opponent's ace attack. Although the space-stopping power was powerful, it had its limits. Back when he had rushed through the dead end of Elysium, that 6th-level life and death realm demon king had easily broken through his space-stopping power. The reason was that the opponent's energy had already surpassed his space-stopping power. And now, Jiu's energy was also approaching this level. The combined ace attack was about to hit Yi Chen. Once hit, even if he had the immortal sword intent to protect his body, he would still be blasted into pieces. However, the opponent had a trump card, and so did Yi Chen. Instead of retreating, Yi Chen rushed forward. Is Yi Chen crazy? Everyone could not understand. Lung Fifen's eyes turned serious, and he was slightly confused. The Crimson Demon Slayer sword drew a mysterious trajectory in the void. As the trajectory was perfected, the void came to a stop inch by inch. At first, there was still chi energy flowing in all directions, but when the trajectory was completed, all the chi energy within 3,000 feet floated up, like dazzling auroras, like ribbons of light hanging in the air. Correspondingly, Jiu's four ace attacks also gradually stopped. Although they were not completely still, there was no difference. They looked like crawling tortoises. Meanwhile, the tip of the demon slaughtering sword in Yi Chen's hand released an extremely dazzling radiance. This radiance was so resplendent that everyone was attracted by it, and their souls seemed to be sucked into it. Without a sound, the four ace attacks were destroyed. A crimson sword light cut through the void and slashed at Jiu's chest. Clang, sparks flew everywhere as Jiu was sent flying while spurting out blood. Space profound sword move. Jiu was inwardly shocked, but he soon realized that Yi Chen's sword realm contained the space-stopping power. This power clearly came from the space profound, and the space-stopping power of this move was several times stronger than the sword realm. The distance is too far. Yi Chen shook his head. The range of the moment of glory was only 3,000 zhang, which was close to 20 li, and the distance between him and Jiu was more than 20 li, so he was unable to affect the other party. In addition, the moment of glory had used up a lot of energy to defeat the four ace attacks, so only about 30% of the sword energy was left. If it was at a close distance, this sword could completely kill the other party. Whiz, as this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen quickly flashed out. With the help of the sword realm, his speed had reached his limit, and he was like a ray of sword light. I can't get too close to him. Jiu borrowed the sword energy that had struck his body and frantically retreated. For a while, Yi Chen was actually unable to close the distance between them. Suddenly, Yi Chen shook his hand and threw out the demon slaughtering sword. With a flash of thought, the demon slaughtering sword transformed into 81 sword images, which then condensed into one and shot towards Jiu. 9 returned to one sword art. With a clang, while retreating, Jiu could only use 70 to 80% of his movement technique. The sword pierced through his protective true essence, and his body staggered, stopping for a moment. Clang, at this moment, a clear sword cry rang out. Jiu only felt his vision blur, and then he lost consciousness. As expected of a heavenly king-grade sword, Yi Chen sized up the dragon spring sword in his hand. This was the first time he had used it against an enemy since it was completed. Needless to say, its power was several times stronger than the demon slaughtering sword. More importantly, using this sword to perform sword arts was extremely smooth, and he almost couldn't feel the existence of any resistance. Not to mention Jiu, even Yi Chen himself was very surprised. Can sword arts be this fast? The moment of glory could make space freeze, but for the spectators, they couldn't feel the power of space freezing. They only felt the scene suddenly stop, and the next moment, Audiobook was cut into pieces by the incomparably brilliant sword qi. Even the undying body couldn't reform his body, and when he reappeared, he was outside the battling platform. Audiobook lost, Yichen won. This was Yichen's 17th consecutive victory. I didn't expect King Peerless Audiobook to be unable to stop him. In my opinion, no one will be able to stop him in this divine trials, Yan Feihua said slowly as she sized up the somewhat despondent Audiobook. The Speed Wolf King next to him said, "Isn't there Lung Fifan?" Lung Fifan's true Azura slash had defeated Yang Ting with a single slash. Yan Feihua shook his head and said, "It's very difficult. Lung Fifan is known as the lifeless swordsman and his saber art is well-tempered, but he may not be able to defeat a Jiao, let alone Yi Chen. Moreover, Yi Chen's defense is the best among everyone here. Just this point alone is enough to make people despair. It's very unlikely that Lung Fifan can defeat him." As a swordsman, Yi Chen not only had a strong attack, but his defense was also unparalleled. It could be said to be a miracle. Not only Yan Feihua, but most people also thought that Yi Chen was invincible. The 17th round ended, and the 18th round began. In this round, Yi Chen's opponent was Soul Breaker Spear Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao immediately admitted defeat. Soon, Lung Fifan faced Audiobook. Audiobook had already recovered from the shadow of his defeat. He was not a person who took it to heart, but he did not believe that he had lost to Yi Chen. After going on stage, he became the unparalleled Audiobook again. Dragon Subduing Divine Kick. True Shura Slash. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the two of them had entered into a white-hot stage. Audiobook's Dragon Subduing Divine Kick was invincible and incomparably vigorous, possessing the might to subdue an enormous dragon, whereas Lung Fifan's true Azura Slash had touched upon the third stage of the Inata state, possessing an unimaginable explosive force. The two killer moves collided together, causing the entire arena to shake incessantly. In the end, a Jiao cast out a martial art phantom, and the four Jiaos joined forces to attack Lung Fifan. True Lifeless Azura Slash. In addition to the true Azura Chop, Lung Fifan also hit a terrifying killer move. With a flash of blade light, a Jiao's four killer moves were dispersed. "Alright." Audiobook cheered loudly, his battle prowess soaring to the limit, instantly entering the Inata rampage state. After 5 minutes, Lung Fifan was defeated by Audiobook. For Yi Chen, the 19th round no longer holds any meaning. Everyone sighed with emotion. Lung Fifan had been defeated by Audiobook, and most likely, he would not be a match for Yi Chen. Martial artists had their own strengths and weaknesses, but that was only relative to a small number of people. Most people still spoke with their battle prowess. As expected, in the 19th round, Lung Fifan lost to Yi Chen again. With this, the trials of God came to an end. The first place was Yi Chen. In second place was King Peerless Jiao. The third was the lifeless swordsman, Lung Fifan. The fourth was tyrannical dragon Yang Ting. Fifth, Xia Xiaoshan. The sixth was the green lightning king, Gu Qingxue. The seventh was the black destruction king, Zhou Jian. Eighth, seamless illusionist Li Yifeng. The ninth was azure dragon swordsman Xiao Shiyu. Lu Wenxiu and Yan Feihua tied for 10th place. As for the others, they were teleported out the moment the last battle of the 19th round ended. It's over. The ranking this time has been overturned. There are two newcomers in the top 10. One is number 1, and the other is number 5. Zhou Jian, the Black Destruction King, was pushed down from number 3 to number 7. Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Shiyu is so powerful, but he is only number 9. Lu Wenxiu and Yan Feihua are the most dangerous, and they are tied for 10th place. Yeah, Audiobook is known to be unparalleled under the heavens. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's sword arts have surpassed that. 19 rounds, 19 wins. Not a single one of them could pose too much of a threat to him. Even Audiobook could only cause him some insignificant injuries. The strongest attack and the strongest defense. He deserves the title of number 1. Outside the Golden Gate, everyone was talking about it. As the eliminated ones, they were already satisfied to be able to see such a peak battle. Many of them even had an epiphany and had made great progress in their martial arts. Young Master Yi is number 1. Lan Xian'er was a bit dazed. Although she was full of confidence in Yi Chen, in her opinion, Yi Chen being in the top 5 was already amazing. Defeating Audio and becoming number 1 was something she had never expected. "Sister, you really brought back an amazing person," Xianxia murmured. Xianxia murmured. If it wasn't for her sister Xianxia, she definitely wouldn't have crossed paths with Yi Chen. Life was so wonderful. Every action had its own cause and effect. The ship of God arrived. The eliminated ones boarded the ship and were sent in the direction of God's planet. "Congratulations, you are really amazing. You are the swordsman with the most potential I have ever seen." Audio walked over and greeted Yi Chen. "Same to you. Your martial path phantom is what surprised me." Martial path phantom was a divine technique. As long as one's combat ability was strong enough, the martial path phantom created would be strong enough. It would never be outdated. "I obtained this martial art from a strange place. It has already been integrated into my blood." Audio revealed some information about martial path phantom. "Your momentary brilliance shocked me. The ability to stop space has already involved the rules of the universe. The power of the rules was extremely powerful. As the space profound progressed, the ability to stop space would inevitably become more frightening. Once Yi Chen's space profound reached completion, it was unknown what realm it would reach." Yi Chen was about to speak when the sky suddenly darkened. Unknowingly, a huge ship of God appeared in the sky. "The ship of God is here." Audio raised his head. "I wonder what kind of place God's paradise is." Yi Chen had heard from Xianxia that after passing the God trial field, one would have the qualifications to enter God's paradise. However, she didn't know what kind of place it was or what miraculous things were inside. Lu Wenxiu walked over and explained, "God's paradise is a place that can raise one's strength. At the same time, it is also the place with the most geniuses. The God trial field is held once every 10 years. Every 10 years, about 10 geniuses will enter God's paradise. My brother is one of them. According to him, in God's paradise, one who is over 500 years old or whose cultivation base has reached the 7th layer can no longer stay. Therefore, in the past 500 years, there should be about 500 people in God's paradise. But, according to my brother, there are only 300 now. Can't one leave God's paradise without being over 500 years old or at the 7th layer?" Yi Chen asked. Lu Wenxiu said, "That's not the case. Apart from the first time, one has to pay a certain amount of Xinbi to enter and leave God's paradise. Xinbi is the currency of God's paradise, and is indispensable." "Xinbi?" Yi Chen currently had 29 Xinbi. Being first in the running competition gave him 10 Xinbi, and winning one battle gave him 1 Xinbi. After 19 rounds, Yi Chen had 19 Xinbi, making it 29 Xinbi in total. At this moment, Audio said solemnly, "Here, we might be at the top. But, in God's paradise, we might be at the bottom. I've long been looking forward to God's paradise, but I don't know the real situation inside." As he spoke, Audio's solemn eyes burned with an intense fighting spirit. "My brother said that although God's paradise can raise one's strength, it is also very cruel." Slowly letting out a breath, Lu Wenxiu said. A flight of stairs extended from the ship of God, and the 11 of them walked up. Soon, the ship of God took off, flying toward an unknown place. On the deck of the boat of God, the 11 of them were talking about the paradise of God. "As far as I know, the paradise of God has an Upanishad tower. Aside from time and space, it has every kind of ultimacy. As long as you pay a certain amount of Xinbi, you can enter the Upanishad tower to study. Inside, almost every genius has completed 4 or 5 ultimacies." The speaker was Yan Feihua. "The Upanishad tower requires Xinbi, but there are other places where you can get Xinbi, such as the God of War Pagoda, the Survival Pagoda, and the Hunting Pagoda. In short, Xinbi is very useful in the paradise of God. With Xinbi, your strength can increase by leaps and bounds. Without Xinbi, you can't even take a step forward, and you'll soon be surpassed by others." Green Lightning King Guqing Shue also said. "The paradise of God is good, but once you go there, you'll know that there are always people better than you. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be taught a lesson the first time we enter the paradise of God. This lesson isn't an insult, but a lesson to let us know that we're just an ordinary member of the paradise of God. There's nothing to be proud of. Zhou Jian glanced at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly. The other party was probably telling him that even though he was first in the divine trial field, he was only first among them. In the paradise of God, there was no lack of geniuses. Moreover, those geniuses cultivated 10 times more than them. Not long after, the ship of God stopped. Below them was a dreamlike paradise. The paradise was boundless, and there were misty clouds above it. The entire paradise was faintly discernible, like a mirage. It could be seen, but it could not be touched. It was very mysterious. When the stairs passed through the clouds, rippling patterns appeared. It wasn't hard to imagine that without the stairs, even if they could see the paradise, they wouldn't be able to enter it. Let's go down. Ajia was the first to go down. The long stairs extended all the way to the ground. As they walked down, the 11 of them looked around. What a majestic tower. That must be the God of War pagoda. There are people fighting over there. They seem to be holding sticks. Are they hitting balls with sticks? That's a thunderbolt ball. It can train attack speed, reaction speed, and strength techniques. To the 11 of them, everything in the paradise of God was so novel. Their hearts, which were as calm as still water, began to ripple. Buzz, the moment the 11 of them landed, a figure of light surrounded by a halo appeared in front of them. Hello, I am the God of the paradise of God, the manager of this place. Welcome to the paradise of God. Gods, everyone was shocked. Although godly spirits were not real gods, they had the word God in their names, so they were certainly not ordinary. They wondered whether a godly spirit or a ninth-layer life and death realm warrior would be stronger. From the moment you stepped into the paradise of God, you became a member of the paradise of God. The trial talisman is your paradise badge. It has many uses, as you will find out in the future. In the paradise of gods, there are no mandatory rules. Everything is voluntary. However, once you reach the 5th level of the God of War pagoda or the 4th level of the Survival Tower, you must enter the Hunting Pagoda once every 3 months. Inside the Hunting Pagoda, you will encounter other members of the Paradise of True Gods. Your mission is to hunt them. Of course, it is also very likely that you will be hunted by them. For every enemy you hunt and obtain their Paradise badge, you will obtain a certain amount of Shinbi. The higher the level of their badge, the more Shinbi you will obtain. The figure of light who claimed to be a god explained. Hunting Tower? Other members of the Paradise of True Gods? There should be different levels in there, right? Gu Qingxue asked. The figure of light nodded. Indeed, the Hunting Pagoda has 6 floors, and every 2 floors have a different level. The 1st and 2nd floors are primary, the 3rd and 4th floors are intermediate, and the 5th and 6th floors are advanced. Among them, the 1st, 3rd, and 5th floors are for individual hunting, while the 2nd, 4th, and 6th floors are for team hunting. Accordingly, the badges are divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. Once you reach the 5th floor or the 4th floor of the Survival Tower, your badges will be upgraded to primary badges. Once you reach the 7th floor or the 6th floor of the Survival Tower, your badges will be upgraded to intermediate badges. Once you reach the 9th floor or the 8th floor of the Survival Tower, your badges will be upgraded to the highest level. Different badges have different treatments in the Paradise of Gods. For example, entering the Upanishad Tower costs 10 Shinbi per day for a normal badge, 9 for a primary badge, 7 for an intermediate badge, and 5 for an advanced badge. Are the only ways to earn Shinbi by entering the God of War Pagoda, the Survival Tower, and the Hunting Pagoda? The one who asked the question was Xiaoxiu. That's right. Apart from these 3 towers, there are no other ways to obtain Shinbi, and Shinbi can't be transferred between people. It's just a number, not a physical object. In the Paradise of Gods, without Shinbi, it's hard to move even an inch. With Shinbi, you can enter the Upanishad Tower to comprehend the profound you want to comprehend. You can also enter the Tower of Time and adjust the time ratio to 1 to 10, or 1 to 100. After staying here for a few years, you'll realize that your progress here is 10 times or even 100 times faster than outside. Therefore, you must seize every opportunity to earn Shinbi. Following the light figure's explanation, everyone had a new understanding of the importance of Shinbi. In short, Shinbi was a necessity to ensure their progress. An ordinary Paradise of Gods badge would cost 10 Shinbi per day to enter the Upanishad Tower, which meant 300 Shinbi per month. This wasn't a small number. Among them, the one with the most Shinbi was Yi Chen, who only had 29 Shinbi. Audiobook had 28 Shinbi. The others either had more than 20 or a dozen Shinbi. The one with the least Shinbi didn't even have a single Shinbi. Therefore, even Yi Chen could only stay in the Upanishad Tower for 2 days. The Tower of Time was even more magical. It could adjust the time ratio to 1 to 10, so 1 day inside was 10 days. If it was adjusted to 1 to 100, then 1 day inside was 100 days. If one stayed long enough, such as 1 month or 3 months, then it would be extremely terrifying. They were all top geniuses, so a few years was enough for them to make rapid progress. With the Tower of Time, they could treat a few years as dozens or even hundreds of years. However, it wasn't hard to imagine that such a magical Tower of Time would require a lot of Shinbi. The current amount of Shinbi they had wasn't enough. Worthy of the Paradise of Gods. Compared to it, the desolate star pales in comparison. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Alright, there aren't many rules in the Paradise of Gods. Now, you can choose your own residence. Currently, there are only 380 people in the Paradise of Gods, so there are more than 100 empty residences. You can choose according to your preferences. However, as the manager of this place, I have to warn you that you are still very weak. Don't have any conflicts with the senior members of the Paradise of Gods, at least for the time being. I wish you all a pleasant life. After saying this, the light figure turned into specks of light and disappeared. The Paradise of Gods residence was located in a mountain range. This mountain range had all kinds of environments, such as a small bridge, a red maple forest, a 3,000-foot waterfall, a boundless lake, and a mountain peak. Anyone could find their favorite living environment here. Yi Chen chose a bamboo house next to a small bridge. The bridge was an ancient stone bridge, and the water was a meandering river. Some aquatic plants were growing sparsely on the surface of the river, and a few fish were foraging under the plants. On the south side of the river was a picturesque bamboo house. The bamboo house was emerald green and emitted a sweet fragrance. Behind the bamboo house were tall and strong green bamboos. At first glance, one couldn't see into the depths of the bamboo forest. Clang, Yi Chen unsheathed the dragon spring sword and slashed a sword mark on the hill to the north of the river. The sword mark was 3 zhang deep, and a terrifying sword intent spread out, lingering for a long time. It was a long journey from the mountain range to the center of the Paradise of God. Although the gravity in the Paradise of God was not as strong as that in the Divine Star, it was still 1/10 as strong. It was very difficult to fly there. There was a floating track in the center of the mountain range. Every day, 3 chariots of God would pass by this track, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one in the evening. The chariots of God were like sightseeing trains. There were 500 seats on them, no more, no less. They moved very fast, and didn't need much power. Once the time was up, the chariots of God would start automatically. Yi Chen and the others got on the chariots of God at noon. Soon, the 11 of them arrived at the gate of the center of the Paradise of God. Are these the newcomers? HM? There are 11 of them. There was a group of people standing at the gate. Even the weakest among them had a horrifying aura, as if they were wild beasts. Right then, they were looking at Yi Chen and the others as if they were little kids. I'm afraid this gate is not easy to enter. Lu Wenxiu said. They're just a group of people at the bottom. Audio's expression didn't change. The 11 of them stopped at the gate. Congratulations on coming to the Paradise of God. The one who spoke was a young man with a tall and sturdy body, as tall as Yang Tingyu. What's the matter? Xiaoxiu said coldly. According to the rules of the Paradise of Gods, newcomers have to accept the seniors' challenge. We were unlucky and drew the red lot. There was an unwritten rule in the Paradise of God. Newcomers had to accept challenges from their seniors. This wasn't to bully newcomers, but rather to let newcomers know that they were no longer the all-powerful geniuses here. They were just normal people, and everything that happened outside had nothing to do with them. Then let's begin. Through various channels, everyone knew that there was such an unwritten rule in the paradise of gods, so they were not surprised. The one who spoke was Zhou Jian. The burly young man smiled. It was obvious that the other side knew about this rule and was already mentally prepared for it. However, knowing was one thing, but not many of them were actually aware of it. Everyone thought that they were peerless geniuses, and that they might be able to defeat the seniors from the paradise of gods. This was the purpose of the rule. It was to use absolute power to crush their arrogance and wake them up. Follow us. The burly young man and the others led the way. Soon, everyone arrived at a battle arena that looked like a Roman Colosseum. Turning around, the burly young man said, "Rules are dead, but people are alive. We can't work for nothing. How about this, the loser will give the winner 100,000 yuan stones." Of course, don't get me wrong, we haven't fallen to the level of scamming newcomers for yuan stones. You can give it or not, it's all up to you. I will give it to you. Zhou Jian walked onto the battle arena. Alright, I will be your opponent. A figure flew into the battle arena. It was a skinny young man. I am Wan Donglei. The skinny young man introduced himself. Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian made the first move. He entered the selfless body state right away and performed a killer move, the meteor fist. Countless fist shadows were thrown at his opponent. Too slow. Wan Donglei turned into a shadow and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Zhou Jian and kicked him in the chest. Puff, blood spurted out of Zhou Jian's mouth as he was sent flying. How is this possible? Including Yi Chen, everyone was shocked. His opponent did not use his absolute battling power to blow Zhou Jian away. Instead, he had seen through the flaws of Zhou Jian's meteor exploding fist art, and then appeared in front of Zhou Jian at a shocking speed. Be it speed, power, or eyesight, they are all a couple of times better than Zhou Jian. Yi Chen thought to himself. After being kicked by Wan Donglei, Zhou Jian struggled to get up and threw out another punch. This time, it was the meteor fist. Do you think there's still a need to fight? Wan Donglei's kick had shattered the fist power of the meteor fist and said lightly. Here. Zhou Jian's face turned green. He took out 10 boxes of yuan stones from his storage ring and threw them on the ground. Then, he turned around and walked to the audience seating. I am Liao Qing. Who wants to challenge me? Another person appeared. His eyes scanned through Yi Chen and the rest. I will challenge you. Xiaoxiyu got off the stage. A sword artist. Not bad, sword artists have better eyesight than warriors at the same level. Liao Qing nodded slightly, looking relaxed. Take this. Taking out the Azure Dragon sword, Xiaoxiyu threw out a sword attack toward her opponent. It was just a normal sword attack. When one was not clear about the opponent's actual strength, using a killing attack would result in the same situation as Zhou Jian. Ding, Liao Qing took out his dagger and blocked Xiaoxiyu's sword attack. Swoosh, at the same time, Liao Qing also held a dagger in his left hand and threw it out like lightning. Xiaoxiyu could not react in time, and a piece of flesh was cut off from his face. Ding. Dang, subsequently, Liao Qing attacked Xiaoxiyu from both sides with his daggers, and his attacks were like a torrential storm. Xiaoxiyu only persisted for 5 or 6 rounds before her throat was slit by Liao Qing's dagger, causing blood to splatter out. Thank you for letting me win. Liao Qing stopped attacking. Xiaoxiyu looked at his opponent in a daze. Then, he took out 10 boxes of yuan stones and put them on the ground. After Zhou Jian and Xiaoxiyu, Lu Wenqiu, Yan Feihua, Li Yifeng, Gu Qingxue, Xia Xiaoshan, and Yang Ting were defeated one after another. Finally, only Yi Chen, Jiu, and Leng Fifan had not fought yet. Let me. Leng Fifan was the first to fight. I'm Yang Zhan. Coincidentally, I'm also a saber user. Yang Zhan appeared in front of Leng Fifan with a long saber on his back. This Leng Fifan doesn't look like an ordinary person. All of us here have the power of the 3rd level of the God of War Pagoda. It's already good enough that the newcomers can make it to the 2nd level. There were 10 levels in the God of War Pagoda, representing 10 different levels of combat power. Most of the newcomers had the power of the 1st level. Of course, it wouldn't take long for them to make it to the 2nd level, and it was already good enough that they had the power of the second level. Among Zhou Jian's group of 8, Yan Feihua, Lu Wenxiu, Xiao Shiyu, Li Yifeng, Gu Qingxue, and Zhou Jian had the power of the first level, while Xia Xiaoshan and Yang Ting had the power of the second level. Clang, 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 sparks flew as the two sabers clashed. Yang Zhan was surprised to find that he couldn't take down his opponent in a short time. There were a few times when he thought he had seen through his opponent's flaws, but his opponent had purposely exposed them. This is more interesting. A smile appeared on Yang Zhan's face, and his saber attacks became fiercer and more cunning. The saber is the overlord. Even if it's a dead end, I will still fight for a way out. Lung Fifan was obviously at a disadvantage, but judging from his aura, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he was suppressing his opponent. If not for his aura, Lung Fifan would have been defeated long ago. A well-trained saber user. His achievements in the future will be immeasurable. The burly young man was a little envious. Strength is strength. Lose. Yang Zhan sent Lung Fifan's blade of time flying with one slash and severed his head. But a shocking scene happened. Lung Fifan, who had lost his head and the blade of time, slashed at Yang Zhan with an illusory saber in his hands. Pfft, both of Yang Zhan's arms were severed at the elbows. It was a draw. Impressive. He has the power of the third level of the God of War Pagoda as soon as he came in, and it was a draw with Yang Zhan. Yes, although Yang Zhan was a little careless, his power is enough to enter the third level of the God of War Pagoda. There were strong and weak people on the third floor. The strong ones were just a step away from entering the fourth floor, while the weak ones would probably fail the moment they entered the third floor. Me, Lu Hu, who will go first? The burly young man smiled and said to Ajiao and Yichen. I'll go first. Ajiao jumped into the arena. Be careful. Although I didn't enter the fourth level, I'm only one step away, Lu Hu reminded him. Don't worry, I won't be careless. Ajiao knew that these people were the weakest in the paradise of gods, but it didn't mean he could ignore them. Lung Fifan was only a little weaker than him, but he was still at a disadvantage. It was enough to prove these people's power. If Yang Zhan and Lung Fifan's battle was already shocking enough, then Ajiao and Lu Hu's battle was even more shocking. Lu Hu was the strongest among them, and he was only one step away from the fourth level of the God of War Pagoda, but Ajiao could fight Lu Hu to a draw. He's really not easy to deal with. Lu Hu frowned slightly. It wasn't that his opponent didn't have any flaws, but he couldn't take advantage of them because there were 4 of them. If he fought against one of them, he would be attacked by the other 3. Unless he could defeat all 4 of them at once, but that was impossible. With his strength, he couldn't do that. Looks like I have to use this move. Lu Hu's body flashed. Every time he flashed, a dozen more Lu Hu would appear. After dozens of flashes, there were hundreds of Lu Hus, and every one of them was vivid and lifelike. Profound meaning of shadow. No, it's the profound meaning of Yin, which is even more profound than the profound meaning of shadow. Yichen immediately saw through the meaning of Lu Hu's move. The profound meaning of Yin included the profound meaning of shadow. There was Yin and Yang in the universe, and so did humans. These Lu Hu could be said to be real to a certain extent. They were like the other side of Lu Hu, so it was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake with just eyesight. Unless one had a special talent or had also cultivated the profound meaning of Yin. Of course, there must be other ways to tell. Nothing was absolute in this world. It could be seen that Lu Hu's profound meaning of Yin had not been perfected. There were some flaws, but there were too many of them. Trying to find the real one was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ajiao only lasted for a while before he was defeated. This Ajiao is amazing. No wonder he's called King Peerless. They had all heard of Ajiao's name, and Ajiao and the others also knew about them. For example, Lu Hu was from the White Tiger Starfield's Tiger Soul planet. He was ranked 8th on the Heavenly King list, but it was obvious that he hadn't improved as much as Ajiao in the past decade. 10 years ago, Ajiao hadn't become famous yet, so he naturally wouldn't be Lu Hu's match. 10 years later, Ajiao was only slightly weaker than Lu Hu. But from another perspective, those at the bottom of the paradise of gods weren't doing so well. Because they lacked divine coins, their improvement wasn't much faster than those outside. Unless they could reach the 5th level of the God of War Pagoda or the 4th level of the Survival Tower, they wouldn't be able to get more divine coins. I'm so jealous of you. You're already at the peak of the 3rd level of the God of War Pagoda. It won't be long before you can reach the 4th or even the 5th level. As for me, I'll probably need another 10 years to reach the 5th level. Do you know? In the past 10 years, except for the first time, I've never left the paradise of gods. It's not that I don't want to go back, but I don't have enough divine coins to pay for it. Lu Hu sighed. Then I'll just make it to the 5th level, Audiobook said. Lu Hu was stunned for a moment, and then whispered to himself, you're right. They didn't know when, but they had developed a dependence on Shinbi. Without Shinbi, they felt like they had lost their will to fight. Little did they know that the reason they were able to enter the paradise of gods wasn't because of Shinbi, but because of their ambition. Alright, I've lost to you. But given your strength, I'm afraid you're no match for him. Audiobook threw down 10 boxes of yuan stones and walked back to the audience. No match for him? Lu Hu looked at Yichen in confusion. They only had 10 people on their side, while Audiobook had 11. Therefore, he had to fight twice. But Audiobook's words had alarmed him. After Audiobook had lost to Lu Hu, Yichen had become everyone's focus. Yichen's amazing sword skills had won over Audiobook and the others. Now it was their turn. Step by step, Yichen walked to the arena and unsheathed the dragon spring sword. Take this. Chi, a wisp of blood danced in the air as a thin sword mark appeared on Lu Hu's cheek. As for himself, he explosively retreated. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, this sword might have pierced through his forehead. What a fast sword. Not only were Lu Hu and the others shocked, but Audiobook, Lung Fifan, Yang Ting, and the others were also shocked. Little did they know that Yichen had used the profound truths of speed in this attack, and the sword in his hand had become the Heavenly King Stage Treasure Sword, the Dragon Spring Sword. With the two combined, his sword speed had reached a terrifying level. What kind of freak is this? Lu Hu couldn't be more astonished. In the 10 years he had spent in the paradise of gods, due to the limited amount of Shinbi, he had only entered the Upanishad Tower a few times. However, he had often played Thunderball with others. Thunderball was a very strange cultivation method. By hitting the ball quickly, it could train one's reaction speed, attack speed, and force exertion skills. Compared to 10 years ago, Lu Hu's inner qualities had improved a lot. His ability to see through flaws was also extraordinary. Wan Dong and Lei Liaoqing had easily defeated Zhou Jian and Xiao Shiyu. Lu Hu was even stronger than the previous two. However, that sword attack of Yichen's was terrifying in both speed and trajectory. He didn't even have time to react, let alone block it. Without any hesitation, Lu Hu used the shadow doppelgangers that had defeated Audiobook. The shadow doppelgangers had the profound truths of Yin. Not only did they have the same aura as the real body, but they also couldn't be underestimated. Each doppelganger had 20% of the real body's power. Several hundred shadow doppelgangers stood between Yichen and Lu Hu, giving Lu Hu time to counterattack. Momentary glory. Facing hundreds of shadow doppelgangers, Yichen only used one sword attack. This sword attack froze the space, and all the shadow doppelgangers froze. The Zhen Yuan contained in their bodies wasn't enough to resist the power of momentary glory. Although Lu Hu himself was extremely powerful, he felt like he was stuck in a swamp. Every move he made was extremely difficult. Passing through hundreds of shadow doppelgangers, Yichen suddenly appeared 10 meters in front of Lu Hu. Too scary. Is he still a newbie? Lu Hu's Zhen Yuan burst out, turning into a fierce tiger phantom. This tiger phantom shook its head and tail, looking extremely fierce. Under the impact of the tiger phantom, the power of momentary glory weakened a lot. Lu Hu took this opportunity to counter Yichen's momentary glory with a punch. Fierce tiger fist art, clang, sparks exploded as Yichen's dragon spring sword stabbed into Lu Hu's fist. The sword's blade bent, but the bones in Lu Hu's right arm were also broken inch by inch. Blood splashed out. The dragon spring sword straightened, and Yichen used the momentum to jump into the sky, sweeping down with his sword. Puchi, Lu Hu's head flew high into the sky. Yichen won. Among all the young sword artists in history, He is at least in the top 10, maybe even the top 5. Yan Feihua sighed. The universe had existed for countless years, and nobody knew how many years Yi Chen had been in the top 10. One could imagine how high Yan Feihua's evaluation of Yi Chen was, and how shocked she was. God of War Pagoda's 4th floor strength. Lu Hu, who had reattached his head with his undying body, looked at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had just entered the God of Paradise, and he already had the strength of God of War Pagoda's 4th floor. Thank you for letting me win. Putting away the dragon spring sword, Yi Chen cupped his fists. Here are your 100,000 yuan stones. Lu Hu took out 10 boxes of yuan stones and put them on the ground. Yi Chen didn't refuse and put them away. After a while, he was preparing to break through to the 4th sky of life and death realm. At that time, he would need a lot of yuan stones, so it was better to be prepared. What a monster. Luckily, my opponent is not him. Otherwise, I would have been so embarrassed. Wan Dong, Lei Liaoqing, and the rest were speechless. Even Lu Hu, the strongest among them, had lost. They would be trash if they went up. They were all newbies, but why was the gap between them so big? Only Lung Fifan and Audiobook were slightly more eye-catching. Lu Hu, why are you so useless? You lost to a newbie. A voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw a few figures at the entrance of the arena. The one who spoke was a strong young man. Tai He. I lost to him wholeheartedly. How am I useless? Lu Hu said with a frown. A loss is a loss. No need to find excuses. The bulky young man walked down step by step, his eyes landing on Yi Chen. Lu Hu didn't want to argue with him, so he said to Yi Chen, be careful, Tai He has already reached the 4th floor. Yi Chen nodded and looked at Tai He. Please. Since he had appeared, he must have bad intentions. Oh, you took the initiative to challenge me. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Tai He had originally planned to teach Yi Chen a lesson, lest he broke the rules. However, he didn't expect Yi Chen to take the initiative to challenge him. Tai He, don't be careless. The other said to Tai He. I know what I'm doing. Tai He naturally didn't dare to be careless. Since Yi Chen could defeat Lu Hu, he most likely had the power of the 4th floor. Although there were strong and weak people on the 4th floor, he couldn't be careless. Make your move. Tai He's weapon was a crescent halberd. It was more than 3 meters long and looked very sharp. Just as he finished his sentence, Yi Chen's attack had arrived. It was still the fast profound. That moment of glory could only release its power within 3,000 meters. Beyond that, the effect would be almost negligible. It was also the reason why he had approached Lu Hu from the beginning, and it was the same now. Ding, Tai He's battle power was indeed not something Lu Hu could compare with. He lifted the crescent halberd slightly and blocked Yi Chen's sharp sword. Pretty fast. His feet exerted force, Tai He used the sword's power to back off. He realized that it was better to keep some distance from Yi Chen. Otherwise, his crescent halberd wouldn't be able to unleash its power at all. However, in the next moment, he realized that his speed had slowed down. Yi Chen's second sword attack came right after. This sword attack made the space freeze. It was the profound meaning of space. No wonder Lu Hu lost. Tai He didn't see the battle between Yi Chen and Lu Hu. He only came in after their battle ended. But, don't underestimate me. An Ata realm. Tai He's an Ata realm was the same as Lung Fifan's. He had already touched the 3rd level. Moreover, he was at the peak of the 5th sky of life and death realm, which was 1 sky higher than Lung Fifan. As Tai He's battle power went all out, a majestic power burst out. The space freeze power was immediately repelled. Cold moon cutting the sky. After repelling the space freeze power, Tai He attacked Yi Chen with his halberd. This was his ace attack. A green crescent moon appeared in the void, attacking rapidly. Boom, the sword and the halberd clashed, and Yi Chen backed out dozens of miles. A faint green light lingered around his body, looking extremely sharp. Fortunately, his protective sword intent was powerful enough, so he didn't get hurt at all. Tai He, Lu Hu had said earlier that the loser would have to give the winner 100,000 yuan stones. I wonder if you agree or not. If the opponent didn't agree, Yichen didn't plan to continue the battle. He would just admit defeat. Don't tell me you think I will lose to you? Taihe opened his eyes wide. Nothing is absolute in this world. How would you know if you don't try? Yichen laughed. Alright, 100,000 yuan stones is nothing in my eyes. I would like to see how you can beat me. Taihe was angered by Yichen, and his aura increased again. In front of him, Yichen took a deep breath. 3 flowers appeared on his head, 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 blue. 3-flower Dao. It was the 3-flower Dao that Yuan Emperor had taught to Yichen. After several years of cultivation, Yichen had already cultivated the 3-flower Dao to the same level as Yuan Emperor. Once he used it, his spirit, qi, and spirit would multiply, and his battle power would multiply as well. The same momentary glory was performed by Yichen again. Not good. The space freeze power has doubled. Taihe felt like he was carrying a huge ancient mountain on his back. Every movement he made was extremely strenuous. Even his bones were groaning, and the Zhenyuan circulation in his body had slowed down. Puff, Yichen's sword was ruthless as it pierced through Taihe's forehead. Everyone stared at Yichen, including those who came with Taihe. In their eyes, Yichen was like the center of the world, giving them immense pressure. And the dragon spring sword in his hand was like the Grim Reaper's weapon. It was an inanimate object, but it made their hearts tremble. I lost. The sword wound on his forehead slowly healed. Taihe looked at Yichen in shock. If that sword attack had been fully unleashed, even if he did not die, he would have been severely injured. If it came again, he would definitely die. Of course, this was the paradise of gods. Even if he died, he could be revived. He was not worried about that. Thank you. Yichen cupped his fists. A loss is a loss. Here are 100,000 yuan stones. Taihe threw down 10 boxes of yuan stones. Then, he said, with your talent, I'm afraid you will soon reach the 5th level of the God of War Pagoda and qualify to enter the hunting tower. By then, there will be many teams inviting you to join. Let me remind you, when choosing a team, you must be careful. If you are not careful, you will die. My good friend died in the hunting battlefield because of his carelessness in choosing a team. His team was completely annihilated. The Paradise of Gods originally had 500 people, but now there are only 380 people. Just know how dangerous it is. With that, Taihe and his friends left. Thank you for the reminder. Yichen glanced at his back as he left. What Taihe said is right. We must be extremely cautious in choosing a team. In the battlefield of hunting, everyone is both a hunter and a prey. The stronger the team we choose, the more reasonable the composition of the members, the greater the chance of survival. In these 10 years, I have also lost a few friends in the battlefield of hunting. Lu Hu sighed. I will think about it. Not to mention that Yichen did not have the power to reach the 5th level of the God of War Pagoda. Even if he did, he would not do it. He wanted to use Shinbi to increase his power first, and then see if he could reach the 4th level of the life and death realm in a short period of time. When everything was ready, he would try to reach the 5th level and qualify to enter the hunting tower. Then we will leave first. Lu Hu and the others bid farewell. In the center of the Paradise of Gods, there were 2 majestic towers. One was the God of War Pagoda, and the other was the Survival Pagoda. The God of War Pagoda was 10,000 meters tall, and each level was 1,000 meters tall. Of course, this was only from the outside. There was definitely something more to it. How unlucky. I didn't pass through the 4th level again. My Yin-Yang True Dragon energy has already been cultivated to the great success level. Logically speaking, I should be able to pass through it. I was just a little bit away last time. 2 young men walked out from the entrance of the 1st level of the God of War Pagoda. Me too. At the critical moment, the opponent's strength suddenly erupted. There's no way to block it. The other young man was also quite helpless. Eh? These 11 people seem to be newcomers. I don't recognize them. They must be here to challenge the God of War Pagoda. I wonder which level they can reach. I reckon that most of them are on the 1st level. There won't be more than 3 on the 2nd level. This has always been. The case. The two of them had originally planned to leave, but after some thought, they decided to stay. They wanted to see how strong this batch of newcomers were. Anyway, challenging the God of War pagoda would not take much time, especially for newcomers. Good luck. Yichen was the first to enter the God of War pagoda's entrance. Good luck, everyone. The other 10 also entered the God of War pagoda. This was a fiery land of lava. Scarlet flames erupted everywhere, and the sky was dark red. From time to time, purplish-red lightning danced in the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Standing in the air, Yichen scanned the area, searching for his opponent. Rumble, abruptly, the ground beneath Yichen split open. A scarlet hand the size of a mountain grabbed at Yichen, accompanied by a towering wave of fire. Lava giant. Yichen immediately knew what kind of creature his opponent was. The lava giant was a natural life form with both fire and earth attributes. It was born with boundless strength and had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Even Yichen would vomit blood if he was grabbed by the lava giant. Of course, it was fine as long as he was not grabbed. The lava giant's only weakness was the lava heart in its chest. It was a relatively fragile crystal. As long as one had the annihilation crystal, they would be able to kill the lava giant. However, the lava giant was not only extremely huge, but its defense was also very high. Ordinary monarchs could only break the surface of the lava at most. It was extremely difficult to kill it. Unfortunately, its opponent was Yichen. Facing the scorching lava hand, Yichen unsheathed his dragon spring sword and slashed down. The sword light blurred and vibrated countless times in an instant. Without a sound, the lava hand and the lava arm were split into two. Then, the lava land was also split, revealing the lava giant's corpse. Its lava heart had already been destroyed by Yichen's sword light. You have passed the first level. Reward, 10 Shinbi. A voice came down from the sky. Buzz, the Paradise Badge, Trial Talisman, flashed, and a light screen appeared in front of Yichen. The light screen showed that he had 39 Shinbi. 10 Shinbi for the first level. Not bad. Many a little makes a mickle. The first level already had 10 Shinbi. The second level would probably not be any less. After all, there were only 10 levels in the entire God of War pagoda. 5 people walked out from the entrance of the first level of the God of War pagoda. They were Yan Feihua, Lu Wenxiu, Xiao Shiyu, Li Yifeng, and Gu Qingxue. Lu Wenxiu shook her head and sighed. The lava giant's defense is too high. We can't even attack its lava heart. I didn't expect the first level to be so difficult. I thought we could make it to the second level. Yan Feihua was a little disappointed. We are the weaklings here, so we have to work even harder. Yan Feihua was not the only one who was disappointed. Xiao Shiyu and the rest were also very disappointed. They had just arrived at the Paradise of Gods, but they had already lost to Lu Hu and the rest. Now, they could not even pass the first level of the God of War pagoda. Although they did not seem to care about fame, as long as they were human, they would have weaknesses. It was just that they did not have the opportunity to expose these weaknesses usually. Let's keep it up. I wonder how many levels they can reach. Li Yifeng was very calm. As an illusionist, combat was not their strength. It was normal that they could not pass the first level. Zhou Jian's attack is very strong. He should be able to reach the second level. Xia Xiaoshan and Yang Ting should be able to reach it too. Gu Qingxue speculated. 5 failed the first level, and the other 5 will most likely enter the second level. The quality of this batch of newcomers is not bad. The ratio is higher than usual. The 2 young people who came out earlier discussed in low voices. After a while, Zhou Jian came out. Zhou Jian, which level? Lu Wenxiu asked. The second level. Congratulations. I was just lucky. Zhou Jian was expressionless. The first level focused on attack, so although he was not as strong as Gu Qingxue, he could pass the first level and reach the second level. Soon, Xiao Xiaoshan and Yang Ting also came out. Like Zhou Jian, both of them failed on the second level, but they lasted longer than Zhou Jian. No way. There are 3 more who can reach the third level? After half a cup of tea's time, the two young men standing not far away looked at each other. After a while, Lung Fifan came out, followed by Audiobook. As everyone had expected, the two of them reached the third level. How much is the reward for the second level? Xianxia asked. Reaching the third level did not mean that they had passed the third level. It only meant that they had passed the second level. 30, Lung Fifan replied. That's a lot. The first level only gave 10, and the second level gave 30. Xianxia pouted. Don't be greedy. We didn't get a single shenbi. Looks like we can only pin our hopes on the survival tower. Let's hope we can pass the first level. Yan Feihua gritted her teeth. I advise you to be more pessimistic. The survival tower is even harder than the God of War tower. Only by reaching the 5th level can you upgrade your paradise badge to a beginner badge. But as long as you reach the 4th level, you will be able to upgrade it. You should know the reason. One of the two young people could not help but say. How hard is the first level of the survival tower? Lu Wenxiu frowned. It is almost the same as the second level, but the reward is much higher. The first level has 30 shenbi, and the second level has 60 shenbi. Through the conversation, everyone came to know these two's names. One was Lin Chun, and the other was Cui Yi. The two had been in the God Paradise for 20 years, but they were still stuck in the 4th floor of the tower. The cultivation of martial artists would become more and more difficult the further one went. One would not be able to advance by leaps and bounds like before. Otherwise, life and death kings would have a lifespan of 100,000 years, and they would be invincible in 1 or 200 years. After chatting for a while, Lin Chun suddenly said, Oh right, what is the name of your partner who has not come out yet? Yi Chen. Lu Wenxiu said. Yi Chen. What a good name. I believe it won't be long before he becomes the most popular person in the God Paradise. He will be the target of all the beginner teams. You guys have to remind him to be careful when choosing teams. Cui said. Yeah. Lu Wenxiu and the rest nodded. They realized that the members of the God Paradise were not bad. Although Lu Hu and the rest had taught them a lesson, it was the rule, and they did not humiliate them. Tai He, who came later, was also not that hateful. He even said the same words as Cui Yi. Of course, there were all kinds of birds in a big forest. They would probably run into some friendly ones. Another 10 minutes passed and Yi Chen came out. Yi Chen, you reached the 4th level? Lu Wenxiu was a bit uncertain. Yeah, the 4th level was very hard. I can't believe it was a 6th layer life and death realm demon king. There were 9 layers of life and death realm, and there was a gap between the 6th and 7th layers. At present, he could only contend with ordinary 6th layer life and death realm demon kings. But, if he encountered a powerful one, he would not be able to fight. After all, cultivation was one thing, and battle power was another. The latter included the former, and the former was only a part of the latter. Yi Chen, I am Lin Chun, and this is my friend Cui Yi. Nice to meet you. A super newbie like Yi Chen, who would not want to get to know him. Perhaps they would have the chance to fight side by side in the future. Nice to meet you guys as well. Come, let's go to the survival tower. Lin Chun suggested. Just like that, the group walked toward the survival tower. The difficulty of the survival tower is not comparable to the battle god tower. Although I made it to the 4th floor, I only made it to the 3rd floor, and it was very difficult. Of course, there are some powerful warriors with similar battle power and survival ability, but they are too rare. In the God Paradise, only 1 out of 100 people can make it. Lin Chun explained the difficulty of the survival tower to Yi Chen and the rest. Soon, the 13 of them arrived at the entrance of the survival tower and entered. The 1st floor of the survival tower was a vast jungle, filled with poisonous miasma and countless poisonous creatures. Life and death realm warriors would not feel anything at first, but as time went on, they would gradually feel uncomfortable, and their battle power would be greatly reduced. The longer they stayed in there, the more they would be affected. If they wanted to pass the 1st floor, they would have to go through the whole jungle as fast as possible. The first to be eliminated was Li Yifeng. He was an illusion master, and his survival ability was both strong and weak. It all depended on how one looked at it. Obviously, Li Yifeng was not good at surviving in such a harsh environment. The second to be eliminated was Yan Feihua. The third was Lu Wenxiu. The fourth was Xiao Xiyu. The fifth was Zhou Jian. The sixth was Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue had already passed through most of the jungle, but there were simply too many poisonous creatures here. These poisonous creatures came in all shapes and sizes. Some could corrode true essence, and some could turn into tiny particles that could penetrate one's protective true essence. There were also some that dominated in numbers, with millions and millions of them surrounding her, making it difficult for her to even take a step forward. Not long after Gu Qingxue came out, Xia Xiaoshan and Yang Ting came out as well. The natural environment of the second floor was not that bad, but compared to the first floor, it was several times more dangerous. Once you enter the second floor, you would be in a prison, guarded by demons and evil spirit race demon kings. What you had to do was to follow the prison map provided by the Paradise's badge and escape from this prison. During this time, you would have to fight head-on, sneak attacks, and other strategies. Therefore, it was not enough to just be powerful. You had to have a calm mind and the ability to adapt to situations. Otherwise, if you only relied on your power, you would not be able to pass the second floor unless you could reach the fifth floor. Clang, cutting down the prison wall, Lung Fifan was about to rush out, but he stopped himself. Outside the prison walls were dozens of evil kings and demon kings. With his strength, it was impossible for him to fight his way out. However, Lung Fifan did not look depressed or dispirited. Instead, a hint of passion flashed across his face. Compared to his previous life, the Paradise of God had brought him more passion and fighting spirit. The more difficult it was, the happier he was. Lung Fifan didn't pass through the second level, but Audiobook did. It was relatively easy for him because his martial arts phantom allowed him to have 3 doppelgangers with powerful battle strength. Relying on these 3 doppelgangers, Audiobook didn't have to expend much effort to escape from this prison filled with traps and devil kings and evil kings. Interesting, this is too interesting. I've long heard that more than 100 life stars in the Black Tortoise starfield have been invaded by the demons and other powerful races. There's a king's prison there, used to imprison the king's prison. It seems the survival tower's second floor is an imitation of the king's prison. Second floor passed. Reward, 60 Shinbi. Yichen had also passed the second floor of the survival tower. The second floor might be difficult for others, but to him, it was like his backyard. He could leave and stay as he pleased. This wasn't because his strength had reached the 5th floor of the God of War pagoda, but mainly because his ability to freeze space was too powerful. Just releasing his sword aura was enough to freeze them. He didn't even need to use the instant sword domain, let alone the instant brilliance. When he reached the 3rd floor, Yichen was stunned. The 3rd floor was actually a white dwarf star. On the white dwarf star, there were also demon kings and evil kings. Other than them, there was another evil race, the Yiksha king of the Yiksha race. On the other side of the white dwarf star, there was a platform. As long as one stood on the platform, he would pass the 3rd floor. There weren't many enemies on the white dwarf star, only about 30 of them. But judging from their aura, they were all extremely powerful. Almost none of them were weaker than the Black Destruction King, Zhou Jian. There were 7 or 8 of them who were stronger than Zhou Jian. They had reached the level of Xia Xiaoshan or Yang Ting, and the strongest one was no weaker than Lung Fifan. There was a Demon King and a Yiksha King respectively. If he was surrounded by 30 enemies, even Yichen wouldn't dare to say that he could pass. Of course, Yichen didn't intend to pass the 3rd floor. Passing the 3rd floor and reaching the 4th floor meant that his Paradise badge would be upgraded to a basic badge. Within 3 months, he had to enter the hunting tower to hunt. He didn't want to be in such a hurry. After all, he was still a little weak now, and the chances of him dying in the hunting tower were very high. On the white dwarf star, the strong gravity made it impossible for Yichen to fly. He could only run on foot. Sometimes he would run in a straight line, sometimes he would take a roundabout route, and sometimes he would run in circles. He tried his best not to let the enemies gather together and split them up. Just like that, Yichen killed one enemy after another until there was only a Demon King and a Yiksha King left. The Yiksha king's skin was stone gray, and he had a pair of wings on his back. In terms of top combat power, the Yiksha race might not be as strong as the demons, but in terms of average combat power, the Yiksha race surpassed the demons. It was said that there were no weaklings among the demons, but all the Yiksha race were strong. In the universe, the Yiksha race was definitely one of the strongest races. Of course, the demons were the strongest race. So strong. After Audiobook killed 7 enemies, he was finally surrounded. He only lasted 1 round before he was blasted into pieces by countless light beams and teleported out of the survival tower. You made it to the 3rd floor? Lin Chen came out with Audiobook. He was very surprised. One had to know that Audiobook's result in the God of War Pagoda was the 3rd floor, and now he was also at the 3rd floor of the survival tower. Didn't this mean that Audiobook's combat power and survival power were equal? Strong people with equal combat power and survival power were 1 in 100 in the paradise of gods. He didn't expect Audiobook to be one of them. Not bad. Audiobook was not proud. Impressive. I have a feeling that a few of your batch of rookies might become famous people in the paradise of gods in the future. Lin Chen was very emotional. No matter which batch it was, Audiobook was the most outstanding one. That Lung Fifan was also very strong. As for that Yi Chen, he was inhuman. Cui Yi's survival power was much stronger than Lin Chen's. He came out after a long while. In the end, only Yi Chen was left. Hey, Cui Yi, do you think Yi Chen can pass the 3rd floor? Lin Chen asked. It's a little difficult, but I don't know why, but I feel that his survival power is stronger than his combat power. However, if I were him, I would not choose to pass the 3rd floor even if my survival power is strong. After all, it's too early to enter the hunting tower now. It's not wise, Cui said in a low voice. That's true. Lin Chen nodded. Just like that, the 12 people waited for Yi Chen outside. After about 5 minutes, Yi Chen came out. Facing everyone's questions, Yi Chen said, I didn't pass the 3rd floor. Actually, he could have passed. As he had never seen the Yiksha king before, Yi Chen had a good fight with him. After killing the Yiksha king, a demon king could not stop him at all. However, he did not want to pass the 3rd floor and be killed by a demon king. A total of 219 Shinbi. I should be able to use them for a while. After everyone separated, Yi Chen activated his badge. It showed that he had 219 Shinbi. Before coming to the paradise of gods, Yi Chen had 29 Shinbi. The 1st floor of the God of War Pagoda had given him 10 Shinbi, 30 Shinbi, and 60 Shinbi. The 1st floor of the Survival Pagoda had given him 30 Shinbi, and the 2nd floor had given him 60 Shinbi. In total, he had 219 Shinbi. Let's go to the Earth Upanishad Tower first. Among all the ultimacies that Yi Chen had comprehended, his metal, water, and fire ultimacies were all completed. The metal and water ultimacies were autumn water, the water and fire ultimacies were merciless water and fire, and the metal and earth ultimacies were sky extinction swords. Yi Chen planned to complete the earth ultimacy first. After all, the sky extinction swords were just below moment of glory and merciless water and fire. It was already very powerful before it was completed. Once it was completed, even if its power was not as strong as merciless water and fire, it would still be very sharp. In terms of breaking through defenses, the sky extinction swords with its extreme vibration power was even stronger than merciless water and fire. There were many Upanishad towers in the paradise of gods. Yi Chen found the Earth Upanishad Tower and entered it. The Upanishad Tower would deduct Shinbi every day until you used up all your Shinbi. Yi Chen had enough Shinbi to last for 21 days. He did not know if it was enough, but he had to try. What a fast speed of comprehension. But soon, Yi Chen realized that he was wrong. The speed of comprehension in the Upanishad Tower was shockingly fast. 1 day in the Upanishad Tower was equivalent to 100 days in the outside world. Although the closer one was to completion, the harder it was to comprehend, it was obvious that it was easier to comprehend it to completion in the Upanishad Tower. Besides Yi Chen, the others did not choose to enter the Upanishad Tower to comprehend their profoundness. Instead, they entered the martial technique tower. As the name suggested, the martial technique tower was used to practice martial techniques. The fee was not high either. The first level only cost 1 shenbi a day. Among the 10 of them, the lowest had more than 10 shenbi. Audiobook had as many as 158 shenbi. They wanted to improve their martial techniques in the shortest time possible and then continue to challenge the God of War pagoda to earn more shenbi. This was a virtuous cycle. While Yi Chen and the others were focused on cultivating, the Paradise of Gods was abuzz with news about this year's batch of newcomers. What? That's impossible, right? This year's batch of newcomers has reached the 4th level of the God of War pagoda? And 2 of them are equivalent to the 3rd level. Why would I lie to you? The newcomer who has reached the 4th level of the God of War pagoda is called Yi Chen. Lu Hu and Tai He both lost to him. The other 2 are called Audiobook and Ling Fifan. They are both super newcomers. That's scary. With their talents, they will probably enter the hunting pagoda in less than 1 or 2 years. They might become the leaders of the Paradise of Gods in the future. No matter what, let's make friends with them first. If there's a chance in the future, we can invite them to join our team. As long as we invite one of them, our team's strength will definitely increase greatly. The scary thing about these geniuses is not their current strength, but their potential and speed of improvement. Yes, we must make friends with them. At least, we can be normal friends. The Paradise of Gods, which had been quiet for a long time, began to stir. 12 days later, Yi Chen's Earth Profound was completed. Of course, it cost him 120 divine coins. Although the Earth Ultimacy had reached perfection, it would still take some time for it to merge with the Metal Ultimacy and make the Sky Absolute Sword even more perfect. After all, the Earth Ultimacy that had merged with the Metal Ultimacy before was greatly different. To perfect the Tianju sword, he naturally had to go to the Martial Skill Tower. The Martial Skill Tower could create an environment suitable for practicing martial skills according to one's own imagination. What Yi Chen created was a world completely composed of metal and earth Xianxia. This world was not large, only 1,000 miles in radius. Below it was a thick and solid ground, and in the sky, numerous mountain-sized golden iron balls floated. The rich earth Xianxia and metal Xianxia clashed together, creating all kinds of incredible phenomena. Standing in this world, Yi Chen felt that he had a much better understanding of the Tianju sword. Calming himself down, Yi Chen gradually immersed himself in the sword aura of the Tianju sword. After a long while, Yi Chen pulled out the dragon spring sword and simply swung it out. Buzz, fine ripples spread out, and the golden iron balls in the sky exploded one after another. A long sword mark appeared on the ground, which looked like a huge canyon. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 9 days had passed. On this day, Yi Chen suddenly had an idea. The golden and yellow lines combined together in a very mysterious way. Just like this. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yi Chen held his sword with both hands and threw out a sword attack that looked slow but was actually extremely fast. Pop, this part of the world trembled. In the next moment, everything within the range of the sword force disappeared. It was as if a bubble had burst. It was an understatement. The metal and earth profound has been merged even more deeply. Yi Chen thought about that sword attack. As everyone knew, normally, top-rank profound martial skills contain 2 kinds of profound, such as Yi Chen's Autumn Water, Merciless Water and Fire, and the Tianju sword. As for Momentary Glory, it belonged to a special top-rank profound martial skill. A martial art contained 2 kinds of profoundness. Naturally, they had to coordinate with each other and not cause any internal friction. If they were to go even deeper, they would fuse together. The fusion was just a process. The deeper the fusion, the greater the power. At this moment, the metal ultimacy and earth ultimacy of the Sky Absolute Sword had fused even more perfectly. In terms of pure power, it had actually surpassed the Merciless Water and Fire, as well as the Moment of Glory. Of course, the Moment of Glory was powerful because of its ability to stop space. The first floor of the Martial Skill Tower only cost 1 shenbi per day. 9 days meant 9 shenbi. Now, Yi Chen had 90 shenbi left. Yi Chen decided not to use these 90 shenbi for the time being. Before he was ready to enter the hunting tower, every single shenbi was precious. Yi Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and exited the Martial Skill Tower. Bang 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 bang, the sound of heavy objects hitting each other was endless, like a violent storm. This was an outdoor stadium that was 1,000 miles long and 100 miles wide. The ground of the stadium was completely made of a special metal, and it looked smooth without any bumps or bumps. The stadium was also surrounded by metal walls that were thousands of meters tall. Within the stadium, there was only one stand in the south, and there were exactly 500 seats on the stand. At this moment, there were dozens of people sitting on the stand. On the stadium, 2 people were holding 5-foot-long metal sticks and hitting a ball. Swoosh, a yellow light flashed. The long-haired young man couldn't react in time. The yellow light brushed past his face and hit the metal wall before bouncing back. I'm impressed. I've already tried my best, but I can only last 30 rounds against you, the long-haired young man said in admiration. Haha, I've already reached the 6th level of the God of War Tower. If I can't beat you, I'll be a joke. He had short black hair and was clad in metal armor. This was a very sturdy and calm young man. You'd better find other opponents. I don't want to be beaten by you anymore. The long-haired young man smiled and returned to the stand. Let me try you. At that moment, a young man walked down the stand. It was Audiobook. You must be this year's super newcomer, Audiobook. That's good. I want to see how strong the so-called super newcomers are. The sturdy young man had a smile on his face. He had already heard about this year's 3 super newcomers. This Audiobook could reach the 3rd level of the God of War Tower and the Survival Tower the moment he entered. He was definitely a rare prodigy from the 4 major planets. Of course, he still had to verify whether he was a prodigy or not. A real prodigy could not be weak in other aspects other than strength. This is the Thunderball? Yichen had arrived at the stand and sat near Lu Wenxiu, Yan Feihua, and the rest. You're here. Lu Wenxiu and the rest looked over. Other than Lin Fifan and Audiobook, they had already used up their Shinbi. They did not have the confidence to reach the 2nd level of the God of War Pagoda and the Survival Tower in a short time, so they came to watch others play Thunderball. Lu Wenxiu said, Audiobook's opponent is the leader of a low-level team, Huang Hingfei. He is very good at Thunderball. Other than that, he is also one of the top low-level members of the Paradise of Gods. Those who reached the 5th level of the God of War Pagoda or the 4th level of the Survival Tower would become a low-level member of the Paradise of Gods. At that time, they could join a low-level team. Of course, they could also form their own low-level team. Since Huang Hingfei was the leader of a low-level team, he was naturally very strong. You can serve first. Huang Hingfei said. Okay. Audiobook did not decline. He held the thunderball in his left hand and threw it high. Bam! When the thunderball fell to a height of 2 meters, Audiobook raised his metal rod and hit the thunderball. The thunderball was a little soft and very elastic. As the metal rod hit, the thunderball was compressed into a flat shape and shot out at an astonishing speed, drawing a yellow line in the air. So that's how it is. Yichen squinted his eyes. How the thunderball was shot out and how it flew at such a high speed was clear in his eyes. Seriously speaking, the thunderball was a bit like a baseball, but also a bit like a tennis ball. However, the truly frightening part was that it could be infused with Jing Yuan and Qi power. Ordinary people could already reach an unbelievable speed, but 2 life and death kings could reach a frightening speed. It was a test of reaction speed and attack speed. If the reaction speed was not fast enough, one would not be able to see the trajectory of the ball. If the attack speed was not fast enough, one would not be able to catch the thunderball and counterattack. Quite fast. Huang Hingfei held the metal rod with one hand and easily counterattacked. Bam! Audiobook immediately hit back. Careful. This time, Huang Hingfei did not hit the ball in a straight line, but at an oblique angle. This way, if Audiobook wanted to catch the ball, he would have to move to an oblique angle. If he was a bit slower, he might not be able to catch the ball. This little difficulty is not difficult for me. Audiobook's movement speed was extremely fast. With a flicker in the air, he arrived before the thunderball. Bam! Audiobook also hit an oblique angle. It's your first time playing the thunderball, yet you are so skilled. As expected of a super rookie. Huang Hingfei was a little surprised. Playing the thunderball seemed simple, but it was definitely not so easy to play for the first time. One must know that the thunderball was infused with energy. If one wanted to hit the thunderball back, one had to disperse the energy inside and then infuse one's own energy. This process was very short. Unknowingly, more than 10 rounds had passed. Audiobook is in danger. Yichen suddenly said. What do you mean? Yan Feihua thought that her eyesight was very good, but she did not see anything special. Before Yichen could say anything, Audiobook suddenly missed. Although he received the thunderball, the angle of his return was very bad. It was clearly a forward volley, but it became a high throw. It's a spinning ball. Yan Feihua suddenly understood. It was very obvious that Huang Hingfei had added a strong spinning force to the ball just now. If one used an ordinary method to catch the ball, it would naturally cause the ball to go out of control. One had to use the same spinning force to neutralize it. This was not a test of one's reaction speed and attack speed, but one's ability to exert force. Leaping up high, Huang Hingfei smashed Audiobook. Thank you for letting me win. Huang Hingfei landed. A loss is a loss. Here are 10,000 primeval stones. Audiobook took out a box of primeval stones and placed it on the ground. Playing thunderball required a wager. Under normal circumstances, the wager was 10,000 primeval stones. Of course, if you had a conflict with the other party, you could negotiate with the other party to increase the wager. 100,000, 1 million, as long as you had enough primeval stones, you could bet. In the paradise of gods, playing thunderball was undoubtedly a popular entertainment activity. It could not only entertain the body and mind, but it could also improve one's quality. Huang Hingfei smiled. The other party's personality was not bad. Although this kind of person was arrogant, there was a level of arrogance. In other words, if a genius didn't have arrogance, then it was because he felt inferior. Yichen, since you are here, why not come down and play? Huang Hingfei's eyesight was very good. He immediately saw Yichen. He had already seen the video of this batch of rookies. I'll do as you say. Yichen indeed wanted to play this unique training program. Be careful, his spinning ball has a very high rotation speed. I have no way of surpassing that speed. Audiobook reminded Yichen as they brushed past each other. Understood. Yichen nodded. Old rules, you serve first. Huang Hingfei signaled to Yichen. Bang, the ball was thrown up and Yichen struck it with his rod. So fast. Many people on the spectator stand were surprised. When Yichen threw up the thunderball, his metal rod had already struck out. The two movements were completed at almost the same time, giving people a strong visual impact. Good timing. Huang Hingfei had played the thunderball countless times and had seen this kind of situation before. He played it down and whipped the thunderball at an even faster speed. Bang 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 bang, after a dozen rounds, Huang Hingfei began his spinning ball attack. Huang Hingfei's spinning ball had a rotation speed that ordinary people couldn't compare with. In the blink of an eye, it was unknown how many times it had rotated. If the rotation speed couldn't reach the spinning speed of the spinning ball, the ball would lose control. Of course, Yichen was already mentally prepared. The muscles on his right arm swelled and Yichen's metal rod struck the lower middle of the thunderball. Swoosh, not only did the thunderball return, but it also produced a flickering arc trajectory, making people unable to see the trajectory of the ball. What? Looking at the distorted trajectory of the ball, everyone on the spectator stand was shocked. Huang Hingfei was even more shocked. There were two reasons for his surprise. First, the spinning ball he had just released had an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it had spun at least 10,000 times. To neutralize the spinning ball, he had to exert an equal amount of rotational force. Second, not only had the other party neutralized the spinning ball, but he had also exerted an unbalanced rotational force on the thunderbolt ball. In other words, the rotational force that the other party had used had far exceeded his. As expected of a monster who reached the 4th level of the God of War pagoda. But that's not enough. Huang Hingfei laughed. His metal rod transformed into dozens of mirages. One of the mirages struck the thunderbolt ball, causing it to turn into a beam of light and shoot toward Yichen. Yichen instantly caught the trajectory of the thunderbolt ball and struck it with his rod. Swish, the rod missed. The thunderbolt ball seemed to disappear from Yi Chen's senses. The thunderbolt ball disappeared? Impossible. Jiao and the rest couldn't believe it. The ball didn't disappear. It just sped up. Almost subconsciously, Yi Chen used the inertia of his metal rod to spin his body and appear in front of the thunderbolt ball. He struck it with his metal rod. He caught it? Huang Hingfei frowned. He suspected that the other party had practiced the thunderbolt ball before. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a newcomer to receive an instant speed ball. What was an instant speed ball? It was actually related to multiple forces. Huang Hingfei's multiple forces were at the late stage of fourth drive. In that ball just now, he had used 3 drive and first drive. 3 drive had been used on the thunderbolt ball while the other first drive had been hidden. When the thunderbolt ball was very close to Yi Chen, the hidden first drive had instantly erupted, causing the ball's speed to increase. As most people were already used to the ball's previous speed, the eruption of the ball's speed indirectly caused the phenomenon of the ball disappearing. Huang Hingfei swung his metal rod and struck the thunderbolt ball. No, it's an illusion. Huang Hingfei was shocked. He did the exact same action as Yi Chen. He used the inertia of his metal rod to spin his body, appear in front of the thunderbolt ball, and hit it back. That was close. He actually knows an instant speed ball, and he used it in that situation. Huang Hingfei secretly wiped his sweat. Watching the 2 players play on the court, everyone was dumbfounded. Not to mention Huang Hingfei, he was the captain of a beginner team, so it was natural for him to have this kind of power. Yi Chen was only a newbie, but he had somehow managed to tie with Huang Hingfei, and even saw through the instant speed ball. Is he still a newbie? The long-haired young man who fought with Huang Hingfei before muttered. I also wonder if he's a newbie. Lu Wenxiu smiled bitterly. Spin, instant speed ball, spinning snake ball, explosive ball, speed ball, all kinds of balls were used on the 2 of them. Usually, Huang Hingfei would use them first, and then Yi Chen would instantly learn them and use them on Huang Hingfei. This caused Huang Hingfei's mind to become tense, and he treated Yi Chen as an opponent of the same level. He didn't dare to be careless. He was sure that if he was careless, he would lose without a doubt. Alright, I've never met a rookie as powerful as you. This is my self-created flickering meteor ball. I wonder if you can catch it. Huang Hingfei roared and waved the metal rod in his hand hundreds of times. These hundreds of times were completed in an instant, so they completely overlapped with each other. Crackle, in the void, hundreds of thunderballs appeared. Each of them was so fast, and their auras were astonishing. As long as my speed is fast enough, only one of them will be real. However, my speed is about the same as his, so it's impossible for me to reach such a speed. With my speed, I can probably hit 3 of them, but it won't be easy to hit any of them. The change in the force field caused by waving the metal rod will cause the real thunderball to deviate. In other words, it's very likely that none of the 3 balls will hit. Therefore, I can't hit these 3 balls directly. As long as I hit the point where the force field overlaps, the change in the field will cause the real thunderball to automatically run to the point where my metal rod strikes. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen waved the metal rod and struck the middle point of the 3 thunderballs. Bang, the thunderball was hit. What kind of reaction speed is this? Huang Hingfei's mouth slightly opened. Forget it. His inner quality is not below mine at all. I can only use absolute power to beat him. Boom, Jinyuan exploded as Huang Hingfei used all of his power to hit the thunderball. Dang, the metal rod in Yi Chen's hand was thrown into the air. This thunderball's power was too overbearing. Not to mention counterattacking, Yi Chen could not even catch the ball. His metal rod flew out of his hand. I, Huang Hingfei, rarely admire people, but you are one of them. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 5th sky of life and death realm, which was 2 whole levels higher than his opponent. Moreover, one could not use martial skills while hitting the thunderball. Therefore, whoever had a higher cultivation base would have the absolute advantage. This was something that could not be made up. If Yi Chen's cultivation base were at the 4th sky of life and death realm, he might be able to contend with him. Here are 10,000 yuan stones. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He realized that playing the Thunderball could indeed improve one's inner quality, just like how battling could improve one's inner quality. However, the difference was that battling had a lot of auxiliary skills, such as protective Xianyuan, body defense, and all kinds of martial skills. The more auxiliary skills one had, the slower one's inner quality would improve. However, when playing the Thunderball, none of these skills could be used, as they were meaningless. Thus, one would feel the real pressure and be forced to improve one's inner quality. Pure inner quality. Huang Hingfei did not look at the yuan stones on the ground and said, "I am Huang Hingfei, the captain of the Flying Spirit team. When you reach the 5th floor of the God of War Tower, you can consider joining our team." The Flying Spirit team was one of the more powerful teams among the beginner teams. It was also one of the teams that the beginner members of the God Paradise wanted to join the most. "I will think about it." Yichen faintly nodded. Every other week, Yichen would play a few games of Thunderball. Sometimes, he would win, and sometimes he would lose. Yichen tried not to compete with those who had reached the 5th sky of life and death realm, as he did not have that many yuan stones to lose. For the rest of the time, Yichen used it all to cultivate his Xianyuan. Being greedy for speed was the most important thing to improve one's cultivation, especially in the life and death realm. Every level of life and death realm was equivalent to building a solid foundation. Only with a solid foundation could one continue to improve. If one's foundation was not solid enough, even a tall building would collapse. It was only a matter of time. Therefore, without 100% certainty, Yichen would not try to break through to the 4th sky of life and death realm. He did not want to risk his future. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Yichen felt that he had close to 100% chance of breaking through to the 4th sky of life and death realm. In this half a year, Gu Qingxue, Zhou Jian, Li Yifeng, Xiao Shiyu, Lu Wenxiu, and Yan Feihua had all reached the 2nd floor of the God of War Tower. Yang Ting had reached the 3rd floor, and Ajiu had made it to the 4th floor, just like Yichen. On the court, Yichen and Ajiu were having a showdown. Ajiu had not only improved his strength, but also his skills. Once his skills improved, it would not be easy for Yichen to defeat his opponent. Moreover, Ajiu was also at the 4th sky of life and death realm, one sky higher than Yichen. Therefore, in the past month, Yichen and Ajiu had 3 wins and 1 loss. This was the 5th time. "Looks like this is my 2nd win in a row." Pung, the Thunderball flickered in the air, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. A smile appeared on Ajiu's face. Not necessarily. A phantom appeared on Yichen's body. The phantom waved his rod, and the real body followed. Pung. The Thunderball that had escaped was whipped by the real body and shot out. Instant speedball? Ajiu launched a second attack after the first one missed. But what surprised him was that the second attack also missed. The Thunderball hit the metal wall and bounced back. 1 layer of light power, 3 layers of dark power. I see. Ajiu thought for a while and suddenly understood. There were many kinds of instant speedballs. If one reached the 4th drive realm, then there were 3 kinds of instant speedballs, namely, 3 layers of obvious power and 1 layer of hidden power, 2 layers of obvious power and 2 layers of hidden power, and 1 layer of obvious power and 3 layers of hidden power. The 3rd kind had very high technical requirements. It was not very difficult to hide 1 layer of hidden power, but it was a little difficult to hide 2 layers of hidden power, and it was extremely difficult to hide 3 layers of hidden power. This led to the fact that once the speed of the ball exploded, there was no time to react. Finally, I have 100% confidence. On the 11th month since he came to the God Paradise, Yichen officially started to attack the 4th sky of life and death realm. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Inside the bamboo house, a large amount of yuan stones flew out. The pure energy inside was extracted under the control of an invisible power, forming a river. The river flowed through Yichen's head and poured into Yichen's body. Gurgle! Gurgle, gurgle! The Xianyuan inside Yichen's body boiled. The Dao Gate in his dantian suddenly expanded and contracted, rapidly transforming the external energy and increasing Yichen's Xianyuan. Once his Xianyuan increased, breaking through to the next realm was a must. 1 day passed. 3 days passed. 10 days passed. 20 days passed. Boom, a frightening aura soared into the sky. The green bamboo house was on the verge of collapse, seeming as if it would be torn into pieces at any moment. However, it was a building of the god paradise after all, so it was indestructible. Another week passed. Creak, the door of the bamboo house opened, and Yichen walked out. The fourth sky of life and death realm. My Xingyuan is several times purer and more robust. But, it still cost me several tens of thousands of yuan stones, which is equivalent to several 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Unbelievable. In the past, Yichen had a solid cultivation base, but he didn't have a proper cultivation method. However, after breaking through to the third sky of life and death realm, his cultivation base had been used up. In the future, every time he tried to break through to the next sky of life and death realm, he would need a huge amount of external energy. For the fourth sky, he would need tens of thousands of yuan stones, and for the fifth sky, he would need hundreds of thousands of yuan stones. However, it was precisely because of this that the gap between each sky was so huge. Ordinary geniuses would find it hard to challenge those with higher realms. Breaking through to the fourth layer brought Yichen not only a sharp increase in his cultivation base, but his sword domain also advanced from the peak of the fourth layer to the fifth layer. Although the fifth layer and the peak of the fourth layer seemed to be only a step apart, the gap between them was immeasurable. This was because the sword domain contained the sword rule. With each layer, the sword rule would become more perfect. Legend had it that once the sword domain reached the peak of the ninth layer, one would possess a trace of Sword God's power, and Sword God grasped the sword rule. His Xingyuan had become several times purer, and his sword domain had advanced from the peak of the fourth layer to the fifth layer. His strength had increased tenfold, and the difference from before was like the difference between heaven and earth. I can challenge the War God Tower and the Survival Tower now. During this year, Yichen had used up the remaining 90 Shinbi on comprehending the Wood Profound. Unfortunately, it was still a step away from reaching perfection. Apart from Wood Profound, he still needed to improve the Thunder and Shadow Profounds. Therefore, he was in dire need of Shinbi. Regarding the slow and fast Power Upanishad and the fast Power Upanishad, the Paradise of God didn't have such a Power Upanishad tower. They weren't simple Power Upanishads. War God Tower's fourth floor, Yichen's opponent was a horned demon king with a cultivation base of sixth layer life and death realm. There was an insurmountable gap between sixth and seventh layer life and death realm. Seventh layer life and death realm could grant one the title of emperor. This title was not only in terms of title, but also in the emperor mark. The emperor mark was extremely mysterious and related to the selfless realm. After breaking through the selfless realm, one could condense their own emperor mark. Therefore, reaching the seventh sky of life and death realm was as hard as reaching the sky. No one knew how many warriors had been stuck at the sixth sky of life and death realm, unable to make any progress. This had led to the difference in strength among the sixth sky of life and death realm king warriors. The weak ones might not even have 1/10 of the power of the powerful ones. The horned demon king before him was not at the bottom of the sixth layer life and death realm, but it was only 2 or 3 times more powerful than them. Roar, the horned demon king's demonic power erupted as it fiercely charged at Yichen. Facing the horned demon king, Yichen first released his sword domain and then slashed out. Pucci, the unicorn demon king's body froze, and in the next moment, it was sliced into nothingness by the dense sword chi. Past the fourth floor. Reward, 100 Shinbi. The reward for the third floor was 60 Shinbi, and the fourth floor was 100 Shinbi. Paradise badge upgraded to primary badge. Immediately afterward, the paradise badge on Yichen's chest began to change. First, it was energized and turned into a light, and then it was branded on the back of Yichen's hand, like the most realistic tattoo. The color was cyan. Buzz, Yichen activated the elementary badge on the back of his hand. Immediately, a screen of light appeared, showing that he had 100 Shinbi, as well as a few lines of information. Team, none team identity, none hunting achievement, none mandatory mission, enter the hunting tower every 3 months. After dispelling the light screen, Yichen arrived at the 5th level of the God of War Pagoda. The opponent on the 5th level was the Yiksha king. The Yiksha race was one of the most powerful races in the universe. Their individual strength was powerful, and their average battle power was even higher than that of the demons. However, the Xianxia race's reproductive ability was poor, and they were ranked last among the major races. Of course, this was only in comparison to the other races. This Xianxia king's cultivation base was naturally at the sixth sky of life and death realm. His skin was stone gray, and he had a pair of fleshy wings on his back. His exaggerated muscles showed that he was a life form with explosive power. Swoosh, holding a sharp spear, the Xianxia king stabbed out. Without a sound, Yichen released his sword domain, and the Xianxia king's movement slowed down as if he had fallen into a swamp. But in the next moment, the muscles on his body suddenly squirmed, and a gray halo spread out. This was the Xianxia king's domain. With the domain and the suppression of his cultivation base, the Xianxia king's movements returned to normal. Not only that, as if he was on stimulants, the speed of his spear once again increased. Ding! Yichen blocked the attack with his dragon spring sword. Worthy of the 5th level. The 4th level Demon King's domain was only at the late 3rd level, while the 5th level Xianxia King's domain had already reached the early 4th level. Combined with his 6th sky of life and death realm cultivation base, it just happened to cancel out Yichen's 5th level sword domain. Swish! 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 The Xianxia King's speed was extremely fast. The pair of fleshy wings on his back gave him a powerful explosive power. However, Yichen could tell that the Xianxia King was good at short-range explosiveness. Within a certain distance, no one could surpass his speed. However, no matter how he attacked, he was blocked out by Yichen. Almost there. Yichen, who had been circling the whole time, suddenly jumped up and charged toward the Xianxia King. Clang, the sword and the spear clashed. The Xianxia King's arm shook violently, and the spear flew out of his hand. The dragon spring sword paused slightly, and Yichen's right arm muscle swelled as he waved out the second sword attack. The sword light flickered, and half of the Xianxia King's body disappeared like a bubble. The 5 fingers of his left hand opened, and 5 fluctuating sword chi converged together. Yichen directly destroyed the remaining half of the Xianxia King's body. 5th level passed. Reward, 300 Shinbi. After passing the 5th level, Yichen's number of Shinbi increased to 400, which was not a small number. On the 6th level of the God of War Pagoda, the opponent became the evil king of the evil spirit race. The evil spirit race was a very strange race. In Elysium, the evil spirit race was suppressed by the Elysium, so they could not display their strangeness. The strangeness of the evil spirit race lay in their life structure and inconceivable evil arts. The evil spirit race was different from other races. They did not have the ability to reproduce, and every single one of them was born on an evil altar. It was said that there was a most primitive evil altar in the evil spirit world, and that was the origin of the evil spirit race. They were born with immortal bodies, and they were immune to most negative effects. Although their race was not as strong as the Xianxia race, even the demons were not willing to provoke this race. As for the evil arts of the evil spirit race, they were inconceivable. Resurrection, curses, death, life transfer, and possession were all kinds of terrifying evil arts. It could be said that the evil spirit race was the most difficult race to kill. Death Halo. As soon as he appeared, this evil king gave Yichen a death halo. Once enveloped by the death halo, one's essence, chi, and spirit would continuously disappear until one died. Looking at the gray halo that suddenly appeared on his body, Yichen frowned. If the evil spirit race of Elysium was also this terrifying, they would have won even more miserably. Immortal protection. The immortal sword intent exploded, and the death halo collapsed. Facing the immortal sword intent of the 7th order, Yichen was immune to all evil, and no negative effects could affect him. Autumn blade falling rain. Seeing that the death halo was ineffective, the evil king pulled out his evil blade and slashed at Yichen. So fast. Yichen waved his sword to block, but his whole body was sent flying. Shadow of death. Suddenly, Yichen's body froze. Countless shadow tentacles shot out from under his feet and wrapped around his body. These shadow tentacles were formless and intangible, but they had unimaginable power. Yichen could not break free even if he used his true yuan. The immortal protection sword intent could only protect his body, and it could not destroy all the shadow tentacles at once. Chi, the evil king swung his blade, and the blade light covered the whole world. A cold light flashed in Yichen's eyes, and he pushed the instant sword domain to the limit. Instantly, the speed of the blade light's attack slowed down. Taking this opportunity, Yichen used the 3 flowers borrowing Dao. 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 blue flower floated above Yichen's head. At the same time, Yichen's essence, energy, and spirit multiplied. Bang, 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 the shadow tentacles were broken, and Yichen did not hesitate to use the instant glory. The blade light and the sword light shattered at the same time. However, Yichen's instant sword domain increased the binding power of the 3 flowers borrowing Dao. The evil king's movements were not as fast as before, and Yichen took the initiative to destroy the evil king's body with a sky absolute sword. However, Yichen did not expect that the evil king did not die. He had only destroyed a human-shaped wooden sculpture. It's the life transfer technique. Yichen was shocked. He had heard of the life transfer technique before. This kind of evil technique could transfer a portion of one's life energy to another object, allowing that object to have battle strength similar to the main body. Furthermore, there were no flaws. The disadvantage was that once the transferred life energy was destroyed, it could not be recovered. The main body would definitely lose a portion of life energy, and their lifespan would be reduced. This was a forbidden technique of the evil spirit race, and they would not use it easily. However, this was the god of war pagoda, and the other party was only a guardian. There were not that many taboos. Even when the effects of the 3 flowers borrowing Dao were about to disappear, Yichen still could not kill the evil king. The other party had too many clones, and they came one after another. He could not kill them all. If he wanted to pass this level, he had to exhaust the evil king's life energy so that the other party could not use the life transfer technique. Otherwise, he could use absolute strength to completely lock onto the evil king's main body and prevent it from escaping. However, Yichen was only slightly stronger than the evil king, so he could not do that. In the end, Yichen stopped at the 6th level of the God of War Pagoda. After coming out of the God of War Pagoda, Yichen went straight to the Survival Tower. Previously, Yichen already had the ability to pass the 4th level of the Survival Tower. However, he was still too weak at that time, and Yichen did not want to pass the 4th level so early. This was because to pass the 5th or 4th level of the God of War Pagoda, he had to enter the hunting tower once every 3 months. It was too dangerous. This time, Yichen did not hesitate. Soon, he passed the 3rd level of the Survival Tower. The reward was 100 Shinbi. The 4th level was to enter a heavily guarded Xianxia territory and assassinate a Xianxia king before leaving. The difficulty was many times higher than the 3rd level. If one was not careful, they would be surrounded. Yichen spent some effort to sneak in. After successfully assassinating the target, Yichen directly killed his way out. With the powerful split sword domain, Yichen easily killed his way out and left. After passing the 4th level, Yichen received another 300 Shinbi. Just like that, Yichen had 800 Shinbi. It was enough for him to stay in the Olden Tower for more than 2 months. The difficulty of the 5th floor increased by several times. This time, he would not only have to face a large number of enemies, but also a lot of unknown dangers. Apart from that, one could not fly on the 5th floor, and could only rely on walking. Although life and death realm warriors could walk quite fast, it would still cause a lot of trouble. Too many. The whole planet is filled with enemies, and I still have to collect all 12 meteorites. Even Yichen felt that the difficulty of the 5th floor was quite tricky. Under the circumstances where no one could fly, it was impossible for him to be besieged. However, due to the sheer number of enemies covering the entire planet, he would either have to flee or fight. This was a great test of one's will, which was an indispensable part of survival. Shoo, in the dense forest, a cone-shaped fire thunder shot toward Yichen's head. It was a sharp arrow, and the one who shot it was a Xianxia archer. In front of the archer, there were 7 or 8 demon kings and Xianxia kings chasing after Yichen. The distance between the 2 sides was about 1,000 li due to the rules. The range of soul power was very small on the 5th floor, and the destructive power was also very small. If one wanted to notice something far away, they could only rely on their eyesight. Therefore, a long-range arrow attack would be very fatal. Yichen twisted his body, dodging the arrow. When he completed his 360-degree turn, Yichen's sword chi also shot out, following the arrow's trajectory and attacking the source. Pooh, that Xianxia archer's head was hit by the sword chi and exploded, but he did not die. However, it was enough. The destructive sword intent had already invaded his body, and could not be expelled in a short period of time. In Yichen's eyes, he was no different from a target. Right now, he had to deal with 4 demon kings and 3 Xianxia kings. The demon kings and Xianxia king's speed was very fast, and they could cover 1,000 li in a couple of breaths. But suddenly, they lost one member, and then another, in the blink of an eye. 4 demon kings and 3 Xianxia kings were annihilated. What had killed them was not Yichen, but a kind of black golden huge flower. Their roots seemed to be only a few hundred meters long, but they could stretch for hundreds of miles. When those huge flowers bloomed, the inside was filled with spiral-shaped sawteeth, which were immeasurably deep. These sawteeth obviously contained a deadly poison that could enchant the souls of life and death realm warriors, killing them as they pleased. Universe variant plant, emperor flower seedling, monarch flowers were the apex predators at the top of the pyramid of plants. When they were still in the seedling stage, they could already hunt down kings below the 7th sky of life and death realm. Once they matured, even titled monarchs would have to keep their distance. Under normal circumstances, a mature monarch flower could absorb the nutrients of an entire planet. When the planet's nutrients were exhausted, the monarch flower would drive the planet's outer shell to wander in the universe and hunt. The 5th floor of the survival tower actually has an imperial flower seedling. Yichen frowned. If he encountered an imperial flower seedling, it would be very dangerous for him. He would not be able to take it head-on, so he could only dodge. Yichen did not have the time to kill the archer, so he rushed toward the place where the meteor chi was coming from. The first one. Soon, Yichen found the first meteorite, and there were 11 left. The 7th one. The 9th one. The 11th one. Only the last one left. In the blink of an eye, Yichen had stayed in the 5th floor for a month. During this month, he had been hunted down 823 times. He had killed 248 enemies, and had been injured more than 100 times. 60 of those injuries were not caused by enemies, but by the unknown dangers of this planet. Imperial flower seedling, king eating grass, blood plain, white bone path. They are all on the 5th floor, but the difficulty of the 5th floor is several times higher than the 5th floor of the God of War Tower. It is almost the same as the 6th floor of the God of War Tower. I wonder what kind of dangers await me at the end. Yichen did not dare to be careless. His nerves were stretched taut. During this month, he had not rested at all. He was sure that if he relaxed even a little bit, the consequences would be unimaginable. The aura of the 12th meteorite. This planet was not small, having a diameter of 10 million li based on the size of a meteorite. The range of its aura was uncertain. Even from 10,000 li away, Yichen could sense the aura emitted by the 12th meteorite. Taking a deep breath, Yichen quietly entered the forest, heading towards the source of the meteorite's aura. After a meal, Yichen stopped. Using his vision, Yichen saw a barren land a few hundred miles away. In the middle of the empty land, a 10-meter blue meteorite crystal had fallen. It was a meteorite. However, there was an imperial flower seedling hidden in the forest near the meteorite. This imperial flower seedling had changed color, so much so that it had blended in with its surroundings. If not for Yichen's strong vision, he would not have been able to see through it. If he was not careful, he might be eaten alive by the imperial flower seedling. This place is a few hundred miles away from the meteorite. Before I reach it, I might be eaten by the imperial flower seedling. It seems that I have to attract some enemies so that I can deceive them. After making up his mind, Yichen retreated. Whoosh! 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 One sharp arrow after another shot out, chasing after Yichen, who was still running. There are a total of 18 enemies. They should be able to buy me some time. If not, I'll have to fight. There were 18 enemies behind Yichen. Among them, 3 were Xianxia archers, 2 were demon archers, and the other 13 were demon kings, 4 Xianxia kings, and 5 evil kings. It was a very powerful team. Soon, Yichen was less than 500 miles away from the meteorite. This distance was within the attack range of the imperial flower seedling. However, it was obvious that the Imperial Flower seedling was quite intelligent. It did not attack immediately. It would wait for everyone to be within its attack range before attacking. 400 miles. 300 miles. 200 miles. 100 miles. When Yichen was less than 50 miles away from the meteorite, the Imperial Flower seedling attacked. It first attacked the 5 archers at the back. 5 flower buds shot out in the shape of a shuttle. When they approached the 5 archers, they suddenly opened and swallowed them. After chewing for a while, they were completely digested. Got it. By now, Yichen had already obtained the meteorite. Looking back, there were only 3 enemies left. In a short period of time, the Imperial Flower seedling had attacked 3 times, and each time it ate 5 enemies. Run. Without any other thoughts, Yichen exerted force with his feet, causing the ground to collapse. He ran at his maximum speed. Hiss, an air-piercing sound came. Yichen almost instinctively rolled to the right. Rumble, a large piece of soil disappeared. The Imperial Flower seedling's attack had failed. Hiss. 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 This time, there were 5 air-piercing sounds. Obviously, all the enemies had been killed. The Imperial Flower seedling had put all of its energy on Yichen. Split. Sword domain, slow down. Yichen released his sword domain, which slowed down the Imperial Flower seedling's attack speed. However, Yichen's speed didn't slow down, but increased instead. Finally, Yichen was 500 miles away. What? The attack range is over 500 miles? The air-piercing sound came from behind him, faster than any of the previous times. Even the split sword domain couldn't stop it. It seemed like the power contained in it had surpassed the limit of the split sword domain. Clang, the dragon spring sword automatically flew out of its sheath, turned into 100 sword shadows, and shot out. 100 sword shadows, clang. 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 Sparks flew everywhere. The 100 sword shadows blocked the Imperial Flower seedling for a second. Seizing this opportunity, Yichen moved sideways. Bang! The ground on his right cracked, and a large piece of it disappeared. So close. The Imperial Flower seedling only stopped its attack after escaping for 1,000 miles. Putting away the dragon spring sword, Yichen turned around and realized something. It seemed like the Imperial Flower seedling had 5 flower buds, and one of them was the most powerful one. Its attack range had reached 1,000 miles. It was said that the number of flower buds it had represented its cultivation. 5 flower buds were equivalent to the 5th sky of life and death realm. However, a 5th sky Imperial Flower seedling was much more powerful than most 6th sky life and death realm kings. 12-star meteorites are in my hands. I should be more careful from now on. I can't be careless. After spending half a day, Yichen arrived at a tall mountain, and a beam of light shrouded him. Past the 5th floor of Survival Tower. Reward, 600 Shinbi. Primary badge upgraded to Intermediate badge. A voice came down from the sky. Reaching the 5th floor of the God of War Tower, which was the 4th floor, would upgrade one's badge to a primary badge. Reaching the 7th floor, which was the 6th floor, would upgrade it to an intermediate badge. The Survival Tower would also have 1 floor less. As long as one could reach the 3rd floor and the 4th floor, one would be able to upgrade it to a primary badge. After reaching the 5th floor and the 6th floor, one would be able to upgrade it to an intermediate badge. However, it was different from 1 year ago. 1 year ago, as long as Yichen reached the 4th floor, he would have to enter the hunting tower once in 3 months. But now, although Yichen's badge had been upgraded to an intermediate badge, he still had to go through 3 hunts in the 1st or 2nd floor of the hunting tower. Not only the 1st and 2nd floor, but also the 3rd and 4th floor required 3 hunts. In other words, even if one had the strength of a senior member, he would still have to complete 6 hunts in the 1st to 4th floor. Of course, this kind of situation rarely happened. Most people only had to go through 1 floor at a time, but Yichen had gone through several floors at once. On the 6th floor of the Survival Tower, Yichen had only stayed for 3 days before he was eliminated. The difficulty here had already surpassed the 6th floor of the God of War Tower. Even Yichen couldn't pass it. What Yichen didn't know was that as he passed through the God of War Tower and Survival Tower, his ranking in the first floor of the Hunting Tower kept rising. When he reached the 6th floor of the Survival Tower, he was already ranked first. The Fei Ling team leader, Huang Hingfei, was ranked 3rd below him. And behind his name, there was the words Intermediate Member. What? He became an intermediate member in one go? This Yichen newbie is too crazy. We must find a way to get him to join our battle team. Although he's already a mid-ranked member, he still needs to complete 3 hunts on the 1st and 2nd floor of the Hunting Tower. With his strength, he'll definitely be able to lead us to an overwhelming victory and earn more Shinbi. 1 to 10, 10 to 100. The news of Yichen becoming a mid-rank member soon spread throughout the whole God Paradise. My bad. If I had known that he would improve so quickly, I would have communicated with him earlier. With him joining our Fei Ling team, we would be able to dominate the 2nd level of the hunting battlefield. We would be able to earn multiple divine coins in one go. After receiving the news, Huang Hingfei frowned. In terms of combat power, Yichen might not be stronger than him. They were both at the 6th level of the God of War Pagoda. However, in terms of survivability, Huang Hingfei was much weaker than Yichen. Strong survivability meant that Yichen could adapt to any environment. The hunting battlefield was no exception. Unlike some people who made mistakes the first time they entered the hunting battlefield and couldn't adapt to the environment in a short time. This was also why the 1st level of the hunting tower existed. The 2nd level of the hunting tower was for teams to hunt, while the 1st level was for individuals to hunt. Under normal circumstances, a new member wouldn't be accepted by a team. They had to survive a few times on the 1st level of the hunting tower before being accepted by a team. Of course, a monster like Yichen was an exception. Time is of the essence. If I miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. After making up his mind, Huang Hingfei decided to recruit Yichen even if he had to pay a price. With such a strong person's help, they would definitely be able to earn more divine coins. With divine coins, his strength could continue to improve. Perhaps he could even reach the 7th level of the God of War Pagoda within a year and become a mid-level member of the Paradise of Gods. What? You're saying that Yichen became a mid-level member in a year? In the Paradise of Gods, there was a hotel. In this hotel, one only needed to pay 1 Shinbi to enjoy the finest wine. On the 2nd floor of the hotel, 5 young men sat together, led by a valiant and formidable-looking woman. This was a mid-level team, and the leader was this woman. Her name was Huang Fuyu. She was very strong and had already reached the 8th level of the God of War Pagoda. She was only 1 level away from becoming a high-level member. She seemed to be in disbelief when she heard that Yichen had become a mid-level member. The young man nodded and said, "That's right. I didn't believe it at first, but I purposely went to the Hunting Pagoda and found that he was ranked first on the Hunting Pagoda's primary member information screen. His current strength is at the 6th level of the God of War Pagoda and the 6th level of the Survival Pagoda. Amazing, becoming an intermediate member in just 1 year. This is something that has never happened in the Paradise of Gods for tens of thousands of years. This means that his potential is very great, and he is constantly improving. Although he needs to complete 3 primary hunts, we have to act early. After he completes the 3 hunts, let him join our team. Captain, although his potential is astonishing, his strength is still very weak compared to an intermediate member. Will adding him drag us down?" A young man voiced his opinion. "What do you know? This is called striking first gains the upper hand. When he's stronger than us, it won't be us choosing him, but him choosing us. So, although he's still very weak now, once he grows up, he'll become our team's trump card. Moreover, his survivability isn't any weaker than yours, so he might not drag us down." "That's true. This person's survivability is too strong. He actually made it to the 6th level of the Survival Pagoda." In the team, apart from the captain, Huang Fuyu, and the vice-captain, the others were all at the 7th level of the God of War Pagoda, 1 level higher than Yichen. As for the 6th level of the Survival Pagoda, they were the same as Yichen. "Yichen, congratulations. I didn't expect you to become an intermediate member so soon." It had been a few days since Yichen had made it to the 6th level of the Survival Pagoda. These days, Yichen didn't cultivate immediately. Instead, he took some time to relax. A martial artist's cultivation was all about relaxation and tension. If one was too impatient, they would lose their freedom and turn themselves into a martial artist's puppet. In the hotel, this year's newcomers gathered for a drink. Of course, Yichen treated them. Each person received 10 bottles of supreme-grade wine. Anyway, he had 1,400 shinbi now, and one shinbi was enough to buy many supreme-grade wines. It's nothing. As long as you work hard, you can also become a primary member very quickly and earn more shinbi. Yichen took a sip of wine and said, "It's difficult. Our talents are only above average in the paradise of gods. If we want to become a primary member, it will take at least 5 years. Only Leng Fifan, Audiobook, and you have more potential." The one who spoke was Lu Wenxiu. Well, 5 years is still too little. But we are not in a hurry. To us, becoming a primary member too early is not a good thing. In the hunting battlefield, the weak will only become prey. What we need to do is to build a solid foundation. Xiao nodded. Zhou Jian was also at the table. He didn't dislike Yichen as much anymore. After coming to the paradise of gods, he realized that there were so many geniuses in the universe. There would always be someone better than you. Comparing yourself with others would only bring trouble to yourself. Comparing yourself was the source of continuous improvement. As long as they could surpass their past selves, one day, they would all be at the forefront. As for comparing himself with Yichen, it was simply asking for a beating. A year ago, Yichen had already reached the 4th level of the God of War Pagoda. A year later, Yichen had already reached the 6th level. This speed of improvement was simply shocking. Zhou Jian had only barely reached the 3rd level of the God of War Pagoda. He was far behind even Yichen from a year ago. Not to mention Yichen, even Audiobook and Leng Fifan were not people he could easily catch up with. Audiobook had already reached the 4th level of the God of War Pagoda half a year ago. He would probably reach the 5th level in less than a year and become a primary member of the Paradise of Gods. Leng Fifan had reached the 4th level 3 months ago. In 2 years, he would almost become a primary member. Yichen, you go first now. But my martial phantom is about to break through. Then, let's compete again. Audio's martial phantom could produce 3 phantoms, but in the past year, he had made great progress in his spear Dao. When his spear Dao was formed, he would be able to produce 4 phantoms. Together with his real body, he would have 5 times the battle power. Okay. Yichen smiled. After drinking for a while, more and more people came to the hotel. Yichen, I wonder if you can come over for a chat. Huang Hengfei walked over. Yichen nodded and said to Audiobook and the rest, "You guys stay here and drink. I'll go over for a while." Okay, I didn't expect the Paradise of Gods to have all kinds of top-grade wine. It would be a waste not to drink. Yichen treated them, and they were very happy to drink. Following Huang Hengfei, Yichen came to another table. Apart from Huang Hengfei, there were 3 other people at the table, 2 men and 1 woman. A primary team could not have more than 5 people. Previously, the Flying Spirit team had lost 1 member and had yet to make up for it. If Yichen could join, there would be exactly 5 people. Yichen, let me introduce you. This is the Flying Spirit team's deputy leader, Lin Xiaofeng. He is at the 6th level of the God of War Pagoda. This is Wei Dong. Li Wei is at the 5th level of the God of War Pagoda. Everyone, this is Yichen. He has already reached the 6th level of the Survival Pagoda. Huang Hengfei introduced both sides. It's an honor to meet you. The Flying Spirit team's deputy leader, Lin Xiaofeng, and the other 2 members stood up, their faces full of admiration. It's just a temporary breakthrough. Yichen said. All right, sit down. Huang Hengfei passed his top-grade wine to Yichen and said, Yichen, I told you last time that you can consider joining the Flying Spirit team when you are qualified. What do you think? No problem. Yichen agreed without hesitation. If he had not reached the 6th level of the Survival Pagoda, he would have considered it more. However, he was already an intermediate member. After joining the Flying Spirit team, he could only participate in 3 hunts. Since there were only 3 hunts, there was no need to consider so much. The Flying Spirit team was indeed one of the top primary teams, and Huang Hengfei was ranked 3rd among the primary members. Haha, you are indeed a straightforward person. Huang Hengfei was taken aback. He did not expect Yi Chen to agree so easily. Then, a joyful expression appeared on his face. With Yi Chen, their team would have 3 warriors at the 6th level of the God of War Pagoda. Adding Yi Chen's survivability, the overall strength of the Flying Spirit battle team would undoubtedly reach another level. Oh yes, what are the rewards for the 1st and 2nd levels of the Hunting Pagoda? The 1st and 2nd levels of the Hunting Pagoda were both primary hunting battlefields. Yi Chen wanted to ask what the difference was. Deputy Leader Lin Xiaofeng said, "This is exactly what we wanted to talk to you about. The 1st level of the Hunting Pagoda is for individual hunts, and the 2nd level is for teams. If it was someone else, I might persuade them to hunt a few more times on the 1st level to adapt to the environment. But for you, I think it's better for you to hunt as a team. Because your survival ability is strong enough, you will definitely be able to adapt to the hunting battlefields. Staying on the 1st level will only waste time and energy." That's right. Huang Hengfei nodded. On the 1st level, killing a primary member of another paradise is only rewarded with 100 Shinbi. But on the 2nd level, killing a primary member of another paradise is rewarded with 1000 Shinbi. Although not all of the 1000 Shinbi belongs to you, according to your contribution, you will definitely get more than the 1st level. For example, if it is divided equally, each person will get 200 Shinbi. In addition, there is also a team reward, which is 10% of the total harvest. That is to say, if our Flying Spirit team gets 1000 Shinbi, the team reward will be 100 Shinbi. After listening to their explanation, Yi Chen more or less understood the rules of the Hunting Pagoda. Not to mention individual hunts, all the Shinbi obtained would belong to them. But when hunting in a team, the Shinbi would be divided according to the individual's contribution. The ratio was very simple. There were 5 people in a primary hunting team. If one's contribution was 1%, then one would get 1%. If one's contribution was 2%, then it would be 40%. 1% was the average, which meant that one's contribution was the most average. If it was more than 1%, it meant that one's contribution was more. If it was less than 1%, it meant that one's contribution was less. The total contribution of the team was 5. Our Flying Spirit squad is one of the best beginner squads. On average, we can kill 1 beginner member of another playground every time we hunt. Including the squad rewards and other rewards, the total income from a single hunt is about 2000 Shinbi. Even if we divide it equally among 5 people, each person will get 400 Shinbi. Since we hunt once every 3 months, we can hunt 4 times a year. In other words, each person can earn 1500 Shinbi a year. As for ordinary beginner squads, it's already not bad if each person can earn 400 Shinbi a year. Including you, it's possible for each person to earn more than 2000 Shinbi a year. Huang Hengfei continued. Vice Captain Lin Xiaofeng laughed. "Captain, you forgot to mention one thing. If you can annihilate the other team in the hunting battlefield, you'll get double the amount of Shinbi. A team of 5 people would get 5000 Shinbi. Double the amount would be 20,000 Shinbi. Adding on the rewards, it's really amazing. We'll be rich in one go. Annihilate the enemy team, double the amount of Shinbi." Yi Chen showed a trace of surprise. "Yes, but..." Huang Hengfei smiled bitterly. "It is very difficult to annihilate the enemy team. I have been in the Paradise of Gods for dozens of years, and the most I have ever killed was 3 members of an enemy team. Of course, it is not that there is no such thing, but it is very, very rare. Joining a team was very simple. One only needed to activate the light screen of the badge, then search for a team, find the Flying Spirit Battle team and click to join. The badge of the Paradise Battle team contained a person's soul imprint. A team is equivalent to 5 people's soul imprints linked together. After joining a team, no matter how far away you are, you can contact your team members, and you can also easily find the location of your team members through the light screen of the badge. Now the light screen of Yi Chen's badge showed, Team, Flying Spirit Battle Team Identity, Member Team Size, 5 Hunting Count, None Hunting Achievement, None Number of Shinbi, 389 haha, from now on, we are a team. I hope we can win the first hunt. Cheers. Huang Hingfei raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Yi Chen and the other three also drank the wine in their glasses. After 3 rounds of drinking, a clear voice sounded. You are Yi Chen. I'm Huang Fuyu, the captain of the Frost Battle team. It's an honor to meet you. A valiant and formidable-looking young woman walked over. She wore an ice-blue tight-fitting robe, and her hair was coiled up with a hairpin. At the end of the hairpin hung a small crystal. I'm Yi Chen. What's the matter? Yi Chen stood up. I would like to invite you to join the Frost Battle team. Of course, after you have completed 3 beginner hunts. Huang Fuyu smiled. Yi Chen, the Ice Frost Battle team is ranked 4th among the mid-level teams. Their captain, Huang Fuyu, has already reached the 8th level of the God of War Pagoda and the 7th level of the Survival Tower. Their vice-captain has also reached the same level. I think you should consider it. As for the top 3 mid-level teams, although they are slightly stronger than the Ice Frost Battle team, they are all full members. Only the Ice Frost Battle team is missing 1 member. If you decline now, it will probably be difficult to join them in the future. Huang Hingfei whispered to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, it was not easy to join a team. It also depended on whether the other team was full or not. If the other team was full, it would be impossible even if he wanted to join. After all, they would not kick someone because of him. This would make the other team members feel insecure. If there are no accidents, I will consider the Ice Frost Battle team first, Yi Chen said. Good. That's good enough. Huang Fuyu was very satisfied with this result. Although among the top 4 mid-level teams, only the Ice Frost Battle team was missing 1 member, it did not mean that the other teams did not have any thoughts about Yi Chen. The hunting battlefield was extremely dangerous, and they could lose members at any time. The Ice Frost Battle team was already very strong, but they still lost 1 member. Maybe after Yi Chen completed 3 beginner hunts, the top 4 mid-level teams would all be missing members. Therefore, she decided to strike first. If she struck later, Yi Chen would probably not consider the Ice Frost Battle team first. These 10 bottles of ice and fire 9 heavens are for you. Huang Fuyu waved her hand, and 10 bottles of wine appeared on the table in front of Yi Chen. She then turned and left. Ice and fire 9 heavens, good wine. This is a top-grade wine worth 10 shenbi per bottle. 10 bottles is 100 shenbi. Huang Hingfei's eyes widened. In the paradise of gods, 1 shenbi could buy 10 bottles of top-grade low-grade wine. For example, when Yi Chen treated Ah Jiao and the others, it only cost him 11 shenbi. But the ice and fire 9 heavens that Huang Fuyu gave to Yi Chen cost 10 shenbi per bottle. 10 bottles were 100 shenbi. This was not a small amount. Huang Hingfei could only earn a few hundred shenbi every time he hunted, which was not even enough for himself. He had only drunk 1 bottle of ice and fire 9 heavens, which was too extravagant. Team member Li Wei said enviously, Captain Huang Fuyu is indeed generous, but she is the captain of the Frost Battle Squad. She can probably earn 2,000 shenbi in a single hunt, so 100 shenbi is still within her budget. Team member Wei Dong said, you can't say that. The higher one's strength, the harder it is to improve. Spending shenbi is like flowing water. For example, 1 shenbi can be used to cultivate for a day on the 1st floor of the martial skill tower, but 10 shenbi for the 2nd floor, and 100 shenbi for the 3rd floor. Other than that, the Tower of Time is also very expensive. That's right. I guess only high-ranking members can afford ice and fire 9 heavens. They earn a ridiculous amount of shenbi. Spending 100 shenbi every month isn't a big deal, but it's hard to say if they spend more than that. Vice Captain Lin Xiaofeng nodded. Yi Chen opened the cork of the ice and fire 9 heavens bottle and took a sip. Immediately, his body felt cold at first, then hot. Ice and fire blended together, and all 48,000 pores on his body opened up. Every cell in his body seemed to have eaten a great tonic, wriggling crazily as they absorbed the wine's power. This ice and fire 9 heavens had the effect of tempering one's spirit body, although it wasn't very obvious. Moreover, with just 1 sip, Yi Chen felt a slight intoxicating taste. For a life-and-death king, this was an incredible feeling. Even 10 bottles of ordinary supreme rank wine wouldn't be enough to make one drunk. You guys drink too. Yichen gave a bottle of ice and fire 9 heavens to Huang Hengfei and the other 3. Hee, then we won't stand on ceremony. Huang Hengfei licked his lips. It had been a long time since he had tasted the ice and fire 9 heavens. Before leaving the hotel, Yi Chen and Huang Hengfei and the other 3 had agreed to enter the hunting tower to hunt in 2 months. Therefore, in the next 2 months, Yi Chen had to continue to increase his power in order to make sure nothing went wrong. Right now, Yi Chen had completed 4 profounds, which were the metal profound, water profound, fire profound, and earth profound. His next task was to complete the wood profound, thunder profound, and shadow profound. First was the wood profound. 1 week later, the wood profound was completed. 25 days later, the thunder profound was completed. There were only 4 days left before the 2 months, and the shadow profound was also completed. Yi Chen discovered that the more profounds one comprehended, the harder it was to complete the later ones. It seemed that a person's soul had a limit to what it could bear and could not bear too many profounds. For example, Audiobook and Lu Wenxiu, the 2 of them had a stronger soul force. Therefore, they had grasped 6 complete profounds respectively. Yi Chen's soul force was above theirs, but there were too many profounds involved. Other than the 7 complete profounds of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and shadow, there was also the space profound, fast profound, and slow profound. One person had more than 10 profounds, especially the space profound, which was equivalent to several ordinary profounds. Of course, even so, Yi Chen's soul had not reached its limit. It was just that his comprehension had slowed down slightly. There were only 4 days left, and Yi Chen decided to be extravagant. He came to the 3rd floor of the martial skill tower. One had to pay 100 shinbi a day, and of course, the beginner members only had to pay 90 shinbi. This was a world of fire and water. Water surged violently, and flame soared to the sky. Water and fire collided, creating a boundless white mist. The white mist was like a white dragon, rolling and spiraling. Sword after sword attack, Yi Chen's comprehension was getting deeper and deeper. The 3rd floor of the martial skill tower was still the 3rd floor after all, and could not be compared to the 1st floor. The comprehension speed was 100 times faster than the 1st floor, and Yi Chen could feel a flash of inspiration at every second. Go! On the 3rd day, Yi Chen swung his sword, and a scorching white dragon fiercely pounced out. Be it the waves of water or fire, they were all pierced by this white dragon, resulting in a heaven-shaking explosion. This white dragon looked like it was condensed from white mist, but it was actually a deeper transformation of the power of water and fire. It just looked like white mist on the outside. That's right, this move was the evolved version of Merciless Water and Fire. Merciless Water and Fire was the Fire Emperor's self-created martial art. With Yi Chen's current cultivation realm, he had far surpassed the Fire Emperor. In his opinion, the merciless water and fire created by the Fire Emperor had gone astray in many aspects, and it couldn't bring out the full potential of merciless water and fire. The more Yi Chen studied merciless water and fire, the more he felt restricted. For example, the Fire Emperor's merciless water and fire was a bottle that could only hold 1 bottle of water. But Yi Chen's foundation wasn't just a bottle of water. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to bring out his foundation. Therefore, Yi Chen simply used merciless water and fire as the foundation to create his own water and fire profound sword art. This sword art was still in its embryonic form, but it already surpassed merciless water and fire in might. I'll call you White Dragon Annihilation. White Dragon Annihilation used merciless water and fire as the foundation, and destruction sword intent as the essence. Its purpose was to destroy, and destroy everything in front of it. Why isn't Yi Chen here yet? Outside the hunting tower, Li Wei looked at the sun in the paradise of gods and asked. Wait a little longer, he should be here soon. Huang Hengfei said. After a cup of tea's time, Huang Hengfei revealed a smile. He's here. Sorry to have kept you guys waiting. Not far away, Yi Chen walked over. He was immersed in comprehending White Dragon Annihilation and almost forgot about the time. No rush. Since you're here, let's go in. All right. The group of 5 entered the hunting tower. The first level of the hunting pagoda was for individual hunting, while the second level was for teams. Be it the first or second level, there was a light door in the center. Through the light door, one could enter the hunting battlefield. Buzz, instantly, the 5 of them disappeared into the light door on the second level of the hunting pagoda. When they reappeared, a vast starry sky appeared in front of them. The stars in the sky were like diamonds, deep and dreamy. Not far away, there was a group of black meteorites floating over, as if they would hit the yellow planet under their feet at any time, giving them a strong sense of pressure. Starry sky? Yichen raised his eyebrows. The hunting battlefield's environment is the starry sky. As for whether it is a real starry sky, I don't know. At least I can't tell. Huang Hingfei nodded. After pondering for a while, Yichen said, "This starry sky shouldn't be that simple, right?" Lin Xiaofeng said, "How can the hunting battlefield be simple? There are also treasures here." Lin Xiaofeng said, "How can the hunting battlefield be simple? There are treasures here as well. Although we might not be able to get Shinbi, it's still worth it if we can get some treasures. Other than that, the hunting battlefield is filled with dangers, not only from enemies, but also from dangerous places and bugs. There are some dangerous places where you can barely make it out alive, so you have to be observant and not be greedy. As for the bugs, they are a problem that we cannot avoid. They are everywhere in the hunting battlefield, and we can encounter them anytime, anywhere. It's fine if there are only a few of them, but if there are more than 10 of them, we can only run. Each of them has powerful battle prowess, and it's easy for them to reach the 5th level of the God of War pagoda." After listening to their explanations, Yichen more or less understood the situation in the hunting battlefield. "Alright, let's see how many teams are in the hunting battlefield." Huang Hingfei activated the light screen on his badge. After a few clicks, the names of the teams were displayed, with the number of people behind each team. There are a total of 24 teams, 110 people. The Devil Spear Battle team is also here. They killed one of our members last time. This time, we must make them pay. The Devil Spear Battle team was a battle team made up of demons. They were in the demon god paradise, the arch-enemy of the paradise of the gods. Bang! Bang! Just as Huang Hingfei was looking at the light screen of his emblem, at the edge of the dense mass of asteroids, dozens of huge asteroids suddenly exploded. What appeared in the line of sight of the 5 people were insects that had been magnified countless times. These insects looked like centipedes, longhorn beetles, ladybugs, moths, locusts, and some even looked like they were pieced together by many insects. The smallest of them was the size of a calf, while the largest was the size of a small mountain. Each of their bodies contained an astonishing amount of energy. This energy was so strong that it was like a star. Not good. It's a godworm. Li Wei was shocked. The insects in the hunting battlefield were god insects. It was said that god insects were creatures modified by true gods. The power of true gods could turn a deer into a horse and turn stone into gold. Modifying ordinary insects into god insects was as easy as lifting one's hand. Modified god insects were no longer ordinary insects. Their intelligence was not high, but they possessed frightening battle power. Moreover, they could devour the flesh and essence of life and death kings and evolve themselves without any need for cultivation. There are more than 10 godworms here. We're not a match for them. Run. Huang Hingfei made a prompt decision and gave the order to escape. We can't run. There are a few behind us. Just as Wei Dong turned around, he saw several vicious godworms flying in his direction. The fastest was a locust-shaped godworm. With a flap of its wings, it instantly appeared in front of Wei Dong and slashed with its sickle-like claws. Fortunately, Wei Dong's reaction was fast enough. He raised his long blade and blocked the claw. However, he was blasted away, his body flickering chaotically. Kill our way out. Huang Hingfei's strength was the strongest. His weapon was a huge iron hammer. With a swing of the hammer, thunder rumbled. The locust's body was blown away, but it didn't die. Such a powerful defense? Yichen was astonished. These godworms were not only fast, but their defense was also ridiculously powerful. Moreover, they had a shocking wild instinct that seemed to be able to see through weaknesses. All of a sudden, all the godworms pounced toward the five. How unlucky. If we don't pay a price this time, we won't be able to escape. A bitter smile appeared on Huang Hengfei's face. In the battlefield of hunting, the chances of encountering more than 10 godworms at once were very low. Most of the time, there would be 1 or 2, or even 5 or 6. Only at the edge of the godworms' nests would one encounter more than 10. Let's see if I can restrain them. As he spoke, Yi Chen's aura surged, and he unleashed his sword domain. Bzzz. Heaven and earth went still, and the incoming godworms slowed down by 1,000 times, as if they were moving in slow motion. What's going on? How come they're so slow? They're so slow. I can attack them dozens of times in an instant. Huang Hengfei's group of 4 was still in a daze. These godworms were terrifying not only because of their powerful defenses, but also because of their incredible speed. Yi Chen, your sword domain actually contains the power of stopping space? Huang Hengfei finally reacted. I can't believe it. He looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and attack them. The sword domain's effect was even better than he had imagined. Although these godworms possessed shocking power, they didn't have a domain. For example, in the divine trial field, if Audiobook hadn't had a domain, Yi Chen could have used his sword domain to crush him without any effort. Having a domain was very important. Only with a domain equivalent to Yi Chen's could one use it to counteract the power of stopping space. After all, stopping space had its limits. Great! Everyone, hurry up and kill these godworms. Huang Hengfei was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to be proficient in the profound of space, which was known as one of the most powerful profounds for a reason. It could adapt to almost any environment. In the past, when they encountered so many godworms, they wouldn't even think of fighting. It wasn't just because the godworms were powerful, but also because the reward for killing them wasn't much. One godworm was only worth 10 shinbi, and killing a few wouldn't be worth more than a few dozen shinbi. It wasn't worth it. But now that they had the power of stopping space, they could kill as many as they wanted. After all, a single godworm wasn't worth much, but a dozen or so. If they killed 100, it would be worth 1,000 shinbi, which was equivalent to killing a member of another paradise. Haha, I killed one. I killed one too. Although the godworm's defenses were powerful, they couldn't withstand countless attacks. Gradually, they died one by one, unable to resist. End of chapter 1089. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.